Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Tenma Chapter 29. Xia Yan vs Saitama, testing the limits of both sides. Saitama felt cheated by Xia Yan. Although he was summoned by Xia Yan, he did not feel any bad feelings towards Xia Yan, but the unpleasant emotions were real. How do people express their displeasure? It's over. For a hero like Saitama who fights all day, fighting is the best way to solve the problem, and it can also satisfy his bad mood that he couldn't fight well. Fight with me. Saitama stared at Xia Yan eagerly, eager to try. Didn't you go and fight with Uozhihua? Why, haven't you had a good fight yet? Xia Yan slowly raised her head and looked at him very differently. Of course not, that guy is really weak, not as strong as you say. Hearing Xia Yan mentioning Uozhihua, a hint of resentment appeared on Saitama's face. He went with the full anticipation of being able to fight a battle, but the result was extremely disappointing. And this is all because of Xia Yan's high evaluation of Uozhihua before. Xia Yan was also a little embarrassed. It was only then that he remembered that the omniscient and almighty Uozhihua was in the original book, and it was at least 1,000 years later. The current Uozhihua is just an idiot who has developed a moving and static blood outfit and feels that he is invincible. But, fight Saitama? Okay. Xia Yan looked up and gave Saitama an expectant smile. Before summoning Saitama, Xia Yan actually wanted to fight the opponent. Only by fighting against a powerhouse like Saitama can he truly know what level he is now. Hueco Mundo. Xia Yan and Saitama came here for fear of destroying Soul Society. And there are not many spectators, only 6. Advertisement. Whitebeard, Uno-hana, the Shihuan clan chief, the newly sobered chief captain Yamamoto Motoyanasai Shigekuni, as well as Jashiro and Harasui. Which one is stronger or weaker between Xia Yan and Saitama? Looking at the two people who were confronting in the field, Yamamoto Motoyanasai Shigekuni suddenly asked. Probably Saitama is stronger. Whitebeard hesitated to speak his mind. He had heard Xia Yan say that Saitama is beyond the god-level existence. And Xia Yan's own evaluation is from the peak of the dragon level to the god level, but the details are unknown. But it can be seen that Xia Yan is not confident enough to defeat Saitama. Of course. Because even the original work of One Punch Man didn't say what level Saitama is Starburst really just his limit? With the idea of testing the limit of her own strength, Xia Yan actually wanted to test the limit of Saitama. It can't be really invincible, can it? I am coming. Xia Yan drank softly. A mass of terrifying green energy emerged from his body, and several strange black spheres appeared around him instantly, and the whole person's breath soared at least 10 times. Tensegan Chakra Mode. After being invincible in One Piece world, Xia Yan hasn't used these boosting modes for a long time. What? Xia Yan's figure disappeared out of thin air, and instantly appeared behind Saitama with a punch. Boom. Xia Yan's fist smashed hard on Saitama's head, directly smashing his whole body up to 10,000 meters, and even with Hueco Mundo, he was smashed by a gap of at least 100,000 meters. Saitama was knocked out. Patriarch Shihuan opened his mouth in surprise. Others did not expect that Saitama would suffer such a big loss from the beginning. Being hit in the head by such a terrifying force, no matter how strong his defense is, at least he will be injured, right? Advertisement. Well, 10,000 meters away, Saitama crawled out of the ruins, shaking his head to remove the dust from his face. He looked at the front with dull eyes, and raised his hand to touch his head without any scars. A few seconds later, Saitama realized that he had been knocked out by Xia Yan. So strong, so fast. Softly sighing about Xia Yan's strength, Saitama's eyes showed a hint of fighting intent, and he exerted his strength slightly. Boom. Saitama stepped on the ground within 1,000 meters, and he himself used this reaction force to instantly cross a distance of tens of thousands of meters and appear directly in front of Xia Yan. I'm back. Saitama loudly announced his return and slammed his fist into Xia Yan. The terrifying force, just the movement of waving a fist lightly, can cause spatial shocks. Xia Yan's face changed slightly, and she raised her hand to block it. Boom. Saitama's fist slammed hard on Xia Yan's arm. Hearing a crisp click from Wang's Jiao, Xia Yan's arm was directly twisted and deformed, and the pale bones were stabbed out of the flesh. Captain Xia Yan is injured. Seeing Xia Yan's miserable arm, Patriarch Shihuan couldn't help but exclaim no. There was also a trace of worry on Uozhihua's face. Strange to say, she hopes that she can take Xia Yan by herself, and she doesn't want Xia Yan to be defeated by others. Among the onlookers, only Whitebeard looked calm, not worried at all. Gu la la la. You don't have to worry about Xia Yan so much. Whitebeard looked up to the sky and laughed, looking at Xia Yan very indifferently. It's just a broken bone. For Mo Yan, it's not even a minor injury, just watch it. Chapter 30. Saitama's hot-blooded. Your hand is broken, are you alright? Looking at Xia Yan's arm showing pale bones, Saitama asked cautiously. Although he wanted to fight Xia Yan, he didn't want to fight Xia Yan for anything. It's alright, it's just trivial. Xia Yan shook her head gently, her expression calm and terrifying. Broken hands and bones are quite serious injuries for ordinary Shinigami. But for the Manos Grandes of Hueco Mundo, it's just the norm. For Xia Yan, who has a body that is countless times superior to Shu, this is even more trivial. Compared with the severe pain caused by the severed hand, Xia Yan actually cared more about Saitama's terrifying power. Really scary. Before the body was strengthened by Hogyoku hundreds of times, Xia Yan turned on the chakra mode and could cut open some smaller planets. Now that his body has been strengthened to such an extent, and then 607 turns on the boost of Tenseigen chakra mode, he is still punched by Saitama to break the bones of his arm. How strong is Saitama? Is this guy really just a god? Filled with doubts, Xia Yan's broken arm started to squirm. Under the astonished gazes of Shinigami and other Shinigami in the distance, Xia Yan's tattered arm was restored to its original appearance in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the bloodline stained on his clothes, it would be as if he had never been hurt. This is high-speed regeneration? Xia Yan is virtual? Unexpectedly, Xia Yan would see Shu's means on her body, and a look of shock appeared in Maojiwa's eyes. Why does Xia Yan, who is not even Shinigami, have the power of Phantom? No, it's not a virtual ability. Advertisement Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni's expression was solemn, and he could see at a glance that Xia Yan's CBDD high-speed regeneration was completely different from Shu. Or it should be said, Xia Yan's high-speed regeneration is at least dozens of times stronger than those virtual ones. In the field, seeing that Xia Yan's severely injured arm was so easily restored to normal, Saitama's originally disappointed expression immediately dissipated. Sure enough, Sir Xia Yan is very strong, Saitama sighed softly. You are much stronger than I thought. Xia Yan rolled her eyes at Saitama. If he hadn't known Saitama's character, he would probably have thought that this guy was mocking him. Having said that, Saitama's strength is so terrifying, which is a good thing for him. At least he can finally measure his limit, which is something that pirates, Shinigami, Hokage, and heroic spirits can't do. Blood-red steam emerged from Xia Yan's body, and the terrifying energy fluctuations directly shattered the surrounding space, and the surrounding earth even cracked. The expressions of Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni and the others who were onlookers changed drastically, and they subconsciously used Shunpo to flee into the distance. But even if they evacuated immediately, they couldn't escape this appalling impact, and they were knocked over. Until they escaped to hundreds of thousands of meters away, the impact of this energy was still very clear. What did Captain Xia Yan do? Isn't this energy fluctuation too terrifying? Feeling the aching cheeks flushed with energy, the Shihuan patriarch widened his eyes in shock. But this time no one could give him the answer. Even Whitebeard, who was very familiar with Xia Yan, was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Aside, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni's face was gloomy and terrifying. Advertisement he could feel that Xia Yan shook the whole Hueco Mundo, just by the energy fluctuations. You know, this is just pure energy fluctuations. Xia Yan hasn't even shot yet. If this is a real shot, won't Xia Yan penetrate Soul Society, the virtual circle in the world like before? The other side. Xia Yan didn't say much, she lifted her foot, and her figure disappeared instantly. It is worth mentioning that, because to verify what level of strength he is in, Xia Yan did not use Zanpakuto and other means, but pure physical strength. But Xia Yan and Saitama must not destroy Soul Society. However, if he penetrates the three realms, he will penetrate the three realms. He can't control it if he wants to. The speed and strength of this punch can be said to be completely beyond the limit of understanding in the world of Shinigami. The communication between the strong and the strong, as long as it is handed over to the fist. Saitama looked directly at Xia Yan excitedly, his blood was boiling. Thinking of the terrifying scene where Saitama smashed the moon with one punch, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni couldn't help shivering. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Even if Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni and others did not leave hundreds of thousands of meters and watched it on the spot, they would not be able to see clearly. In Saitama's eyes, Xia Yan's fist was clearly visible. Feeling Xia Yan's completely different momentum and energy fluctuations, Saitama's face showed a solemn and serious expression for the first time. What? He can also fully keep up with Xia Yan's speed. So strong, really strong. Master Xia Yan, you are definitely the strongest opponent I have ever seen in my life. Xia Yan appeared in front of Saitama out of thin air, and his fist filled with blood-red steam smashed into Saitama's head. Chapter 31 to 60% Strength. Xia Yan who wants to become stronger. Seeing Xia Yan's actions clearly, Saitama immediately launched a counterattack. He did not attack randomly, but used one of his strongest moves. Seriously Punch. This name seems to be random, but it is not random, but really serious. In the original book, Saitama once used this punch to resist the starburst cannon that the Cosmic Emperor Boros used to clean the surface. How powerful is this punch? When fighting Poros, it can disperse the clouds of half the earth, but that was Saitama deliberately releasing water to protect the earth. Now to fight Xia Yan, naturally there is no need to release water, and I don't know how much stronger it is. Click. Click. Saitama's fist, just the most basic swinging action, caused the surrounding space to vibrate and collapse, showing pieces of white cracks, like a spider web. Xia Yan's eyes froze, raising her muscle strength to the limit. Comment. Xia Yan collided with Saitama's fist. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. In the next second, the violent wind and waves rammed in all directions centered on the two of them. All the existence along the way was annihilated into ashes, and countless Manos Grande didn't even know what happened. They were shocked to death by the aftermath of the two fists and suffered a disaster. Not good. Having left hundreds of thousands of meters long ago and anxiously awaiting the outcome of the battle, Yamamoto Motonugasai Shigekuni and others changed their faces and subconsciously mobilized Ryotsu to defend. But even if they reacted immediately, the shocks and winds and waves that came in front of them still shocked them, and blood was constantly spurting out of their mouths. Monster. Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni and others used dozens of strides in a row to stay away from tens of thousands of meters again, hanging from the broken ribs, and a trace of blood spilled from the corners of their mouths. Even he, who was the strongest in the Soul Society, was made into such a tragic state, and the others were extremely embarrassed. I'm going. If I hadn't run away quickly, I would have been killed by being hit just now. This is too scary. Advertisement spit out the blood in his mouth. The Shihuan patriarch widened his eyes in horror, a kind of ecstasy for the rest of his life. Uji immediately flowered Shikai, summoned his own Zanpakuto and began to treat several people. At the same time, she looked at Whitebeard curiously. Did you know that Xia Yan is so strong? Cough. Of course the old man knows. Whitebeard coughed in embarrassment, the broken bones in his body throbbing faintly. Just kidding, it would be weird if he knew. Although he knew that Xia Yan was as strong as a monster, he never imagined that he would be so strong to an unimaginable level. Are these two really going to penetrate this planet? So strong. Moving his somewhat stiff wrists, Saitama's eyes became more warlike. Xia Yan's strength and speed are the strongest he has ever seen in his life. Even when he used a serious punch, it was just a tie and he didn't get the slightest benefit. The other side, Xia Yan is also moving her wrist. The soreness after the punch has completely recovered and he was not injured at all. But even so, Xia Yan couldn't hide her surprise. That's the life-burning 8-gate dead gate plus Tenseigen chakra mode. He even felt that if the punch he just hit the ground, it would definitely penetrate the entire Hueco Mundo, Soul Society in the world. However, with such a terrifying punch, it was so easily taken by Saitama? Xia Yan couldn't help but ask curiously, how do you think my punch is powerful? Power? Saitama frowned slightly, lost in thought. For flowers, advertisement in Saitama's view, Xia Yan's strength is really strong, but he can't compare to himself. From the punch just now, it can be seen that Xia Yan's strength is about the same as the serious punch he threw with all his strength. But a serious punch is not the limit of his strength. Thinking like this, Saitama said slowly, it's probably as strong as 60% of me. 60%? How much is this 60%? Xia Yan looked at Saitama with a bewildered expression. He didn't know how strong Saitama was, so how could he know what level of 60% Saitama's strength was? Saitama also looked at Xia Yan with a confused look. I don't know, it just feels like 60%. Xia Yan. Okay, he forgot, One Punch Man has just been released once in the Shinigami world, that is, after the plot of Deep Poseidon. At this time, Saitama had not even seen Boros, let alone the division between dragon-level monsters and god-level monsters. But, is he as strong as Saitama's 60%? Xia Yan is actually quite satisfied with this result. One is that his body can continue to evolve, but it has already reached this level. Obviously, it is not difficult to surpass Saitama. The second is because his strength is not entirely in hand-to-hand combat, and Tongshu and Zanpakuto are also part of his strength. But, the mood is inexplicably still a little uncomfortable. The strength is actually incomparable to his own subordinates. Xia Yan rarely has the feeling of blood boiling, but he has not experienced the feeling of surpassing others for a long time. Come on, go on. The infinite vitality maintains. The door of death is opened, the blood in Xia Yan's body begins to burn extremely fast, and he shouts excitedly. Go all out. Saitama. As long as you can kill me, I will cover your meat hot pot for a month. Big. Chapter 32. Escape from the million meters, fight quickly. Hot pot. Meat. A month. Hearing these keywords from Xia Yan's mouth, Saitama's eyes lit up. However, it seems that Master Xia Yan's strength is not as good as himself, right? And to kill? If Lord Xia Yan is killed by him, what will he do in the future? That. Saitama looked up at Xia Yan and asked hesitantly, do you really want to beat him to death? That's right. Don't worry, even if you blow up this planet, I won't die. Xia Yan reassured Saitama with a smile, but her face was a little weird. Comforting others and making others feel at ease to beat themselves, 607, is really strange enough. Okay, I get it. Hearing Xia Yan say this, Saitama immediately felt relieved. Then, his naive dead fish eyes became extremely serious, and his aura also had the demeanor of a strong man. Next second, Saitama moved. Boom! It was just the act of starting, and the space within tens of thousands of meters behind Saitama was collapsing and shattering. Just looking at the destructive power, Saitama's simple action of lifting his feet and moving is far superior to the full output state of Hokage, might die after opening the door to death. Boom! Xia Yan's fist collided with Saitama's fist, and the terrifying impact shot wildly in all directions. This time, neither of them held back. The surrounding tens of thousands of meters of earth had been completely shattered just now, and the sky of Hueco Mundo was directly left with a hole by this impact. Happy! Xia Yan shouted and punched Saitama like a shooting star. Advertisement Saitama didn't say much, and threw out a series of ordinary fists like lightning. Boom. 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 Earth-shattering explosions continued to erupt between Xia Yan and Saitama. In less than 10 seconds, the two had at least tens of thousands of punches, and the terrifying impact raised the million-meter Hueco Mundo to the ground, and the void was full of pitch-black broken spaces. Roar. The dense Manos Grande roared and fled wildly in all directions, but even so, countless numbers were shaken into powder. Seeing the large swaths of vanishing virtual groups, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni and others who had long escaped hundreds of thousands of meters only felt their scalps numb and had to continue to withdraw. It was not until they had withdrawn 1 million meters that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Monster. Saitama is a monster. Xia Yan is also a monster. Finally out of the coverage of the aftermath of the shock, Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni breathed heavily and said in a bad mood. In the thousands of years he has lived, he has never been so embarrassed as he is today. Indeed. Several others nodded in agreement, even Whitebeard. Obviously, he was also frightened by the terrifying power displayed by Xia Yan. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni did not have the joy of being echoed, but instead smiled bitterly and sighed deeply in his heart. They also said before that they would take a good look at the battle between Xia Yan and Saitama, which is ironic now that I think about it. Not to mention watching, they can't even get close to the battlefield 1 million meter. Ha ha. The empty, Hueco Mundo. Xia Yan stood in the void, gasping for breath. The broken arms, the pierced abdomen, and the broken legs are all recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. No way, your resilience is too terrifying, you can't kill you at all, Lord Xia Yan. Being devastated by Xia Yan's general resilience, Saitama couldn't help complaining. Cough, I can't control this either. Xia Yan couldn't help coughing, feeling a little embarrassed. Saitama has hit him quite a few times, dealing considerable damage, but Xia Yan's resilience is even more terrifying, especially since he has a huge amount of life force that can't be drained due to op fruit. Advertisement. It is worth mentioning that, in the collision just now, Xia Yan was at a disadvantage overall. After all, with Saitama's defense, Xia Yan's fists land on him, and it was difficult to cause any damage, and every punch of Saitama could bring a lot of influence to Xia Yan. How strong is Saitama's defense? Die. Simply put, even the power of a planet's explosion is not enough to hurt Saitama. It's so scary. Bang, bang. Saitama and Xia Yan punched again like lightning. No need to worry about whether the world will be destroyed, both of them are full of unreserved shots. Only a loud bang was heard, and the violent hurricane kept tearing apart the surrounding space. Saitama was fine. Xia Yan's arms were completely shattered, but recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye in the next second. 3.3. Are you alright? Frightened by Xia Yan's bloody arm, Saitama asked worriedly. It's okay. Small injury. Xia Yan shook her head and commanded in a deep voice, go ahead, come to my head. Gollum, Saitama swallowed. Looking at Mo Yan's head, a trace of unbearable flashed in Saitama's eyes. Are you really going to fight? Fight now. Xia Yan's tone is beyond doubt. Okay, I get it. Helpless, Saitama could only raise his hand and throw a fist, hitting Mo Yan's head mercilessly. Chapter 33. Breaking Saitama's arm. Saitama's fist can blow up a planet. Xia Yan is really average in defense. Therefore, it was impossible for him to block Saitama's fist. Boom. Xia Yan's head, along with the surrounding space, was shattered by Saitama's punch, and the yellow and white things and flesh and blood flew. Also Uozhihua and the others have already withdrawn millions of meters, or they would have been shocked when they saw this bloody scene. Headshots are absolutely fatal to Shinigami, even Manos Grande, who has the ability of high-speed regeneration, dare not take such damage. But Xia Yan dares. Even happy, in fact, death is not particularly scary, just like falling asleep but not dreaming, there is nothing to fear. Even the pain when he died was pitiful. After all, Saitama's fist was terrifyingly powerful, and it was over in one go. Really, are you okay? Looking at Xia Yan's corpse, Saitama frowned, still a little worried. Xia Yan didn't say 21 words. He has no mouth now, not even the most basic consciousness. But it can be seen from his constantly squirming wound that Xia Yan's severed head injury is recovering at a fairly fast speed. No, not recovery, but evolution. Wow. A mass of milky white cocoon enveloped Xia Yan's whole body, which startled Saitama beside him. Under his astonished gaze, Xia Yan's aura began to climb at a high speed. Even though he was on the verge of death, he seemed to be stronger than before. It's so weird. Is this the hidden ability of Lord Xia Yan? Sighing softly, Kyu was about to get a closer look at Mo Yan's current appearance, but his eyes suddenly froze. In his perception, there are countless powerful breaths approaching. Of course, this power is judged by the standard of ordinary Shinigami. From his perspective, these powerful auras are inferior to ants and flies, and they are pitifully weak. But even so, I can't let you get close to Lord Mo Yan, who knows if it will have any effect on Lord Xia Yan. Saitama murmured softly, and his fist suddenly slammed forward. Advertisement boom. Hundreds of big virtuals hundreds of thousands of meters away were instantly smashed into slag. But the other Manos Grande didn't stop at all and continued to rush towards Xia Yan's direction excitedly. What's going on here? What are these dummies doing? Perceiving the dense and rioting virtual crowd around, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni and others looked confused. How could they know that Xia Yan has a bloodline that is at least a few hundred times more advanced than ordinary virtuals, and now that it has evolved again, it is simply the best tonic for these mindless virtuals. If these emptiness eat Xia Yan, no, even if these virtuals just eat a piece of Xia Yan's flesh, they can instantly become the strongest in the Shinigami world. This is the terrifying energy contained in this body of Xia Yan. Bang! 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 On the other side, Saitama is constantly throwing his fists, shattering the bones of the countless Manos Grande who dared to approach this side. But even so, these virtual approaches cannot be stopped. It's terrifying. Saitama sighed softly. He could feel that Xia Yan was still getting stronger. She was a real monster. He even felt that Xia Yan's strength had surpassed himself. But that's unlikely. Saitama shook his bald head vigorously, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. He tested it himself just now, and Xia Yan's strength was 60% of his. Even if you grow back from the dead, it is impossible to directly cross such a large range. However, Saitama forgot one thing. He himself just opened the limiter and turned into a powerhouse who could easily explode stars. Although the Hogyoku owned by Xia Yan is not as scary as the limiter in effect, it can't stand his foundation. Click. The cocoon that enveloped Xia Yan's whole body suddenly burst open. Xia Yan opened her eyes slowly, her pupils filled with destructive power. Click. The void in front of Xia Yan was split open by Xia Yan's eyes, showing a pale crack. Advertisement. This. Saitama widened his eyes in astonishment. Xia Yan's eyes were also full of strangeness, and he raised his palm subconsciously, and then heard the sound of click, click. This is the space that was shattered by his palm. Splash, just the movement of your palm shatters the space? Lord Xia Yan, your strength has grown to such an unbelievable level? Saitama couldn't help smacking his tongue, his face full of amazement and shock. He believed that with his own strength, he could never do this. How terrible has Xia Yan grown up now? Come and give it a try. 607. Xia Yan slowly reached out to Saitama and asked with a smile. Okay. Saitama was eager to try, and his eyes were full of surging fighting intent. Although he had a great fight with Xia Yan before, Xia Yan only had 60% of his strength, so he didn't have a good time. Now that Xia Yan's strength has become stronger, he will definitely play more cool and hardy, right? Thinking like this, Saitama saw Xia Yan move, still the same punch as before. It's just that he could clearly see and keep up with Xia Yan's movements before, but this time he was a little powerless. Master Xia Yan's speed has increased. Yes, it is normal for his strength to become stronger and his speed to become faster. Saitama was inexplicably uneasy, but his body's instinct still made him raise his hand to block Mo Yan's fist. Boom! Xia Yan's fist slammed into Saitama, shattering a large space around him, just like before. But Saitama's face changed drastically. Click! A crisp sound resounded from Saitama's arm, and a sharp pain struck from it. This! A look of astonishment and disbelief appeared on Saitama's face. His arm was broken. Chapter 34, The Embarrassed Saitama. Since Saitama opened the limiter and became a bald powerhouse, he has never been hurt again, let alone broken bones. Therefore, rather than pain, there are many surprises. Xia Yan was also very surprised. He didn't expect that his power had grown so much all of a sudden, which was comparable to the evolution of 100 times in the world of pirates. Why? Is it because the Shinigami world is more advanced, so the evolution of Hogyoku is better? Xia Yan grinned and asked, how much of my current strength is yours? At least 10%. Saitama's expression is solemn, and now Xia Yan has the ability to threaten him, and may even be stronger. Tenbo. Xia Yan lowered her head thoughtfully, and then her fist slammed into Saitama's head. So fast. Saitama's eyes narrowed and he immediately raised his other unbroken arm to block Xia Yan's fist. Boom. The fist and arm collided again, making a deafening explosion. Click. Saitama's arm was broken again. Counting the previous time, his hands are now useless. And what caught Saitama's attention the most was actually the indescribable force on Xia Yan's fist, hitting his body as if overwhelming. Boom. Saitama's whole body was like a falling meteor, flying to the distance at 1,000 times the speed of sound, and he flew over 1,000,000 meters in 1 or 2 breaths. Millions of meters away. Advertisement Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni and others were slaughtering the Manos Grandes who rushed to their vicinity, but they couldn't kill them when they found out. Looks like this old man must be angry with Shikai. Looking at the overwhelming virtual group not far away, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni's expression was a little serious and solemn. Although he didn't know what happened, but looking at these virtual crazy riots, he knew that this was definitely not normal. Could it be that the battle between Xia Yan and Saitama pierced through the space, and Vasto Lord wanted to gather his subordinates and take this opportunity to attack the Soul Society? Thinking of this possibility, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni's face turned cold. Can't wait. If something goes wrong with Soul Society, he'll be Captain Shinigami. Lifting the cane in his hand, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni directly began to sing. Everything in the mountains is ashes, and it is like a blade. A piercing sound interrupted the Chief Shinigami's chant. What's flying over here? Hana and the others looked at the direction from which the voice came from. I saw a vague black shadow flying towards this side at a speed that they couldn't understand at all. Be careful. Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni and Whitebeard responded the fastest, and they both shouted at the same time. Bakudo number 81. Splitting Void. Boom. Just as the defense Bakudo used it, the black shadow traveled a distance of tens of thousands of meters and smashed directly into their distance. With the earth-shattering sound of the explosion, the whole world seemed to be filled with explosions, and the giant mushroom cloud that shot up into the sky directly charged tens of thousands of meters into the Hueco Mundo, and the earth within a radius of tens of kilometers was destroyed in one fell swoop. The whole Hueco Mundo is shaking violently. Millions of voids were wiped out by this explosion, and the splitting void of Whitebeard and Yamamoto Motonyazai Shigekuni didn't last even a second, and was completely shattered. And they were just on the periphery of the explosion. What? Advertisement in the hot and thick smoke, everyone spit out a big mouthful of blood. What happened just now? Patriarch Shihuan looked at the center of the explosion ahead in horror, his eyes full of terror. Cough cough. It seems that something flew over and hit the ground. Wouldn't it be what he thought? The coughing sound suddenly sounded, causing everyone present to break out in a cold sweat. Then I saw a figure rushing over from the direction of the explosion center, and the speed was so fast that it directly washed away the smoke and dust generated by the surrounding explosion. Mr. Saitama. The two arms hang down weakly, the flesh and bones are clearly visible, and they are absolutely useless. Kiss. You are here, Patriarch Shihuan exclaimed, saying that he and Saitama were good acquaintances. The clothes were tattered, and the original appearance could no longer be seen. With a somewhat annoyed and somewhat weak voice, Wang's Zhao appeared. What caught everyone's eyes was an iconic big bald head. Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni and Saitama are not very familiar with them, but they are considered to have met several times. When they saw Saitama at this time, they couldn't help but be horrified. Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni's expression was solemn. He also saw the big explosion caused by something falling, but because the speed was too terrifying, he could barely see a trace. Not to mention the dense wounds on his body, it was like being tortured for months by torture. Thinking that the two monsters Xia Yan and Saitama were still fighting, the corners of Yamamoto's mouth twitched. Like a person? Without him, it was because Saitama looked too embarrassed at this time. Ahem. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Uozhihua coughed violently and said uncertainly. Chapter 35. The Void that Evolved into Humanity. Saitama was injured by Xia Yan. This scene fell into the eyes of Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni and others, and it was somewhat unrealistic. After all, they had seen Xia Yan blow a star with a punch, and it was really unimaginable that such a person would be injured. But that's what it is. The rest are not only injured, they don't even look light. Mr. Saitama, after a few seconds of silence, Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni asked hesitantly, is the battle between you and Captain Xia Yan over? It should be over, right? Saitama habitually wanted to scratch his head, but found that his hands were broken. So he smiled embarrassedly, and said calmly, I lost, and I lost quite badly. Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni and others nodded numbly, but still could not suppress the shock in their hearts. This kind of feeling is as if you have clearly recognized from your heart that a person is invincible, but he has been defeated by others. Commonly known as 607 San received an extremely violent impact. Saitama's injury looked serious, but in fact it was just a broken bone. Under the treatment of Unohana, the broken bones in both arms and the wounds on his body soon returned to normal. Thank you. Saitama moved his wrists with satisfaction and thanked Unoka. Afterwards, he bent his legs slightly and was about to jump over 1,000,000 meters to return to Xia Yan. Wait. You don't jump. Aware of Saitama's actions, Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni's heart tightened. He knew that Saitama's mere act of jumping could destroy this continent, and although the shock caused by this one would not kill them, it would also make them very embarrassed. And he's had enough of this embarrassment. He is the captain of Shinigami. Advertisement? What's wrong? Saitama stopped jumping and looked at Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni with a strange expression on his face. Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni was about to say something, but another piercing sound interrupted him. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of several people. Therefore, because of his speed, the surrounding space was constantly cracking, forcing Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni and others to retreat, so as not to be affected. Kiss. It's all there. Raising his hand to say hello to Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni, Xia Yan smiled and said, I'm done fighting with Saitama, do you want to go back to Soul Society? Yamamoto Uenujai Jongguo nodded and looked at Xia Yan cautiously. Saitama can explode. Xia Yan's strength is stronger than Saitama, and he can even beat Saitama into such a miserable state, which is equivalent to that he can also become a star. Thinking that such two monsters that can explode stars are in his Soul Society, Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni couldn't help but secretly complained. He is too unprofessional to be the captain of Shinigami. Xia Yan and others quickly left the virtual circle. Fortunately for Yamamoto Uenujai, the battle between Xia Yan and Saitama destroyed the Earth within a few hundred kilometers of the virtual circle, and killed an unknown number of virtual heads during the battle. This is definitely a good thing for Shinigami. Son. And just after Xia Yan left, many Manos Grande with outstanding strength did not stop and began to move towards the position where Xia Yan evolved. During this period, the virtuals were also killing frantically. But even so, there are millions of virtuals who finally managed to reach the location of Xia Yan's evolution. CBDD. Roar, the black mass of Manos Grande kept making weird roars, and the eyes hidden under the bones stared at the little cocoon left by Xia Yan's evolution. Even if they don't have much intelligence, their instinct drives them to want to devour the evolutionary remnants with terrifying energy. As a result, the virtuals fought desperately, during which new virtuals came to join the battlefield. Advertisement for a time, the entire Hueco Mundo was plunged into a terrifying war. In the end, the two strongest Manos Grande took the lead in breaking out of the siege, approaching Xia Yan's evolutionary remnants, and immediately began to share their food. Roar. Seeing that their target was actually eaten by these guys, the Manos Grandes who were fighting suddenly roared like crazy, and they rushed over to tear them to pieces. However, the mutation occurred suddenly. Boom. The soaring terror Ryotsu erupted from the virtual body that devoured Xia Yan's evolutionary remnants at both ends, knocking countless Manos Grande who tried to approach them tens of thousands of meters away, and the weaker ones directly turned into powder. For a while, even the entire Hueco Mundo was shaking violently under the two empty Ryotsu. A long time. Ryotsu dissipated, and the millions of virtual groups that were originally enclosed around had disappeared. Two human shadows sat in the deserted desert. This is. Her voice was hoarse and she was not very skilled in speaking. The beautiful girl with lake green hair with strange facial lines on her face was looking at her hands in astonishment. She recognized that it was a human hand. Have we become human? Another blonde girl with slightly dark skin also looked at her palm and body in confusion, not knowing what happened. Well, it seems it's because we devoured something with a lot of energy and then evolved. The green-haired girl stumbled and said her guess. So, I think about it, it seems that our luck is very good and I don't know which monster left a good thing, which made us take advantage. The blonde girl nodded, feeling a little fortunate in her heart. If the two of them hadn't eaten that thing, I'm afraid they would have died without a place to die, like the Manos Grandes. Thinking of this, the blonde girl stretched out her hand to the green-haired woman and said lightly, "After all, there is such a fate, let's get to know each other, I'm Tyr Harabel. You speak more fluently than me, it's amazing." With admiration in her eyes, the green-haired girl said embarrassedly, Neliel2 Odelschwank. Chapter 36. Imprisonment to 10,000 years, Interrogation of Zanpakuto Builders. Unbeknownst to Xia Yan, the evolutionary residues she left behind allowed the two female Manos Grande in the original to complete their evolution ahead of schedule. And, because the energy contained in Xia Yan's evolutionary remnants is very terrifying, their evolved strength is much stronger than in the original work. Far beyond the Vasto Lord level. Even Aizen and Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni, who were at their peak in the original work, are not the opponents of the two female Arankars, Neliel. Of course. Xia Yan didn't know all of this, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. He believes that there is a gravitational force between people, some people are destined to meet, otherwise, there is no fate. After all, he is not short of women, and he will not kneel and lick women. Compared to the eternal comics business, women are a piece of shit. Back to Soul Society. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni mysteriously disappeared. Xia Yan knew that he was actually going to report his situation to Team Zero. Team Zero, known as the strongest team to protect the King of Spirit. In Xia Yan's view, this group of people is a typical example of how loud the cows are, but they can't really fight. Of course, the Zero team of this era should not have gathered the group of people in the original book. But for Mo Yan, there is no difference. A group of poor people with little combat experience, Ku Gao and Widow who think they are superior to others. Blink 3 days later. Uozhihua, who was captured by Saitama, was tried by Central 46. Xia Yan, Saitama and Whitebeard, led by Unohana, came to join in the fun. Xia Yan's eyes were sharp, and at a glance, he saw Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni sitting in the front, and a very young and familiar man beside him. This is advertisement. Xia Yan quickly flipped through the Shinigami manga in her heart and found out the man's identity. Team Zero, Two House Wang Yu. The Forge of Zanpakuto, Shinigami, the soy sauce supporting character in the original book, is estimated that many Shinigami fans cannot name this person. In other words, why did Team Zero leave Lingwang Palace and return to Jingling Court? Xia Yan took a deep look at Yamamoto's back, and a chill flashed in his eyes. I hope this Shinigami captain doesn't make the wrong decision to self-destruct the Great Wall. He still enjoys the life of Soul Society and doesn't want to destroy it. The trial is over. A Shinigami staff member suddenly stood up and announced loudly, Uozhihua, sentenced to imprisonment for 10,000 years, which will be executed immediately. Hey, Xia Yan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. With such a big battle, Captain Shinigami and Team Zero came to the scene in person. It was called a tribunal, and the result was only a sentence of imprisonment? Are these Shinigami sick? Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni was obviously a little dissatisfied with the result, and opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. Although he is the captain of Shinigami, he cannot change Central 46's decision at will. It's not that he doesn't dare, but that he, as a superior, must abide by the rules. Otherwise, if he, the Shinigami captain, doesn't follow the rules, how can he ask other people? Hey, 25 years in prison. That's funny. At the end of the trial, Uozhihua, who was being held by several Shinigami, passed by Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni, his eyes full of mockery. He will not die, he will never be locked up for 10,000 years. Sooner or later, he will completely defeat Jingling Court, and kill Yamamoto Uenujai Chongguo and the dead bald head. Advertisement. Thinking like this, he suddenly looked sideways in the direction where Saitama was, and stared at Saitama with gnashing teeth. For flowers. It was this dead bald head who defeated him, otherwise he would definitely have a chance to kill Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni. In Uozhihua's view, his strength is not as good as Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni, at least he can see the specific strength of the opponent. Go away now. After introducing the identities of Xia Yan and the others one by one, Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni pointed to Wang Yu of the second house and said, "This is the caster of Zanpakuto, the master from Team 0, who is here to meet you." On the other side, Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni walked towards Xia Yan with Wang Yu. "I'd like to introduce to you, this is Xia Yan, the captain of the 2nd Division of the 14th Division of the Guardian, this is the captain of the 14th Division, Whitebeard, and this is Mr. Saitama." Feeling a sudden chill, Saitama sneezed, rubbed his nose and raised his head, just in time to meet Uozhihua's eyes. He actually has a way to escape, but now is not the time. Saitama stared at his dead fish eyes in confusion, not understanding why Uozhihu avoided him. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Ermaiwu Wang Yue interrupted Yamamoto Uenujai Chongguo's words, and regardless of the embarrassed captain, he looked directly at Xia Yan and asked, "I have never built your Zanpakuto, so your Zanpakuto is where did it come from? Big." He is now afraid of Saitama to death. This dead bald head is simply the strongest monster he has ever seen in his life. Shinigami, who was escorting Uozhihu, suddenly urged. Uozhihu was taken aback by surprise, and lowered his head quickly, not daring to look at Saitama again. "I'm here to question you, huh? What's wrong? Look what I do?" Uozhihu was not annoyed, and walked straight out with his head lowered. But this bald head. Unfathomable. Chapter 37. The Tragically Dead Zero Squad, cut through the Soul Society. Team Zero's mission is to protect the Spirit King. In fact, the Soul Society's affairs have nothing to do with them, and they don't need to be concerned. But because Yamamoto Uenujai Shogun General Xia Yan said very exaggeratedly, Ermaiwu Wang Yu finally decided to come down and see it in person, otherwise he would be really difficult to feel at ease. The questioning now is the first step. Where did Xia Yan's Zanpakuto come from? He doesn't really care. He was just using this excuse to have a conflict with Xia Yan and get a feel for Xia Yan's details. However, Wang Yu of Ermaiwu probably would not have thought that Xia Yan is actually a person who does not play cards according to the routine. Zanpakuto. It's my evolution. With the broken black knife in his hand, Xia Yan chuckled and said, 6 and 7, don't you know? After the Arankar who has evolved into a Jukas will awaken his own Zanpakuto, which is quite rare. Cough. What did you say? Shoo, Captain Xia Yan, you're not kidding, are you? There was an embarrassing smile on the face of the two-house Wang Yu, and there was a cold sweat on the forehead. Void evolves Zanpakuto. This is not funny. But Xia Yan was too lazy to explain, but slowly stretched out a finger. Under the astonished gaze of Ermaiwu Wang Yue, a strange mass of Ryotsu energy condensed from Xia Yan's fingertips, exuding a strange and incomparably powerful aura. This is. The two-house Wang Yu's pupils shrank. Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni was even more taken aback. As the top executives of the Soul Society, they had fought against Shu many times, and they naturally recognized at a glance what the energy of Xia Yan's fingertips was. This is Sero. It is a unique attack method. Shinigami is absolutely not. Who the hell are you? Are you really a human being? Ermaiwu Wang Yue questioned coldly, looking at Xia Yan with fearful eyes. He never expected that Xia Yan would take the initiative to reveal such important news. A guy who looks like a humanoid Manos Grande has actually infiltrated Soul Society. Advertisement. It's a hell of a thing, that's right. Xia Yan grinned and deliberately admitted, I have a bloodline of emptiness, although it is not at the same level as those low-level emptiness. Before Mo Yan could finish speaking, a violent Ryotsu was released from Ermaiwu Wang Yue. He's out. Now that Xia Yan has taken the initiative to admit that he is a false identity, he naturally has nothing to say. Shinigami kills Shu, it is only right and proper. What's more, it's a ghost who pretended to be a human and infiltrated the Soul Society. What? The two kings Yu crossed the distance from Xia Yan in an instant, and Zanpakuto slashed at Xia Yan's neck. Splash, looking at the enemy close at hand, Xia Yan's eyes flashed with mockery, and she slowly raised a finger. Ken. The sound of the crisp metal collision caused the ears of the surrounding people to ache, and many Shinigami, who were relatively weak, were directly bleed by the 7 holes of the shock. Yugai. Two Wang Yu's pupils shrank and looked at Xia Yan dully. I saw that Xia Yan completely blocked his slash with only one finger. Starburst. Suddenly thinking of Yamamoto Uenryusei Chongguo's terrifying evaluation of Xia Yan in Team 0, Wang Yu of the second house was horrified, unable to think about whether it was true or false, and subconsciously he had to withdraw and evacuate. But Xia Yan has already made a move. Wow. Xia Yan's fingers turned into sharp blades, like lightning, and slashed through the two Wang Yu at high speed. Two Wang Yu stiffened and stopped abruptly, the boss staring in astonishment. Advertisement. I really can't stand the provocation. Can a brainless guy like you become the Zero Team guarding the King of Spirit? In the sound of Mo Yan's mocking, the two parts of Wang Yu's body that had been chopped off by Mo Yan's fingers suddenly began to spurt blood. The blood volume was so great that it was like a fountain. Then, under the horrified gazes of countless Shinigami and Central 46 members, a huge opening appeared in the center of the house where Central 46 was located, and this opening was even spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of effort, the Shinigami of Soul Society were shocked to discover that the entire Soul Society was cut in half by a mysterious force. What happened? This crack is definitely not man-made. Shinigami can't cut such an exaggerated crack. Many Shinigami thought it was the end of the world, or that the Spirit King was punishing them. Who would have thought that Ermaiwu Wangyue would be so impulsive and directly provoke Xia Yan, resulting in such a tragic result? Looking at the Shinigami captain in front of him playfully, Xia Yan asked with a chuckle, "It's too weak. If you want to deal with me, I suggest you bring the high above Spirit King directly, or let me. I don't even have the ability to use an extra finger." Call. Xia Yan suddenly laughed. Ah, in Central 46, Xia Yan slowly closed her hands and blew her fingers. Gollum. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni swallowed, his eyes full of surprise and panic. The two-house Wang Yu on the side had collapsed in a pool of blood, and his body was broken in two, as if he could no longer survive. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni trembled slightly and looked up at Xia Yan cautiously. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The whole Soul Society is in chaos. As the captain of Shinigami, he originally just wanted to remind the people of Team Zero to be careful about Xia Yan, that's all. To be honest, the development of things completely exceeded his expectations. 3.3. This is divine punishment. Lord Spirit King is angry. Is this your helper? Chapter 38. One Punch, Volume 2. Help. No. This is the action of Ermai Wangyue himself, and it has nothing to do with this old man, Soul Society, or Team Zero. In the face of Xia Yan's questioning, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni had a serious face and directly let go of himself. What? Xia Yan looked at Yamamoto Uozhihua Chungguo playfully. You mean, Team Zero and you were both deceived by this guy? Yes. The old man did not expect such a thing to happen. It seems that it is time for the Zero team to carefully select new members. Mr. Shan continued to go along with Xia Yan and washed himself clean. What? Xia Yan shook her head and chuckled. In his opinion, this Shinigami captain is really a very smart Shinigami and a person in power. In one sentence, not only did he wash himself cleanly, but he also washed Team Zero together. As for who is to blame, two-house Wang Yu, anyway, he's already 21 dead, so it's perfectly suitable for him to take the blame. As for the reputation of the deceased, Puff, the 14th team of the Guardian in this era is essentially a group of killer organizations and violent institutions, and even several of the captains are murderers, and they are only slowly cleaned up after they arrive. How could these lunatics care about a dead man's reputation? The entire jingling court was split in half, as if a rift had grown from the middle. Wang Yu, a member of Team Zero, also died tragically in Soul Society. Both events caused quite a stir in their respective groups. Advertisement ordinary Shinigami thought it was a punishment from the Spirit King, and the arrogant guys on weekdays suddenly became a lot more cautious. Team Zero got the news of Wang Yu's death and kept silent about it. Unlike ordinary Shinigami, they knew that jingling court was split open by Xia Yan, and the terrifying strength scared them. What is that? Can Shinigami be so strong? They couldn't understand Mo Yan's strength at all, so naturally they wouldn't think about avenging Wang Yu of Ermaiwu. While they were silent, they also apologized to Xia Yan. Yes, sorry. Xia Yan killed one of their members, who is still the creator of Zanpakuto, and they have to apologize to Xia Yan. This is all because of the power gap. I have to say that in the superpower world, a big fist can really do whatever he wants. The life of Soul Society returned to peace in this way. Many of the great wars that Shinigami imagined did not appear, and even the crack that cut the jingling garden was quickly restored to its original appearance. Looking at the flat and intact ground every day, many Shinigami feel like a lifetime away, as if the previous memory is false, but nothing has actually happened. In the blink of an eye, another half-month has passed. The second volume of One Punch Man is finally on sale. The originally dull atmosphere of Soul Society suddenly became lively, and even the countless readers of One Punch in the world were extremely pleasantly surprised. Before, One Punch Man sold nearly 100 million comics, many people were jealous, and many people studied the book style of comic. However, what they drew, the picture and storyboard were very bad, not as refined as One Punch Man, and the plot story was a mess. Of course, modern Japanese comics have experienced the expansion of territory by countless masters and predecessors, and so many themes, drawing methods, and mirrors have emerged. In an era when the concept of comic has not even appeared, the modern comics drawn by Xia Yan are definitely number one. As a result, the second season of One Punch Man sold unexpectedly, even more than the sales of the first volume. Advertisement in just half a day, 100 million copies have been sold in the present in Soul Society. But Xia Yan felt that this was still not enough, because the serialization qualification of One Punch Man that he drew was the animation version. It will be gone after the second volume of the manga. If he can't achieve the goal of the third stage and has enough comic fans, loyal fans and character fans, won't he be stuck? So, Xia Yan came up with a good idea. like the world of pirates, gain popularity. But because of the uniqueness of the Shinigami world, Saitama can't fight against other powerhouses. Therefore, Xia Yan used the transformation technique and personally cooperated with Saitama. The specific operations are: 607 Xia Yan turns into a monster in Ultraman shape and descends to an area to destroy, and then Saitama becomes a hero of justice to save the world. Because the present world of Shinigami is still ancient, and the transmission of information is not smooth, this strategy Xia Yan and Saitama have to perform in hundreds of places in just one day, which is very hard. However, there is a reward for what you pay for. This is the eternal truth. The time and effort Xia Yan put in has not been in vain. Half a month passed. The people living in Shinigami have accepted the resurrection of Saitama, the protagonist of One Punch Man, and worship him as a god. The sales of One Punch Man comics also ushered in an explosion, and even reached an unbelievable level. Sometimes even every household in a country has to buy 3 copies. Ding! Soul Society. Xia Yan heard a system prompt. Xia Yan slowly opened her eyes, and a flash of joy flashed in her eyes. One Punch Man, Phase 2 and Phase 3 objectives have been completed at the same time. Chapter 39. Sweepstakes, Hokage. Reappears. Ding! There are 13 characters with more than 1 million popularity. A chance to get the ability to draw, close black lens bracket. Yes, there are 3 characters with more than 5 million popularity. Get the chance to summon characters. Complete the second stage goal, get the chance to draw the world reward. Complete the third stage goal, get the opportunity to draw the world reward. Open black lens bracket, get a chance to draw new comics. The smile on Xia Yan's face became more and more obvious as the system's prompt sound kept ringing in his ears. Pump the ability first. Xia Yan gave an order. Ding! Draw by driving the knight, drawing through the black light. 13 times in a row, the rewards won did not even surprise Xia Yan. Because the gap between the upper and lower limits of the world of One Punch Man is really too big, even these S-class heroes are not comparable to a hair of Saitama. No, Saitama has no hair. In short, with Xia Yan's current strength, the abilities of these S-class heroes can no longer bring him any improvement. Even the psychic power of the tornado is no exception. Leaving these useless superpowers behind, Xia Yan looked at 3 characters with more than 5 million popularity. Pseudo Loli Tornado, Transformer Jax, Cosmic Overlord Boros. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Yan did not immediately summon them. Now he doesn't need extra men. Keep going, Mo Yan said lightly in his heart. Obtained through the World Lottery, Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon. Open black lens bracket, get through the World Lottery, Meteor Outburst status, close black lens bracket. Advertisement. The rewards obtained in the second and third stages of the lottery finally made Xia Yan look a little satisfied. These 2 moves, one is an attack technique, the other is an augmentation technique. Among them, the power of the Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon can destroy the earth. Note: this is the power used by Boros, and Xia Yan will only be stronger when used. The Meteor Outburst state is similar to the Dead Gate, which uses burning life to strengthen its own skills. Boros can kick Saitama to the moon with one kick. Xia Yan's strength is stronger and has an infinite lifespan. It is estimated that it is not difficult to kick the moon from the earth. In short, even with Xia Yan's current strength, the results of these 2 draws are quite good. After roughly sensing his new abilities and suppressing the urge to test new abilities, Xia Yan finally extracted the comics. Don't know which world will be drawn. Xia Yan wants Dragon Ball, or any other work that is more combative than the One Punch worldview. Because in this way, he can not only extract more advanced roles, but also further grow his strength. Of course, you can also draw Pirates. This will allow you to switch vacations back and forth between Pirate World and Shinigami World. Open black lens bracket can. A beep sounds. Looking at the familiar smiling face, a look of astonishment appeared on Xia Yan's face. Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage? Didn't he serialize Hokage in Pirate World? Xia Yan immediately asked the system in her heart what was going on. Advertisement. After all, the host has come to a new world. The Shinigami world has not serialized Hokage, and the host has not yet drawn the admission ticket to the Hokage world. Xia Yan's mouth twitched. It's true that he's still a little interested in the world of Hokage, but redrawing the manga he's drawn in the past? That's too disgusting. What a delusion. So, Mo Yan asked again. Can I directly use the manuscript drawn by Pirate World to serialize? I really don't want to draw. Most of them want to go to the Shinigami world, because they feel that only by following Xia Yan can they not fall behind and gain strength. The people who were gathering together to study the energy forms of various worlds showed expressions of surprise at the same time. Heroic spirits, ninjas, and Shinigami haven't spoken to Xia Yan for a long time, and they are all excited and eager to try. He can communicate directly with the subordinates he summons, and these subordinates can also enter the Shinigami world from the Pirate World. It's just that after entering the Shinigami world, they will be like themselves and will not be able to return to the Pirate World for the time being. Great, Master Xia Yan finally contacted me. I'm going to eat 2 bowls of ramen today to celebrate. Ah, I see, thanks for reminding me. Do you have any orders, Master? The system replied. But the host doesn't seem to have the original manuscript of Hokage at hand, and I don't have the authority to bring the manuscript over from the world of pirates. Lord Xia Yan, how is the Shinigami world? Have you seen another me? He needs someone to come to the Shinigami world and bring the original manuscript of the manga Hokage. Xia Yan didn't take the system's words to heart at all, and directly contacted the subordinates of Pirate World from the bottom of her heart. Xia Yan also greeted them one by one and stated her intention to contact them. Xia Yan? Humph. So you still remember, the King's Zhao, as the king? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Pirate World. When he traveled to the Shinigami world, he specifically asked the system. Chapter 40. Tsunade hearing Xia Yan say that he wants to go to Shinigami world alone, the entire conference room immediately boiled. I'm going to protect you, Master. I should go. This immortal is one of the first to follow Lord Xia Yan. The old man in Shinigami is very familiar with him, so he should go. Humph. You can fight each other. This king has no interest in that other world. Absolutely not. My side has developed well recently. The strength of this group of Arankars has improved rapidly. Does Master Xia Yan need my help? With the exception of Tsunere Baku-kun Gilgamesh, each of the subordinates summoned by Xia Yan expressed their desire to go to the Shinigami world, among them Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni and Aizen of One Piece world. Of course, Gilgamesh actually wanted to go, but he is a violent kun, a lonely king, and naturally he will not speak his mind. In the end, Xia Yan handpicked the candidates and they quieted down. Just Saber, Xia Yan said lightly. A big beauty is always more seductive than a group of rough men. Puff, Jiraiya sighed deeply. He still yearns for the world of Shinigami 607. On the other hand, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni asked in a deep voice, Lord Xia Yan, can I go with you? I'm really interested in the Soul Society without me. Not without you. Xia Yan hesitated for a moment and said, do you understand parallel worlds? My Soul Society also has a Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni. Mr. Shan was even more interested, and hurriedly asked, Lord Xia Yan, please take this old man with you. Well, come on then. Xia Yan nodded in agreement. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni has requested twice in a row, and Xia Yan believes that he is not a strict person, so naturally he will not refuse. Advertisement this time, the other people couldn't sit still and shouted to go. In the end, Xia Yan decided on the candidate, Heroic Spirit Saber. Ninja Tsunade. Shinigami Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni. Choose one from each of the three, CBDD, worlds, not favoring one over the other, but also to appease other people. Shout, it's not enough for this king to fight alone. Seeing the three sabers looking forward to the Shinigami world with joyous expressions, Gilgamesh couldn't help but snorted coldly, but his eyes were a little annoyed. Traveling through the world is quite interesting for a king like him. How could he be robbed of the chance by that damn woman from Saber? Tsunade says goodbye to I.M. Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni temporarily handed the position of Captain Shinigami to Kiraku Shunsui. The two and Saber came to the location that Xia Yan had said before and entered the Shinigami world directly. Masrur, is this the Soul Society from the Shinigami manga? What a rich Ryotsu. My mother's strength bottleneck has been loosened. This is a very familiar scene. Is it the second team's quarters? As soon as the three stepped into the Shinigami world, they looked around curiously. Among them, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni, who knew the world of Shinigami very well, recognized it as the second team at a glance. He even recognized that this was at least 1,000 years ago by virtue of the newness and furnishings of the decorations on the walls. Amazing. As expected of Captain Shinigami, Xia Yan praised with a chuckle. Lord Xia Yan is very praised. After all, I'm an old man, and I've only seen it a lot. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni smiled slightly and said modestly. Although he was a little proud in his heart, he didn't dare to get carried away in front of Xia Yan. Lord Xia Yan. Advertisement Tsunade suddenly asked loudly, can I go to practice? I feel like my bottleneck is loosening. Well, let's go. Be careful, just come to the Shinigami world and don't break through too hard. Xia Yan waved her hand slightly. Thank you, Mr. Xia Yan. I will remember your advice. Casting a wink at Xia Yan, Tsunade immediately walked to the corner, held his breath, and started to make a breakthrough. In just a few breaths, the Ryotsu on her body has begun to grow steadily. Nice, good performance. Xia Yan looked directly at Tsunade and praised without hesitation. Tsunade's aptitude is very good, even if it only looks at the basics. It is the captain level of Shinigami, and it is even better after being transformed by Hogyoku. If placed in the Shinigami world, she would be considered a once-in-a-millennium genius, an existence capable of slaughtering several eras. At this time, Saber walked up to Xia Yan, bowed his head and said respectfully, Lord Xia Yan, I brought your comics. Having said that, he presented the original manuscript of Hokage to Xia Yan. Well, thanks. Xia Yan was very satisfied, but he was relieved. Even if he draws comics at a terrifyingly fast speed, he doesn't want to redraw what he has drawn. This is psychological torture. 1. Just when Xia Yan sent the original manuscript of Hokage to the Kamui dimensional space, Tsunade suddenly burst into an amazing Ryotsu. Afterwards, her 100 healings mark was also forcibly rushed away, and instantly a surging terror Ryotsu rushed into the sky from the second division, which startled many Shinigami. This strange Ryotsu. Shinigami World's Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni and Unoka shrank their pupils and immediately set off for the second team. In the second team, Xia Yan gave Tsunade a helpless glance. This stupid woman. I told her to be careful, aren't you afraid of damaging her body? Chapter 41. The invitation of the flower-vast Shinigami such as Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni and Unohana were quick to move. In less than half a minute, they came to the second team's quarters. Captain Xia Yan, these are. Looking at the strangers such as Tsunade who appeared in the second team, Yamamoto Motonyuzai Shigekuni asked hesitantly. The Ryatsu of these three strangers is quite strong in his opinion, at least starting at the captain level. In addition, one of the men wearing a strange mask gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had been with him day and night. But how is this possible? Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni subconsciously showed a self-deprecating smile. How could he know people from Xia Yan's side? He would never have thought that this masked man who gave him a strange familiarity was actually himself in a parallel world. The old man Shan on Xia Yan's side was also shocked. It's really weird to see another self, to be honest. Xia Yan also found this kind of scene very interesting, and even began to look forward to the scene when the two Yamamoto masters really met. But there was nothing different on his face. Facing the question of Yamamoto Uozhihua Chongguo, Xia Yan said lightly. Saber is a heroic spirit. This masked man is a Shinigami like you. As for Tsunade, she is a ninja. You can see the specifics by looking at this. There is no need to hide this information. Xia Yan directly threw Hokage to Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni. This is a comic? And it's not One Punch Man, a new comic? Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni looked at the thick stack of comics in surprise. When did Xia Yan draw this? Unohana also moved closer so that she could see the content of the manga clearly. Unohana read out the title of Hokage, and then gave Tsunade a strange look. She remembered that Xia Yan had just said that Tsunade was a ninja. Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni also realized this. Thinking of the One Punch Man manga and Saitama, they instantly understood what Xia Yan meant. Advertisement: the Tsunade Hachiko is a character in this Hokage manga. But how did Xia Yan summon the comic characters? Will the terrifying cosmic Earth King Boros from One Punch Man appear in the Shinigami world again? Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni sighed deeply in his heart, then turned his eyes to the manga in his hand. Just read the comics first. The speed at which Shinigami reads manga is terrifying. In addition, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni didn't have the heart to watch the plot, so he basically scanned the main plot and characters, which shortened the time. Unohana also has no problem with this, because she found that she does not have the powerful swordsman she longed for in Hokage. But the story is quite interesting. You can take a closer look later. Uozhihua whispered to herself in her heart, not bad, very nice. Shigekuni Yamamoto Uozhihua closed the manga and returned the original to Xia Yan. Sure enough, Tsunade is a manga character, just as he thought. However, the Tsunade in front of him looks much stronger than in the comics, and can even bring him a slight threat. It's terrifying. Sighing inwardly at the terrifying strength of Xia Yan's subordinates, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni said solemnly, you guys should join the second division temporarily. Do you have any other needs? Gone. Xia Yan shook her head. Hey, ask for anything. I will try my best to satisfy you, Captain Xia Yan. Seeing Xia Yan's cooperative attitude, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked cautiously, then, if it's all right, the old man will leave first? Okay. Xia Yan smiled and said, Captain, walk slowly. Good. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni promised with his mouth, but his foot speed was faster, and in the blink of an eye, the whole person was far away from the range of the second team. For flowers, advertisement: this scene fell in the eyes of Xia Yan's old man, and he felt very emotional. He could see that the self in this world was extremely respectful and fearful of Lord Xia Yan. Because he knew about Xia Yan's terrifying strength, Mr. Shan understood that his own reaction in this world was very normal. Because of this, he felt even more fortunate. Fortunately, he was summoned by Lord Xia Yan, so he didn't need to be afraid at all. As long as he maintained enough awe, it was enough. Captain Xia Yan. Looking at Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni's back, Uozhihua suddenly chuckled and said, are you free? Would you like to go around Rukongai with me? Rukongai, what are you doing there? Xia Yan said that she looked at Unohana in disbelief. One of my subordinates, a senior officer with barely visible strength, was injured in Rukongai. I am a little curious about the person who injured him. With intense interest flashing in her eyes, Uozhihua did not dare to hide anything from Xia Yan. Most of what she says is true, but she hides a little bit of her goal. She didn't want to avenge her subordinates, but wanted to see what happened to an ordinary person who could defeat a senior officer. Xia Yan probably recalled the timeline of the plot and knew it in her heart. So that's it, is this the plot? Okay, let's go and see. Xia Yan accepts Unohana's invitation. Then he turned his eyes slightly and said lightly to Saber, Saber, you come with me. Yes. Master. Saber stood tall and respectful. Who is this? Unohana glanced at Saber curiously, her eyes full of exploration of her identity. Saber does not appear in the Hokage comics, and the name Xia Yan used to introduce Saber before is not a ninja, but a heroic spirit. Big. Chapter 42. Zaraki Kenpachi. I am the King of Knights, Arthur Pendragon. Facing Unohana's inquiry, Saber said with a righteous face. I came here as Saber's office to protect Lord Mo Yan. Saber. What do you mean? Uozhihua frowned slightly and asked curiously. She doesn't understand English and has absolutely no idea what it means. It means swordsman. Before waiting for Saber's reply, Xia Yan explained with a chuckle. Saber is a very good swordsman. You two have the opportunity to have a good conversation. Oh, then I'll have to wait and see. Uozhihua's eyes lit up, looking at 607, with Saber's eyes full of anticipation. What she desires most is to fight with powerful swordsmen, and this time she went to Hawkeye to find her own goal. I will definitely accompany you to the end, but I will explain in advance that I will not lose to you. Saber stared at Unohana with a serious expression, and her eyes were eager to try, as she accepted Unohana's challenge. Immediately afterwards, the three set off to the location that Hawkeye said. Along the way, Uozhihua found that many poor people were watching One Punch Man, and couldn't help but sigh. Your comics are too popular. It is estimated that even if you don't rely on your strength, you can have a top status in Soul Society. Honor. Well, thanks for the compliment. Xia Yan chuckled and thanked her, but she sneered in her heart. Without strength, do you still want to rely on comics to gain status and honor? Wishful thinking. Such a huge sum of money, if he does not have enough strength to protect himself, I am afraid that there will be no scum left to die in an instant. They may even be caught as slaves for drawing cartoons, for them to squeeze 10,000 years and become miserable tool people. Advertisement. This is no nonsense. Not to mention that Jinglingding is essentially a killer group. Almost every one of these Shinigami have dirty hands, but they are washed white later. It is said that in the official novel of Shinigami, it is clear that the goods of the Zero Team plan to cut Ichigo into a human being and feed him as a spiritual king. You know, Kurosaki Ichigo in the original book is the hero who saved the Soul Society and turned the tide in the big battle. These Shinigami are simply maddening. Thinking of this, Xia Yan took a deep look at Unohana Retsu. He didn't believe that this murderer didn't know about the darkness of Soul Society, so she was making fun of herself on purpose. Spray, this woman really sucks. Hawkeye is very dirty, especially in remote places. It is like hell. It is common for people to kill the whole family for a sip of water. This is the life of the Soul Society, where the nobles and Shinigami are drunk and the poor cannot even drink water. Even after 1,000 years, this life has only moderated slightly. Kill. Kill this beast. Damn it. What the hell is going on with this brat? Lousy is a 5th rank officer. Ah. Well, it hurts. My arm. Ah. Roars, curses, and shrill screams were heard incessantly. The dark-haired, stern boy didn't say a word. He held a machete in his hand and kept flying in the crowd, each knife splashing a large amount of blood. It was as bloody as a slaughterhouse. The Shinigami who besieged him were a group of nobles who just came to a chaotic place like Hawkeye to have fun. No matter what they did here on weekdays, they would not be punished by Jingling Court. Now, however, the punishment has arrived. A teenage kid who beats their high Shinigami out of nowhere. Advertisement boom. The last surviving chief Shinigami fell to the ground in embarrassment, crawling on the ground and running away, shouting in horror. Don't kill me. It's our fault. We shouldn't slaughter innocents here. You forgive me, get me. I'm a noble. I'll give you money. Click. The black-haired boy didn't listen to him, so he raised his knife and cut off the guy's head. It wasn't until this moment that he finally opened his mouth and said coldly, You are too weak. You can't even carry Lousy's sword. The weak are not qualified to abuse other weak. Cough, it's really tough. In the distance, Xia Yan, who witnessed the whole process, looked at the black-haired boy. Although there are some subtle differences from the image and memory, this is obviously the fighting maniac Zaraki Kenpachi in the original, Shinigami. In the original book, it was this guy who left a scar on Unohana and eventually killed the stupid woman Unohana Retsu. But Unoka didn't know these things that would happen in the future. Seeing that Xia Yan was also interested in Zaraki Kenpachi, she couldn't help but ask, What do you think of this kid? Is it still eye-catching? Not bad. Xia Yan nodded and praised. 3 times the captain's level. In the previous Jingling Court, it is second only to the monster of the mountain 3 yuan and 30 fen lose a heavy country. It's so great. A look of astonishment flashed in Mao Jiwa's eyes, but the fighting intent was even more intense. Strong. Only when the enemy is strong can she fight. However, before she could get up, Xia Yan stopped her. You are no match for this child. Because Unohana teased herself before, Xia Yan deliberately did not let her go to a satisfying fight. Under the eyes of Uozhihua's dark face, Xia Yan smiled proudly. Let Saber clean up this little guy, just watch it carefully. Chapter 43. Why do you want to release water? Being deprived of the chance to fight Zaraki Kenpachi by Xia Yan, Unohana Retsu is in a bad mood. It is very rare to have an enemy that is 3 times the captain level. If you can fight against an enemy who is stronger than yourself, but not too strong, you will definitely improve your strength. But Xia Yan made her smile with just one sentence. If you want to challenge the limit in the future, you can come to me. Xia Yan looked at Uozhihua with malicious intent and said. Real. Uozhihua's eyes were full of surprises, but she didn't notice the ridicule and playfulness in Xia Yan's eyes. Real. Xia Yan nodded with a smirk. Uozhihua's whole body instantly became alive. Her dream is to challenge Xia Yan, and if she can practice with Xia Yan herself anytime, anywhere in the future, it will be a great thing. Thinking like this, Unohana immediately put her grievances behind her not being able to fight 21 Zaraki Kenpachi. But she would never have imagined that Xia Yan's current strength has swelled to a point that she couldn't understand. Saitama's punch can explode the star, and hitting Xia Yan won't cause much damage. Under such a terrifying defense, even if Xia Yan stood still and let Unohana Retsu attack his vital points, he would not be injured in the slightest. Sparring. It's not certain who will entertain who, he won't take pity on Fragrance and Jade. Zaraki Kenpachi piled the killed Shinigami into a hill and then sat on it with an extremely arrogant posture. He did it on purpose, just to arouse the anger of the other Shinigami, and then let those people challenge him again to satisfy his desire to kill. This time, however, he didn't wait for the other Shinigami to arrive. Advertisement: a blonde girl in armor appeared in his sight. Huh? Who are you, woman? Zaraki Kenpachi looked at Saber with a strange expression. Night King, Arthur Pendragon, the swordsman who was ordered by Lord Xia Yan to defeat you. Jung Se reported his name. An invisible sword appeared in Saber's hand, and his eyes were full of strong fighting intent. Huho, swordsman? Not bad. Your aura is much stronger than those rubbish Shinigami just now. Good. You deserve to fight, lousy. Perceiving the power of Saber Ryatsu, Zaraki Kenpachi laughed with joy, and extreme madness raged in his eyes. Soaring Ryatsu erupted from Zaraki Kenpachi. Come and have a good time with lousy. With a loud shout, Zaraki Kenpachi instantly crossed a distance of tens of meters and appeared directly in front of Saber. Death to lousy. Zanpakuto held high in his hand and slashed at Saber's head. The terrifying sword pressure and Ryatsu directly shattered the surrounding earth. So fast. Surprised by Zaraki Kenpachi's movements and speed, Saber's reaction was not slow at all, and he raised his hand directly. In the original work, Zaraki Kenpachi of this period defeated Unohana Retsu, who was called the Great Villain, and even kept pouring water during the battle before he became the captain of the 11th Division in the original manga. So, don't look at Zaraki Kenpachi as still a young brat. In fact, his strength is at its peak now. Stronger than himself, who was the 11th first team in the original book. Ding! A crisp metal collision sounded from between the two of them. The terrifying giant force directly tore the earth, leaving a crack of at least 100 meters. Advertisement: Saber's figure did not move at all, still maintaining the defensive action of raising his hand. And Zaraki Kenpachi's Zanpakuto hovers over Saber's head, unable to fall any further. This is a sword? An invisible sword? Looking at Saber's empty hands, feeling the fierce breath hidden under the hurricane, Zaraki Kenpachi narrowed his eyes slightly, showing an unhappy expression. At this time, 607 Zaraki Kenpachi was split over 100 meters, fell to the ground and rolled for more than 10 laps before barely stopping. However, Sabe suddenly exerted force, and the sword of victory in his hand slashed upwards. Although he is belligerent, he is not a fool and is naturally vigilant. However, the visitor ignored him at all, and looked directly at Saber. Why do you need to release water? Why don't you use all your strength from the beginning? Are you enjoying some kind of battle? Do you remember that I gave you what was the order given? Zaraki Kenpachi shouted, watching the approaching person warily. Just when Zaraki Kenpachi was ready to continue to fight with Saber, two more figures came out. He looked at Saber with excitement, and his dissatisfaction with Saber's hiding his blade instantly dissipated. What a powerful force. You are a good woman. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Who? Very dissatisfied with Saber's behavior of hiding his blade, Zaraki Kenpachi shouted and twisted his wrist to slash again. Hiding the head and showing the tail, it's really a junior. Boom. Call. Zaraki Kenpachi spit out the dust in his mouth. From the blow just now, he has recognized the strength of Sabe. Chapter 44. A slap. From Xia Yan's point of view, it's actually normal to release water at the beginning of a fight. After all, you don't know the details of the enemy. But when your strength is enough to crush the opponent and you still release water, it will be boring. Especially because of the fair and hearty battle, it is even more boring. The meaning of fighting is fighting, nothing else. Defeating the enemy is the most important thing. Sorry, Lord Xia Yan, I was negligent. Under Zaraki Kenpachi's astonished gaze, the woman he thought could fight him was very respectful to the man named Xia Yan. Even if his brain is not very good, he immediately realizes that this woman named Saber is just someone else's subordinate. Instantly, Zaraki Kenpachi was even more excited. Hey, boy. Zaraki Kenpachi carried Zanpakuto on his shoulders, and looked at Xia Yan arrogantly. You are the boss of this woman? Then, do you want to kill this uncle directly? Saber's mouth twitched. This world. Or is the young Zaraki Kenpachi so arrogant? How dare he provoke Lord Xia Yan? Unohana Retsu was also speechless, amazed at Zaraki Kenpachi's courage and a little pity. He probably doesn't know what kind of terrifying existence he is provoking. Thinking of the millions of meters of land that the virtual circle turned into powder and the beautiful broken moon in the sky, Uozhihua couldn't help showing a gentle smile on her face. However, Xia Yan knows that this is actually a smile of schadenfreude, but Unohana Retsu does have a gentle matrilineal face. You want to cheer me up? Signaling Saber to move aside, Xia Yan looked directly at Zaraki Kenpachi and asked lightly. Advertisement, yes. Why, don't you dare? Seeing the expressions of Saber and Unohana, Zaraki Kenpachi realized that something was wrong, but he still daringly issued an invitation to declare war. In his opinion, even if Xia Yan is really stronger than himself, it doesn't matter, challenging the strong is the meaning of his existence. Hey, come on then. Mo Yan shook his head lightly and said lightly, you go first, and if you lose, say I will attack you. Humph. I wouldn't do such a rude thing. He scoffed at Mo Yan's words, but Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes were full of vigilance, and he raised his hand to make an attack. And just when he wanted to attack, Xia Yan shot, snapped. Xia Yan slapped Zaraki Kenpachi on the head. The terrifying impact erupted suddenly, as if a missile exploded, exuding extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Zaraki Kenpachi's entire body was directly fanned to a distance of 10,000 meters, and all the existences within 10,000 meters along the way were instantly turned into powder. Washed by this terrible shock, Zaraki Kenpachi was seriously injured and lost consciousness without even uttering a scream. Far away, the Shinigami patrolling looked in the direction of Rukongai in horror. What happened? With this level of shock, an absolutely terrifying Manos Grande has arrived. Let's go over and take a look. You immediately contact the captain. With every word of yours, the dozen or so Shinigami became extremely nervous because of Xia Yan's casual slap. Advertisement the other side. Xia Yan, who caused all this, didn't know it. Xia Yan shook her head and smiled. I still pity talents, and I am willing to give young people a chance. That's good, at such a young age with at least 3 times the captain's level Ryotsu, that kid is a genius. Thinking of retaining talents for Soul Society, in her opinion, Xia Yan has completely become a part of Soul Society. The talents who join him are talents. Hearing Xia Yan's speech, the king's Zhao, Mao Zhihua couldn't help but admire Xia Yan with admiration. If you don't join Xia Yan, you won't do anything. See, no. Let him shoot first, and then slap the fight to solve the battle, cleanly and without wasting energy. You still have a lot to learn, Saber. A Zaraki Kenpachi is nothing more than a Zaraki Kenpachi. It is naturally best to be his subordinate, and there is no loss if he is killed. No, obviously her strength has become much stronger, and her fighting style should be more resolute. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, Uozhihua came over and looked at Xia Yan curiously. Did you kill that child? Saber agreed with a serious expression, and began to reflect in his heart whether his recent fighting style was too conservative. But if he didn't join his subordinates and kept picking things up, then no wonder he was cruel. Pointing to the empty space ahead, Xia Yan patted Saber on the shoulder. After finishing the work, I will go back and prepare to publish the comics. After all, he is not a murderer. However, this woman will not know that Xia Yan's so-called pity for talents means that the other party may join his subordinates. Yes. Lord Xia Yan, Chapter 45. What if I leave forever and never come back? On the way back to the second division by Xia Yan and the others, a group of people suddenly charged in the distance. Uozhihua's pupils shrank. Captain Tianxilong of Kirin Temple? Kirin Temple Tenshiro? Xia Yan recalled for a while, and didn't remember who this person was. It should be an inconspicuous little supporting role in Shinigami. I looked it up in the systems, Shinigami, manga, and then I remembered this guy's identity. One of the future members of Team Zero, who in the books taught Unohana Retsu the superb Kaido. It is because of his departure that Unohana Retsu can become the captain of the 4th division. Well, it's Uncle Ben. Kirin Temple Tenshiro nodded to Unoha, and then asked in a deep voice, Unoha Hachiman Ryu, what happened in front of me? The chief officer under my command said that Manos Grande is coming. Manos Grande? No, you must have misunderstood. Uozhihua gave Xia Yan a strange look on her face. Huh? What do you mean? Kirin Temple Tenshiro asked strangely. It's not Manos Grande, but Captain Xia Yan when he was challenged by a civilian and taught him a lesson. After hesitating for a while, Uozhihua avoided the important and said what Xia Yan had done, but did not say that Xia Yan killed a civilian with 3 times the strength of the captain. Even if Xia Yan said these things, nothing would happen, but Unoha was subconsciously biased towards Xia Yan. This is a habit she has developed in recent times. That's it, I understand. Kirin Temple Tianxilong nodded suspiciously, then turned to Xia Yan, and bowed his head respectfully. I'm sorry to bother you, Captain Xia Yan. I'll treat you to a drink later when I have a chance. Advertisement, okay. Xia Yan smiled Kaido. It is estimated that we will not see each other for a long time in the future. Before leaving, we should have a good gathering. Kirin Temple Tianxilong's pupils shrank suddenly. He wasn't sure what Xia Yan meant, but how he heard it and how he felt Xia Yan already knew that he was about to be promoted to Team Zero. But isn't that something that only the captain of Team Zero knows? How did Xia Yan know? Until he was separated from Xia Yan for a long time, Tianxilong of Kirin Temple didn't think about it. Captain, what's wrong with you? The subordinate officer shouted loudly, feeling that something was wrong with his own captain today. Ah, no, I'm fine. Let's go ahead and take a look. Kirin Temple Tianxilong woke up like a dream, pretending that nothing happened, but his eyes were full of horror. He barely figured out why Xia Yan knew this secret. That guy can monitor the entire jingling court without leaving home. Just horrible. When Tianxi of Kirin Temple came to the abnormal place mentioned by Lang Qian's subordinates, he was even more shocked by the scene in front of him. Everything within the range of tens of thousands of meters, including the ground, was completely gone. This is what Captain Xia Yan did. Recalling the words of Unohana Yachiryu just now, Kirin Temple Tianxi. CBDD, only felt cold all over his body. Is this the result of hitting a civilian? A civilian needs to use such a large destructive move? This is already stronger than the solution of most captains. Captain, I sense the breath of a living person 10,000 meters ahead. Advertisement suddenly, a high-ranking official reported loudly, but the breath is a little weak, it is best to treat it as soon as possible, otherwise there will be no doubt of death. Well, lousy got it. Suppressing the shock and fear of Xia Yan, Kirin Temple Tenshiro walked towards Zaraki Kenpachi. Instead, he wanted to see what kind of terrifying existence this civilian, who had survived the blow of Xia Yan's 10,000-meter range, had not died on the spot. Are you leaving Soul Society? On the way back, Unohana looked at Xia Yan in surprise. She heard what Xia Yan said just now, and she didn't know about the fact that Tian Shilong of Kirin Temple would be promoted to Team Zero, and she thought that Xia Yan was talking about herself. Mo Yan chuckled lightly without explaining. He is not someone from Uozhihua, does every sentence need to be explained to her? But Uozhihua was a little anxious. Seeing that Xia Yan didn't say a word, she immediately asked, "You're not really leaving, are you? I still want to challenge you, and you promised to accompany me to practice? What if I'm really leaving Soul Society?" Xia Yan suddenly interrupted Uozhihua's words and turned her head to look directly into her eyes. Uozhihua fell into hesitation, and she fell into a dilemma for a while. Xia Yan chuckled lightly, her voice soft like a devil full of confusion. If I leave Soul Society forever and never come back, and you will never see me again, what will you choose? Ignore it, or follow I'm going with you? Never see you. The great villain of Soul Society, Unohana Yachiryu murmured these words repeatedly, looking at Xia Yan with even more tangled eyes. Is Xia Yan making her choose completely? Chapter 46. You are a comic character. Does Unohana like Xia Yan? Of course not. All she likes is swords and fighting. But she wanted to be by Xia Yan's side, because Xia Yan was the strongest person she knew. Only by always being by Xia Yan's side can she always have a peak that she can climb, and she will not suddenly lose the target she can look up to one day. So, after hesitating for a while, Uozhihua's eyes gradually became firm, and she looked straight into Xia Yan's eyes. If you want to leave Soul Society forever, then please take me with you. Huh? Really? Xia Yan looked at her playfully, and joked. Have you thought about it? If you really leave, you will never come back. Are you really going to let Soul Society go? There's nothing to let go. Soul Society will be fine without me, and I don't have any relatives, not even many friends. Uozhihua's tone was very calm, the whole person seemed to be more relaxed, and her eyes were shining when she looked at Xia Yan. Obviously, between Soul Society and Xia Yan, she has completely made a choice. Who is more important between Soul Society and Xia Yan? Of course Xia Yan. She is a captain. Soul Society will not change much without her, so how can Soul Society have Xia Yan important? Not bad. Xia Yan was in a very happy mood after receiving this reply from Unohana. But it's no fun to misunderstand again, such a serious topic will make people sad. Cough. Xia Yan coughed dryly and changed the subject. Actually, you misunderstood, Uozhihua. Huh? What do you mean? Unohana looked at Xia Yan in astonishment. Advertisement is such that Xia Yan told Unohana about Kirin Temple Tenshiro's upcoming promotion to Team Zero. That's it. Hearing Xia Yan's explanation, Unohana couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She thought that Xia Yan was really going to leave Soul Society. But, Squad Zero, shouldn't this kind of information be absolutely confidential, and how did Xia Yan know about it? Unohana also had the same doubts as Kirin Temple Tenshiro. Moreover, there is no need to guess by himself like Tenshiro of Kirin Temple. Uozhihua directly asked this doubt. Because of a comic. Xia Yan said frankly. There is no need to hide the flower of Uno at all. With other characters in the Shinigami comics appearing in this Soul Society in the future, anyone with a little brain can guess that there is a comic called Shinigami in this world. Sure enough, Uozhihua instantly understood what Xia Yan meant and couldn't help but be shocked. She never thought that the world she was in was actually a manga world like Saitama. So, she's actually a manga character. Unohana was inexplicably curious about this manga, so she continued to ask, what kind of character am I in the manga? What about the others? Who is the protagonist? Well, it's nothing to tell you. It was a bit boring on the way back to the second division. Xia Yan took a deep look at Unohana and gave a brief overview of her fate in the comics. Because he was too lazy to talk about it, he only picked a few key points. For example, Unohana was pierced through the chest by Zaraki Kenpachi. For example, Unohana succeeded as the captain of the 4th division. Another example is the change of the name of the flower to Unohana Retsu, and since then, he has almost never shown his identity as a villain. In the end, Unohana Retsu was killed by Zaraki Kenpachi. Advertisement. For flowers. It's true, after listening to Xia Yan's brief description, Uozhihua couldn't help but sigh. She can tell the difference between the real and the fake. Xia Yan said these things, even if she didn't have the slightest memory, she knew that they were all true. Because that's what her character would do, however, she still can't accept that her life is actually a set comic character. What a joke. She is she, not a puppet manipulated by others. I will never do things according to the plot. Looking directly into Xia Yan's eyes, Unohana said seriously. I am me, Unohana Yachiryu, who wants to challenge Xia Yan, and will never change her name to Unohana Retsu, nor will she be the 4th Division. Captain, you won't be killed by that kid named Zaraki Kenpachi. Oh, isn't Unohana Yachiru Unohana Retsu? A playful smile appeared on Xia Yan's face, and she looked at Uozhihua with more admiration and recognition. Not everyone is hearing that they are comic book characters. Then, he took out a beautiful gem from his body. This is. Uozhihua's pupils shrank, and she sensed extremely terrifying energy fluctuations from this gem. If I had to say it, it was as if a frog saw the boundless Wangyang Sea. This is Hogyoku, which has a very magical power that allows your body to evolve, but with certain side effects, such as Menos Grande in human form. When Hogyoku was placed in front of Unoka, Xia Yan's voice was full of temptation like a demon, making Unoka's mind tremble. Can become stronger? Chapter 47. I'm not the captain of the 4th Division. Chasing strength and stronger, Unohana made a choice. So a few days later, Tenshiro of Kirin Temple, who went to see Unohana in the 11th Division, was shocked. What's up with your strength? Kirin Temple Tenshiro looked at Unoka in amazement. It's only been a few short days since he didn't see him, and he felt that Uozhihua had become at least 10 times stronger. But this is too unreasonable. Before Uozhihua was at the captain level, and what was the concept that was more than 10 times stronger than the captain level? Is she stronger than Yamamoto Genryuzai, the captain of the country now? Facing the horror of Tien Shilong of Kilin Temple, Uozhihua smiled lightly. There are some opportunities. I didn't expect that the strength of 607 would improve so much. As everyone knows, the more indifferent she looks, the more mysterious she is in the eyes of Tien Shilong of Kilin Temple. It's terrible. In the bottom of my heart, Tien Shilong of Kilin Temple's face turned straight. Uozhihua, I'm going to be promoted to Team 0. Well, I see. Uozhihua nodded, her expression extremely calm. Really? Kilin Temple Tien Shilong's pupils shrank. From Uno's reaction, he knew that the other party had already known his secret in advance. Who told her? Xia Yan. Until this moment, Kirin Temple Tien Shilong really completely confirmed his previous guess. Xia Yan is indeed monitoring the entire Jingling court all the time. Advertisement, it's terrifying. Thinking of this, Kilin Temple Tien Shilong couldn't help shuddering. He suddenly thought, could Xia Yan be watching here? He looked around subconsciously, and there was no abnormal feeling, but Tianshiro of Kirin Temple always felt that there were 2 eyes staring at him. Don't look at it, Xia Yan didn't monitor my side. Knowing what Tien Shilong of Kirin Temple was thinking about, Uozhihua said with some amusing, and I also know your purpose. What? You know? Kirin Temple Tenshiro looked at Tsunade in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. I haven't told anyone about my purpose, not even the commander-in-chief of Team 0. Uozhihua said solemnly. I will not learn Kaido, nor will I be the captain of the squad. What? Kilin Temple Tien Shilong was dumbfounded. He never thought that Mao Jihua actually knew his purpose. He didn't even expect that before he even opened his mouth, Uozhihua rejected him directly. Don't, Captain Uozhihua, do you think about it again? Kirin Temple Tenshiro looked at Uozhihua with a wry face. There are not many geniuses who can learn Kaido in Soul Society now, but those who are qualified to be captains are even rarer. Captain Uozhihua is definitely the only suitable candidate, I reject. Directly interrupting Kirin Temple Tenshiro's words, Uozhihua's expression was extremely serious. After knowing her identity and destiny as a comic character from Xia Yan, she wanted to change her life as a puppet, so how could she possibly accept Kirin Temple Tenshiro's request? After that, Kilin Temple Tien Shilong pleaded for a long time, and in the end he even stayed with the 11th Division and did not leave. He was really anxious. The 4th Division is not like other divisions. If there is no captain of Grandmaster Kaido, how can the other dozen divisions be treated? Advertisement finally, Unohana was annoyed. Don't go, everyone said I won't go, hurry up and get out. Because it's not like the puppet slave said in the comics, Uozhihua rarely swears and even splits the Kirin Temple Tenshiro out of the 11th team with one sword. Boom. On the ground outside the 11th Division, there was a 1,000-kilometer-long sword mark, which was apparently split out by the aftermath of Uozhihua's slash. Cough, this is troublesome. Falling down outside the gate of the 11th Division, Kilin Temple Tenshiro smiled wryly. I don't know why, Mingming Maojihua has shown interest and talent in Kaido before, but today the other party is disgusted with it like a snake Sasori. Are women so fickle, helpless? Kilin Temple Tien Shilong had no choice but to go directly to the commander-in-chief, and told him all his worries and thoughts. Well, what you said makes sense, the old man understands. After listening to the story of Tenshiro at Kirin Temple, Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni agreed with his theory very much. Soul Society really needs a new captain of the 4th Division, and they seem to be unimportant in charge of medical care, but they are actually the top priority. And Unohana is indeed the most suitable candidate. I don't understand why Unohana would be so firm in rejecting Kirinji Tenshiro. Yamamoto Genryu 3.3 Sayaguni simply went to the 11th team to find Unohana to talk to her in person. As a result, what surprised him was that Unohana's answer to him was exactly the same as that to Kirin Temple Tenshiro. She refused. Why? Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni stared at Uojhika in confusion. How on earth are you going to agree to this? Want me to promise to be the captain of the 4th Division? It's not difficult. Feeling a little upset by Kirin Temple Tenshiro and Yamamoto Uenujai Chongguo, Uozhihua simply said directly. You two will fight with me together, and if you promise me, I will be willing to be the captain of the 4th Division. Chapter 48. The power of the flower. Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni was P***D off by Unohana's challenge. Letting you be the captain of the 4th Division doesn't make you do bad things, so why do you have to beat you with this old man? Okay. Come on then. Anger and dissatisfaction surged. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni agreed to the invitation of Uozhihua. That's really nice. Unohana's eyes flashed with intense fighting intent and surprise. She did not expect that Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni would actually agree to her. Coincidentally, after getting this power from Mo Yan, she never used it once. The strongest captain of Soul Society, Shinigami Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni, is simply the best test subject. The captain of the 11th Division, Unohana Yachiryu, will challenge both the captain and the captain of the 4th Division at the same time. Not long after the news came out, the entire jingling court was boiling. This is big news. Not counting the previous battles where few people were qualified to watch, this is arguably the most eye-catching battle of the Soul Society in hundreds of years. Most importantly, allow onlookers. As a result, all the Shinigami nobles, the captains of the squads, and even the old stubborn gangsters from Central 46 all came to the scene. 3 days later, in an empty battle arena, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shogun, Kirin Temple Tenshiro and Unohana stand opposite each other. Crowded around. The Shinigami captains sat in the front, Xia Yan sat in the middle, next to Saitama, Whitebeard, and Robin, who had recently become the vice-captain of the 14th Division, in a posture of stardom. This was chosen by Yamamoto's reverence for Xia Yan, and the other Shinigami captains themselves. After all, the strength shown by Xia Yan and his subordinates is too amazing. Clicking on the broken moon is enough to make the whole Soul Society regard him as an uncle. Captain Xia Yan. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni looked sideways at Xia Yan. Do you have any other advice? Advertisement. Everyone knows Xia Yan's status in Soul Society, and Unoka has a good relationship with him, so it's better to ask before the war. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni even suspected that it was because of Xia Yan that Uozhihua resisted becoming the captain of the 4th Division. It's just, what did Xia Yan say to Unohana? At this moment, Xia Yan spoke up. I don't have any problems. Leaning on the comfortable soft chair, Xia Yan's eyes were full of playfulness. But I don't think this is a wise fight. Humph. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni snorted coldly and stopped looking at Xia Yan's damn-it face. Of course he knew that fighting Unohana was not a wise move. Even the Kirin Temple Tenshiro could see that Uozhihua's strength had skyrocketed more than 10 times, and of course he could see that as a 1,000-year-old Shinigami. But so what? After becoming stronger by 10 times, Uozhihua just wanted to be his opponent. The big joke of slipping the world. You go first, Captain Unohana. With crutches on the ground, Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni showed his arrogance and self-confidence as the captain. But Uozhihua shook her head gently. No, it's better for you to do it first. Call, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni scoffed. He is a highly respected Shinigami captain. How can he still attack his subordinates first? So, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni looked sideways at Kirin Temple Tenshiro. You first? Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni asked with a light smile. Good. Kirin Temple Tenshiro did not refuse, pulled out Zanpakuto and rushed straight to Uozhihua. After being promoted to Team 0, he may never have a chance to fight again, so of course he has to have a good fight this time. Advertisement. What? Shunpo used it, and the figure of Tenshiro in Kirin Temple instantly appeared behind Unohana. This is his newly developed move, Reverse Shunpo. In general, Shunpo moves from the front and splits from the front. And he can use this trick to appear directly behind the enemy and hack from the back. In a Shinigami world without observation Hawkeye, the success rate of this trick is undoubtedly quite good. However, the flower of the Uzumaki is no longer the flower of the original. He turned around abruptly and patted his slender wrist lightly. Surprised again by Unohana's action, Kirin Temple Tenshiro subconsciously raised Zanpakuto to block Unohana's attack. Even Shikai is useless, but the weapon that can oppress the enemy and slash the enemy with the back of the sword, how terrifying the power of this woman is. Kirin Temple Tianshilong was shocked, only to feel that there was a huge force attacking from Zanpakuto, and his arm was forcibly pressed down uncontrollably. Monster. This kind of hardness, looking at the entire Soul Society in 607, can only be seen in those Manos Grande, but now it appears in Unohana, which really shocked him. Zanpakuto from Tenshiro of Kirin Temple slapped Unohana's finger hard, making a crisp metal collision sound, but he couldn't even cut off her finger. Laugh. Ding. This is. With another crisp sound, a heavy force erupted from Zanpakuto. Ding. What is the relationship between Unohana and Shu? Why does it have the ability of Shu? Seeing this scene, the Shinigami captains headed by the Shihuan clan all shrank their pupils and couldn't help exclaiming. The back of Zanpakuto's sword was pressed by Uozhihua and embedded in his shoulder, and it will take time to spurt blood. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Kirin Temple Tianshilong's pupils shrank. Kirin Temple Tianshi was about to think about it, but Mao Jihua suddenly raised his arm and slashed at his body with his palm turned into a knife. Hand. It's not Zanpakuto. Chapter 49. Spike. Admit defeat. Kirin Temple Tenshiro never imagined that a dignified captain of his own, Shinigami, would be easily injured by someone at his level. Feeling the severe pain on his shoulders, his face changed drastically. Knowing that he underestimated the enemy, he immediately resolved to solve it. That's right. Go beyond Shikai and solve it directly. The power of Uozhihua's knife just now can be said to have shattered all his pride as a new member of Team Zero, and slapped him fiercely in the face. At least 5 times the terror Ryotsu erupted from the body of Tenshiro in Kirin Temple, shaking the surrounding earthquake continuously. And this is just the beginning. As the solution is fully unfolded, the power of Kirin Temple Tenshiro can at least reach a terrifying level of more than 10 times. Understood. The battle is finally about to officially begin. Feeling the sense of terror and oppression that hit Kirinji Tenshiro, the surrounding Shinigami were all excited. As we all know, the solution is Shinigami's strongest means. A battle can only be regarded as a real battle when both sides use the solution. So, is Captain Unohana also going to solve it? Under everyone's attention, the Flower of Mao moved. There is no Bankai, but continued to attack Kirin Temple Tenshiro like a ghost. What? Surprised by Unohana's movements and speed, Kirinji Tenshiro immediately launched Shunpo to retreat. But his escape speed is far less than Unohana's dash speed. Xia Yan once said that the battle must not let the enemy transform, let the enemy be ready to fight again. It is not a fair fight, but let the water. Is the battle of releasing water still interesting? Advertisement Unohana felt very new and agreed with Xia Yan's point of view. So, the finger strikes like lightning. Chi-chi. Several fierce cold lights flashed on Tianqilong of Qilin Temple, and not many people in the audience could clearly see what she had done. This. For a long time, Kirin Temple Tenshiro, who was madly retreating dozens of meters, froze, and Shay was forced to interrupt, and the domineering Ryotsu just now completely dissipated. What happened? The surrounding Shinigami looked confused. And just when they were puzzled, Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni suddenly said with emotion, "It's really amazing, Bachinryu." What? The chief captain suddenly praised what Captain Unohana did. Not. Under the astonished gaze of the Shinigami, the astonishing Ryotsu just broke out, as if to show a big battle. The body of Kirin Temple Tenshiro suddenly began to rush blood frantically, and several deep visible bone-cutting marks appeared on his body. So strong, so fast. Ignoring his body that was still spewing blood, the Kylin Temple Tianchi stared straight at Uozhihua. Is this the power you got from Xia Yan? Unoka nodded slightly. HMPH, Laozi's loss is not wrong at all. Hearing that the power of Uozhihua was really given by Xia Yan, Tianqilong of Kirin Temple was instantly relieved. Xia Yan smashed the moon with one punch, and the aftermath of the battle destroyed the Hueco Mundo monster of at least 1 million meters, and lost to the flower that he cultivated. It is simply a normal thing. But, as expected, I'm still not reconciled. He hasn't even used it yet. Advertisement boom. Qilin Temple Tianqilong fell headfirst to the ground, and a pool of blood gathered in the blink of an eye, showing how serious his injuries were. Captain Kirin Temple Tenshiro lost. Hey, just kidding. Captain Unohana and Captain Kirinji Tenshiro are both Captain Shinigami. How could there be such a big gap? It is clear that the captain of Qilin Temple has already solved it, but the captain of Uozhihua is even useless to Zanpakuto, so he solved him easily? Seeing that Unohana actually killed Kirin Temple Tenshiro with just her fingers, most of the Shinigami present were shocked beyond measure. And at this moment, they finally understood the reason why Uozhihua dared to challenge the two captains at the same time. Her strength is truly terrifying. It's incredible. Even the old man can't understand the progress of her strength. Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni was still standing in the same place, with a complicated expression, and his eyes were full of amazement when he looked at Uozhihua. Wang's Zhao, he knew it was Xia Yan's handwriting. Because of this, I feel more fear and confusion. What is your hard work for thousands of years? What is the suffering of countless Shinigami? Xia Yan easily turned Unoka into the strongest being in Soul Society. In the eyes of other Shinigami, Unohana's defeat of Kirin Temple Tenshiro only represents her own strength. For Yamamoto Uenujai Chongguo, what Uozhihua defeated was his pride and bitterness for thousands of years. It is a blow comparable to hell. The old man admits defeat. Under everyone's attention, Yamamoto Uenujai made a lonely choice. Chapter 50. Candidates for the captain of the 4th Division. Following Yamamoto's words, the originally noisy surroundings became silent. It wasn't until dozens of seconds later that Shinigami woke up one after another. Did I hallucinate just now? What did the commander-in-chief say? Admit defeat, impossible. I must have heard it wrong. How is this possible? That captain would actually admit defeat. Looking at Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni with a gloomy face, Shinigami's faces were filled with confusion. They couldn't accept that the most powerful man in the entire Soul Society surrendered without a fight. What does it mean? Until Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni left alone, the group of Shinigami couldn't come back to their senses. What happened? In the crowd, Jashiro Yugataki asked strangely. I don't know, but something must have happened that we don't understand. Kyoraku Shunsui shook his head with a complicated look. 620 He had never seen the high-spirited old man Shan so lonely, he could just describe it as being lost. But he had no intention of going up to comfort the other party. Kyoraku Shunsui is very self-aware, and even Mr. Shan can't solve all the problems. Apart from Bai Zheng's troubles, I'm afraid he can't help even a little bit. Ito. Taking a deep look at Xia Yan who was not far away and Unohana who was also shocked, Kyoraku Shunsui couldn't help but jump his eyes. The dejected attitude of the old man Sean definitely had something to do with these two people. Just when Kyoraku Shunsui wanted to take a closer look, Xia Yan suddenly turned to look at him and gave him a rather gentle smile. Advertisement Kyoraku Shunsui, like being struck by lightning, lowered his head quickly, not daring to look at Xia Yan. It's terrible. CBDD, Captain Xia Yan's eyes. Muttering in a low voice, Kyoraku Shunsui couldn't help but see the scene he just saw in his mind. Those eyes that seem to contain the entire world, is it really something that people can control? The captain's battle that caused a sensation in the entire jingling court came to an end with an extremely strange ending. Shinigami people have different opinions, and they all have different opinions on this. Some people say that although the strength of Captain Uozhihua is very strong, it is still a lot worse than the captain. Some people also said that the strength of Uozhihua has surpassed the captain, and the captain voluntarily admitted defeat in order to give himself a step down. The two factions were the loudest, and they even fought because of this, and neither could convince the other. A month later, the heat of the captain's battle finally subsided. After Qilin Temple Tianqilong healed his wounds, he was secretly promoted to Team Zero, and only a few captains knew about it. Then, Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni was worried. The 4th Division has no captain, what should I do? Without a captain in charge, the entire squad has no motivation, and the work in charge of Shinigami's injuries has also slackened a lot, which is not a good thing. After hesitating, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni went to the 2nd team. Captain Xia Yan. Captain Yamamoto sat opposite Xia Yan, but unconsciously looked at the masked man standing behind Xia Yan. I always thought this guy was very familiar, are you looking for me? Xia Yan smiled mildly and asked Captain Yamamoto. Advertisement, well, it's very important. Retracting his gaze from the mysterious masked man, Captain Yamamoto looked at Xia Yan again and informed the other party about the 4th Division. Is the 4th Division medical? The 4th Division lacks a captain, are you interested in medical treatment? The original candidate for the 4th Division captain, Unohana Yachiryu, was cultivated by you and is unwilling to do it. As captain of Shinigami, you have to help me find one, right? Lord Xia Yan, Master Chief Captain. This is not a coercion or request, but Xia Yan's duty as Shinigami's captain. Xia Yan nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni. Senju Tsunade, how about making her the captain of the 4th Division? Xia Yan was lost in thought. Of course this old man believes in your vision, Captain Xia Yan. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Well, it's fine if you agree, medical. Yes, the meaning of Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni is very clear. Hearing the word, medical, Tsunade immediately became interested. After briefly talking about the situation of the 4th Division, Xia Yan asked directly. She is the best medical ninja in the ninja world, and of course she is looking forward to the medical methods in the Shinigami world. A few minutes later, Tsunade walked into the room and looked at the two of them strangely. After some hesitation in the words, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni suddenly changed his words. But after all, it is such an important position as a captain, can you ask this Senju Tsunade to show me her talent in Kaido first? Xia Yan is not an unreasonable person. Besides, the position of the captain of the 4th Division is only, whoever does it has no influence on him. So, Xia Yan called Tsunade. Chapter 51. Hokage is released again, the fear of the 46th room. Tsunade demonstrates his medical ninjutsu to Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni. Although not the same as Kaido, it does heal injuries, and it works very well. Good. Shigekuni Yamamoto was very satisfied with Tsunade's ability. With the strength of captain level and above, and powerful medical means, it should not be difficult for the 4th master team. So things settled down. Although it is a bit sloppy, but after all, Xia Yan did it. Yamamoto Uozhihua Jongguo still trusts the strength of Xia Yan's subordinates very much. A few days later, the news of Senju Tsunade being the new captain of Division 4 spread throughout Soul Society. Hearing the news, most Shinigami were stunned. Who is Senju Tsunade? Captain of the 4th Division? Isn't that the captain of Kirin Temple Tenshiro? I know her, she is Captain Xia Yan's subordinate. Captain Xia Yan. This, counting Captain Whitebeard, the faction of Captain Xia Yan already has 3 captains. To find out who Senju Tsunade is, many Shinigami secretly slapped their tongues, and Xia Yan's faction has almost become the strongest faction in Soul Society. Any world has factions, and the Shinigami world is no exception. Take the captain of a dozen squads as an example. The Shihuan clan of the previous 2nd Division and the Kuchiki clan of the 6th Division were nobles. In the future, when Jashiro, Kyoraku Shunsui and others become captains, they will become the captain. In addition, there are civilians, as well as solo travelers who don't like standing in line. However, because the Soul Society has always been suppressed by the strongest Shinigami, the captain, compared to Marine in the pirate world, the factional disputes between Shinigami are not obvious. Advertisement after all, there is Yamamoto Uozhihua Chongguo. No matter how hard you fight, it is impossible to take away the real sovereignty. But, Xia Yan unexpectedly appeared. Xia Yan is stronger than Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni. His power is also expanding little by little. Over time, wouldn't the entire Soul Society change hands? Shinigami had similar concerns, but instead of waiting for Xia Yan's seizure of power, They waited for the release of the first volume of Hokage. Comics? Captain Xia Yan actually likes drawing cartoons so much? I don't think I like comics, just look at Captain Saitama. It's actually a new comic, I still want to see the story after the punch. Seeing that Xia Yan released a new manga instead of continuing to draw One Punch, many Shinigami were relieved, and many One Punch fans were very dissatisfied. There are also many smarter people who realize why Xia Yan wants to draw Hokage. He wants to summon a new character just like he summoned Saitama. Realizing this, the leaders of Central 46 couldn't sit still. They are not stupid, they naturally know that if there are too many characters to summon, Soul Society will mess things up. So they immediately summoned Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni. You are the captain, you don't care about him? The aristocrats of Central 46 looked down at Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni from aloft, and the voice was cold. The old man can't handle it. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni straightened his back, and Kaido was neither humble nor arrogant. What? No way. Boldly, you are the captain of Shinigami. We gave you power to let you command everything in the 14th division. You actually told us that you can't control it? Advertisement for flowers, if you can't control it, you can get out as soon as possible. What else are you doing, Captain Shinigami? Hearing Yamamoto Uozhihua Shogun's reply, the nobles of Central 46 were immediately annoyed, and some even sneered at it directly. Hearing these sarcastic voices, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni didn't see the slightest anger on his face. Damn. Seeing his attitude, the members of Central 46 were even more annoyed and continued to intensify their efforts. After scolding for more than 10 minutes, he slowly stopped. It was only then that Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni finally spoke slowly. Finished. Looking straight at the members of Central 46, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni sneered. If you want to deal with Xia Yan, do you want to take a look at the broken moon in the sky first? Or have you already forgotten about it? Dozens of people in Central 46 were dumbfounded by Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni, and all were dumbfounded. Only then did they remember that Xia Yan was a terrifying being who could pull the moon with his bare hands, and his subordinates could even smash the moon into pieces. Dealing with such a person is simply courting death. Then what should we do? Shall we let him publish comics normally? An old man from Central 46 couldn't help asking, feeling extremely aggrieved. They are the masters of the Soul Society, how can they be unable to cure even one person? Well, of course, let him publish comics normally, otherwise what else can we do? Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni sneered. You don't need to think so much, if Xia Yan was interested in power, he would have killed you all long ago. Chapter 52. Sweepstakes, target, stellar. Presumptuous. Bold. The old man and others are Central 46, the real power of the Soul Society, how could they be killed casually? Hearing Yamamoto's rude remarks, the members of Central 46 became even more angry and cursed again. But at the same time, they also breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed. As Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni said, if a monster like Xia Yan wants to do something, it doesn't need to be that troublesome at all. For those monsters who can smash the moon and split the jingling cord with a sword, it is meaningless to be vigilant. It is enough for them to pray that Xia Yan, Saitama, 620, and others will not have any interest in the rights of the Soul Society. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni left. This discussion yielded no results. If I insist, don't take the initiative to offend Xia Yan and his subordinates, and leave the rest to the destiny, which is the final conclusion after this temporary discussion. It's too sad, isn't it? Looking at the back of Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni, a member of Central 46 couldn't help but say. Yeah, so sad. The rest of the 46 room members nodded in agreement, and everyone's eyes were full of anger and helplessness. They were born aloof and had no dignity to bow their heads to an individual. This is hitting them in the face. However, there are few idiots who can become a member of Central 46 at the very beginning of Jingling Court. Even though they felt very dissatisfied and annoyed in their hearts, they were not almost entangled, and no one bothered Xia Yan. Because that's courting death, a stupid thing only a fool would do. Advertisement perhaps because One Punch Man made the name Xia Yan famous. The first volume of Hokage was released much better than everyone expected. All 150,000 copies worldwide were sold out in one day. This was extremely terrifying in Mo Yan's previous life. For example, the average volume of Dragon Ball in the real world is only a few million, and the average volume of the most popular comics can't even reach tens of millions. However, in the other world of this era, it is very easy to sell a comic book for hundreds of millions. If people like Oda and Toriyama were allowed to travel back to this era, the cartoons they drew would probably become world-famous novels, right? Xia Yan had a mocking smile on her face, and a system prompt sounded in her ears at the same time. Because of the horror popularity of Hokage in the Shinigami world, the first two phase goals were completed in one go. He is only short of completing the third stage goal, and he can draw new comics again. However, Xia Yan is not in a hurry. If life only becomes stronger, it would be too boring. In the same way, if your life is all about comics, sooner or later you will get bored. He needs to adjust his mentality and think about which direction he will develop in the future. Before fighting with Saitama, Saitama has made a clear evaluation of his strength. Starburst. This star refers to a planet the size of Earth. Going a step further, it should be stellar. However, even with the word Star, destroying a star and a planet like the Earth is not at the same level, but a geometric difference. As for Xia Yan's more familiar comic works, take Dragon Ball as an example. Cyborg 18 is stellar. Majin Buu is a galaxy class. Then there is the single universe level, which is the god of destruction in Dragon Ball. Advertisement finally, beyond the level of a single universe, it is also the limit that Xia Yan can understand today, the full king of Dragon Ball. Each level is an absolute suppression to the previous level, and it can even be described as Sekil when fighting. And Xia Yan's next goal is stellar. It is worth mentioning that the peak combat power of the Hokage world is actually planet level. For example, Saitama, who is also a planet level, cannot cause any damage to him even if he summons magma that fills 10 planets. And 6 paths Madara, 6 paths Obito, is the surface level that is one level worse than the planet level. That is, the level that can destroy the surface of the Earth. The ability is useless, the upper limit of the magma is framed, and thousands of degrees are the limit. But, is it useful? Therefore, regardless of the power of the world of Hokage, it is difficult for Xia Yan to improve. Open black lens bracket this should be one of the highest level items in the world of Hokage, right? I didn't expect such a good luck this time. Because there was a popular character lottery as early as in the pirate world, this lottery only has 2 stages of goal rewards. Such as Otsutsuki Kagaya, a proper planetary level. Although with his current energy background of 3.3, it is not difficult to summon magma that fills a planet. Level, the difference. Magma is quite good for clearing minions. Laughing softly, Xia Yan continued to draw, because it doesn't break the defense. Xia Yan's eyes lit up. The first reward is lava style. If you get the rewards at the 6 paths level, there are actually some benefits. Chapter 53. Hokage's strongest eyes, the birth of Yoruichi et al. Looking at the blood-red weird eyes in front of her, Xia Yan was quite satisfied. Reincarnation Sharingan, the most advanced pupil technique in the world of Hokage. Even though Xia Yan's strength has already reached the limit of the Hokage world, he has never owned this thing. This eye belongs to Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya. There are not many abilities that belong to this eye in the same concentration, only 2. Infinite Tsukuyomi, and the Heavenly Emperor. Among them, Infinite Tsukuyomi is the most terrifying illusion that Xia Yan has ever seen, in his current planetary vision, which can be called a powerful illusion at the surface level. The Heaven's Royal Center is the ability of time and space. Although this thing is average in power, its restrained ability is very powerful. Enemies below the planetary level are brought into the world of the Heavenly Empire, and unless there are special means, it is absolutely impossible to escape by themselves. Good. A satisfied smile appeared on Xia Yan's face. 21. Although this lottery did not significantly increase his strength, he checked and filled the gaps in his illusion and space. The result is always good. In the following days, Xia Yan's life was very comfortable. Unlike world government in One Piece world, Central 46 in Shinigami world did not interfere with the release of the manga. This is the right thing to do. In the pirate world, although Xia Yan and his subordinates were strong, they did not make some people in the world government despair. In the Shinigami world, whether it was Xia Yan pulling the moon or Saitama punching the moon, the members of Central 46 were frightened. That is the terrifying mighty power that they do not want to provoke, nor dare to offend. Just like that, time passed little by little, batch after batch of Shinigami graduates and enter various teams. Advertisement among them, the 2nd team and the 14th team became the most numerous and most popular teams. Because many newly graduated Shinigami students are loyal fans of Xia Yan's comics. But Mo Yan didn't care about it. Even the job of the captain of the 2nd division was handed over to the Shihuan Patriarch, so how could he care about the development of the team? But until one day, Patriarch Shihuan came to him to ask for leave. Xia Yan couldn't help but stunned. A leave of absence? What are you going to do? Xia Yan looked at Patriarch Shihuan, who was kneeling in front of him, in disbelief. My wife is giving birth, Captain Xia Yan. Speaking of his wife and children who are about to be born, Patriarch Shihuan has a gentle face. I see. Yan nodded lightly. Patriarch Shihuan's child, probably the one he remembered? No. Soul Society has changed so much that it's perfectly normal to have completely different people. However, it would be a pity if such a girl with such a good character just disappeared. Approving Patriarch Shihuan's request for leave, Xia Yan asked casually, what name are you going to name the child? Night. Not understanding why Xia Yan asked such a question, Patriarch Shihuan replied respectfully. Xia Yan couldn't help but froze. He did not expect that even though Soul Society had undergone so many changes, the Shihuan Patriarch would still name his child Yoruichi. I just don't know if this Yoruichi is the one in my memory. What's wrong? Captain Xia Yan. Advertisement Patriarch Shihuan looked at Xia Yan in confusion, not understanding why the other party had such a strange expression. Xia Yan then came back to her senses and shook her head gently. No, it's nothing. Then, after hesitating for a moment, Xia Yan added, you can invite me when the baby is full moon, I have a gift for her. Yes. If I had to explain it, the power that Aizen had pursued throughout his life had never reached the level of the planet. The Shihuan Patriarch was ecstatic. One is the Uozhihua family, who was born in a poor nobleman, but is thousands of times stronger than the commoners. Their new master is Uozhihua Kazuki. Because it is not necessary. A gift from a big man like Xia Yan will definitely last a lifetime and even change a person's fate. Among them, there are 3 worth of Xia Yan's 620 bets. The next step is Xia Yan, who is stellar. It would be too ridiculous to care about Aizen, who only has this level. As for Xia Yan, I wouldn't care about them, but Yoruichi was the only one who was greatly celebrated. This made him look forward to the arrival of that child even more, and even faintly envy and jealous. Why doesn't he have such a good life as a father? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. One was a commoner named Aizen Sosuke, born in the humblest part of Rukongai. The last one is the daughter of the Shihuan patriarch, named Yoruichi Safenjin. Even though Aizen and Urahara Kazuki in the original book are quite outstanding scientific talents, Xia Yan did nothing to them. After all, a commoner, a poor noble, who cares about their lives? Soul Society welcomes the birth of a new batch of Shinigami. The 3 are big figures who served as captains in the original book, and they are also well-deserved genius Shinigami. Chapter 54. Full Moon Wine. Grab reading 1 month after Yoruichi was born, the Shihuan family sent an invitation to the entire jingling court for the full moon wine. Shaoin, they are now Captain Xia Yan's people. HMPH, hugging that man's thigh, it is considered that their ancestors have accumulated virtues from generation to generation. Because of the close relationship between the Shihuan family and Xia Yan, although they lost the position of captain of the 2nd division, which was passed down from generation to generation, their status did not drop but rose. Therefore, many Shinigami are envious of them, thinking that they're just lucky and hugged Xia Yan's thigh. This is already a nice word. In fact, in the mouths of many people who have a bad relationship with the Sifengyuan family, the Shihuan family is a dog of Xia Yan, and it is not the most favored kind. After all, Whitebeard and Unohana were both the captains of the same division, while the Shihuan patriarch was only the vice-captain of the 2nd division. However, the Shihuan patriarch did not care. Call him a dog? Oh, I don't know how many Shinigami are jealous and envious of a dog that can kneel and be an adult. Besides, even if you want to kneel and be a dog, you haven't had the chance yet. Outside the gate of the Shihuan family, Shinigami were greeted with envy and jealousy, and the Shihuan patriarch became more and more proud. This scene fell into the eyes of many Shinigami who had a bad relationship with him, and they only found it very dazzling. Little man wins. Someone cursed secretly behind the scenes. But after scolding, he couldn't help but looked around with envious eyes. The chief officer, the captain, the chief captain, and the prominent figures of the Soul Society have all arrived, just for the full moon wine of a little kid. Anyone with any brains knows that the reason why these people give face so much is not because of the Shihuan patriarch, but because of Xia Yan behind him. At this time, the crowd suddenly swept. The Shinigami in the room looked up subconsciously, and their pupils suddenly shrank. Advertisement several figures appeared in everyone's sight. The person at the head is Xia Yan. Behind him, Saitama, Robin, Whitebeard, Tsunade, Masked Man, Saber followed closely, respecting him. Even though it was normal to know that these people were Xia Yan's subordinates, the Shinigami were still very shocked. The people behind Xia Yan have basically shown their strength in Soul Society over the years, and the weakest are captains. With so many powerhouses, even if there is no problem in establishing another jingling court, they all obey Xia Yan, which is definitely a very shocking scene. Team Xia Yan is Long, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni, Uozhihua and others greeted Xia Yan. Patriarch Shihuan also hugged his daughter and greeted him, bowing his head respectfully. Captain Xia Yan. Xia Yan nodded, looking curiously at the baby in Patriarch Shihuan's arms. This is your daughter? Yes. My daughter Yoruichi. Shihuan Knight. Speaking of his daughter, Patriarch Shihuan looked proud and spoiled. Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly threw his daughter in front of Xia Yan, and smiled to please. Master Xia Yan, would you like to hug this child? Well. Xia Yan did not refuse the subordinate's favor, and reached out to take the infant. At first glance, the baby's skin is healthy and dark, and if it grows up, it is the black-skinned beauty often mentioned in the 2nd dimension of the previous life. So far, Xia Yan has only determined 7 points, which is probably the god Yoruichi in the original book. Good. Under the nervous and expectant gaze of the Shihuan patriarch, Xia Yan returned Yoruichi to him and praised. I will definitely be the pillar of Soul Society in the future. As soon as he said this, Patriarch Shihuan's eyes flashed with excitement. The other Shinigami, who had been watching this all the time, had a look of jealousy on his face again. They wondered how the luck of the Shihuan patriarch could be so good, and a daughter could be praised by such a big man as Xia Yan. Advertisement pillars of Soul Society? Scare, just a woman. Patriarchy exists in any world. Soul Society is a little better, but it's still there. Everyone who comes to participate in the full moon wine will give a gift, mix them together, let the children pick, choose which one to give to which, and become the child's mentor. Congratulations. Catch the smell, eat and drink enough, the important part is coming. What is the commander-in-chief doing? Unlike the secular, Wang Lao's, this is not looking at the future in a playful way, but grabbing the gift county. Therefore, only high-ranking officials and above are qualified to give gifts. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni laughed and took 2 steps forward, putting his crutches on the table. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Isn't that crutch from the captain's Zanpakuto? Seeing Yamamoto taking out his crutches, many Shinigami who knew the inside story were dumbfounded. Can something so important be given away? In the constant compliments, the Shihuan patriarch opened the banquet with a smile. However, they are not idiots, and they did not say these contemptuous words. When this child grows up, the Shihuan family will definitely have another captain. Because Xia Yan said, Shihuan's princess is the pillar, so she is the pillar. Looking at the number of female captains in the 14 divisions, you can see that the Soul Society is still dominated by men. The old man. Let's have a good start first. Advertisement chapter 55. Rejecting the captain, Xia Yan's gift. I'm not going to send Zanpakuto away. Noticing the strangeness on Shinigami's faces, Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni explained lightly. If ye girl can catch the old man's forehead Zanpakuto, then the old man will be her teacher and personally teach her to fight and go. As soon as this statement came out, many people present were shocked. Since Jishiro Yukataki and Kyoraku Shunsui, Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni has not had an apprentice for a long time. In the eyes of everyone, the apprentice of the commander-in-chief is destined to be the captain of a certain division in the future. And this is undoubtedly the captain's favor to the Shihuan family. I'm so envious. Shouting, isn't it just because I hugged a pair of good thighs? Isn't the commander-in-chief willing to accept apprentices because of Xia Yan's face? Many Shinigami looked at Patriarch Shihuan with envy or jealousy, but did not dare to speak out their dissatisfaction. Not to mention the commander-in-chief and Xia Yan, just talking about the Shihuan Patriarch, their captain-level strengths, and they are simply not something they can arrange at will. However, they didn't know that the Shihuan Patriarch was actually very unhappy. Let Captain Yamamoto accept his own children as apprentices? If such a good thing happened hundreds of years ago, he would be very happy. After all, this is the strongest Shinigami of Soul Society. But now, with Xia Yan here, does his child still need to learn from Captain Yamamoto? Isn't this not looking for distance, throwing sesame seeds and picking up watermelon, and mistaking one's children? What's more, he is from Xia Yan's camp. What if Xia Yan gets angry if his child joins the captain's faction? We must not let Captain Yoriichi be my teacher, Patriarch Shihuan thought so. But he didn't dare to refuse, so he could only bow slightly. Thank you for the love of the captain. It's just that the little girl has a dull aptitude. I'm afraid that she won't be able to become the disciple of the captain. Such a precious gift is absolutely impossible. Refused? Advertisement? No way? Shihuan is crazy? Hearing that the Shihuan Patriarch actually rejected the chief's kindness, the full house Shinigami was all surprised. On the contrary, the Shinigami captains looked at Xia Yan and others thoughtfully, knowing that the Shihuan Patriarch was completely standing in line. From this moment on, the Shihuan clan, who had been affiliated to the noble faction for generations, completely merged into the Xia Yan faction, and had no qualifications to regret. Thinking of this, everyone subconsciously looked at the captain of the 6th division, the current patriarch of the Kuchiki clan. Sure enough, the other party's face was very ugly. It's so pathetic. A look of sympathy flashed in the eyes of several captains. From today onwards, the noble faction is the only family left, and its strength can be said to be greatly weakened, and the right to speak will definitely be reduced a lot. At this time, Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni, the master, finally spoke up. Don't worry about the Shihuan Patriarch, it's just a kid's game. And, CBDD, did not become angry because of being rejected. Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni chuckled lightly. Let's continue to give gifts. Let's see what our little princess Shihuan will catch in the end. This. Congregation Shinigami, you look at me, I look at you, hesitantly stepped forward to offer gifts. Some are rouge. Some are weapons. Some are secrets. Some are tokens. To be honest, the repetition rate is very high, and there are not even many types in the modern world, which is also because Soul Society is not very colorful in terms of life. In the end, everyone put in their own gifts, except for Xia Yan. Advertisement. Cough cough. Kyoraku Shunsui thought that Xia Yan had forgotten, and coughed twice to remind him, Lord Xia Yan, what gift did you prepare? A gift? Xia Yan was lost in thought. In fact, he originally wanted to put Hogyoku in as a gift. But to be honest, a child who doesn't even know his mind can't control Hogyoku at all, that's too dangerous. So, Xia Yan gave up the gift and started rummaging in her warehouse. Yes, rummage. Through the serialization of several comics, Xia Yan has drawn at least hundreds of rewards, of which less than 20 are really commonly used. It is not easy to find one that is useless for you, but suitable for Yoriichi. He found it quickly. Under the astonished gazes of the Shinigami, Xia Yan's hands appeared 2 eyeballs in glass liquid. What's this? The Shinigami were taken aback. If they hadn't known that Xia Yan had a good relationship with the Sifeng Patriarch, they would almost have thought that he was deliberately provocative. How can anyone give a child a gift, a pair of eyeballs? But Patriarch Shihuan didn't think so. He thought that a big man like Xia Yan would never be idle and have nothing to do to entertain himself. Thank you, Mr. Xia Yan. Patriarch Shihuan respectfully accepted the gift from Xia Yan. Looking at the 2 eyeballs carefully, he suddenly shrank his pupils. Is this a Sharingan? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Chapter 56. Didn't get it? Can't I give her away? The Sharingan? The Sharingan of the Hokage manga Uchiha? No way, Captain Xia Yan actually has such eyes? It's not surprising, Captain Xia Yan is the author of Hokage, look at Saitama. Hearing the exclamation of the Shihuan patriarch, the Shinigami suddenly burst into an uproar. Hokage is almost a popular work in Soul Society, and many Shinigami are intoxicated by its characters and settings. Sharingan is undoubtedly one of the hottest topics. In fact, most Shinigami scoffed at Sharingan at first. Taijutsu and ninjutsu may seem powerful, but what's the use? Kido chants are no secret in Soul Society. But with the appearance of a character, Sharingan's reputation was completely reversed. Uchiha Itachi. Cold personality, explosive B-frame, one move kills the popular character Kakashi. It can be said that in the early stage, Uchiha Itachi, a character, improved a lot of Hokage, B-level, and completely started Sharingan's reputation. Will Captain Xia Yan give that guy Shihuan Mangekyo Sharingan? No way. Such precious eyes are given away casually? In the whispers of the Shinigami, the Shihuan patriarch slowly raised the Sharingan in his hand so that everyone could see it clearly. In an instant, the sound of gasping for breath came one after another. They saw a clear and weird pattern on Sharingan, which was very beautiful, but exuded a sense of oppression that made one's heart skip a beat. There is no doubt that this is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Anyone who has seen Hokage will recognize it. Just. What is the power of these eyes? Is it Uchiha Itachi's ability? Thinking of the horror illusion called Tsukuyomi in the Hokage manga, Shinigami's faces showed mixed emotions of fear, envy, yearning and jealousy. But it was only for a moment that they were relieved. Advertisement: this is Zuwen, and there is only one reward in the end. Yoruichi, a 1-month-old baby who doesn't know what Mangekyo Sharingan is strange that she can catch it. On the other side, the Shihuan patriarch had already put the baby daughter and Sharingan on the table. Go, girl. Remember to grab what you like. Knowing that his daughter didn't understand, Shihuan patriarch quietly leaned Sharingan to Yoruichi's side. Grab the smell to start. Under the spotlight, Yoruichi went straight to Yamamoto's crutch. It's Zanpakuto of the commander-in-chief. Shinigami's eyes lit up, and at the same time they were relieved. In their opinion, as long as Yoruichi doesn't get the Mangekyo Sharingan, it doesn't matter if he gets anything else. Pa. Without the slightest hesitation, Yoruichi's small hand grabbed Yamamoto's Zanpakuto. Yoruichi feels a little lost. Although she doesn't have the ability to think for herself, she also knows that what she wants is definitely not this hard thing. But as if she was being controlled, she forcibly got Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni's crutches. Okay, sure enough, it's Zanpakuto of the commander-in-chief. Congratulations, Patriarch Shihuan, your daughter has a good teacher. Seeing that it was not Sharingan who got the first one, Shinigami hurriedly praised her, as if they got the best thing from her. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni was also relieved, but also a little confused. He didn't do anything. Could it be that he and this child named Yoruichi really have the fate of master and apprentice? Forget it, think about what to do, for flowers. Advertisement: his original idea was to create a gap between Xia Yan and the Shihuan clan. Now that he has not only accomplished this goal, but also repaired the relationship between himself and the Sifeng Yuan, it has been considered an overfulfillment. Thinking like this, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni looked sideways at Xia Yan with a kind smile on his face. Captain Xia Yan, it seems that Yoruichi is still related to me. Well, it does. Xia Yan chuckled in her heart. Just now, he actually used his telekinesis to pull Yoruichi to grab Yamamoto's crutches, otherwise how could there be such a coincidence? What? Just when they were complacent because Yoruichi didn't get the draw, Xia Yan could say that with a rather hard slap, he woke them all up. Under the gazes of Yamamoto Uozhihua Chongguo and others, Xia Yan spoke again. Since Yoruichi is going to be the disciple of Mr. Shan, then these eyes should be given to her by me. Zero Patriarch Shihuan was stunned. Did they have the guts to object, saying that this is not in line with the Soul Society's rules for catching the full moon wine? The rest of the Shinigami looked at Xia Yan in disbelief. Patriarch Kuchiki. Isn't this rude? The other Shinigami shivered even more, only to feel chills all over their bodies. As for why he did this, any strategies and small tricks are all useless jokes. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It's fine. Xia Yan chuckled lightly. If I want to send it, I will send it. Will someone stand up and stop me? The captain of the 6th Division, the head of the Kuchiki clan, said hesitantly. Yes, even if Yoruichi didn't get the Mangekyo Sharingan that Xia Yan gave her, Xia Yan can give it to her at will. This is the overwhelming power gap. Chapter 57, the youngest Captain Shinigami in history. Shihuan Yoruichi's full moon wine ended in a pretty absurd way. The Shinigami originally thought they saw a gap between the Shihuan family and Mo Yan, but they were slapped in the face. This also makes them realize that any rules and habits are bullshit in the face of absolute power. Didn't you see that the commander-in-chief didn't say anything even though his face was gloomy? Lord Xia Yan. After seeing off the Shinigami guests, the Shihuan patriarch respectfully stood in front of Xia Yan. Is this Yoruichi? Tsunade walked past Xia Yan and held Yoruichi in his arms, his eyes full of curiosity. It was the first time she saw Shinigami's child, and she didn't expect to be like an ordinary human being. Miss Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade holding her own child, Patriarch Shihuan, who knew her Hokage status, was a little nervous. Saber also came over and looked at Yoruichi curiously, a little nostalgia flashed in his eyes. She probably remembered Mordred's rebel, Lord Xia Yan. Tsunade, who was holding Yoruichi, suddenly looked at Xia Yan curiously. Are you really going to give Mangekyo Sharingan to this child? Of course. Xia Yan nodded. This pair of Mangekyo Sharingan is the pair he first got in One Piece World, which is half Kamui plus Amaterasu. Advertisement for him who now owns Rinnegan, Tenseigan and Jubuyu Rinnegan at the same time. Mangekyo is already a rather tasteless and outdated item. It is suitable to give to Yoruichi, and it is not wasted. But Tsunade asked worriedly, would there be a problem with Sharingan transplanted to a non-Uchiha clan? The Sharingan of Kakashi can be closed, not to mention is it really okay for a woman to transplant a man's eye? Are the sizes right? Let's go? It doesn't matter, I will handle it well, it is definitely not that kind of defective product. Xia Yan didn't worry about Tsunade's worries, she calmed down twice, then picked up the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan and walked towards Yoruichi. Well, Yoruichi suddenly smiled a little at Xia Yan with bubbles in his mouth. A look of disgust appeared on Xia Yan's face. The future goddess of violence is still a baby who doesn't understand anything, and it's really not cute at all. But, who made him like Yoruichi so much? Sighing that it was not easy for her in her heart, Xia Yan pressed Mangekyo Sharingan to the pupil of the baby's eyes. Then start merging. For him who owns the 9 Guyu Rinnegan, which is equivalent to the creation god of the ninja world, it is very easy to do this kind of thing. Soon, the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan disappeared completely. Fusion is complete. When Yoruichi opened her eyes again, her pupils had become Mangekyo Sharingan. The blood-red pupil has a dark pattern, which is strange and gorgeous. This is Mangekyo Sharingan. Advertisement. Feeling the astonishing power and oppression, Patriarch Shihuan, who looked at his daughter, only felt his heart stagnate. Inexplicably, he felt that if his daughter had the IQ of an adult, she might have surpassed him now. Maybe it's because of what happened to the physique after the integration of Mangekyo Sharingan. Yoruichi's growth rate is much faster than his peers. Moreover, her growth rate is not only reflected in age, but also in strength. At the age of 3, Yoruichi was able to unintentionally burst into the vice-captain level Ryotsu. After that, it got out of hand, reaching the captain level at the age of 5, and being his biological father with Ryotsu at the age of 8. This incident shocked the entire Soul Society at the time. Soul Society's youngest ever captain is born. Father, father. In the second team's dormitory, 10-year-old Yoruichi rushed in happily and shouted to Xia Yan, I want to be the captain. To be the captain? Why? Xia Yan raised her head and looked at the girl who had begun to take shape in front of her, and she was not surprised at all because of her name. Because as early as a few years ago when Yoruichi was just sensible, the Shihuan Patriarch made the decision to make Yoruichi his goddaughter. And Yoruichi is also a carefree 3.3 character. She likes to go back and forth with her, and after she recognizes her godfather, she is even more out of control, and she even omits her work. Hearing Xia Yan's question, Yoruichi smiled. Urahara Kazuki and I are going to build a laboratory, and they said that only the captain can build it, so I want to quickly become the captain. Urahara Kazuki. A strange look flashed in Xia Yan's eyes. Do you like him? Eh? Yoruichi tilted his head, his pretty face full of doubts. What is, like? Chapter 58. First meeting with Aizen, Urahara Kazuki. Like, Xia Yan's mouth twitched. Only then did he remember that the girl in front of him was only 10 years old now. Judging from the average life expectancy of a strong person in the Shinigami world, Yoruichi's age is at most a newborn baby, and it's normal to not know what it means to like. So, Xia Yan explained to her, seeing your other person will make you feel happy, you will like to be with each other, and you will feel happy when you see each other, this is like. That's it. Yoruichi nodded thoughtfully. The next second, she suddenly raised her head and smiled at Xia Yan. Then I like you the most, father. I like my father and mother too. Well, I like you too. Xia Yan was a little helpless. To be honest, it was really embarrassing to talk with a 10-year-old child about 21's liking for adults. So after a couple of casual responses, Xia Yan immediately changed the subject. You just said you wanted to be the captain? Okay. Yoruichi's eyes lit up and looked at Xia Yan excitedly. Is that okay? My strength should be fine, right? The two current captains, Jashiro and Chunshui, can't beat me. Xia Yan, Jashiro Yukitaki, Kiraku Shunsui, these two also became captains of Shinigami not long ago. The two of them were among the most successful people of the younger generation, and they had a certain sense of complacent pride. However, just 6 months ago, this sense of pride was brutally broken. Yoruichi, who was only 9 years old, easily defeated the two with 1 against 2. The significance of this battle is very significant, and it can be said that it completely established Yoruichi's name as a genius. Although Jashiro and Haru Shui were hit hard, no one blamed them. Advertisement after all, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Yoruichi's strength after the fusion of Mangekyo Sharingan is very terrifying. But, Captain, Xia Yan raised her hand and stroked Yoruichi's supple head, and said softly, I want to be the captain, but you have to go to school first. Sent to school. Yoruichi's face suddenly collapsed. The strongest teacher of the reformed True Central Academy is at the level of vice captain. What am I going to learn there? Kido. Shunpo. White hits. Feeling that the little girl in front of her seemed to have a tendency to get carried away, Xia Yan said solemnly. I divide the strength of the strong according to their destructive power, which can be roughly divided into 4 levels. island, country, continent, and planet. A dozen or so, and the limit of the ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan is the island, you know what I mean. Don't quite understand. Yoruichi shook his head slightly, his eyes full of doubts. Xia Yan also knew that she was asking too much for a 10-year-old child, so she gave a simple and easy-to-understand explanation after some words. For example, the maximum level of a strong person is 100 points, and the limit of Mangekyo Sharingan is 40 points at most. If you learn the limit of Shinigami's ability is 60 points, Sharingan can only make your path to the strong go smoother, it can't improve your limit, you can eat for a lifetime. Eh? Really? Yoruichi couldn't help but froze in place, she didn't expect herself and Sharingan to be so weak. Of course it's true, Xia Yan nodded with a chuckle. Actually, the limits of both Shinigami and Hokage worlds are planetary, but the upper limit of normal Shinigami and Shinigami is higher than that of normal Hokage ninjas. For example, Uchiha Madara, who opened Mangekyo Sharingan, scored 40 points. In Shinigami, Renji during the Millennium Blood War is almost all at this level, and it is a real expansion and collapse of combat power. I understand, not thinking that Xia Yan, the adoptive father, would deceive himself, Yoruichi's little face flashed a dignified color. I will go to True Central Academy, and I will definitely master all those abilities in the shortest possible time. The news that Yoruichi is going to Moro Academy shocked many Shinigami. In their opinion, Yoruichi, who already has captain-level strength, has to go to school, which is a waste of time and misunderstanding. Advertisement, but Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni thinks it's fine, he doesn't want a 10-year-old kid to be the captain of Shinigami, isn't that nonsense? So, things were settled. Xia Yan personally took Yoruichi to True Central Academy. Halfway through, Yoruichi got a little excited, because she feels that with her own strength, she can completely beat all the younger generation of Soul Society, and she will definitely have many, many younger brothers. After arriving at Zhenyang College, Xia Yan found that it was really crowded. Because of the reforms, commoners also got the opportunity to come here to study, unlike at the time when only 620 nobles could become Shinigami. Yoruichi looked around, his eyes suddenly lit up, he raised his hand and shouted, "Here, I'm here." Not far away, a young boy with clear eyes and beautiful eyes ran towards Yoruichi quickly with a helpless expression on his face. But when he ran to the front and saw Xia Yan's face clearly, he was taken aback. "Xia, Captain Yan." The boy named Urahara Kazuki had a look of surprise and awe in his eyes. He never imagined that his first meeting with the legendary Captain Shinigami would be here. "Well, it's me." Xia Yan was a little surprised that Urahara Kazuki knew him. He was about to continue to say something, but a young boy's voice sounded behind him. Captain Xia Yan, the young man's voice was very warm and steady, it sounded very comfortable and somewhat familiar. Xia Yan turned her head subconsciously and found that it was a handsome young man with brown hair. "Captain Xia Yan, I'm Aizen Sosuke." Seeing that Xia Yan was looking at him, the young boy named Aizen had a gentle smile on his face, and his tone was neither humble nor arrogant. "I have admired you for a long time." Chapter 59. Defeat the captain before graduation. Aizen Kuyusuke is a seeker of knowledge. When he was young and sensible, he was thinking about some problems. Why don't you have the love of your parents? Why is he so poor that he can't even afford a meal? Why Shinigami can stand aloft to greet other people's kneeling? Why is the moon in the sky broken? Why are the two manga, One Punch, and Hokage so real? With these doubts in mind, Aizen lived cautiously for several years. Later, he knew the existence of a person, Xia Yan. Aizen first heard Xia Yan's name from several Shinigami mouths. Those Shinigami have good personalities, he just complimented a few casually and learned a lot of information from them. Captain Shinigami, Shino Academy, the manga character Resurrection, and the most famous second division Captain Xia Yan. He also learned the answer to a question that has puzzled him since he was a child. The moon in the sky shattered because it was hit by Xia Yan's subordinates. This answer deeply shocked the young Aizen, who couldn't understand the concept of smashing the moon with his eyesight. And that's just the beginning. As the years passed, Aizen started a small business. During this period, he had contact with many low-level Shinigami, and he knew more and more about Soul Society and Shinigami, and he became more aware of the terrible existence of Xia Yan. In his opinion, the whole Soul Society can't compare to a finger of Xia Yan. Therefore, when he met Xia Yan at True Central Academy, he was excited. He realized that this was his best chance to change his destiny and go beyond the limits of this world. Advertisement in an instant, many thoughts appeared in Aizen's mind. But in the face of Xia Yan, he still maintained the most basic respect and calm, and did not reveal his excitement. Xia Yan is also looking at Aizen. This Shinigami world is second only to Yohabak's strongest boss, and he is still a 10-year-old child. Not only is there no Haki in the original book, but it is even tender and cute. He thought he had hidden his thoughts perfectly, but he didn't know that his heartbeat had been exposed to Xia Yan's ears. Jumped so fast. Looking at the young man whose heart seemed to jump out of his chest, but his face was very indifferent, Xia Yan smiled slightly. "Have you been looking for me for a long time?" "Yes, I have admired Mr. Xia Yan for a long time." Feeling that Xia Yan seemed to be quite friendly, Aizen was slightly relieved. After repeating the previous compliments, he continued to respectfully say, "This time, I hope that you can accept me as a disciple, Lord Xia Yan." "Huh? Accept apprentices?" Xia Yan's eyes showed a strange look. He really didn't expect that Aizen Kuyusuke, who was despised by everyone in the original book, came to him to apprentice. Aizen doesn't know his future, he only knows that he needs a pedal. Yes, pedals. Over the years he has probably learned about the limits of Shinigami, so he came to a conclusion. If I only become an ordinary Shinigami, then the limit of my life is estimated to be stronger than Captain Shinigami. He has this confidence. Although this is actually very good, Shinigami himself is very rare to become a captain. If he hadn't known about the existence of Saitama and Xia Yan, he would have become an ordinary Shinigami captain, and then he would be rich and powerful all his life, and there was nothing wrong with him. However, he met Xia Yan, advertisement having seen Aizen who is beyond heaven, he is unwilling to give up this opportunity, otherwise he will never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Aizen became more respectful and spoke again. Please, Lord Xia Yan. Ah, interesting. A playful smile appeared on Xia Yan's face. Although Aizen, who was summoned from the pirate world, was very respectful to him, it was different after all, so he felt it was quite novel. Before graduating, defeat a current Shinigami captain. At this time, Aizen finally came back to his senses. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. What? Graduation beat ex-Captain Shinigami? Just kidding. As Xia Yan's voice fell, a lot of questioning and sarcastic voices of Wang Liao suddenly sounded around. Who is this guy? He actually said such big things. Looking directly into Aizen's eyes, Mo Yan said lightly, if I can do it, I will accept you as my disciple. There was no surprise and unwillingness on Aizen's face, no anger or trouble. Graduation, beat a vice captain before? I get it. Even she has not been able to become the disciple of the righteous father. This scene fell in Yoruichi's eyes, but it made her unhappy. The voice fell, and there was an uproar around him. But when someone recognized Xia Yan's identity, the sarcasm instantly disappeared. Seeing the number of Shinigami and students around, Mo Yan simply gave Aizen a chance. Shish. This is the captain of the 2nd Division, Lord Xia Yan, do you want to die? As if defeating a vice-captain before graduation was a matter of course for him. Ah, Jew, it's actually Captain Xia Yan, the author of One Punch? Even if there are people who don't know Xia Yan at all, looking around, they realize that Xia Yan is a big man who can't be provoked, and they shrink their heads and don't dare to speak nonsense. Chapter 60. Aizen lost because of Xia Yan's relationship. Yoruichi has a high status in Soul Society. Even Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni, the captain of Shinigami, is quite fond of her. The people she is staring at will basically not have a good life. Most Shinigami can't offend her, and they can't beat Yoruichi, who has captain-level strength before the age of 10. Now, Yoruichi is eyeing Aizen. Not knowing that Aizen in the original Shinigami was the big boss who had tossed the Shinigami captains into a tragic way, Yoruichi raised his hand and pushed Urahara Kazuki, who had been silent since just now. Go and teach me a lesson for this kid, Yoruichi ordered with a smirk. Huh? Isn't that bad? Urahara Kazuki was stunned, not expecting that Yoruichi would actually let himself bully others. But Yoruichi didn't care what Urahara Kazuki thought. He leaned over to Xia Yan, grabbed his wrist and said coquettishly, Father, let Urahara fight this guy and see. You can't be a disciple who can be a cat or a dog, right? Knowing that Yoruichi wanted to bully Aizen, Xia Yan couldn't help but have 620 points of laughter. Does this little girl know that she is bullying the tallest boss in the Shinigami world? However, before he could speak, Aizen spoke first. Okay. Aizen maintained a gentle smile on his face and looked straight at Urahara Kazuki. I am willing to accept your challenge. Urahara Kazuki. What a challenge, he obviously hasn't said anything yet. Complaining secretly in his heart, watching more and more people gather around, Urahara Kazuki knew for the first time what it means to ride a tiger. Still, fighting this civilian peer? Looking at Aizen's bland body, Urahara Kazuki's eyes flashed sharply. Advertisement, okay. Urahara Kazuki whispered, I accept your challenge. Urahara Kazuki and Aizen Sosuke are fighting, CBDD. If it is the timeline of the original Shinigami, this news will definitely shock the entire Soul Society, and before the two left Soul Society, they were both high-ranking Shinigami captains. In this period, however, they were little-known children, and no one had even heard their names. However, because of the existence of one person, this fight eventually attracted the attention of the entire Soul Society. Xia Yan. Urahara Kazuki is the younger brother of Xia Yan's adopted daughter. Aizen Sosuke is a pending disciple of Xia Yan. These two identities directly made them transparent from a young age to become the hottest characters in Soul Society. Although Aizen has already been reserved by Xia Yan, no one dares to snatch it, but Urahara Kazuki is also a good candidate for an apprentice. Not because of Urahara Kazuki's aptitude, but because of his relationships. He is Yoruichi's younger brother, Yoruichi is Xia Yan's righteous daughter, rounding up Urahara Kazuki is not equal to Xia Yan's younger brother. Therefore, the battle between the two attracted the attention of countless Shinigami, and even Yamamoto Motonizai Shigekuni, the chief Shinigami captain, came to the scene in person. I'm going. It's just a battle of Shinigami students. It's too exaggerated to attract so many bigwigs. Looking at the dense crowd of people and some familiar faces around, a look of shock flashed in Urahara Kazuki's eyes. Aizen was also a little astonished. Looking at Xia Yan, who was surrounded by all the Shinigami stars, he became even more determined to become a disciple of Xia Yan. And today's battle is the application he handed to Xia Yan. In the open space, Aizen looked directly at Uozhihua Kazuki. You go first. What? Uozhihua Kazuki was stunned. Do you really want me to do it first? That's right, advertisement. Aizen nodded with a relaxed smile on his face. He is very confident in his own strength. In recent years, he has learned a little bit of Kido and Ryotsu from Shinigami who have a good relationship with him. Although he is not a formal Shinigami, he is more than enough to deal with his peers. Ah. Well. Uozhihua Kazuki scratched his head helplessly, feeling that he was underestimated. Still, fight? Or in front of Master Xia Yan? In fact, he really hoped that Lord Xia Yan would have a high opinion of him. It was rare to see a little bit of a competitive child's heart in his heart, and Uozhihua Kazuki suddenly moved. What? Shunpo! In an instant, Uozhihua Kazuki descended in front of Ai to be died. Aizen's pupils shrank suddenly, and his body was about to react subconsciously. But as a sharp pain hit, he involuntarily flew upside down. Boom! Aizen fell heavily more than 10 meters away, and his mind went blank. And Uozhihua Kazuki slowly retracted his raised right leg. His eyes were very indifferent. Instant kill. Some of the Shinigami were stunned, but they didn't expect such a result. On the other hand, Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni was not surprised by this result. Uozhihua Kazuki is Yoruichi's younger brother, and he usually receives special training from the Shihuan family, not to mention that he is a poor noble himself, and there is no shortage of Shinigami resources in the family. In contrast, Aizen, a poor commoner, would be really surprising if he could defeat Uozhihua Kazuki. Chapter 61. Years. Aizen was easily defeated by Uozhihua Kazuki, which many people did not expect. After all, he was a disciple whom Xia Yan favored, and Xia Yan also set him a very strict task of apprenticeship. Defeat a Shinigami captain before graduating. It is because of this mission that the Shinigami think Aizen is a rare genius. The result was astounding. Not only is Aizen not a genius, but he was instantly killed by the little-known Uozhihua Kazuki, which is shameful. What the hell is going on with this kid? The Shinigami looked at Aizen strangely, with a hint of exploration. They were thinking, is Xia Yan misunderstood, or is this kid Aizen a mediocre person, and the task given by Xia Yan is just to embarrass him on purpose? In the infirmary, Aizen slowly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes were still full of confusion. It wasn't until a few seconds later that all the previous memories came back. I am defeated. Aizen's face was very ugly. Thinking that he had fought with Uozhihua Kazuki confidently before, but was killed by others, Aizen felt ashamed. Especially in front of Xia Yan. Oops, someone pushed the door and entered. Aizen turned his head to look subconsciously, and found that it was Yoruichi. A gentle smile instantly appeared on his face. Hello you two. Aizen said softly, then looked sideways at Uozhihua Kazuki, with mixed emotions in his eyes. It's amazing, Uozhihua. I thought I could hold on for a while longer. Advertisement, huh? After all, this guy Uozhihua is properly trained, it's normal to beat you. Yoruichi raised his hand and patted Aizen on the shoulder, and said with a smile. But you have such a good temper, if I was killed in front of so many people, I would never be able to laugh. Ah, it's just a victory or defeat, I didn't take it to heart. The smile on Aizen's face was still gentle, and he couldn't see the slightest flaw. This made Yoruichi more satisfied with him, a gentle guy who just happened to be her little brother. However, Uozhihua Kazuki stared at Aizen with a bit of confusion in his eyes. I don't know if it was his delusion, but the moment he came in, he felt that Aizen's breath was very gloomy. It's just that the strange feeling lasted for a moment, and then all dissipated, almost making him think it was an illusion. It's normal to feel a little resentment after being defeated, this is a normal person. Muttering inwardly, Uozhihua walked up to Suke Aizen. Hello, I'm Uozhihua Kazuki. Uozhihua Kazuki stretched out his palm to Aizen and said with a chuckle, let's make friends, we can all train together in the future. I believe you really want to complete the mission of Master Xia Yan's apprenticeship, right? Good. Aizen's attitude was still gentle, and he reached out Master to hold Uozhihua Kazuki's palm. I'm Aizen Sosuke, I hope you can enlighten me. Spring and autumn come, and 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 5 years, Xia Yan has released 2 volumes of Hokage's new book. The speed is very slow, the whole soul society in the world are full of complaints, and many fans are very dissatisfied with Xia Yan, an old thief. But Xia Yan couldn't help it, and he didn't expect that the goal of the 3rd stage was actually stuck. That is the so-called core fans and character fans are not enough. Even if he dragged the popular character Uchiha Itachi to the Shinigami world to pretend to be a god to gain popularity, he failed to create a character with hundreds of millions of fans. So Xia Yan decided to wait decades. Advertisement. Decades are short for a Shinigami that has a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. For ordinary human beings, there may be 3 to 4th generation people in a few decades. Ask for flowers. As the captain of the 14th Division, Whitebeard is now a veteran captain of the Soul Society, but he rushed over to him immediately after receiving Xia Yan's order. He then remembered that Captain Xia Yan had rarely appeared in Soul Society in recent years, and young people who had just become Shinigami did not know that he was normal. A veteran clerk said uncertainly. A student from Shinigami saw Whitebeard halfway and asked curiously, Captain Whitebeard is so anxious, what is he doing? That's what Xia Yan had in mind. Since there aren't enough fans, why don't you wait until young people are born to gain new fans? So, after some words in the bottom of my heart, the veteran chairman asked in a deep voice, Shaolin Yoruichi knows. Shihuan Yoruichi is a well-known figure in Soul Society in recent years, and there is no problem even saying that she is the first famous existence, but Shinigami who does not know her hardly exists. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hearing the veteran officer ask this kind of question, the Shinigami students were immediately speechless. Then how can I not know? Soul Society's youngest captain-level genius, the captain's disciple, it is said that she can directly become the captain as soon as she graduates. Xia Yan murmured softly and informed Whitebeard in her heart. The corner of the veteran officer's mouth twitched. In the next second, the Shinigami team members finally realized something, and their eyes widened in shock. It should be Captain Xia Yan who told him to have a new comic to be released. Xia Yan? Captain? Shinigami's eyes flashed with confusion. Who is that? Calculating the new population in the world, it feels like we will have to wait another 10 years. Could it be that Captain Xia Yan is the legendary adoptive father of Miss Yoruichi? Chapter 62. Graduation of Yoruichi and Aizen. Lord Xia Yan. Whitebeard quickly came to Xia Yan and shouted respectfully. Okay. Xia Yan slowly opened her eyes and commanded, the next Hokage can be released, and the next release will be 15 years later, do you know? Yes. Whitebeard nodded, taking Xia Yan's words to heart. Over the years, with the steady growth of his strength, he has become more and more aware of the benefits and importance of taking refuge in Xia Yan, and has tied his soul to the big ship of Xia Yan. Obviously he wasn't summoned, but if Xia Yan asked him to commit suicide, I'm afraid he wouldn't have the slightest hesitation in June 20th. If Xia Yan's system can see people's favorability, they will find that Whitebeard's favorability to him has exceeded 90%. Very faithful. Then, Xia Yan talked to Whitebeard again, basically related to the release of comics. After all, the captain of the 14th Division in charge of the comics is none other than Whitebeard. A long time after the business was over, Xia Yan and Whitebeard started drinking. From the life and death enemies of the pirate world to the superiors and subordinates who have been with each other for decades, the relationship between the two is also complicated. I really didn't expect that the final result of this old man was not to die in the sea, but to become an immortal existence like a god. Slightly drunk after a few glasses of wine, Whitebeard couldn't help sighing. Really? Xia Yan nodded in agreement, he didn't expect that he would come this far. Thinking back then, when he was locked up on the 6th floor of the underwater prison, all he wanted was to leave the underwater prison and become a cartoonist to develop his skills, summon characters, and use this to protect himself. But does he still need protection now? Of course not. Advertisement. Although he has not been able to find a way to break through to the star level, Xia Yan's strength has surpassed the sum of all his subordinates. That's right. All the characters of Pirate plus Shinigami plus Hokage plus FZ can't compare to the current Xia Yan. This is a qualitative difference. Gollum. Whitebeard drank another jug of wine. Soul Society's wine is quite good, the degree is also quite high. Rao and Whitebeard feel a little dizzy at this time. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. Sha. Lord Yan. After burping, Whitebeard said in a deep voice, Miss Yoruichi and that Aizen are graduating. It seems like today. Won't you go take a look? Graduate. Xia Yan raised her head, realizing that years had passed in the blink of an eye. Yeah, Soul Society is getting a new batch of blood. Whitebeard sighed again, inexplicably feeling that he, an outsider, was considered a veteran Shinigami of Soul Society. After sighing, he asked curiously, Mr. Yan, that kid named Aizen is really Aizen's parallel world. I usually don't see him working hard, and there is nothing strange about it. Where? Huh? Really? Xia Yan's face was a little weird. Are you sure you read it right? Of course. How could I have read it wrong? Whitebeard was drunk, patted his chest and said loudly, that kid would look for a book to read whenever he has time every day. He has never practiced at all. This old man can see it clearly. When Xia Yan heard this, she couldn't help laughing. The original Vice Admiral Shinigami world tossed Aizen with nothing bizarre? Advertisement. Of course this is not possible, but what Whitebeard saw wasn't unreal either. So, either the Aizen of this world was really crippled by that battle a few years ago and turned into a piece of trash. Or Aizen has actually awakened his abilities. Yes. Kyoka Suigetsu. This once Xia Yan was very discouraged, but now she has no ability at all. Do people still value low-level skills at level 10 at level 100? Of course not, but Xia Yan was really interested in Aizen, a disciple who had been reserved by him. If that kid really wakes up Zanpakuto and Shikai without his own help, and even defeats the captain, that would be a true genius once in 1,000 years. Is Aizen in the original book so strong? Xia Yan didn't know either. Then go have a look. Getting up and putting on the Captain Yori, Xia Yan chuckled lightly. I haven't seen Yoruichi for a long time, the little guy is probably complaining about me. 3.3. Graduation has become such an important thing for Shinigami. If my adoptive father doesn't come, I will ignore him in the future. In the graduating class of True Central Academy, the eldest sister, Yoruichi, sat on the table with her legs crossed, speaking carelessly. She just regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. No. A month. A week. If he doesn't come, I'll ignore him for a week. Yoruichi secretly praised himself for being smart and clever. How could she ignore Xia Yan? That person is closer to her than her father. Chapter 63. The despised Aizen. Shut, you were the only one in the Soul Society who dares to ignore Captain Xia Yan's words. On the side, Urahara Kazuki and the other Shinigami looked at Yoruichi speechlessly. In the whole Soul Society, everyone knows that Yoruichi is Xia Yan's favorite little princess, not only inheriting part of Xia Yan's power, but also has more than 10 top-level mentors. Yes, mentor. Compared with Aizen, who can only learn from Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki, Yoruichi is a real teacher. Saitama, Uchiha Itachi, Tsunade, Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni, Xia Yan and a bunch of Shinigami powerhouses and manga characters have taught her. It is no exaggeration to say that the teachers of Yoruichi can turn the whole world upside down with just one. Boom. The door of the classroom was pushed open from the outside, and the teacher of Academy 21 walked in eagerly. Quick! Go out and gather first. His eyes swept across Yoruichi's face, and the academy teacher said in a deep voice, the chief captain and Captain Xia Yan are here to watch this graduation assessment. Wow, in an instant, the classroom was fried. Captain Xia Yan and the general captain are coming to watch the battle. This is a good opportunity. If you can be seen by these big men, you can save at least 100 years of struggle. Captain Xia Yan, is it because of Yoruichi-sama? The Shinigami students in the classroom were all excited, and it was a very lucky thing in itself to be able to meet the great figures standing at the top of the Soul Society during the graduation assessment. This made many Shinigami students grateful to Yoruichi. They knew very well that it was because of Yoruichi, Xia Yan and others that they came here. Of course, some people also thought of another person in the same class. Aizen Sosuke. Advertisement: a disgraceful guy who became Xia Yan's scheduled disciple 5 years ago, envied by countless Shinigami, but was killed instantly in battle. Aizen has become a laughing stock and a talking point since the battle that shocked everyone in the first 5 years. He is not as aggressive as some people think, but he is nothing at all, except for the occasional encounter with Shinigami. The 2 stars Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki, there is nothing strange at all. Over time, many people even forgot that there was an agreement between Aizen and Xia Yan. Defeat a captain-level Shinigami before graduating. If it was 5 years ago, some people might think that Aizen might be a genius. Of course no one would think that way now. However, with the arrival of Xia Yan, many people still think of this matter. This guy is unlucky. HMPH, it's been 5 years, maybe Lord Mo Yan has already forgotten about him. When Shinigami Academy mentioned Aizen, the tone was still full of envy and jealousy. Anyway, Aizen got the attention of big people like Xia Yan early, but they didn't even get that little attention. The fact that Xia Yan and the commander-in-chief came to watch the graduation assessment soon caused a sensation in the entire True Central Academy, and even several other grades who had not graduated came to join in the fun. All of a sudden, the entire testing ground was overcrowded. Look, that's Urahara Kazuki, Princess Shihuan's younger brother. I heard that he has Ryotsu at the level of vice captain at a young age. He is also very talented in Kido, and he is a candidate for the chief Kido. Cough, I'm so envious. Even if I have good qualifications, I still have a backer. Yoruichi Shifunan is here too. She is the real monster. It is said that she was able to defeat the Captain Shinigami years ago. Hey, it's so terrifying. As the Shinigami students appeared one after another, those they knew began to give popular science to those they didn't know, which immediately caused another exclamation. However, when they arrived at Aizen, everyone was stunned. Advertisement: it wasn't until a few seconds later that someone responded with a playful smile on his face. It turned out to be him. Who? Shinigami on the side was full of disapproval. Remember that the Shinigami of the Aizens gave them science right away. Immediately, there was a burst of exclamation, and almost all of the Shinigami present knew about Aizen and Mo Yan. Cough, it's really interesting. Yoruichi couldn't have not noticed the commotion above, and the smile on the girl's face was also very stubborn. She turned her head to look at Aizen, who had not said a word since entering the arena, and 620 asked carelessly, Aizen, can you defeat the captain-level Shinigami in a while? Do you want me to let them release the water? No need to. Aizen was a little speechless in his heart, but his face was calm, like a noble boy. Shout, then be careful yourself. Yoruichi pouted and turned his head to stop looking at Aizen. For some reason, she always felt that there was something wrong with Aizen, who was always smiling, but it was very fake. Therefore, she does not like to interact too closely with each other. And Aizen has no interest in Yoruichi, and it seems that Yoruichi is just an ordinary successor. Without Xia Yan, she is nothing. He looked down on Yoruichi like this, and there was only one person he cared about from the beginning to the end. Thinking like this, Aizen looked up at the figure sitting not far away. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. Lord Xia Yan. Just as the Shinigami students were looking forward to the start of the graduation assessment, Aizen suddenly stood up and bowed slightly in front of Xia Yan. In an instant, the audience was silent. Chapter 64, Captain vs. Aizen. Aizen took the initiative to speak to Xia Yan, something that many people did not expect. In their opinion, Aizen, the loser, should automatically stay away from Xia Yan and dare not move up. But the fact is that he took the initiative to walk in front of Xia Yan, and calmly expressed his thoughts. May I ask what you said in 5 years, do you still count? Bowing and standing in front of Xia Yan, Aizen asked softly. In an instant, The eyes of all present Shinigami were dull for a moment. Can't believe it. They never thought that Aizen would take the initiative to mention the agreement 5 years ago. Is this guy dying? Or is he really confident that he can beat Captain Shinigami at a time like this? Thinking of this possibility, many Shinigami looked at Aizen with some probing eyes. If you rule out Yoruichi, an existence that has been cheating since birth, normally Shinigami can beat the vice captain level when he graduates, and he is a genius rarely seen in 100 years. And if he was able to defeat the captain during his school days, throughout the years since the establishment of True Central Academy, no Shinigami could do it. Even the two disciples of the captain, Jishiro and Kiraku Shunsui, who had already become captains of Shinigami, could not do this before graduation. Of course, someone can actually do it now. That is Xia Yan's righteous daughter, the princess of the Shihuan clan. Shihuan Yoruichi. Thinking of this, the Shinigami subconsciously glanced at Yoruichi and found that her attention was all on Xia Yan, so they all looked at Xia Yan. They were very much looking forward to what kind of answer Xia Yan would give Aizen. Outraged? Or give him a chance to prove himself? Advertisement, okay. Under the watchful eyes of the Shinigami, Mo Yan nodded with a smile. Then he looked to his side. Captain Yamamoto, please. Huh? What? Unexpectedly, Xia Yan would suddenly talk to him, and Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni couldn't help being stunned. Then in the next second, realizing what Xia Yan said, he widened his eyes in astonishment, and his face was full of disbelief. The other Shinigami also stared blankly at Xia Yan, completely unable to believe what they heard. Even Aizen's always gentle expression cracked. Let Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni fight him? Aizen's mouth twitched. If it weren't for him and Xia Yan not having a grudge, he would almost have thought that the other party was planning to kill with a knife. Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni also had this idea. He has a good relationship with Xia Yan, and he simply asked directly, is it really possible? Even if he is really talented, he can't be the opponent of this old man. It's okay. Xia Yan smiled and said, as long as you don't reconcile with Shikai, you'll be fine? Oh, that's right. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni knew it in his heart, and he understood Xia Yan's thoughts. Excluding Xia Yan and the others, he is the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society. Even if not Shikai, he is stronger than most Shinigami captains. Therefore, it is indeed a good choice for him to detect Aizen. Okay. The old man agrees. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni got up and walked towards the assessment platform, with Ryotsu raging all over his body, exuding terrifying coercion. Advertisement is one of the strongest Shinigami on the bright side of Soul Society. He can bring huge pressure to the people around him with just simple moving movements. Actually, really want to shoot. Looking at Yamamoto's back, Shinigami subconsciously swallowed his saliva, his eyes full of shock and anticipation. Captain Aizen took a deep breath and slowly pulled out Zanpakuto from his waist. Even if he looked down on the ordinary Shinigami of Soul Society, he had to admit the strength of this Shinigami captain. If this Shinigami captain made a full-fledged shot, he would probably be instantly killed, right? But this captain shouldn't use his full strength. What? Aizen's figure disappeared instantly. Hungry. Shunpo. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni's eyes lit up. He did not expect that Aizen's accomplishments on Shunpo would be so excellent, and he was already stronger than most of the vice-captain level Shinigami. But it's a pity that this speed is pitifully weak in the eyes of him who has no liberation power at all. Ding! Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni swung his sword, slashing at Aizen's Zanpakuto with a crisp sound. Lan, Wang Lao's, Ran only felt an indescribable terrifying force attacked from Zanpakuto, knocking him into the air, and his right wrist was still shaking slightly uncontrollably after he landed. So strong. Aizen stared solemnly at Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni, realizing for the first time that the gap between himself and the top Shinigami was so terrifying. However, he did not know that Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni was equally horrified. Even if he didn't even activate Shikai, his combat power was undoubtedly above the captain's level. In this state, a full-strength slash would only send Aizen flying dozens of meters? How did this kid make such great progress in just a few years? Could it be that Xia Yan secretly opened a small kitchen for him? Chapter 65. I haven't met my requirements yet. Aizen is a genius, there is no doubt about it. In the original book, without anyone's help, he could practice alone to the level of killing Captain Shinigami in seconds. With a little help from Yoruichi, the world is even more like a duck to water. It can be said that Aizen at this stage is fully equipped with the ability to fight against Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni. But it's really awesome. Flexing his sore wrist, Aizen looked directly at Yamamoto Motonuzai Shigekuni and sighed softly. Mr. Shan didn't speak, but his eyes were solemn for 3 points. He is not a fool, he has already roughly understood Aizen's strength from the attack just now. Captain Class without a doubt. Realizing that he is not Shikai, I am afraid that he may not be able to easily solve the child of Aizen. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni couldn't help sighing in his heart. The next second, the two moved at the same time. The two were staggered. Ding! The crisp metal collision sound is endless. 99.9% of the Shinigami in the field could not see the movements of the two, and only through the terrifying collision sound, 620 judged that they were fighting. Okay, so strong. Hey, what's going on with this Aizen Sosuke? Isn't that a normal Shinigami? How can you fight so fiercely with the captain? Has the captain released the water? Of course I put water, even Shikai is useless. But it's just a young man who just graduated. Besides, even if the captain is not Shikai, he should be stronger than the captains, right? Advertisement. Seeing that Aizen did not lose in the battle with Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni, the Shinigami were extremely shocked and somewhat unacceptable. Because the captain is the pinnacle of Shinigami, an existence that they could never reach in their entire lives. If Aizen can tie with such a high-level existence when he is a teenager, doesn't it mean that they are all waste? At this time, the two finally separated. In a short period of time, Aizen and Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni had already slashed hundreds of times. Looking at the state of the two, most Shinigami could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. I saw that Yamamoto Uenujai had a stable atmosphere, as if he had not experienced any battles. On the other hand, Aizen was slightly panting, her arms were shaking slightly, and she was a little tired. On top of that, Aizen was injured. Although it was only a small incision, it was enough to let the Shinigami breathe a sigh of relief. At least this can prove that Aizen's strength is not as good as Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni. Not bad. With such strength at such a young age, you will definitely be the captain of the Soul Society in the future. Yamamoto's eyes were full of admiration, and he praised Aizen without hesitation. The voice fell, and the surroundings suddenly exclaimed. Although the Shinigami also know that Aizen's aptitude is very scary, the meaning of that is completely different from the personal admission of Captain Shinigami. This means that Aizen has completely entered the high-level vision and has become the reserve seed of Captain Shinigami. Thinking of this, the Shinigami looked at Aizen with envy in their eyes. With such a good aptitude, it was obvious that Captain Xia Yan had no problem in accepting apprentices. The other party also got the appreciation of the commander-in-chief. CBDD. How is this guy so lucky? Advertisement. Yamamoto Uenujai Jongguo looked sideways at Xia Yan, and said lightly, the test is over. Aizen's aptitude is very good, and he has captain-level strength, which completely meets your requirements. Shinigami's eyes widened immediately. Aizen actually did it. Looking at Aizen again, his expression was very dull, as if it was a matter of course. Proud of heaven. Somehow, these words appeared in the hearts of the Shinigami, and the jealousy in their hearts turned into admiration. However, Xia Yan shook her head. He hasn't met my requirements yet. Under Yamamoto's astonished gaze, Xia Yan said in a flat tone, defeat a Shinigami captain, this is my request, but he hasn't done it yet. This. Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni was stunned. The surrounding Shinigami's mouth twitched violently. They couldn't understand why Captain Xia Yan had to struggle with defeating a captain when Aizen had already performed well. The person who gave Aizen the test was Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni, and asked him to defeat a Shinigami captain. Does Captain Xia Yan still expect Aizen to defeat the captain? Could it be that he doesn't want to accept apprentices and regrets it, so he deliberately embarrassed Aizen? The Shinigami looked at Aizen sympathetically, but noticed that the other party's expression was still calm, as if completely unaffected. Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni was a little embarrassed, turned his head to look at Aizen, and asked casually, what do you think? Of course I listened to Xia Yan and the captain. Aizen nodded slightly. Ryotsu began to climb slowly, and Zanpakuto in Aizen's hand changed a little. Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni's pupils shrank. This is. Break apart. Kyoka Suigetsu. In front of countless Shinigami Shikai's Zanpakuto, the strongest hallucination type, Aizen looked directly at Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. If the captain doesn't Shikai, I will win this battle. Chapter 66. Shocking Spike. The Shinigami were taken aback by Aizen's arrogant attitude. The last person who was so arrogant in front of Yamamoto Uenujai was called Yohabak, and now he has lost even the most basic freedom. Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni was also taken aback by Aizen's attitude. This kid is simply terrifyingly confident. Why? Ryotsu, who sensed Aizen Shikai's steady rise, and Yamamoto's Motoyanagi Shigeo had some incomprehension. Did Aizen swell after gaining power? Or is this guy really confident he can beat him? Yamamoto Uenujai Shikai subconsciously wanted Shikai, but he immediately stopped his actions. In his heart, he scolded himself that he had to deal with Shikai when he was a junior. After stopping this humiliating behavior, Yamamoto Uenujai Jongguo raised his foot and walked towards Aizen. Come on, Aizen kid. Even without Shikai, Ryotsu has soared to the strength of crushing Captain Shinigami. Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni shouted sharply. Let this old man see your arrogant capital. Ran, indifferently, chuckled. Then don't let me kill you, Captain. Insanity. Stimulated by the attitude of Aizen's partner to achieve the ultimate, not only the Shinigami glared at Aizen, but also the old man Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni was irritated. Uabak was never so arrogant back then, what? Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni used Shunpo, and his figure disappeared instantly. So fast, Aizen's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously raised his hand and placed Kyoka Suigetsu on his chest, trying to prevent the opponent's upcoming attack. But Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni's speed, swordsmanship and combat experience crushed him in all aspects. In the face of Aizen's defensive moves, Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni easily broke through his defense line with a flick of his wrist. Blood splattered. Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni slashed Aizen's waist with a sword, almost beheading him in the waist, and the injury was extremely terrifying. Advertisement 1. It's too simple, isn't it? That guy was so arrogant just now, I thought he had some cards. Seeing that Aizen was killed by the captain, the Shinigami breathed a sigh of relief. They think this is the normal plot. How could the commander-in-chief be defeated by an unknown newcomer, Shinigami? But no one noticed that Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni's eyes were not so indifferent, but very serious and dignified. How is this going? Looking at Aizen's body, dazed by blood, Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni felt an inexplicable sense of disobedience in his heart. Obviously he has defeated this kid Aizen, but, A strange light laughter sounded from behind Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni. Who? Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni's hair stood on end, and his back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. And he was not ashamed of his own strength, even if he was shocked, his body still responded, raising his hand and slashing in the direction of the voice behind him. Wow! The air was blasted by Yamamoto Uenyuji Chongguo, but it was cut empty. Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni's heart trembled, realizing that he was probably planted. Sure enough, as a sharp pain hit, a sharp zanpakuto pierced his chest, and blood sprayed all over the ground like money. Wow! Sudden heavy blow. Row as Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni spewing blood from his mouth. All around Shinigami was dumbfounded, and his eyes were dull. What just happened? Why is Aizen, who has been seriously injured and defeated, suddenly all right? Why was the captain who had already won the victory seriously injured? Hallucinations? Advertisement for Flowers Dreamland? Bold. Realizing that the captain was severely injured, the Shinigami immediately had blood-red eyes and roared towards the assessment stand. Aizen Sosuke. Do you know what you are doing? Hurry up and let go of the captain. Aizen smiled disdainfully, not taking the Shinigami who rushed towards him to heart. The Shinigami looked at each other in dismay, and instantly regained their senses. In today's Soul Society, except for Xia Yan and his party, there is no one worthy of his attention. They were so frightened by Aizen's defeat of the captain that they lost their rational judgment. Because no need. With this Captain Xia Yan here, even if Aizen is really against it, so what? That's why he doesn't hide his Kyoka Suigetsu abilities like he did in the original Shinigami. Thinking of this, the Shinigami couldn't help but subconsciously looked at Xia Yan, who had been extremely calm since just now, and heaved a sigh of relief. And Yamamoto Uenyuji Chongguo has been defeated by his men. Stop. Just as the Shinigami were about to rush in front of Aizen, Yamamoto Motorianai Shigekuni suddenly roared loudly, stopping their movement. Yes. Remembering the situation just now, the Shinigami finally woke up. Among the indigenous Shinigami of the entire Soul Society, the one worthy of his attention is nothing but Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Then why are they so excited? Under the astonished gazes of the Shinigami, Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni pulled out the zanpakuto inserted in his chest, returned it to Aizen, and said in a deep voice, "Have you forgotten that this is just a test? Eyes are a normal thing. Aizen didn't kill the old man, and he didn't go back. Indeed, this is an assessment and a battle. Injury is a normal thing, and Aizen has no killing intent." Chapter 67. Aizen's challenge to Commander-in-Chief was defeated in public, and the Shinigami, who were watching the lively, had been noisy for a long time before calming down, but their expressions were still flustered. This kind of feeling is as if mortals see the sky falling. They can't understand why, they only know that they may be hurt because of it. Fortunately, Tsunade, the current captain of the 4th Division, quickly healed the penetrating injury on the captain's body. Seeing this scene, the stone hanging in the hearts of the Shinigami finally fell to the ground. What they worry about most is Xia Yan. Now that they see Tsunade, Xia Yan's subordinate, treat the captain's wounds, they know that the other party will not do anything wicked. This makes them very satisfied with. June 20th. Xia Yan saw all this, but was not angry. Do people get mad at bugs because they fear themselves? If so, it would be too ridiculous, and it would be a big joke in the world. After the injury was healed, Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni looked at Aizen with complicated eyes. Less than 20 years old, this age is a child in Soul Society, but already has the strength to beat him. Even though the wounds have been completely healed, Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni felt powerless, as if he had lost his strength. He knew that he had lost his spirit. At this moment, Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni even had the idea of complete retirement in his heart. However, this idea was denied by him in just an instant. Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni knew very well that he couldn't retire. Even if Xia Yan wanted to do something, he couldn't stop it. Thinking like this, Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni looked sideways at Xia Yan. The test is over. This child has fulfilled your requirements. Xia Yan nodded, her eyes playful. Aizen's performance was much better than he expected, which shows that he has really worked hard in recent years. That being the case, it's not a big deal to accept the big boss in the original book as a disciple. Advertisement from Xia Yan's current vision, what Aizen asked for when he was a boss was nothing more than a planetary level. So, Xia Yan looked at Aizen and said lightly, "From today, you are my disciple." Yes. Aizen bowed his head slightly, his attitude was humble and respectful, and there was no hint of pride. However, this gesture of his made those Shinigami who were originally unhappy with him to have a good impression. At any rate, he was not a second-hand man who was mad when he was in power. But the next second, these Shinigami's eyes widened in astonishment. I saw Aizen kept bowing and said again, "Teacher, may I challenge you?" "What?" Ninja, Shinigami, Yoruichi, and the captain all looked at Aizen with different expressions. Some people think that after Aizen defeated Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni, he still swelled up and wanted to challenge Xia Yan. Some people think this is very interesting, maybe Aizen can force out a little of Xia Yan's real strength. But Shihuan Patriarch and others who were familiar with Xia Yan gave Aizen a pitying look. They don't think that Aizen can defeat Xia Yan, or even that Aizen can force out Xia Yan's hidden power. Xia Yan and Shinigami are not on the same level at all. However, they don't know that Aizen actually understands the huge gap between himself and Xia Yan better than them. He is very self-aware, and the reason why he challenged Xia Yan is just to verify how big the gap is between himself and Xia Yan. So he respectfully made an invitation to the battle again. Please, teacher Xia Yan. Alright. Xia Yan doesn't care about Aizen's little thought. It is the right and the obligation of the master to instruct the apprentice. Advertisement then. Under everyone's attention, Xia Yan's figure appeared on the assessment platform out of thin air. What? I'm going. How did Captain Xia Yan appear there? Shunpo. No. It's more like a space teleport, but it's too exaggerated to not even move forward at all. Does this mean that you can kill the enemy with a direct surprise attack during the battle, and the enemy won't react? Frightened by Xia Yan's strange speed, the Shinigami looked at Xia Yan with amazement. Although most Shinigami know that Xia Yan's strength is very terrifying, and can even pull the moon and defeat the commander-in-chief, but that is too far away. It is not as good as seeing the other side using strange space means to shock. Aizen was also very surprised, apparently not expecting that Xia Yan was not only terrifying in strength, but also had such amazing accomplishments in space. However, only Xia Yan like this is qualified to be his teacher. Mr. Xia Yan, offended, 3.3 Aizen said softly, raising Kyoka Suigetsu in her hands. What? Aizen appeared in front of Xia Yan in an instant, and Kyoka Suigetsu slashed fiercely in his hand. Seeing the speed and strength he showed this time, the corners of Yamamoto's mouth twitched. Only then did he see that Aizen had retained his combat power when he fought with him just now. Xia Yan was also a little surprised by this, but still too young. According to Mo Yan's division of strength, Aizen can't even reach the level of the island explosion in the pirate world now, which is pitifully weak. Chapter 68. Yoruichi. I want to challenge the captain too. Xia Yan's division of strength is based on destructive power. In Mo Yan's view, this evaluation standard may not be accurate, but it is definitely the most suitable for evaluating combat effectiveness. Example. A person who can physically explode an island is A, and a person who can physically explode a country is B. There is a battle between these two people. If it does not have special abilities and equipment, it will not be able to break B's defense no matter what. This is the level gap. Aizen's battle with Mo Yan is like this. Xia Yan's strength seems to be only a few levels stronger than Aizen, but if it is embodied in combat power, it is at least 10 million times the difference. So, Xia Yan slowly raised her hand and met Aizen's slash with one finger. Can. The crisp sound rang in the ears of everyone, causing many Shinigami to roar in their ears. Many of the weaker Shinigami were even spitting blood from their noses and mouths, as if they were seriously injured. This power. Not that Aizen's power. Feeling this terrifying energy fluctuation, the Shinigami looked at the field in shock. I saw that Aizen's Zanpakuto hit Xia Yan's finger directly, failing to cause 21 milliliters of damage. This is of course, the Shinigami of Soul Society know that Xia Yan can pull a planet, and his strength is extremely terrifying. If he will be injured by Aizen, it will be big news. In this way, the terrifying shock just now must be because of Xia Yan's counter-shock. The Shinigami who were injured in the shock looked at Xia Yan resentfully, wondering if this adult was playing with them on purpose. I'm going. I almost bleed. Yoruichi also quickly withdrew from Xia Yan's fighting range, and gave Xia Yan an annoyed look. Foster father, do you have to use such a big battle to deal with this kid Aizen? You don't need it at all? Only physical strength is enough? Xia Yan smiled helplessly, then looked at Aizen. You heard it too, that girl Yoruichi asked me to use only physical power to deal with you. Then the teacher loses. Aizen's warm voice suddenly sounded from behind Xia Yan. Advertisement. Then the Shinigami were shocked to find that Aizen, who was originally standing in front of Xia Yan to fight, unexpectedly appeared behind Xia Yan and put his Kyoka Suigetsu on Xia Yan's neck. The audience was silent. If Aizen and Xia Yan are at the same level, Aizen will definitely win this battle. Aizen was also a little excited. He just tested it, but he didn't expect that his illusion would actually be useful to a powerhouse like Xia Yan. Does this mean that he will surpass Xia Yan sooner or later? However, the excited Aizen did not realize that not everyone was surprised that he defeated Xia Yan. For example, Yoruichi, Saitama and other people who did not fall into illusion, looked at Aizen with sympathy in their eyes. Cough. Illusion? It's really a powerful illusion, and it doesn't feel any worse than Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion. Standing in front of Aizen, Xia Yan didn't panic at all. Turning his head slightly, he exposed his 9-hooked jade Rinnegan in front of Aizen, and Xia Yan's eyes were full of playfulness. How can you be sure that it was me who got the illusion, not yourself? What? Aizen's heart trembled, frightened by Xia Yan's eyes. As a candidate for Xia Yan's disciples, one of Soul Society's most respected Xia Yan people, Aizen is naturally very familiar with the comic book, Hokage. So he could see at a glance that Mo Yan's eyes were the powerful Rinnegan in Hokage. But his appearance was different from Rinnegan, somewhat like a fusion version of Rinnegan and Sharingan. What made him more concerned was what Xia Yan had just said. Is he under illusion? Impossible. Aizen is a master of illusion, even in the entire Soul Society. There is no existence that is better at illusion than him. He knows that Xia Yan is much stronger than himself, but he does not feel that the other party can still crush him in the field he is good at. However, in the next second, something terrifying happened to Aizen. Click. The world is like a mirror that has been smashed by someone with a heavy hammer, crumbling and shattering in front of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the real world appeared in front of his eyes. Advertisement. Aizen blinked, looking at the empty face, his eyes were a little dull. The next second, he realized that Xia Yan, who was supposed to be under his sword, was actually standing behind him. Space teleportation. 7. Aizen of the Grandmaster Illusion is very clear that he has just broken away from illusion. Withdrawing Kyoka Suigetsu, Aizen turned his head and looked at Xia Yan with complicated eyes. The next head of the Shihuan family, the youngest captain in history, the adopted daughter of Captain Xia Yan. Sefenjin Yoruichi, 620 Yoruichi et al., are not surprised by this result. Admiration. Teacher, you are really amazing. Under everyone's attention, Yoruichi walked slowly to the assessment stage with a dull face. And in the end, when there is only one person left, the Shinigami broke away from their shock and began to continue their assessment. The Shinigami, headed by Yamamoto Uozhihua, were extremely solemn. They had just seen Aizen's terrifying strength in illusion, and then immediately saw Xia Yan, who was even more terrifying in illusion. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The presence of Shinigami was excited again. After all the calculations, he never thought that he would be easily crushed by Xia Yan in the illusion that he was best at. I want to challenge the captain too. Suppressing the horror in his heart, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni patted his palm. Continue the assessment. Yes. Will she be better than Aizen? Or will she be compared by Aizen in front of her adoptive father? After casually looking around the Shinigami captains present, his eyes finally settled on Yamamoto's face, and Yoruichi's face showed eager anticipation. Afterwards, although there was a vice-captain class like Urahara Kazuki, it didn't attract much attention because of Aizen Zuyu. Chapter 69. Yoruichi's fist in Shinigami's original work. Yoruichi is a rather detached character. Today, she is covered by Xia Yan, and her character is even more lawless. She is a well-deserved princess of Soul Society. This also caused her to seem careless, but in fact she has a very high self-esteem. Now, her humble younger brother Aizen has defeated Captain Yamamoto and won the approval of her adoptive father. Naturally, she can't hold back. Defeat the old man Sean and prove in front of his foster father that he is no worse than that stinky boy Aizen. At this moment, Yoruichi's heart surged with infinite fighting spirit. On the other hand, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni was a little helpless. How does he feel that the highest-ranking Shinigami captain of the Soul Society has become a target? But no matter how depressed I was, I still had to fight. After all, Aizen had already fought. If he didn't fight Yoruichi, wouldn't he be misunderstood? What's more, he himself is very curious about what level of Yoruichi's current strength is, and who is stronger or weaker than Aizen. So, Mr. Sean appeared again. This time, the Shinigami's attention was even more concentrated. Unlike the previously unknown Aizen, Yoruichi beat the captain-level Shinigami a few years ago, and is also known as the youngest captain-level Shinigami in history. Now that a few years have passed, how far can her strength grow? Zizi, Yoruichi suddenly burst out with a blue electric current visible to the naked eye, and then the whole person disappeared directly in place. This speed. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni's pupils shrank, his eyes failed to keep up with Yoruichi, but his body instinctively defended. Boom. Yoruichi's right foot rested heavily on Yamamoto's left arm, and his terrifying strength set off a frantic hurricane that swept the ground hundreds of meters behind. Rao is the power of the old man to shake the mountain with one punch, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back at Yoruichi's feet. And this was just Yoruichi's first attack. Advertisement. After kicking the old man's arm, Yoruichi used this strength to twist in the air, and then kicked out again. Bang. 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 His feet kicked towards Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni like a storm. Rao, the Shinigami captain, was a little unbearable and could only passively defend. After a few seconds, Ye flips back to the original position. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni had appeared hundreds of meters away, his raised arms were red and swollen, as if he had been injured. The whole audience Shinigami looked at the two of them in astonishment, unable to say a word in shock. They all knew that Yoruichi was very strong, but they never thought that Yoruichi's offensive methods would be so violent and fierce. It was like crushing the captain. However, it was not that serious. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni seemed to be injured, but this redness was not even a minor injury in his opinion. However, it's really amazing. It's just that pure power has reached such a level, it's popular. Looking at Yoruichi with emotion, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni has roughly judged the strength of Yoruichi. He also knew that if he didn't Shikai, he would be completely crushed by Yoruichi's physical strength. So, Ryatsu broke out. Many Shinigami were caught off guard, and were directly turned over. Kyoraku Shunsui's eyes widened, and he looked at the field in shock. The power of the release this time, the old man, is more than that of the battle with Aizen just now. Jashiro's eyes were solemn, knowing that this was the proof that Yoruichi's strength surpassed Aizen. Aizen looked like he didn't care, as if he didn't care that he was surpassed. However, this is only an illusion. In the eyes of Xia Yan and the very few who were not caught by Kyoka Suigetsu hypnosis, Aizen's palms were rubbed tightly. Obviously, seeing that he was already so good but still failed to surpass Yoruichi, he was still very restless in his heart. In the field, feeling the oppressive hot ryotsu of Mr. Yama, Yoruichi's pretty and heroic face flashed an arrogant smile. Unlike in the original book, now she is stronger and more confident. Advertisement: if Yamamoto Uenyuji reconciles the country, then she is estimated to surrender directly. But it's just Shikai's words. Zzz. The wanton thunder and lightning around him became more violent, and Yoruichi's whole body seemed to be integrated with the thunder and lightning. Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni's pupils shrank, and Ryujin Jaka slashed forward in his hand. However, no, this is really my favorite type of battle. Yoruichi's right foot, which almost merged with Raiden, kicked hard on Ryujin Jaka. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Jashiro, on the other hand, was searching for his teacher's situation. She slammed into the sea of fire like a meteor. Cough cough. I'll go, this girl's strength is too strong. Subconsciously, old man Sean raised his hand and placed Zanpakuto on his chest. Kyoraku Shunsui kept coughing and looked at Yoruichi with shock. Wow. Boom. The scorching flames with a temperature of at least several thousand degrees formed a sword glow and a tornado, roaring and rushing towards Yoruichi. What? Just listening to the terrifying loud noise and the violent roar of thunder and lightning, the entire assessment field was shaking wildly, as if it was going through an earthquake of astonishing scale. Yoruichi's eyes were full of excitement, and with a slight tap of his feet, the entire assessment table was shattered. Under the astonished gazes of Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni and many Shinigami, a figure, Wang Lao's, ripped apart the sea of fire, rushing out of it like a shooting star. The figure of Yamamoto Genyuzai Shigekuni completely disappeared, and only a new human-shaped hole appeared in the wall. County. Then, the power exploded. Chapter 70. Yoruichi. I want to be captain. The captain was kicked away by Yoruichi. Looking at the big human-shaped hole, the Shinigami didn't realize this fact until a few seconds later. There was silence, and not a single Shinigami spoke. Everyone was dumbfounded. Before Yamamoto and Yoruichi fought against Yoruichi, the Shinigami wondered if it would be a hardy fight. But after the two crushes, they understood. Yoruichi is a more terrifying monster and genius than Aizen. If the captain doesn't understand, I'm afraid they are not the opponent of this little girl. In a single day, the High Presence has lost twice in a row, which is a big blow to the Shinigami. The captains are okay, most of them have excellent psychological quality. But the officers and the ordinary team members were in a very low mood. They saw the gap. That is a huge gap that is insurmountable. They have worked hard for hundreds of thousands of years, or even a lifetime, and they may not even be able to beat the general state of the captain. And Yoruichi is just a teenager, but he has done it with ease. In the field, unlike other Shinigami, Yoruichi is in a very happy mood and a little smug. After all, she personally defeated Shinigami, the highest-ranking person in Soul Society, which is her honor and her self-proof in front of her adoptive father, Xia Yan. The figure of Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni appeared out of thin air on the assessment platform that had been turned into ruins. Seeing that he was all right, the Shinigami who were in a state of shock immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But then they became nervous again, because they saw that the captain's left arm was swaying weakly. Advertisement: anyone with a bit of experience realizes that the captain's arm was kicked off by Yoruichi, CBDD. Good. Excellent. Yamamoto Genryuzai Shigekuni's face was not very good looking, but he still praised Yoruichi without hesitation. Thank you teacher for your compliment. Yoruichi casually dealt with her cheap teacher, and then she looked at Xia Yan expectantly. Foster father. Well, good performance. Xia Yan looked at this beautiful girl gently. Without being stingy with his own praise, he knew that this was the best compliment for a girl. Besides, Xia Yan really felt that Yi performed very well. Because Yoruichi didn't even use Mangekyo Sharingan's ability in the battle with Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni, it can be seen that she listened to what she said back then and did not rely on that pupil power. Father praised me. On the other hand, recalling Xia Yan's gentle compliment, Yoruichi's whole person seemed to be alive, with a bright smile on his pretty face. This scene fell in the eyes of Yamamoto Uenyuji Chongguo, and he only felt very sour. The Shihuan family used to be his most important subordinates, and Yoruichi was also his nominal disciple, and they were praised the same way. Why doesn't Yoruichi care about his old man? Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni is jealous. Yoruichi ignored the old man, and she felt refreshed after being praised by Xia Yan, so she remembered what she had said to Xia Yan a few years ago. Father. Yoruichi looked at Xia Yan expectantly. Do you remember what you promised me before I went to school a few years ago? Okay. Xia Yan froze for a moment. What did you promise Yoruichi about yourself? What's up? Advertisement? Okay. Foster father, you really forgot. Looking at the innocent expression on Xia Yan's face, Yoruichi said angrily, Captain, didn't I come to school to be the captain? Oh, I remember. The corner of Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly, but she didn't expect this thing to make Yoruichi remember for so long. Captain? Xia Yan looked up at Yamamoto Uenyuji Shigekuni. What do you think, Chief Captain? Xia Yan asked softly. Yamamoto Uozhihua Chongguo hasn't done anything in the past few years, he quite appreciates the other party, and naturally he doesn't mind giving the captain a face. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni did not reply immediately, but fell into contemplation. Yoruichi's desire to be the captain was out of his plan. Today's Soul Society is very decentralized, but mainly several forces are mixed together. Captain, commoners, nobles, Xia Yan. Among them, the nobles are the most powerful. Even Jashiro and Kiraku Shunsui, who supported Yamamoto Genyazai shogun, were members of the aristocracy. Then there is Xia Yan, Whitebeard, Unohana and Senju Tsunade, plus Xia Yan himself. There are 4 captains on the bright side. After that, it was Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni, the commander-in-chief in the civilian forces, which were the smallest 2 parts. Therefore, if Yoruichi replaces another captain and Xia Yan has a full 5 captains, this is unacceptable to Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni. This is more than 1/3 of the power of Soul Society. So, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni said in a deep voice, the Soul Society doesn't have a spare captain position for this girl Yoruichi, or is it Captain Xia Yan? You want to give up your position to Yi? Chapter 71. Captain of the 9th Division Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni is not an idiot. Even if he knows that Xia Yan will not use the position of captain to do anything to Soul Society, it is impossible to hand over the rights of Soul Society. Even if he doesn't care, it's impossible for others to care. After all, Yoruichi has no credit in Soul Society and is still a child. After all, there are many other Shinigami who are hundreds or thousands of years old and are still ordinary officials. It is important to keep Xia Yan satisfied, but if the internal world of the corpse is unstable due to this, it is something that Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni cannot accept. Because he is the captain, because he is the Soul Society itself. However, Yoruichi's emotions should also be appeased. After all, the other party is a genius, and he has a close relationship with Xia Yan and himself. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni stared at Xia Yan and repeated the previous question. Captain Xia Yan is going to give up his position to Yoruichi, this girl? Unnecessary. Xia Yan smiled lightly. Just vacating 1 captain position is enough for this girl Yoruichi, isn't it? Forehead. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni was taken aback for a moment. Obviously he didn't come back to his senses. What did Xia Yan mean? Xia Yan didn't intend to explain to him, and turned to look at the captain sitting side by side not far away. Who wants to make room for Yoruichi? Xia Yan asked a few people with a chuckle. Captain Shinigami, look at me. I look at you, with a complicated look. The 14th Division of the Gode was established not too long ago, and they were basically the captains of the 1st and 2nd generations. The power and status after becoming the captain fascinated them, and they were naturally unwilling to give up easily. But, Xia Yan spoke up. Advertisement thinking of the beautiful broken moon in the sky, the Shinigami captains fell silent. A long time. The captain of the 6th Division, the head of the Kuchiki family, was the first to speak. The captain of the 6th Division has been inherited by the head of the Kuchiki family for generations. This is something that the captain told me before and cannot be changed. As soon as this statement came out, all Captain Shinigami at the scene scolded this guy for being shameless in their hearts. And this kind of verbally good thing counts as fart? Didn't the 2nd Division team say that the Shihuan clan's patriarch could be the only one, but Xia Yan became the captain of the 2nd Division team directly? So they quarreled like this. It's the same here on my side. The family is watching, and the position cannot be given up casually. If my wife knew that I gave up the captaincy, she would probably kill me. I'm sorry, Captain Xia Yan, I really can't do anything. The Shinigami captains basically shied away from Xia Yan, and kept looking at the expressions on Xia Yan's face. Although they didn't want to give up their captaincy, they didn't want to anger Xia Yan. Fortunately for them, Xia Yan didn't seem to be angry, and even kept a peaceful smile. Captain Xia Yan has such a good temper in recent years? Just when the Shinigami captains were relieved, Xia Yan spoke up. Just the 9th squad. Xia Yan's tone was not negotiable, but full of unquestionableness. The few Shinigami captains who heard his words were full of surprise, secretly glad they escaped. And the current captain of the 9th Division is stunned and shocked. He never thought that Xia Yan's final choice would be himself. This unscientific advertisement, that, Captain Xia Yan. Not wanting to lose his position, the captain of the 9th Division looked at Xia Yan cautiously. Our 9th Division is in charge of the prison. It is dirty and messy, the work is very troublesome, and we deal with a group of scum every day. Miss Yoruichi is so noble, is it too wrong for her to come here? Ask for flowers. Well, you're right. Xia Yan nodded thoughtfully, as if he was persuaded. However, before the captain of the 9th Division was happy for a few seconds, Xia Yan spoke again. Then give up my position of the 2nd Division to this girl Yoruichi, and then I will be the captain of the 9th Division, how about that? WH. Well, I get it, Captain Xia Yan. Hearing Xia Yan's words, the captain of the 9th Division was full of resentment, but he accepted it honestly and had no intention of resisting. Because he doesn't want to die. Yes, not bad. Xia Yan was very satisfied with the attitude of the captain of the 9th Division. Self-knowledge is the most important thing, and Xia Yan doesn't hate such obedient people. So, I thought for a while. Shen Yu hit the stick and then gave the sweet Xia Yan another command. You don't have to be sad, you can still be the deputy captain of the 9th Division, and all the work in the team will be handled by you, just like before, understand? Yes. Thank you Captain Xia Yan for your appreciation. The captain of the 9th Division was instantly resurrected, his eyes were full of excitement and ecstasy, and his eyes were full of respect when he looked at Xia Yan. At this moment, the respect for Xia Yan in his heart reached the highest level ever. And Xia Yan didn't actually give him anything, just to keep him from losing his original rights, that's all. This scene fell in the eyes of Yamamoto Uozhihua Chongguo, and he felt astonished. He won the allegiance of a captain-level powerhouse quietly, and Xia Yan's way of playing with people's hearts is simply appalling. Big. Chapter 72. The immobilized prisoner. With Xia Yan's assurance and knowing that he would not lose his power, the first-generation captain of the 9th Division gave Xia Yan the position of captain of the 9th Division without any hesitation. It is the best result for him to retain the right to be the captain of the 9th Division. Yoruichi is also very happy that he has re-inherited the position of the captain of the 2nd Division, which means that the Shihuan family has returned to the power center of the Soul Society. Although she doesn't value power very much, she is naturally very satisfied that she can be closer to Mo Yan. After that, the graduation assessment continues. Only with Aizen and Yoruichi, two extremely excellent comparison groups, the Shinigami graduates of 637 can't attract too much attention, no matter how good they are. Even the genius Urahara Kazuki is no exception. Really, I wanted to compete for the captain of the 13th Division. Seeing that he was being ignored so gorgeously, Urahara Kazuki couldn't help complaining softly, but there was no trace of pity in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't really want to be Captain Shinigami so early. This guy, seemingly lazy, is actually very careful. He fully understands that, as Yoruichi's younger brother, he has long been labeled as Xia Yan. Under the circumstance that Xia Yan's forces are expanding, unless Urahara Kazuki makes a great contribution to shock the entire Soul Society, the commander-in-chief will not let him take power easily. The assessment is over soon, and most of the graduating Shinigami have selected their own team. Among them, 80% of the teams selected by Shinigami are related to Xia Yan, which makes many Shinigami captains very helpless. After all, people go to high places. This is a simple truth that everyone understands. The reason why these Shinigami students want to join Xia Yan's sphere of influence is precisely because anyone with a discerning eye can see the horror on Xia Yan's side. Advertisement helpless. In the end, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni personally divided 50% of the graduates into Xia Yan's sphere of influence, and the remaining 50% was left to the other captains to choose. Finally, Aizen joined the 9th Division under Xia Yan. Yoruichi becomes the captain of the 2nd Division. Urahara Kazuki joined the 13th Division and became a chief officer due to his excellent performance. It is estimated that he can become the deputy captain after a few decades, and he can become the captain within 100 years. After doing all this, Xia Yan brought Aizen to the 9th Division. Whitebeard, Saitama, and the others, who had been informed that they were waiting here, immediately greeted them. Lord Xia Yan. Whitebeard and his party bowed their heads respectfully in front of Xia Yan, then looked at Aizen curiously. Naturally, they knew Aizen. It's just that the Aizen they know is a mature man whose speech and actions are full of not the gentle little brother in front of him. Is this what Aizen looks like when he's young? If he hadn't read the manga of Shinigami in One Piece World, Whitebeard and others would have thought he was a kind child. Really TM will dress up. The eyes of these people are so strange. Aizen looked at Whitebeard and the others in disbelief, and he could naturally detect these inquiring gazes. But he didn't say anything, because he knew that 80% of these people were comic characters, and they were also loyal subordinates of his teacher, Xia Yan. It was a man whose body and limbs were tightly bound, and even his mouth, ears and eyes were blocked. Advertisement. He saw that the place where he and others were in 3.3 was the prison of the Soul Society. Who was the person he wanted to see as a teacher? After half an hour, he knew the answer, and, although Aizen looked down on the strength of ninjas, he knew that the bald head named Saitama was definitely unable to beat him, and even the moon in the sky was shattered by the bald head. Xia Yan smiled slightly, raised her hand and patted Aizen's head. Come in with me, you'll know. Because even though this man was so embarrassed, Aizen could still feel an amazing sense of oppression and aura from him. In this state, even moving his fingers is an extravagant hope. On the other side, Xia Yan and Whitebeard greeted each other and walked towards the depths of the 9th Division. However, he also knew that he was only Xia Yan's little apprentice now, so even if he was a little dissatisfied, he didn't dare to show it, and honestly followed behind Xia Yan. Ding! Aizen quickly followed his pace and asked in a low voice, Teacher, why do you want to be the captain of the 9th Division? As far as I know, the 9th Division does not seem to be a sought-after position. After Xia Yan walked with him for more than half an hour, a figure appeared in front of him. Aizen realized in an instant that this was a prisoner, and he was also a very terrifying prisoner. However, the deeper he went, the more puzzled Aizen became. Aizen is not used to Xia Yan's pat on his head, as if he is a pet dog raised by Xia Yan. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Aizen fears and looks forward to this power, which is one of the reasons why he wants to apprentice Xia Yan. Yes. Chapter 73. The difference between blasting the surface of the enclave, blasting the moon and blasting stars. From Aizen's perspective, the prisoner who lost his freedom in front of him is undoubtedly above the captain level. Because even those veteran captains never brought him such an amazing sense of oppression. A little curious about the identity of the person in front of him, Aizen tentatively asked Xia Yan, Teacher, this is Uozhihua, the opponent of Yamamoto's Genyazai Shigekuni, is one of the top players in Soul Society. Xia Yan did not hide the identity of the person in front of her, and explained it to Aizen. Aizen suddenly widened his eyes and was shocked. Soul Society actually still has such a big boss, and it has been so miserable. Yes, boss. Although Aizen defeated Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni in the graduation assessment, he did not look down on him. Because he knew very well that his Kyoka Suigetsu and his basic fighting power were not invincible. And now, a criminal whose strength is comparable to Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni is in front of him. What is your teacher doing with this guy? Can you benefit from it? Under Aizen's expectant gaze, Xia Yan spoke. Hello, Uozhihua, I'm Xia Yan, I believe you know me too. Xia Yan's tone was very flat, but full of ridicule. After all, the Saitama who made you so miserable is my subordinate. Of course, Uozhihua knew who Xia Yan was. He wanted to speak, but his mouth was bound, and he couldn't even utter a single syllable. This is the Shinigami of the 9th Division to prevent him from singing. After all, the ghost knows whether the villain has any special means. Seeing this, Xia Yan raised her hand and prepared to untie it for him. However, before he could move, two figures appeared out of thin air, blocking him. Captain Xia Yan, please don't untie him, he is dangerous. Knowing that Xia Yan is the new captain of the 9th Division, the attitude of the two guards is very respectful. Uozhihua is Soul Society's biggest enemy, and they naturally dare not let Xia Yan act at will. Advertisement, but Xia Yan just glanced at him lightly and made them feel like they were in an ice cellar. Step aside. Mo Yan's tone was very flat, even too soft. However, the two Shinigami who stood in front of Uozhihua directly spit out blood, their breath was sluggish, and their faces were full of horror. They never imagined that Captain Xia Yan would make them hit hard with just a little momentum. If this is more serious, wouldn't they be crushed to death by Xia Yan's aura? Not daring to stop Xia Yan, the two left quickly and went to the first team to report what happened to the captain. Xia Yan didn't bother to stop them, and directly untied Uozhihua's bondage. After being defeated by Saitama, Uozhihua opened his eyes to see the outside world for the first time, and it was also the first time that he obtained the most basic personal freedom. This made him feel extremely surprised. Who dared to disobey Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni's order and untied his bondage? He glanced at Aizen first, and was surprised that the other party could not be affected by his own momentum at such a young age. Then he turned his eyes to Xia Yan, and was even more shocked. He couldn't see through Mo Yan's strength, not even Xia Yan's Ryotsu. There are only two possibilities for this situation. 1. Xia Yan has no strength at all, he naturally cannot perceive it. But the fleeting momentum just now proved that this person in front of him is not a weak person. Then it's 2. The opponent's strength is far superior to himself. Thinking of the bald man who brought him great frustration, and Xia Yan's previous statement, that's his subordinate, Uozhihua's exquisite heart already understands everything. Soul Society is not a one-word hall of Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni, and even has an existence far beyond them. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, funny, it's so funny. Even though he was in danger, Uozhihua still laughed very proudly. It seems that he is very happy when he sees that Yamamoto Uozhihua's life is not going well. Advertisement Xia Yan didn't interrupt him, and let Uozhihua vent his emotions there. A long time. Uozhihua stopped laughing wildly, took a deep breath, and looked at Xia Yan again. Tell me, what's the matter with me? I don't believe that a big man like you would come to chat with me when you have nothing to do. That's foresight. Xia Yan shook her head and chuckled, and then her eyes suddenly became solemn. Do you know how I can break through the level of true starburst? For example, with a starburst, Earth and Jupiter are not at the same level at all, and the latter can completely kill the former. Xia Yan also knew that this was his own term, and Uozhihua naturally couldn't understand it. What is a true starburst? Xia Yan told Uozhihua about the standard she set. And Xia Yan previously classified his strength as a starburst, which is actually not accurate enough, because he can only burst the moon. After all, his comet sheet is currently in a bottleneck period, unable to do the next step, and time cannot be wasted casually. Uozhihua's face was a little weird. According to your standard, my strength is probably melting the surface of the Earth. On this basis, it is 4 times stronger to explode the moon, and 12 times stronger is to blow up the surface. It's far away, why did you come to ask me? Among them, each stage is also divided into high and low. So, after a little wording, he explained as simply as possible. According to the power of the attack, I have divided a person's strength in stages. The real explosion refers to the Earth as the standard. Uozhihua looked confused and couldn't understand Xia Yan's words at all. 637 To put it simply, Xia Yan's current strength can explode the moon and blow up the Earth's surface, but it cannot destroy the Earth with one blow. But the power needed to explode the moon is actually only 1/12 of the surface of the Earth. Uozhihua was stunned after hearing this. It was the first time he had seen such a clear division of strength. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. And the reason why he came to Uozhihua was to know how to break through normally in the Shinigami world. From exploding cities to exploding countries, to continents, the surface, and exploding stars. Chapter 74. Devouring the Spirit King and the World. Just like what Uozhihua said, in Xia Yan's standard, his strength is at most the level of melting the surface of the Earth, and there is a huge gap of at least hundreds of thousands of times from the starburst. Therefore, he could not understand the reason why Mo Yan came to him. Can I really help Xia Yan? Xia Yan smiled slightly. You know more about the Shinigami world than I do. Think about it, if there is any way for me to break through the limits of the planet? Uozhihua was silent. He wanted to say that if he could easily break through the limits of the planet, he would have promoted himself long ago, and then killed that old fellow Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni. But he was also very curious. A big man like Xia Yan should not talk nonsense. Obviously the other party really knew something about this. So, fell into contemplation. Xia Yan didn't bother him, just waited quietly. A long time. Uozhihua raised his head, his eyes glowed, and he seemed to have understood something. At the same time, two figures strode in from outside. Aizen glanced back and saw that it was Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni and his vice-captain. Captain Xia Yan. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni walked behind Xia Yan and said in a deep voice, "Why did you untie Uozhihua's bondage? It's none of your business, just know that Soul Society won't suffer from it." Xia Yan didn't even look back at Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni, and his tone was very flat. It was as if he was talking to his subordinates. Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni noticed this, and he was naturally very dissatisfied with Xia Yan. Advertisement, what a joke. This B******* D released the prisoner who wanted to subvert the Soul Society without letting him meddle in his business. The arrogance cultivated for thousands of years made Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni want to get angry, but when he saw Aizen's indifferent eyes, he instantly sobered up. There is no benefit to angering Xia Yan, only by following along can he ensure the stability of Soul Society. Woo, let's go. After giving Uozhihua a warning look, Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni turned and left. Sorry, Captain Xia Yan. Chojiro looked at Mo Yan's back and apologized, then quickly followed the captain's pace. I didn't expect your sense of oppression to be so powerful. Even the B******* D Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni is so jealous of you. Seeing Yamamoto leaving so easily, Uozhihua looked at Xia Yan like he was looking at a monster. Although he already knew that the status of the person in front of him must be outrageously high, but seeing with his own eyes that an opponent who is stronger than himself is so humble in front of Xia Yan, he still has a strange feeling of sadness. Xia Yan didn't bother to pay attention to his emotions. Seeing Yamamoto Uozhihua Chongguo leave, he said bluntly, "Tell me what you think. You must have had thoughts from your expression earlier." "Yes, I do have a little idea about the planet you speak of." Uozhihua nodded. Knowing that Xia Yan's strength far surpassed himself, and even crushed himself, Uozhihua didn't plan to hide anything. He even felt that this might be an opportunity for him to transcend this world. So, Uozhihua made his own suggestion, Spirit King. As we all know, the Spirit King is the Hueco Mundo, the Soul Society, the supreme god of this world, and the foundation of the existence of these worlds. If the Spirit King dies, these worlds will collapse. Advertisement: the so-called Spirit King is not actually a person in power like the Emperor, but a guy who has been cut into a stick and is protected by the Zero Team. Of course, the Spirit King is voluntary, and from this point of view, there is nothing wrong with Team Zero. However, Shinigami's official novel has supplemented the setting. If there is an accident, these bastards want to make Kurosaki Ichigo the Spirit King, which shows how ruthless their hearts are. But, does this have anything to do with what they're talking about? Xia Yan looked at Uozhihua suspiciously. What do you mean by this? Uozhihua grinned. Do you want to devour the Spirit King and turn the world into yourself? Huh? Spirit King? A look of surprise flashed in Xia Yan's eyes. He is now a half-planet level powerhouse, so he naturally understood Uozhihua's thoughts instantly. After swallowing the controller of the three realms, after obtaining the controller of the three realms, Wang Haojiao, he will then turn this planet into a part of his body. Simply put, if this is successful, the Earth is part of him. Even the Earth is a part of him, so the attack and defense can easily cross this level. I have to say that Uozhihua is a capable person. Without the help of the system, the method he proposed seems to be really possible to succeed. Just the question, how to do this? Xia Yan admitted that she didn't know much about the Spirit King. In this regard, Uozhihua had already had a plan. We go directly to the Lingwang Palace guarded by Team Zero, Blow. Chapter 75. Taking Uozhihua to Team Zero. The Spirit King is the one protected by Team Zero. Therefore, if you want to do anything to the King of Spirit, it is necessary to solve the Zero Team first. If you change to another Shinigami, even if you want to take action against the Zero Division, I am afraid you have to prepare carefully and plan. After all, Team Zero was established earlier than Godai 13. Don't look at the members of Team Zero in Shinigami comics. They don't have any cards. In fact, they're all super captains. Of course, for Xia Yan, this is not much of a concern. He didn't think the Shinigami world could threaten his existence. This is not arrogance, but true self-confidence. Team Zero. Kirin Temple Tenshiro, who had just been promoted from the 4th Division to the 0 Division a few years ago, suddenly felt a little uneasy. He is a very smart person. Usually when this happens, it means that something has happened. Who is it? Is the target the Lingwang Palace? Muttering in a low voice, Kirin Temple Tenshiro picked up his Zanpakuto and walked out. After 10 minutes, two figures appeared. B. Seeing the two extremely familiar faces, Tian Shilong of Qilin Temple secretly cried out in his heart, and immediately notified the other members of the Zero Squad, reminding them that there was an enemy invasion. After making these preparations, he walked over and said solemnly, "Captain Xia Yan, why are you with Uozhihua? Take me to see the Spirit King." Xia Yan did not answer the question of Tenshiro of Kirin Temple, and even the tone of her speech contained some orders. Kylin Temple Tianxilong's pupils shrank. He is a veteran Shinigami of Soul Society, who cares about his dignity very much, and naturally resents Xia Yan's tone. Advertisement, but it was Xia Yan's words that really made him angry. Spirit King. Looking at Uozhihua, who stood by and said nothing, as if he had become Xia Yan's younger brother, Tianxilong of Kirin Temple instantly understood Xia Yan's purpose. You actually betrayed the Spirit King, Xia Yan. You be *****D. Although I knew that Xia Yan and Soul Society were not of one mind, Tenshiro of Kirin Temple was still angry when this moment really came. Bankai. Without the slightest hesitation, Tenshiro of Kirin Temple released his whole cards directly. The furious Ryotsu shot straight into the sky, and the rest of the Zero Squadron who were rushing here after receiving the news widened their eyes in astonishment. This is Ryotsu from Kirin Temple. He already played against Xia Yan? Quick! Speed up! That guy at Kylin Temple is not Xia Yan's opponent. The monk, Senju Maru, and Ermaiwu Wang Yu accelerated and rushed towards Xia Yan. Everyone's faces were very ugly. As early as a long time ago, when the two Wu Wang Yu were instantly killed by Xia Yan, they knew the horror of Xia Yan, and they also thought that the other party would betray one day in the future, but they did not expect this day to come so quickly and so cruelly. CBDD. They don't even have time to prepare. Boom. Kylin Temple Tianxilong's body was smashed into the ground, his body was soaked with blood, and his bones were broken. I lost? Kirin Temple Tenshiro stared blankly at the sky. Feeling the sharp pain in his body, he clearly realized that he was defeated, and he was killed by a slap. For him, who has been smooth sailing since he was promoted to Team Zero, this is undoubtedly a very heavy blow. Advertisement, ah. The sharp sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded, and three figures appeared at the same time. Kirin Temple. The monk finally looked away from Kylin Temple and glared at Xia Yan. Captain Xia Yan, do you know what you are doing? Are you trying to provoke the Spirit King? Mind power and gravitational blessing. Xia Yan had a smirk on the corner of her mouth, and her tone was very flat. The monk's expression changed slightly when he saw the tragic appearance of Tianxilong in Kylin Temple. The other two did not have time to pay attention to the situation of Kylin Temple, and stared at Xia Yan and Uozhihua with solemn eyes. Huh? Whimsical. From the ground, it was as if the palm of a planet was grasping the moon. Insanity. Then I saw him slowly raise his hand and aim at the moon in the sky. Distance measurement. Senju Maru's pretty face was cold, and he scolded in a deep voice, delusional to replace the Spirit King. You are too imaginative. As if hearing some extremely funny jokes, Xia Yan's smile was very playful. They didn't understand why Xia Yan was with Uozhihua, but the other two came to the Lingwang Palace and shot at the members of Team Zero, which has proved their ambitions. No, I don't want to provoke the Spirit King, but to replace the Spirit King. It's like talking about something as small as what to eat for lunch today. As Xia Yan gently pulled her arm, a dark handprint suddenly appeared on the moon that was shattered by Saitama's punch. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. However, the monks knew that what Xia Yan said was very important, because he actually wanted to subvert the order of the world. Chapter 76. The Choice of Team Zero. In Xia Yan's previous life, when fans of some works compared their combat power, what they said about Starburst was actually a very general statement. What is a star? The moon is a star, the Earth, Jupiter, and the Sun are also stars. However, even the Earth and the moon, which have the smallest difference in size, would require at least hundreds of thousands of times of energy to destroy them. Not to mention the more massive Jupiter and the Sun, Xia Yan's ability to pull the moon at will, and he doesn't dare to say that he can break these two things. However, in front of the Zero squads, these seem to make no difference. After all, they don't even have the ability to take action on an ultra-small planet like the moon. The moon was caught? Looking at the dark handprint on the moon, the monk and Senju Maru's eyelids jumped. They didn't know what Xia Yan was going to do, but it didn't prevent them from feeling uneasy. Captain Xia Yan. The monk couldn't help but said, what are you going to do? Get off the horse. Xia Yan smiled and replied calmly. Get down. Get down? The corners of the mouths of the monk and Senju Maru twitched. They are not fools. They have experienced Saitama's punch and broken the moon, so they naturally understand what Xia Yan is talking about. Isn't that just threatening them with force? To be honest, they were really curious about what Xia Yan was going to show and what Saitama was going to show at the beginning. Saitama was originally a punch to break the moon. What about Xia Yan? Under the expectant and nervous gaze of the monks, Xia Yan lightly held her palm, as if she was grasping the air. At the same moment, the jet-black handprint on the moon also shrank inward, clenching tightly like Xia Yan's palm. Advertisement click. Click. Under the gaze of hundreds of millions of beings in the three realms, the moon was crushed a little bit, and finally it was completely shattered into slag, floating in the sky. All beings in the three realms were dumbfounded. Huo and Shinigami are okay. Even the top powerhouses of the Soul Society such as the monk and Senjumaru, the boss with his mouth open, could not say a word for a long time. After a long time, they finally regained consciousness. I'll talk to the Spirit King, isn't this too scary? The monk looked at Xia Yan with fear, his eyes were full of horror. Senju and the two did not speak, and their eyes were also full of emotions. They clearly felt the dismount from Xia Yan, which was terrifying to the extreme. How? Xia Yan slowly retracted her palm and asked with a chuckle. The monks didn't speak, they just looked at Xia Yan's palm unconsciously. To be honest, even if they saw Xia Yan crush the moon with a slap, they still couldn't accept the reality. The gap is really too big, so big that they can't even a little bit of resistance. Even the urge to protect the Spirit King and fight Xia Yan to the death was completely wiped out. The monk and Senju couldn't even help but wonder if the battle and protection of themselves and others was meaningful. Clap clap. A sudden burst of applause interrupted their thoughts. The monks raised their heads subconsciously and found that it was Uozhihua. The so-called, all-knowing and almighty god-level villain boss in the original book, is clapping Xia Yan like a dog's leg. While filming, he also said with a smile, as expected of Xia Yan, Saitama's boss, this strength is simply amazing. Humph. Advertisement. For flowers. The monks snorted coldly, their faces very ugly. They all know the identity of Uozhihua, a big sinner who tried to collar a soul society. If it weren't for the fact that he was brought by Xia Yan, they would have shot this B******** D long ago. Uozhihua knows this too. The faces of the monks were even more ugly. It goes without saying that to lead Xia Yan the way is to betray the Spirit King. It doesn't seem to make any sense not to lead Xia Yan's way, right? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Come and fight lousy if you can. Thinking of this, the monks subconsciously glanced at the completely broken moon in the sky. For them who dedicate their lives to the guardian Spirit King, this is not just a betrayal of the Spirit King, but also a betrayal of their life and philosophy. Isn't your Zero team very good? Isn't it very high? What? There is no point in resisting Xia Yan, and no matter what they do, they can't stop the other party from seeing the Spirit King. After all, together they probably wouldn't be enough to hit Xia Yan with a little finger. With a playful smile on Xia Yan's face, she looked at the monks and said, "Will you show me the way?" Because of this, he was very proud. The monk sighed deeply, stepped aside, and said respectfully, "Captain Xia Yan, please, I'll take you to see the Spirit King." 10. Standing quietly behind Xia Yan, Uozhihua looked at Xia Yan and said solemnly, "The King of Spirit is in the palace of the King of Kings. You can just go over there, Lord Xia Yan, and they will show you the way." They can only pray that Xia Yan will not destroy the Spirit King, so as to destroy the three realms of this world. Alas, I see. Chapter 77, Swallowing the Spirit King. In one's life, there are always countless choices. The right choice, the future is bright. If you choose the wrong one, it is normal to fall into hell in an instant. There is no doubt that Team Zero did not make a wrong choice when facing Xia Yan, nor would they suffer a tragic fate. Under the leadership of the monk, Xia Yan successfully entered the Lingwang Palace. Uozhihua looked around, but felt a little different. He originally thought that the Lingwang Palace had to be kept secret, but he didn't expect it to be so conspicuous. These guys are really not afraid of being targeted by the Spirit King. If the monk knew what 637 Uozhihua was thinking, he would definitely feel scornful. Hueco Mundo and the current world know very little about the Soul Society, and not many people in the Soul Society where Shinigami gathers know the truth about the Spirit King. How could anyone be eyeing the Spirit King? Xia Yan is the exception. Xia Yan was not originally a native of the Shinigami world, and did not care about the safety of the Spirit King and the three realms at all, which is why he did not hesitate to make the idea of the Spirit King. As for Uozhihua, this guy is simply a natural antibone. He doesn't care about the future of Soul Society, he only cares about whether he can get any benefits from Xia Yan, so that he can completely transcend the limits of this world. Arrive. The monk stopped and stepped aside to let Xia Yan see the scene ahead. Xia Yan raised her head slightly, and a sealed figure came into view. Should I say this is a person? No, he lost his limbs and facial features, and he didn't even have the most basic abilities as a human being, so he couldn't say that he was a human being. Advertisement. It should be said that this is a prop. It's incredible. If the gods of the Soul Society know that the Spirit King whom they respect and worship is just a human stick, I believe they will not accept it, right? Looking at the Spirit King who couldn't move and seemed to have no consciousness, the smile on Uozhihua's face was very bad, and his tone was full of sarcasm. He just likes to see the pitiful scenes of Shinigami fantasies being broken by cruelty, and it will make him happy. How can such a person control the three realms? Why should he respect such a dirty guy? If possible, Uozhihua would prefer to seize the power of the Spirit King himself and master the world in his own hands. But now, he can only take the second place and pin his hopes on Xia Yan. Please. Uozhihua looked at Xia Yan enviously. Although the monk and Senju were still unwilling, they moved to the left and right to leave enough space for Xia Yan. Xia Yan walked in front of the king of the stick spirit and felt a little uncomfortable. Although he had killed an unknown number of people, and had used a lot of cruel methods, it was the first time that such a big human was in front of him. Raising his hand to grab the Spirit King in his hand, Xia Yan asked casually, "What can I do to replace this guy?" Directly mobilize your Ryotsu and absorb the energy that devours him. Without waiting for the monk to speak, Uozhihua gave advice directly. Well, I see. Xia Yan nodded and released her Ryotsu. In an instant, he felt a strange pulling sensation. Advertisement. He clearly felt that the mutilated body of the Spirit King was devouring his Ryotsu. However, the swallowing speed is very slow. Xia Yan is just a little more serious, and he succeeds in countering the guest in the main. The terrifying Ryotsu erupted from the Spirit King's body, but rushed into Xia Yan's body like a tide. Rao is that Xia Yan had been prepared for a long time, and was shocked by this scene. But fortunately, his body has been through the trials and tribulations of Hogyoku, and even the explosion of the moon will not cause fatal injuries, not to mention only the scouring of Ryotsu. Although the amount of this Ryotsu is indeed far beyond his expectations. But this is normal. After all, the Earth in the Shinigami world seems to be much larger than the normal Earth in Xia Yan's previous life. The energy required to make this Earth a part of himself is absolutely terrifying. If it weren't for the existence of a shortcut to the special status of the Spirit King, Xia Yan would never have been able to forcefully devour the energy of such a large planet. This guy. Not far away, the monk and Senjumaru stared at Xia Yan, who was absorbing Ryotsu, then turned to look at each other. They could see the thoughts in each other's eyes. Do you want to do it? 3.3 They don't know what the current state of Xia Yan is, or whether they will have any effect if they attack. But this is indeed their best chance to beat Xia Yan, and their only chance. If you miss this opportunity, Xia Yan will completely devour the Spirit King, and they will be completely defeated. However, Wang Yu, who came last, stopped them. Just meet the new king. Ermaiwu Wang Yue persuaded in a voice that Mo Yan could clearly hear. What we pursue is the stability of the three realms, not who the Spirit King belongs to. Don't put the cart before the horse. Chapter 78. The Real Explosive Star 2 House Wang Yu. Forge of all Zanpakuto sealed states of Soul Society. The hapless one who was killed by Xia Yan in Soul Society's Central 46. This is the label on his body, which cannot be washed off for a lifetime. And now, he has made a correct choice on behalf of Team Zero, who was once defeated in the hands of Xia Yan. The Spirit King is just a position. As long as there is no problem with the Spirit King's position, it doesn't matter who is the Spirit King. Xia Yan is also very good when it is the King of Spirits. At least this guy is strong and can hold the scene. Squirt. These guys are lucky. Not far away, Yubak couldn't help sneering when he saw the monk's Zero Division making a choice. He was very proud at this time, because he was very happy to see the depravity of the Soul Society bosses. And Xia Yan didn't bother to pay attention to them. He could clearly feel the fleeting killing intent of the monk and Senjumaru just now. It's just that he doesn't care, because the 221 have made the right choice. At this time, he felt very comfortable, and his body was rapidly evolving. The effect of this evolution is much better than that of Hogyoku, and it even completely breaks through the limits of Hogyoku, allowing Xia Yan to evolve towards a higher level. Finally, I don't know how long it took. Xia Yan slowly opened her eyes. His current situation is a bit strange. He doesn't have the aura of a strong man all over his body, just like an ordinary person. However, the monks and friends Habak had seen Xia Yan's terrifying strength, and naturally they would not think that the other party was an ordinary person. This can only be said. What has changed in Xia Yan? Successful? Advertisement or failed? After hesitating for a while, Yubak walked up to Xia Yan and asked tentatively, has the fusion of the Spirit King succeeded? Hey, it worked. Xia Yan nodded lightly, not intending to hide from Yubak. If it wasn't for the other party to help him come up with ideas, he really wouldn't have put his ideas on the Spirit King, and he wouldn't have had such a big promotion. From this point of view, Yohabak was of great help to him. That's it. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Hearing Xia Yan's reply, Yubak couldn't help but look a little complicated. He was jealous and said, and resented that he had lost the only chance to devour the Spirit King. At the same time he was very curious, how strong is Xia Yan now? And this is exactly what Xia Yan is curious about. He only knew that he had become a lot stronger. As for whether he had reached the level he hoped for before, he was not sure. So, after Yubak asked this question, Xia Yan grabbed him with one hand and flew into the air. No space teleportation was used, but Xia Yan's speed was still very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was already tens of thousands of meters in the sky. Yuhabak was given by Xia Yan's speed, because he could feel that Xia Yan didn't mobilize Ryotsu. This guy can achieve this level with only his body, it's an exaggeration. Boom. As Xia Yan dashed out of the Earth's bondage, he and Yuhabak's bodies exploded directly. But he just flicked all the high-temperature flames away. This is the universe? Yuhabak asked curiously as he circled around. Don't tell me that a vacuum can't transmit sound, haha. Okay. Advertisement. Xia Yan nodded, then raised her finger and pointed to the blue planet below. This is the Earth, and the Soul Society is a part of the Earth. Yuhabak didn't speak, his eyes were full of amazement and shock. As the top powerhouse of Soul Society, he actually knew the concept of the universe very early. But after all, he has not exceeded the limit of the Earth, so he has never really seen the universe with his own eyes. Seeing it now, I just feel very shocked. That's the Earth the Soul Society is on. How could it be so small? Not to mention compared with the Sun, even some planets seem to be larger than the Earth. At this moment, Yohaba was deeply aware of his insignificance with Shinigami, and at the same time more eager to support him from Xia Yan. And what he was more curious about was the purpose of Xia Yan bringing herself to the universe. Uozhihua looked at Xia Yan 637 cautiously and asked, Master Xia Yan brought me here for. Check my strength. Mo Yan said lightly, really? Uozhihua was a little disappointed, but also more curious. He also wanted to know how strong Xia Yan's ability to successfully devour the Queen of Spirits was, and whether it reached the explosive star level that Xia Yan said before. And Xia Yan quickly picked her target, a lifeless planet about the size of Earth. What are you going to do? Looking at the behemoth below that was about the size of his own planet, Uozhihua asked curiously, are you going to split this planet in half? No, it's too weak to be split in half, it's not enough to be rated as an explosive star. Xia Yan shook her head slightly, then raised her hand slowly, aiming at the planet below. The so-called explosive star level is the degree to which a full-strength blow can destroy a planet into slag, not simply splitting it in half. The energy gap between the two is absolutely worlds apart. Chapter 79. Testing of attacks and defenses. The surface is an important stage in Xia Yan's evaluation of strength. This stage can be divided into 3 parts, melting the surface, blasting the moon, and blasting the surface of the enclave. Yes, the power to blow up the Earth's surface is far more powerful than blowing up the moon to slag. This is related to the size and mass of the Earth, and the moon is too small and light after all. This is also why Xia Yan said that cutting a planet in half cannot reflect its power. Just like melting the surface and blowing up the surface, the two seem to have similar power, but the difference in energy contained in them is at least 50 times. What is this concept? If a person's strength is 100 jins, and his enemy's strength is 5,000 jins. Undoubtedly, with absolute crushing, there is not even the slightest chance of turning defeat into victory. Even if the latter stood in place and let the former attack at will without moving, they would not be injured. And what Xia Yan wants to test now is whether he can destroy a planet with a similar size and mass as Earth in one blow. Be careful, don't be shocked to death by the aftermath. Slowly raising her hand to aim at the planet below, Xia Yan did not forget to remind Uozhihua. The corner of Uozhihua's mouth twitched, and his mood was not very good. After all, he is a strong man standing at the apex of civilization, and being told to be careful not to be shocked to death by the aftermath really hurts his self-esteem. The worst thing is that Xia Yan said this not to underestimate him, but to remind him. It is precisely because of this that Uozhihua feels even more grief and indignation. On the other side, Xia Yan's attack has already begun. Advertisement: he didn't use any fancy attacking methods, but simply concentrated the energy on his fists and blasted forward just like the turtle Qigong of Dragon Ball. Not to mention the power for the time being, the coverage of his move is far beyond that of turtle Qigong. At least it can easily cover a planet as big as the Earth in front of him. Under the shocking gaze of Uozhihua, the planet began to disintegrate the moment it was touched by the energy of Xia Yan. Yes, disintegrate. It is not melting, nor is it instantly blown into ash, but the disintegration in between. A few seconds later, the planet was completely reduced to nothingness, ceased to exist, and was silent. Silence. Uozhihua was so shocked that he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Although I already knew from Mo Yan what kind of power Bakushing was, it was still unacceptable after seeing it with my own eyes. With just a slight lift of his hand, not even a single planet is left. If this planet has life like Earth, doesn't it mean that Xia Yan can kill 1 billion people with a single stroke? And this also means that Xia Yan, as he said before, has successfully entered the planet-level class. Clear? Uozhihua shuddered suddenly. Fear, panic, probably can't perfectly describe his mood at this time. He asks himself the villain and wants to subvert the entire Soul Society. In order to achieve this goal, it doesn't matter how many people he kills in the meantime. But even so, he never thought that he would kill a planet with his own hands. At this time, he didn't even dare to think about what benefits he could get, because he felt that the gap between himself and Xia Yan was too big and terrifying. Advertisement, however, Xia Yan doesn't care about the mood of his friend Habak. After confirming that his current destructive power has truly reached Blast Star, he is ready to start testing the limit of what his body can bear. Attack, defense, not to mention other special and foreign objects, this is the most basic attribute of a strong person. Come with me. Xia Yan looked around with satisfaction, then raised her hand to condense a stream of energy. However, this time, unlike before, what Xia Yan wants to test is not attack, but defense. Like the previous planet, there is no life on this planet. The energy condenses in the air like the sun and stops when it reaches the power of a nuclear bomb. I have to say that this kind of planet is so scary in the universe, and it can be regarded as a convenience for Xia Yan. If he can do no damage at this step, then he can proceed to a higher level defense test. To put it vulgarly, it is his defense. This monster-like terrifying physique makes Uozhihua, who is protected by Xia Yan, very envious. It's a great place to experiment. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This is Xia Yan's preliminary test of her physique, that is, without relying on any defensive means, she uses her body to resist the power and high temperature of the nuclear bomb explosion. Looking around, it is desolate and lonely, and this planet does not even exist at all. Soon, the two found another planet about the size of the Earth. Continue to pull Uozhihua, Xia Yan travels in the universe with her body. You wait here. Suaku, Wang Haojiao, instructed his next friend, Habak, and Mo Yan swept forward, directly entering the interior of the planet. Chapter 80. Planet Explosion Nuclear Bomb. one of the most powerful attacks on Earth where Xia Yan lived in her previous life. Xia Yan likes the division of civilization levels in a certain animation, that is, pre-nuclear civilization, aerospace civilization and god-making civilization. The gods here do not mean immortals. Rather, it refers to a strong person who can withstand the explosion of a nuclear bomb without being injured at the lowest standard. This is what Xia Yan is testing now. With a thought, the energy ball hanging in the sky crashed down. Boom! A terrifying explosion swept the world, and Xia Yan was completely swallowed by the high temperature and shock generated by the explosion. In the blink of an eye, everything in the surrounding dozens of kilometers disappeared, turning into a dead silence and nothingness. This is the power of nuclear. Even some powerhouses with the strength of destroying the world cannot resist an explosion of this level with their bodies. In densely populated areas, this blow can kill at least tens of millions of people. Even in the former pirate world, no one could achieve this level of attack. Even Xia Yan herself was taken aback. Although he has experienced many battles, it is the first time he has resisted the power of a nuclear bomb explosion. Cool. Also amazing enough. When the impact of the explosion subsided completely, Xia Yan, who was naked, looked around at the nothingness, and then looked at his body without any scars. He knew that he had passed the first round of tests. Next is the second round of testing. Advertisement. If it is said that hard anti-nuclear explosion is the beginning of God, that hard resistance to planetary explosions is God's change. The second thing Xia Yan needs to test is whether he can withstand the power generated by the explosion of a planet. Stay away. Xia Yan didn't forget to remind Uozhihua, who was still on the outskirts of the planet. The power generated by the explosion of a planet can definitely kill God, even if the other party is also planet level. CBDD is no exception. The reason why Xia Yan dared to do this kind of test is only because of his immortality and Hogyoku. On the other side, Uozhihua, who got the news, was using the fastest speed to get away from the planet in front of him. He was frightened by Xia Yan's words. Detonate the planet. This lunatic is sick. The first time Laozi heard that someone tested their defense was to explode the planet. Uozhihua's speed was getting faster and faster, until he pulled out a position he thought was safe enough, a distance of hundreds of kilometers in diameter. For him, this is already a safe distance, because when Xia Yan blew up the planet before, the distance between him and the planet was much closer than this. However, Uozhihua didn't know that the first planet explosion was actually Xia Yan's unconscious protection. And this time, Xia Yan was not by his side. The planet began to expand rapidly, and the surface turned a terrifying red, and it became bigger in the blink of an eye. Gollum, Uozhihua swallowed his saliva. Although he comforted himself that he didn't need to be afraid, he subconsciously continued to retreat for hundreds of kilometers. It was really that swollen planet, it looked too terrifying. At the same time, Xia Yan, who is at the center of the planet, is also a little nervous. Advertisement after all, this was a planetary explosion, and it was not at the same level as the previous nuclear explosion. Even Xia Yan didn't dare to say that he could completely resist it. Even if he can't resist, it's nothing. He has a lot of high-speed regeneration and resurrection methods, but no one likes the feeling of being blown to slag. However, this was his own choice, and even if he cried, he could only endure it. The planet that swelled to the extreme finally reached its limit, and was completely detonated by the energy that Xia Yan deliberately released. Boom! In the universe, a planet the size of the Earth exploded like this. The terrifying impact of the explosion even affected the surrounding small planets, and they were blown to pieces. And the Uozhihua, who was only 400 or 500 kilometers away from the exploding planet, didn't even have time to regret it, and was swallowed up by this explosion. Uozhihua is dead. He thought that he would die in the battle to challenge the Soul Society, and he also thought that he would be slaughtered and killed by Xia Yan. But he never thought that he would be killed by the aftermath of Xia Yan's physical strength test. The death was not heroic at all, but rather ridiculous. But it's pointless to say that now. The fact is that the big boss in the original, Shinigami, was instantly killed by the aftermath of Xia Yan's test defense, and he had an unwilling and miserable end. The other side, Xia Yan didn't know that Uozhihua was dead yet. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have any idea. I have reminded myself that the explosion of the planet does not know how to stay away. Such a foolish person should have died a long time ago. Moreover, at this time, Xia Yan's state is not very good, and naturally he has no time to take care of Uozhihua's affairs. His legs and limbs were all blown off, and there was a blood hole the size of a basketball in his stomach, which almost cut him off in half. Chapter 81. Pirate World Portal. The limbs were cut off plus the abdomen was almost cut in half, and the internal organs were almost lost. This kind of injury was placed on other people, and it was a fatal injury. Even Xia Yan has high-speed regeneration, and it takes a lot of stamina to repair this kind of injury. But Xia Yan was in a very good mood, even a little excited. Although it has not been completely resisted, the explosion of a planet is only serious injury, at least it has the strength of explosive star weak. It's just that, if you want to continue to break through, you can only rely on comics. The Shinigami world is also without the greater good. Xia Yan murmured in a low voice, and roughly determined her next goal in her heart. Simply put, continue to draw manga to see if you can draw a more advanced world like Dragon Ball, or return to the world of pirates. Chi-Chi. Xia Yan's broken body began to recover quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into what he was before the planet exploded. If it weren't for the lack of a planet in the universe, even Xia Yan himself might have forgotten that a planet was blown up on him just now, and it really doesn't feel real. Xia Yan physically traversed the universe, instantly breaking away from the suction range generated by the explosion of the planet. Looking around, I found that there was no trace of Uozhihua, and my face couldn't help but feel a little weird. Did that guy run away by himself? He didn't know that Uozhihua was shaken to slag by the aftermath of the planet's explosion, thinking that the other party had escaped, and Xia Yan didn't care. He is just a small boss in the world of gods, he can't even reach the level of explosive country. Even the omniscient omnipotence in its heyday is not the true meaning of omniscient, let alone almighty. Shinigami World, the 9th Division team building. When Xia Yan came back, he saw Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni sitting on the ground, staring at Zanpakuto in his hand, not knowing what he was thinking. Xia Yan didn't even bother to figure out what an old man was thinking, and asked him directly, "Is there anything you want to do with me?" Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni looked at Xia Yan with a complicated look. "Did you succeed?" "Advertisement, of course." Xia Yan smiled. "Kaido. From now on, you can call me Lord Spirit King, and of course you can call me Captain Xia Yan as before." "Okay, Lord Spirit King." Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni made his choice without hesitation. This surprised Xia Yan a little. He thought that Yamamoto Uozhihua Chongguo would rather die than give in, and even turn his face with himself completely, but he didn't expect this guy to be so obedient. No one knows how bitter Yamamoto Uozhihua is in his heart. Xia Yan successfully swallowed the Spirit King, which means that Team Zero is either dead or betrayed. How can he have the capital to fight against Xia Yan? Not to mention that Xia Yan became the Queen of Spirits. His existence is the stability of the three realms. It can be said that he and this world are both prosperous and damaged. In this situation, he is an idiot to continue fighting with Xia Yan, and he wishes Xia Yan never had an accident. The news of Xia Yan becoming the Spirit King is not known by many people, but Aizen and Yoruichi and others seem to have noticed something. After hearing something about the Spirit King from Xia Yan, Aizen, the middle boss in the original Shinigami novel, fell silent. Obviously, even if he was as smart as him, he never thought that the Spirit King would be such a pitiful and respectable existence. However, Yoruichi didn't care about it. This girl only knew that Xia Yan's status was higher, her strength was stronger, and she was more able to do anything wrong. All of a sudden, the entire Soul Society was in chaos, complaining. Yoruichi beat the captain today, and smashed several houses tomorrow. Whoever made her strong can cause great damage with a little bit of strength. It was not until the birth of a person that Yoruichi finally subsided a little. Byakuya Kuchiki. As the youngest generation of several major families, it is rare to see such a small baby as the young patriarch of the Kuchiki family, and Yoruichi instantly found a novel toy. And the first thing she did was take Byakuya Kuchiki to the shattered Hueco Mundo, killing tens of thousands of virtual heads. For flowers, 3 days later, the owner of Kuchiki found Xia Yan with a dark face and begged him to take Yoruichi away, or his precious son would be tossed to death. Advertisement, as the saying goes, don't hit the smiling face, let alone Yoruichi's only son who is tossing others. Xia Yan had no choice but to go to Hueco Mundo to bring Yoruichi back. Clap clap clap. 3 slaps slapped Yoruichi's asterisk and let her be honest. Although Yoruichi's face was a little weird, Xia Yan didn't care. Judging from Soul Society's age, Yoruichi is now a 5-year-old child, not even a girl. Ding. Get the world portal of pirates, and Xia Yan finally waited for a wave of population explosion in the world, and used this to brush comic fans to the 3rd stage standard. Finally stopped. Aizen seemed to sense Yoruichi's thoughts, but he didn't remind Xia Yan. Just like that, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Thus, the long-lost roulette appeared. The draw begins. The wheel continues to spin and begins to gradually slow down. He hopes that Yoruichi can have a deeper bond with Xia Yan, so that he can become Xia Yan's only disciple and obtain Xia Yan's inheritance. Thinking that when he obtained this system, he was still a criminal who was imprisoned in a submarine prison, but now he no longer needs the power of this system. Xia Yan commanded in the bottom of her heart. She felt some nostalgia and emotion. Let's draw. Well, I can't say that I don't need it. After all, if you want to travel the world as you want, the system can't be thrown away. Chi-Chi, with Xia Yan's current strength, he no longer needs to stare at the results of the lottery. After all, no matter how strong the props in the pirate world are, it is impossible to increase his strength. Yoruichi has grown into a big girl, and her personality has become much calmer, but she still likes to bully Aizen, Urahara Kazuki and Byakuya Kuchiki. The only thing of value is the pass that allows you to enter the world of pirates at will. Chapter 1. Luffy is a pirate again. The lottery got the qualification to return to the world of pirates, and Xia Yan used it without hesitation. The Shinigami world is nice, but it doesn't really belong. The people that Xia Yan likes, Xia Yan's foundation, are all in the world of pirates. Excluding the earth that may never go back, the pirate world is his current hometown. Of course, Xia Yan did not bring back the people from the pirate world, only a Yoruichi. Yoruichi, this child needs to grow, but not the growth of strength, but the growth of mind. One Piece world is a very good place to grow up. Its own strength is far lower than Yoruichi's strength, and there are a large group of strong people to train her. Time travel. Sha, 637, Yan and Yoruichi's figure appeared on the sea. This is the world of the comic book, Pirates? Yoruichi stood in the sky with the help of Ryotsu and looked around curiously. Hueco Mundo and Soul Society are on the same planet after all, and this is the first time she's really come to the otherworld. Well, here it is. Xia Yan stood by and looked at the sea with nostalgia. He is also standing in the air. It's just different from Yoruichi. Yoruichi relies on Ryotsu. Xia Yan is simply standing, just like standing on a flat ground. It sounds very strange. After all, either fly or stay in the air, or use Ryotsu and other means to turn the void into land, and the qualifications for the strong to obtain the right to stay in the air are generally only these few. But for Xia Yan, the existence that devoured a planet, if he wanted to stay in the air, he didn't need to use any special means at all. Advertisement: just as a person can walk on land, he can walk in the air, which is the most basic behavioral ability. Yoruichi didn't think so much. At this time she was full of curiosity about the world of pirates. Especially after drilling into the bottom of the sea and killing a sea kings at least 1,000 meters in size, she is full of curiosity about this world. Father, what time is it now? Is it the plot in your comics? After tossing a group of sea kings to death, Yoruichi suddenly asked Xia Yan, obviously full of curiosity about the plot and comic characters. Wait, I'll ask. Xia Yan didn't know when she traveled back in time, so she directly contacted the people in Pirate World in her heart. The first to hear from him was Aizen. Lord Xia Yan, you are finally back. Aizen's voice is neither humble nor arrogant, but there is a sense of respect, excitement, surprise and anticipation. Aizen in the world of pirates and Aizen in the world of Shinigami are the same style, but the essence is completely different. Aizen in One Piece world is a conspirator, an orthodox boss villain, but because he was summoned by Xia Yan, his loyalty is full. On the other hand, Aizen in the Shinigami world, although his fate was changed by Xia Yan at a young age, is also more persistent in his powerful strength, and his loyalty to Xia Yan is not very high. This is the conclusion that Xia Yan has observed for several years. Shinigami world Aizen respects him because of his overwhelming strength. If Aizen can surpass him one day, I am afraid that he will turn his face immediately. Although this kind of thing is impossible, it doesn't mean that Xia Yan will not care. If you raise a dog, you throw 2 bones and you know how to wag his tail. What do you raise a white-eyed wolf? Isn't this silly girl Yoruichi 1,000 times stronger than Aizen? Advertisement: this is also the main reason why Xia Yan only brought Yoruichi but did not bring Aizen back to the pirate world. Of course, this is just the Aizen of the Shinigami world. He and Aizen in the pirate world are not the same person. Xia Yan can still tell them apart, and he will not be angry because of it. So, a gentle smile appeared on Xia Yan's face. What time is it now? Is there anything special in the sea recently? Tell me about it. It's the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. It's been a long time since you left. As for the recent events. Knowing that Xia Yan had just returned from the Shinigami world, Aizen first told the time, and then told Xia Yan all the more important things recently. The rule of the world government is still stable. As Xia Yan's woman, I.M. has a very good relationship with Shinigami and the ninjas, and his control over Marine is still stable and firm. There are new Admiral, Fujitora and Green Bull on Marine's side, all of which are top-notch in the world and still very strong. On the contrary, the pirate side felt a little disconnected, and there were very few talented newcomers. Except for the red-haired betrayal of the former Marine Marshal and becoming the Pirate 4 Emperors, there was no new emperor rising. In the past, the territory of the 4 Emperors, in addition to being controlled by Xia Yan, basically fell into the hands of the Red Hair. To put it simply, the forces on the sea today are dominated by the world government and the Marine family. Only after that was the red-haired man who occupied a small half of the new world, possessing a huge power comparable to the previous 2 pirates, the 4 Emperors. Then there are other little-known pirates, distributed in the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 Seas, but they are just a group of trash, and they are not worth paying attention to. By the way, there is a very important thing. 3.3 I don't know if you will care, Lord Xia Yan. After reporting the general situation, Aizen seemed to remember something. Oh, tell me. Xia Yan raised some interest. It's about Monkey D. Luffy. I remember paying attention to that Luffy and sending him to Marine to study. Taking out the documents related to Luffy, Aizen took a serious look, and then chuckled. That kid studied with Vice Admiral Garp for a few years. I thought he would become Marine, but he didn't know why in the first year. He defected and kidnapped Ace and Sabo, and he is now a famous pirate star. 11 Ma Chapter 1. Luffy is a pirate again. The lottery got the qualification to return to the world of pirates, and Xia Yan used it without hesitation. The Shinigami world is nice, but it doesn't really belong. The people that Xia Yan likes, Xia Yan's foundation, are all in the world of pirates. Excluding the earth that may never go back, the pirate world is his current hometown. Of course, Xia Yan did not bring back the people from the pirate world, only a Yoruichi. Yoruichi, this child needs to grow, but not the growth of strength, but the growth of mind. One Piece world is a very good place to grow up. Its own strength is far lower than Yoruichi's strength, and there are a large group of strong people to train her. Time travel. Xia, 637, Yan and Yoruichi's figure appeared on the sea. This is the world of the comic book, Pirates. Yoruichi stood in the sky with the help of Ryotsu and looked around curiously. Hueco Mundo and Soul Society are on the same planet after all, and this is the first time she's really come to the otherworld. Well, here it is. Xia Yan stood by and looked at the sea with nostalgia. He is also standing in the air. It's just different from Yoruichi. Yoruichi relies on Ryotsu. Xia Yan is simply standing. Just like standing on a flat ground. It sounds very strange. After all, either fly or stay in the air, or use Ryotsu and other means to turn the void into land, and the qualifications for the strong to obtain the right to stay in the air are generally only these few. But for Xia Yan, the existence that devoured a planet, if he wanted to stay in the air, he didn't need to use any special means at all. Advertisement: just as a person can walk on land, he can walk in the air, which is the most basic behavioral ability. Yoruichi didn't think so much. At this time she was full of curiosity about the world of pirates. Especially after drilling into the bottom of the sea and killing a sea king's at least 1,000 meters in size, she is full of curiosity about this world. Father, what time is it now? Is it the plot in your comics? After tossing a group of sea kings to death, Yoruichi suddenly asked Xia Yan, obviously full of curiosity about the plot and comic characters. Wait, I'll ask. Xia Yan didn't know when she traveled back in time, so she directly contacted the people in Pirate World in her heart. The first to hear from him was Aizen. Lord Xia Yan, you are finally back. Aizen's voice is neither humble nor arrogant, but there is a sense of respect, excitement, surprise and anticipation. Aizen in the world of pirates and Aizen in the world of Shinigami are the same style, but the essence is completely different. Aizen in One Piece world is a conspirator, an orthodox boss villain, but because he was summoned by Xia Yan, his loyalty is full. On the other hand, Aizen in the Shinigami world, although his fate was changed by Xia Yan at a young age, is also more persistent in his powerful strength, and his loyalty to Xia Yan is not very high. This is the conclusion that Xia Yan has observed for several years. Shinigami world Aizen respects him because of his overwhelming strength. If Aizen can surpass him one day, I am afraid that he will turn his face immediately. Although this kind of thing is impossible, it doesn't mean that Xia Yan will not care. If you raise a dog, you throw 2 bones and you know how to wag his tail. What do you raise a white-eyed wolf? Isn't this silly girl Yoruichi 1,000 times stronger than Aizen? Advertisement: this is also the main reason why Xia Yan only brought Yoruichi but did not bring Aizen back to the pirate world. Of course, this is just the Aizen of the Shinigami world. He and Aizen in the pirate world are not the same person. Xia Yan can still tell them apart, and he will not be angry because of it. So, a gentle smile appeared on Xia Yan's face. What time is it now? Is there anything special in the sea recently? Tell me about it. It's the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. It's been a long time since you left. As for the recent events. Knowing that Xia Yan had just returned from the Shinigami world, Aizen first told the time, and then told Xia Yan all the more important things recently. The rule of the world government is still stable. As Xia Yan's woman, I.M. has a very good relationship with Shinigami and the ninjas, and his control over Marine is still stable and firm. There are new Admiral, Fujitora and Green Bull on Marine's side, all of which are top-notch in the world and still very strong. On the contrary, the pirate side felt a little disconnected, and there were very few talented newcomers. Except for the red-haired betrayal of the former Marine Marshal and becoming the Pirate 4 Emperors, there was no new emperor rising. In the past, the territory of the 4 Emperors, in addition to being controlled by Xia Yan, basically fell into the hands of the Red Hair. To put it simply, the forces on the sea today are dominated by the world government and the Marine family. Only after that was the red-haired man who occupied a small half of the New World, possessing a huge power comparable to the previous 2 pirates, the 4 Emperors. Then there are other little-known pirates, distributed in the first half of the Grand Line and the 4 Seas, but they are just a group of trash, and they are not worth paying attention to. By the way, there is a very important thing. 3.3 I don't know if you will care, Lord Xia Yan. After reporting the general situation, Aizen seemed to remember something. Oh, tell me. Xia Yan raised some interest. It's about Monkey D. Luffy. I remember paying attention to that Luffy and sending him to Marine to study. Taking out the documents related to Luffy, Aizen took a serious look, and then chuckled. That kid studied with Vice Admiral Garp for a few years. I thought he would become Marine, but he didn't know why in the first year. He defected and kidnapped Ace and Sabo, and he is now a famous pirate star. Chapter 2. Yoruichi's interest in the protagonist group. Luffy, the protagonist of One Piece, is a born pirate. He is jealous of evil, kind but reckless, and has his own view of right and wrong. In the original book, he killed a lot of real people of justice, but he did help a lot of people. In short, Luffy is not a bad person, but by no means a good person. That's why he left Marine. In the original book of One Piece, Luffy was only attracted by the pirate described by the red hair, and he strengthened his dream. In this pirate world, although Luffy was disappointed with pirates, with the understanding of Marine, he finally thought that pirates were more suitable for him. So a year ago, he defected. It is said that on the day of his defection, the teenage Luffy showed quite astonishing strength, and was even able to defeat the veteran Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Due to Garp's relationship, the admirals were not easy to shoot, and it really allowed him to easily break out of the heavily guarded Naval Headquarters. And Luffy is not worthy of his aptitude and luck as the protagonist of the original work. In just 1 year, he has pulled up a very powerful pirate group, and he has also become a super rookie with a reward of 1.2 billion berry. That's right, Luffy has completed at least 3 or 4 years in the original book in just 1 year, and he is only the same age as when he first set out to sea in the original book. I have to say, the protagonist is really blessed. But, This only made Xia Yan feel a little emotional. With his current strength, he could crush the entire pirate world by pulling his hair out, so how could he care about such a tiny existence? On the other hand, Yoruichi came to a comic world for the first time, and it was the comic world that she liked very much. The little girl looked very excited. Adoptive father. Advertisement. Knowing the current plot timeline from Xia Yan, Yoruichi walked up to Xia Yan with a smile, raised his head to please him and said, "Let me play with the protagonists of this world. I have been curious about them for a long time." Xia Yan did not object to Yoruichi's contact with Luffy and others, and pointed her in the direction of Luffy and others. With his current strength, nothing that happens on this planet can escape his perception. For example, he could see now that Luffy was lying on the deck basking in the sun, like a retired old man. I didn't expect such a big change in the plot, but it's incredible that these people can still come together. Looking at those very familiar figures, a faint smile appeared on Xia Yan's face. In his heart, he missed the experience of reading comics in his previous life, and he also gloated a little. Yoruichi is not the kind of person who will kneel and lick the protagonist group, but will treat those people as interesting toys. I just hope they don't get spoiled easily by Yoruichi. New World. The Straw Hat Pirates are sailing on this sea. Occasionally, the eyeless Sea Kings try to attack them, but Luffy can knock them unconscious. Conqueror's Haki. I really envy this guy Luffy. Sanji stood on the deck and looked at Luffy enviously, but felt a little melancholy. Different from the original book, the current Straw Hat Pirates entered the New World under the leadership of the powerful Luffy after 2 years of training. This makes the strength of people except Luffy, Sanji, Zoro and others much weaker than when they entered New World in the original work. By the way, Zoro's bounty is now 80 million and Sanji's bounty is 52 million. Advertisement. It's only because they are the crew of 1.2 billion super rookies, Luffy, that they barely reach these bounties. At this moment, Sanji saw Nami come out. His eyes were shining and he wanted to get closer, but he saw Nami walking towards Luffy anxiously. "Luffy, we have detected a very powerful target 20 nautical miles away, and it is approaching us at a very fast speed." "Huh? Is it the Sea Kings?" Hearing Nami's words, Luffy's eyes lit up. Thousand Sunny is equipped with a 637-like observation hockey system the Marine has just developed in recent years. It can be detected by this thing very powerfully, at least above the Marine level. Luffy's hands are itchy. Zoro and Sanji also heard the news, but they didn't care. Because they know that the strength of their own captain is very terrifying. On the other hand, Chopper, the reindeer, was very uneasy, and even his hair became hard. In the distance, a black dot appeared in front of several people. Zoro pulled out 2 matching knives and stared solemnly ahead. Sanji lifted his right foot, and the hot flames burst out. The strength of the two of them is about 50 million. Although it is not a big deal in the New World, if they are placed in the first half of the Grand Line, they are also a little famous newcomer. But in their perception, the black dot in the distance clearly did not release the slightest breath, but it made the cells in their body tremble. Obviously, the strength of the incoming person is very terrifying. Chapter 3-1 vs Straw Hat Team. Yoruichi easily found the pirate ship of Luffy and others. Although her perception ability is far inferior to Xia Yan, she can definitely rank first in the pirate world. A smirk overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and Yoruichi's speed suddenly accelerated. A distance of at least 10,000 meters can be completely crossed in an instant, just like shrinking into an inch. So fast, both Zoro and Sanji were taken aback by Yoruichi's speed, but didn't think much of it. There are too many strange fruits in the sea, and they have seen the ability of Kizaru before, so they are not afraid. But Luffy was like a big enemy, his expression was solemn, and his muscles were violent. He is far stronger than Zoro and Sanji, and he can feel a terrifying sense of oppression from Yoruichi. He knew that the strength of this pretty black-skinned beauty in front of him was definitely far superior to him. At the same time, Yoruichi is also looking at Luffy and others. Seeing the protagonist in the comic for the first time, this feeling is quite novel. But it was only a few seconds before Yoruichi lost interest. Too weak. Although she knew that the level of the Shinigami world was higher than that of the pirate world, and that she was the leader in the Shinigami world, her strength could definitely crush the pirate world, but when she found out that she really had no equal opponent, she was inevitably a little disappointed. However, Yoruichi quickly put this disappointment behind him, and looked at Luffy and others with more playful eyes. If there is no equal opponent, then bully the children. Not good. Luffy's face changed dramatically. His observation haki has long reached the point of listening to the voice of all things. The moment he noticed Yoruichi's maliciousness, his brain became hot and he rushed up. Advertisement. Bang. Bang. The rubber takes a bizarre shape like a spring. With this power, Luffy flew straight into the air, attacking Yoruichi like a howitzer. His speed was very fast, and before Sanji and Zoro could even react, Luffy had already raised his hand and slashed at Yoruichi. Third gear. I didn't use all my strength from the beginning, but I also used my second-rank strong form. With a roar from Luffy, his fist became hundreds of times bigger, and the surface was covered with a jet-black armament haki, raising the defense and attack to the limit. The fist, which was several hundred meters in size, smashed towards Yoruichi like a mountain. This is one of the biggest advantages of rubber fruit. It can increase the destructive power while strengthening the weight. Even the giant vice admiral cannot take Luffy's punch. However, Yoruichi didn't hide. His pretty face was full of excitement, and his small fist was clenched and swung forward. Boom. Fists a few hundred meters in size collided with fists that were at most 10 centimeters in size. At least thousands of times the volume difference, it is like a cat trying to shake the mountain. But with such a big gap, Luffy's face changed drastically, and he felt an indescribable force coming from his giant fist. Click. There was a clear cracking sound in Luffy's huge arm. What? Yoruichi smiled even more arrogantly, and his small and delicate fists were once again powerful. Boom. Luffy fell into the depths of the sea like a galloping cannonball, and the terrifying impact also set off huge waves on the otherwise calm sea, like the end of the world. Luffy. Advertisement, damn. The enemy is very strong, the green algae head goes up together. Good. Seeing that Luffy was instantly killed by the enemy, Zoro and Sanji were horrified and immediately rushed towards Yoruichi, who was walking on the ground. On the contrary, Frankie, who had already gone to salvage Luffy, looked at Yoruichi with a suspicious look in his eyes. He had read the Shinigami manga and felt that the enemy looked like a certain female supporting character in the manga. But he didn't remind Zoro of them, because that didn't make any sense. Frankie is not an idiot, he knows very well that even Luffy, the strongest among them, has been killed instantly, and Zoro and Sanji are even less likely to beat each other. Sure enough, the battle in the air only lasted a few seconds before it ended. Zoro's three-knife-style esoteric blow didn't even cut through Yoruichi's skin, and was severely injured by Yoruichi's backhand punch. Sanji was even worse, he kicked Yoruichi's right leg. Yoruichi didn't even try, and his right leg, Wang Haojiao, was broken. In this way, the two major battles of the Straw Hat Pirates could not last even 5 seconds. Boom. Zoro and Sanji landed on the deck, enduring the excruciating pain and staring into the air. Yoruichi looked indifferent and fell slowly. Hello, little guys. Yoruichi looked at a few people playfully. Gollum. Nami swallowed and raised his weapon cautiously. Chopper was even more frightened and cried, hugged Brook and shivered. Coupled with Luffy, who was finally salvaged from the sea by Frankie, and whose right arm was bizarrely curved, the Straw Hat Pirates in this life are complete. Chapter 4. The Redhead targeted by Marine. Cough cough, damn it, so strong. Lying in the pothole on the deck, feeling the pain of the broken bone, Zoro smiled bitterly. Since he went to sea with Luffy, he has seen Shichibukai and experienced Marine Admiral, but he has never lost so badly. After all, Shichibukai is no match for his captain, and Admiral is also close to his captain. Therefore, Zoro, who had a smooth journey, almost thought that he was also a top powerhouse. However, the reality sucks, he was killed with Luffy and he was still a woman. But, damn it, who are you? Why are you attacking us? Luffy finally caught his breath and stared at Yoruichi angrily, completely forgetting that it was he who actually moved first. But he wasn't a fool either, he knew what happened, he had already seen Yoruichi's strength, and he didn't rush forward again. And Frankie finally confirmed Yoruichi's identity completely. A powerful, young black-skinned beauty who can walk in the air, this is definitely Shinigami Knight. Luffy. Be careful. Pointing at Yoruichi with his 637 cannon, Frankie shouted, if I'm not mistaken, this woman is the 2nd Division Captain Yi. Send? Shinigami manga? Luffy was taken aback, then looked at Yoruichi carefully. Manga? Shinigami? Zoro and Sanji finally remembered the strange familiarity. Shinigami is a work serialized by Mo Yan in One Piece world. Although it has been many years, it was once the top popular comic in the world. Therefore, several people quickly remembered Yoruichi's identity, which was indeed the character in that manga. Advertisement Luffy's expressions suddenly became a little embarrassed. They are not newcomers, they know very well which people in this world are strong people they can't afford to provoke. Xia Yan's comic empire is one of them. Ninjas, heroic spirits, Shinigami, anyone taken out alone is a well-known top powerhouse in the sea, and the reward is at least 1 billion berries existence. Although Xia Yan disappeared over the years, his subordinates have rarely shown up, and their prestige is not as good as they used to be. But as Luffy, who was trained by Garp, how could he not know that the huge force didn't disappear at all, it just hid himself. Cough. Luffy slowly got up, coughed dryly, and looked directly at Yoruichi in the air. I'm Luffy. I and Xia. Brother Xia Yan know each other. He didn't lie about this, the reason why he was brought into Marine back then was Xia Yan's orders. And one of the two targets he wanted to beat the most was Xia Yan. What? Yoruichi didn't expect his adoptive father and the protagonist of Pirate World to know each other long ago. The beautiful girl suddenly became more interested in this protagonist. And what was the price of getting her interested? In the Shinigami world, she was once interested in Byakuya Kuchiki, and then turned the Kuchiki house upside down. Now that she is interested in Luffy again, she will definitely toss them hard. As for the consequences of tossing Luffy like this, that's not something Yoruichi needs to care about. After all, it is the greatest kindness that the strong, CBDD, do not deliberately exploit the weak. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. There has been no major incident in the sea recently, but there has also been an incident that has attracted the attention of many forces. Advertisement: the Straw Hat Pirates were attacked by unknown powerhouses, the pirate ship was smashed to pieces, and all members disappeared. New World, the redhead looked at the newspaper nervously. Although he and Luffy parted ways at the time, they repaired their relationship after that. Luffy inherited Captain Roger's will, and he naturally cared about each other. Now seeing Luffy's accident, how could he not be nervous? Boss. Just when the red hair was reading the newspaper, a cadre under his command came up with an anxious expression. This is his newly recruited cadre a few years ago, and all his old cadres were killed by Xia Yan's subordinates. What's wrong? The red-haired man looked at the person with an excellent look. Marine is in action. The visitor said nervously. Garp, Akainu, Fujitora, Momosagi. The fleet led by these four entered the New World and disappeared at the same time. I'm worried that they're trying to attack us. Marine? The red-haired complexion is not very good looking, and he obviously knows the seriousness of this matter. A few years ago, he was still Marshal Marine, and his relationship with the top Marines was not very good, and even the position of Marshal was forcibly taken over. Later, something happened, he left Marine and became the Pirate Four Emperors again, and he was naturally in the same boat as Marine who regained Master Sovereignty. If only this was enough, he had the virtual bloodline that Xia Yan gave him to evolve, and one person could deal with all of Marine. However, Marine also has a few strong players who have evolved, and their strength is not much weaker than him, which suddenly made him passive. From the redhead's point of view, if he hadn't worried that Marine's losses would be too severe and that other fishermen would benefit, Marine would have completely turned against him. Has the time finally come? Chapter 5. The Emperor is different. The red hair was a thorn in Marine's top brass. Back then, Xia Yan took his subordinates to hang and beat the whole world. Marine and the four emperors were both hanged and beaten, and everyone was a victim. As a result, the red hair was evolved into a virtual by Xia Yan, and he also played a one-handed robbery and became Marshal Marine. This is a humiliation to all Marines. Sengoku, the Marine boss who has become the Marine Marshal again, hates the red hair. After taking power, he has been thinking of taking revenge on the red hair and regaining Marine's face. Now, the opportunity has come. Sengoku and Momosagi evolved into Vasto Lord level Manos Grande at the same time. Even among those of Xia Yan's subordinates, these are two extremely powerful beings. They already have the confidence to deal with redheads. And the redhead didn't flinch. He is the Pirate King, the owner of Conqueror's Haki, born without knowing what fear is, and is not afraid of death. Marine? Come fight. So, the super war that shocked the whole world started without any warning. Several red-haired subordinates fought with Marine in the New World, but they were beaten and could not fight back. The current red hair pirates is not the Iron Wall pirates in the original book. 99% of the combat power depends on the captain of the red hair. And Marine's high-end combat power is quite scattered, and can easily defeat the entire red hair pirates. In just half a month, New World fell, and only the island where the red-haired himself was sitting had not been conquered by Marine. The world was shocked. Before, no one thought Marine could beat the red hair pirates so easily, and most thought the war would be a lose-lose, evenly matched. In the end, he slapped everyone in the face. This time, everyone's eyes were focused on the red-haired body. People wondered what would happen to the redhead. To turn the tide and crush the entire Marine by one person? Or become a miserable and pitiful loser? Advertisement. Wow, on the sea, 10 Marine warships sailed towards the island where the red hair was located. On the warship in the middle, Sengoku stood up, looking solemn and full of anticipation. On the other ships were Kizaru, Akainu, Momosagi and others. Each warship has a Marine officer on board, and even the weakest one is the Manos Grande of the Kachu's class. This kind of battle, even the redhead who has no fear in his heart, does not have much confidence. He can feel that his 8 achievements in this life will end here. Go! Sengoku gave an order. The warship fired immediately. Boom! 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 10 top-level warships are comparable to the most luxurious buster call. In the blink of an eye, this huge island turned into a sea of fire and exploded into ruins. However, the red hair did not dodge or evade, and let these shells explode on him, and finally was completely swallowed by the flames. A long time. The island is gone, and the slag that has been bombed is not left. Is the redhead dead? A Marine Rear Admiral couldn't help asking. In his opinion, even if such a big island was blown up, no matter how strong the red hair is, it cannot be intact. But Sengoku and others think otherwise. After evolving into Manos Grande, which is also a Vasto Lord, they know that this level is powerful, and this kind of ordinary shells may not even be able to break defenses. Wow! The breeze blew past, blowing away some of the smoke and dust in the sky. A figure slowly emerged from it. Advertisement, alert! Be careful, the enemy is not dead. Seeing that figure appeared, Marine's generals immediately became vigilant and nervous. For Flowers, I saw that although the clothes on the red-haired body were torn and tattered, there was not even the slightest wound on his body. At this time, because the island was completely blown up, he was standing in the void. Anyone who knows a little about the manga, Shinigami, knows that this is Ryotsu's power, and several high-ranking members of their Marines have the same power. It can be said that this is a homologous battle. Sengoku ordered in a low voice. The 10-mile void and the overwhelming magma, glitter and frost are all completely cut off. Big. A cold light illuminated the whole world. Yes. Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji agreed, then stepped on Ryotsu and rushed towards the redhead. Redhead, you're finished today. As the only remaining Pirate Four Emperors in the New World, Akainu waited for this day for a long time. Front. Aokiji and Kizaru didn't speak, but from the golden light and the terrifying cold air, it could be seen that they had a long-standing grudge against the red hair. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Akainu's smile was very excited, and at least tens of thousands of degrees of hot magma erupted from his body. Just hear a click. If it could be said that the Emperor was of the same level before, then since he became Vasto Lord, this same level will be put in quotation marks. The red-haired sword was unsheathed and gently refreshed into the air. Like the redheads, they have long since become Shinigami and Shu, and both have combat power comparable to the Shinigami captain level. And the redhead, facing these three Logia Admiral attacks at least dozens of times stronger than before, but his eyes did not fluctuate at all. Go up and try his details. As Marines, they were ordered by a pirate, and this experience had already made them extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 6. Spike. Helpless Sengoku Aizen has said that Shinigami's fights are essentially Ryotsu's fights. In other words, A's Ryotsu is 5, B's Ryotsu is 1, then B can't hurt A anyway, and he will be killed by A in seconds. This is pure Ryotsu crushing, and it doesn't make sense at all. Although this theory was almost overthrown in the late Shinigami period, the credibility is still very high on the premise that the abilities are not mutually restrained. Just like the slash that the Red 637 made just now, it didn't use any special power at all, just a simple sword pressure was enough to annihilate the three admirals' siege. That's the difference between the Vasto Lord Manos Grande and the Yashuka Manos Grande, and it's hard to bridge. Marshal Sengoku, the redhead, is indeed of Vasto Lord class. Aokiji's expression was extremely solemn when he measured the strength of the red hair with one blow. He knew that the strength of the red hair had far surpassed them. Even if the three admirals they used to join forces, they would probably be killed in seconds. Their mission has been completed, and the next thing to do is to watch Sengoku and Momosagi, both of the same Vasto Lord level, besiege the redhead, and that's it. But Akainu does not believe in evil. This guy is a real iron-blooded soldier. Even if Xia Yan doesn't like him, he still recognizes his righteous heart very much. Even if his justice is very extreme, even to the point of being a little evil, it is 100 times stronger than real evil. Advertisement if nothing else, Akainu's character and the piece he has created for this sea have no problem in killing 99% of the pirates in this sea. And this is also his biggest weakness, too impulsive. In Summit War in the original book, Akainu is the one who is the most desperate of all the marine executives. After 1v1 with Whitebeard on the road, he is still thinking about going to fight the redheads. Doesn't he know he's just playing red hair pirates? Of course he knew, but he rushed up anyway. This is where Akainu deserves respect. You can say he is bad, stupid, impulsive, and extreme, but you can't say that he is ashamed of his military uniform. Super great eruption. Akainu let out a heart-piercing roar, and stretched out more than a dozen magma arms around his body, exuding a high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees. If it is judged by Xia Yan's standard of strength, Akainu should be at the level of explosive country weakness, that is, the destructive power is comparable to the ancient weapon in the pirate world. Is it strong? Powerful? The pig's nose is inserted into the onion to install the elephant. Is it not clear how many pounds I have? So, Sengoku flew out in one step, stepped on the void, his body expanded rapidly, transformed into a huge golden Buddha, and rushed straight to the red hair. But no way, this is his subordinate, advertisement. A bloody slit more than 1 meter long almost cut him into two halves. 3.3. Crack. In the original pirate novel, Whitebeard's strength at his peak is not necessarily comparable to the current Akainu. I was smashed. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Akainu closed the wound, spewing a large amount of blood from his mouth. So, Akainu was killed instantly. However, the red hair is a Vasto Lord level Manos Grande, and according to Xia Yan's strength, it is the real, explosive country level. Sengoku below sighed. Facing the overwhelming magma that was at least 10 times stronger than before, the redhead didn't even give a glance and slashed directly. Heaven and earth, magma and Akainu were cut off at the same time. Akainu's mind went blank. Don't look at the fact that there is only one weak word in the two levels. The latter requires at least 10 times the strength of the former. Wow. Chapter 7. A blow that can kill thousands of people. Sengoku's fight with the redhead is actually pretty boring. One of them is good at swordsmanship and hockey, and the other is good at fruit ability. They are representatives of high attack and defense. And because of the virtual steel skin and high-speed regeneration, the fight between the two of them is completely in exchange for injury. That is, the red hair cut off Sengoku's left arm with a sword, and then Sengoku slapped a hole in the red hair. This kind of injury seems serious, but for him, it only takes a few seconds to fully recover. It's not good to fight like this, the two are evenly matched. Returning to Kizaru on the warship, his tone was a bit yin and yang. It's not that he's mocking something, it's that he's been used to this way of speaking for decades. Feng 21 Momosagi drew his sword. Her current saber is Kinthro. Although Xia Yan gave her other weapons many years ago, after becoming a virtual, she still used her original favorite knife. I'm going to help Marshal Sengoku. Saying so, Momosagi jumped up, and a large ball of energy condensed in his mouth. Sero. Advertisement. This is an attack method similar to the tailbeast cannon, which is very convenient and can condense energy at the fastest speed. Of course, the power is also quite good. This cannon is enough to destroy a small country and kill millions of people, which is comparable to ancient weapon. Boom. At least 100 meters of energy balls exploded on the red hair. The terrifying airwaves almost overturned the sea, and at least the sea and the void in a range of more than 200 kilometers were within the scope of this explosion. If it weren't for the protection of Qingshang and others, the 10 warships below would have been blown to pieces. Even Sengoku has to avoid his edge. Momosagi is no weaker than him. This blow alone is enough to destroy everything within 50,000 square kilometers. What is the concept of 50,000 square kilometers? In Xia Yan's previous life, the area of the provincial capital city of Halbi was almost 50,000 square kilometers. The population living in this 50,000 square kilometers of land is 10.7 million. In other words, Momosagi's bombing just now, if it were bombed in a country with a similar population density, at least tens of millions of people would have died. This is the terrible power of Momosagi today. Natural disaster? After all, it was me and Marshal Sengoku who did it together. Kizaru asked strangely. Advertisement. That guy's ability to understand himself doesn't give him much advantage in battles of the same level. This alone is much worse than Momosagi and Sengoku, both of whom are powerful types. Sengoku nodded. Well, it's over. When the three people involved in a battle are at the same level, and the fighting methods are swordsmanship, taijutsu and ryotsu, rather than the special ability of mutual generation and mutual restraint, 2v1 can be said to be a complete crush. Sengoku returned with Momosagi with one hand in hand with the redhead who had his limbs cut off and lost consciousness. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. No, it's more terrifying than natural disasters. After all, her dear younger brother, Xia Yan, hung up her red hair and beat her. After 10 minutes, the battle was over. To be honest, Momosagi didn't think that beating the redhead was such a great record. She was originally a rare beauty. After she became virtual, her body and facial features were further developed and evolved. Naturally, she was the best, and she couldn't find the slightest flaw. And the reason why they were able to defeat the redhead so easily was not only because everyone was about the same strength, and 2-on-1 was more dominant, but also because the redhead was more unlucky. It's over? 637. Momosagi smiled softly, looking very beautiful. Kizaru looked at the miserable red hair speechlessly. It's so simple? Because even the most terrifying earthquakes, tsunamis and volcanic eruptions cannot kill so many people in an instant. There's not much to say about the fight that follows. Chapter 8. Big news that shocked the world. What? It's over? Okay, understand, I will spread this news to the world as soon as possible. Cough, this is the first time Marine has played such a good record since he lost face by Xia Yan many years ago. Naval Headquarters, the crane who received the call from Sengoku was beaming with joy. God knows how difficult it has been for Marine these years. Xia Yan and his ninjas and heroic spirits stood at the top of the world, reducing Marine's power. It seems that this is just a small matter, but only Marine executives know that the increase in Marine recruits in recent years has been lower than before. If it weren't for Marine's strong background, I'm afraid he would have fallen into the embarrassing situation of being green and yellow. This is a great opportunity to promote Marine's prestige. Hanging up the phone bug, Crane immediately contacted Morgans, and paid a lot of benefits to convince the other party to publish the news he wanted. Why is it so troublesome? Who is Morgans, president of the World Economic News? If in the original pirate world, this status is high, but it will not make Vice Admiral Crane be so careful. Advertisement in the final analysis, it is because of Xia Yan, who has brought the World Economic News to the altar with a few comics. If it weren't for a mom's relationship, allowing the government to publish the comics together, I am afraid that the media of the pirate world would have been dominated by one, and it was completely monopolized by Morgans. But even so, Morgan's status is still scary. Most importantly, Morgans only listened to Xia Yan alone. Even Shinigami, heroic spirits, ninjas, and even I am the world controller, he doesn't give any face. This also led many people to give Morgans a nickname, Xia Yan's pet bird. Morgans didn't care about the nickname at all, and was even quite proud of it. Why? Xia Yan is the source of his wealth and power. Xia Yan is the benefactor who saved his life. Xia Yan is the brother who went to the Holy Land Maria to avenge him. The most important thing is that Xia Yan is the treasure he dug up. Such a big man, Wang Haojiao, was actually defeated and captured by the little-known Marine in recent years? The news that Marine defeated the only red-haired emperor in the New World spread throughout the world in just one day through the government press release and the World Economic News. Xia Yan's pet bird. Advertisement. So, Morgans doesn't care what others think of him. Then, the World Economic News and the government's press release released the news, which completely caused a sensation in the world. For a while, the whole world was talking about news related to it. It was a bleak picture of a redhead with his limbs chopped off. After seeing this news, the first reaction of most people is it April Fool's Day? The only remaining member of the Pirate Four Emperors. He is willing. Yes, when she was on the 6th floor of the underwater prison, Xia Yan was still a little-known prisoner, and it was through Morgans that the comics were released. Man controls the entire Marine. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Until 3 days later, the topic level is still rising and intensifying. No wonder they thought so, it was the fact that the red-haired reputation has been very powerful over the years. And a few big characters on the side read, a week later, the world will broadcast live, and the execution will be public. From this point of view, he and Morgans had a deadly relationship. The Real King of New World, Chapter 9, The execution bug. Pirate World actually has a not too serious bug. Roger was actually killed by a minion with a normal weapon. Is it possible? According to Mo Yan's research in the Shinigami world? If a person's abilities are mainly physique and swordsmanship, then his two attributes of offense and defense will not be too different. If a person can cut a mountain with swordsmanship, he must be able to withstand the power of destroying a mountain. Otherwise, he will only kill himself with such a sword. Therefore, unless it is a person with special abilities, high attack and high defense are the basic qualities of a strong person. Like a weak magician, such as ninja attacking with ninjutsu. Such as some heroic spirits that rely on noble phantasms. Magic, ninjutsu, and noble phantasm, none of their powers will hurt their own body. 637 From this point of view, the level of Pirate World seems to be not very high, but in fact it has developed quite well, and most of the strong are offensive and defensive. Therefore, Roger is broken by ordinary people and ordinary knives, 80% of which is a bug. Advertisement because in the original comics, Roger, CBDD, can fight against Whitebeard. With this physical strength, even if a meteorite hits him, it is estimated that Roger will not die. In short, for these reasons, the one Marine decided to execute the redhead was Momosagi. She and Red Hair are both Vasto Lord rank, and her combat power is basically 50%, so naturally she doesn't have to worry about breaking defenses. At the same time, the Straw Hat Pirates also get news that Red Hair is about to be executed by Marine. They were indeed thrown into the sea by Yoruichi before, but they were rescued by Yoruichi again. Yoruichi likes to play, but he will never deliberately harm others by relying on his own strength. This is not because of kindness or the like, but pure self-discipline. The strong can do whatever they want, and even do bad things for themselves, but there must be a bottom line. The bottom line is the biggest difference between humans and livestock. On a deserted island, Luffy knocked over the ocean with a punch of nearly a kilometer, creating a hole. This is precisely because they didn't encounter as many enemies as in the original. As the saying goes, if jade is not cut, it will not become a tool. Advertisement, and they don't realize it yet. Luffy's eyes turned blood red at the first sight of the tragic photo of Shanks' severed limbs. Who did this? Without the tempering of the strong, it is not the protagonist would cheat. If they continue to follow Luffy like this, I am afraid that they will not become the top powerhouses in this life. Wow, Luffy took the newspaper with a bewildered expression and read it carefully. But, there is a good opportunity to grind people in front of you, and you can also watch a big show. Their current strength is far less than that of Luffy, and they have reached an embarrassing bottleneck, making it difficult to improve further. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hey, Luffy. Yoruichi threw the newspaper in his hand to Luffy, gloating on his face. It seems that something happened to the redhead you told me about. Huh? Shanks, what happened to him? Yoruichi found out, but she likes to watch the fun and naturally won't remind them. Not far away, Zoro and Sanji looked envious. Chapter 10, Saving People. Luffy was furious. Out of control Conqueror's haki poured in all directions like a tide. Sanji, Zoro and the others were in cold sweats, struggling to support. Nami and Chopper were even more caught off guard and aided directly. Hearing the sound of several companions hitting the ground not far away, Luffy came back to his senses and retracted Conqueror's haki angrily, with a guilty expression on his face. I'm sorry, Zoro, Sanji, Luffy sincerely apologized. Well, it's okay, we can understand. Zoro and Mountain don't blame Luffy. As the two major forces under Luffy, they naturally know the relationship between their captain and the red hair. In all fairness, if this happened to Zap or Koshiro, they would probably be even more angry than Luffy. The other side. Luffy regained his composure, but his eyes were still terrifyingly cold. Although he broke up with Red Hair that year, when Red Hair became Marshal Marine, he repaired the relationship with him, and the two sides reconciled long ago. Otherwise, he would not regard Red Hair as one of the targets he wanted to challenge. But then a wry smile appeared on his face. Advertisement. He was so angry just now that he couldn't come back to his senses, and now Luffy thought for a while and realized who the red-haired enemy was. Marine. His relatives. Unlike the pirate comics, the current Luffy grew up in naval headquarters, where he has his home and his relatives. Even many high-level generals in naval headquarters are his uncles and uncles. What to do now? Luffy was lost. Shout, this kid isn't as stupid as in the comics. Looking at the expression on Luffy's face, Yoruichi couldn't help but be amused. Seeing the protagonist of the comic with your own eyes is quite a novelty. If he hadn't seen Saitama and others in Soul Society long ago, I'm afraid Yoruichi would really regard Luffy and others as precious toys. But now? But that's all. Yoruichi rolled his eyes and suddenly asked, are you going to save this guy? Luffy came back to his senses and looked at Yoruichi seriously. I must save Shanks. Luffy turned around and went directly to Zoro and Sanji, asking if they would like to come with him to save people. Advertisement, however, this is just her personal opinion. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Really? For flowers. This? Zoro and Sanji looked at each other. Why are you looking at me? Sanji said angrily, you green algae head shouldn't be too timid to go. Big. Ah, it's a good man. If the crew members under his command are unwilling to go, then everyone can get together and leave, and there will be no gaps in their hearts. The smile on Yoruichi's face became more playful. Otherwise, no matter what he does, it will definitely cause harm to those close to him. Yoruichi, who knew Luffy in the Pirates manga, knew very well that if Luffy's character was correct, he would never give up the red hair. In her opinion, Luffy's best choice is to do nothing. As the captain, he is responsible to the crew. Save the redhead, Marine. Many generals who watched Luffy grow up on Marine's side will definitely be disappointed. Persecuting redheads will even break the heart of the other party. She knew the current situation of the world from her adoptive father, and naturally she also knew the relationship between Luffy and Marine and red hair. Chapter 11. Choices and Requests. Who the hell says stinky cooks are cowards? Who else? Of course it's you, green algae head. B********. D. You bite my green algae head again. I'll shout. You hit me if you have the ability? Just like in the original book, Sanji and Zoro quarreled within 2 sentences. On the side, Yoruichi looked very happy. Real people in cartoon scenes, but completely different feelings. At the same time, she also had some doubts in her heart. 63-7. After all, comics came first, and then the world came into existence. Or did this world already exist, and my adoptive father just drew the story of this world? Spray. Amazing. Cough. Alright, Sanji, Zoro, stop making trouble for you two. While Yoruichi was lost in thought, Luffy finally spoke to interrupt Zoro's quarrel. With Zoro and Sanji fighting, Luffy's messy mood was much better. He knew that this was friendship, and the two also wanted to ease the serious atmosphere just now. But, the brothers still make up their minds. Advertisement. Luffy asked the previous question again. Like he said, no matter what Zoro and others choose, he won't blame them all, they're also good brothers. HMPH, I'm not afraid of those Marines. Sanji lit a cigarette, blew a smoke ring, and said with a bee-like air. Zoro smiled coldly and drew out his sword. Stinky cooks are not afraid, and my sword is not afraid. Sanji's face darkened. Just your broken sword? Humph. Zoro didn't bother to pay attention to Sanji and gave him a hard look. At this time, Nami and the others who were stunned by Luffy just now finally came to their senses. The expressions of several of them are very confused, and they are too weak to know what happened. Nami, Chopper, Frankie, Usopp. Luffy looked at the crew members with a complicated look, hesitated for a while, but still told what he was facing. It's just that unlike Zoro and Sanji, Luffy doesn't want them to follow him to naval headquarters. The reason is simple, they are underdogs. Although it's not very good to judge his own crew like this, Luffy can't say they're strong against his will. Especially the battlefield he was going to was extraordinary. Not to mention the poor weaklings. Nami. Advertisement. Even the famous Vice Admiral and Shichibukai in the sea cannot guarantee that they will be safe in this war. Nami fell silent. They weren't fools, they understood what Luffy meant. As far as their strength is concerned, going to naval headquarters is equivalent to giving people away, and it is completely cumbersome. Don't worry Luffy, we get it. Nami smiled obediently, but his expression was obviously a little sad. Chopper and Usopp were not in a good mood either, keeping their heads down and not speaking. They weren't blaming Luffy, they were annoyed that they couldn't be of any help in such a critical time. Luffy didn't say anything else. After the list of going to naval headquarters and not going to naval headquarters was finalized, he turned his head to look at Yoruichi again. Can you help 3.3 US? Luffy asked tentatively. He is not sure if Yoruichi is his own, but he did have a fairly close relationship with Xia Yan in the past. Yoruichi smiled slightly. Okay, let's talk, what help? Woo, thank you. Luffy breathed a sigh of relief, and although he was a little embarrassed, he said solemnly. I hope you can take us to NA Chapter 12, Execution Live. Yoruichi is naturally willing to help Luffy and others. After all, she still has to watch a play, but this time is not right. She was going to bring Luffy and others over half an hour before the execution. After a few days, in the blink of an eye, the much-anticipated World Live broadcast starts. How many years has it been since World Live? Cough, I kinda miss the time when Lord Xia Yan was there. It was live broadcast every 3 days, it was so fun. Alas, I don't know where Master Xia Yan has gone, even the comics have been discontinued for so many years. 21. Should he be dead? Scare. How could such a terrifying powerhouse as Lord Xia Yan die? Stop joking. Even though he has not appeared in this sea for many years, Xia Yan's popularity is still quite high. But that's about it. Just like everyone knows that One Piece is Roger, in fact many people don't even know what Roger looks like. Because that is a legend. Xia Yan is now a legend in the pirate world, just like Roger. After all, it was more than 10 years ago that he last shot. Advertisement for the relatively precocious world of pirates, more than 10 years have been almost a generational rotation. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku is standing on the execution platform, next to the red-haired Shanks, who has been sealed off Ryotsu, kneeling on the ground. He didn't know that Xia Yan didn't even appear, and it caused quite a stir in the world. Is it time? Sengoku asked suddenly. No, Momosagi, the executioner, said lightly, there are still 30 minutes. Okay. Sengoku nodded, looking calm. Unlike the execution of Ace in the original book, the current Sengoku is not in a hurry, nor is he worried at all. One is because he and Momosagi are very strong, and the two Vasto Lord level Manos Grande have no rivals in the pirate world. The second is because Ace is different from Redhead. In the original pirate novel, Ace is the captain of Whitebeard's second division, and Whitebeard and his captains will naturally come to rescue him. As for redheads, if this is the original pirate novel, the redhead still has a group of friends who are willing to rescue him. But in this messy world of pirates tossed by Xia Yan, the redhead really has few friends. No, to say that there are actually, advertisement. For example, members of the Roger Pirates who disbanded more than 20 years ago. However, those people will not come to save people. It's not that they don't care about red hair, or that they're cold-blooded, but a weird habit. The Roger Pirates seem to think that after the pirates disband, the adventure is theirs. You have to walk your own way, even if it is a miserable abyss, no one will help. In the original book, Rayleigh didn't save Ace. The other members of the Roger Pirates 650 didn't avenge Ace either. Cold-blooded? Maybe a little, but that's pirates. Sengoku also knew this, so he mocked mercilessly. HMPH, it seems that no one will come to save you. The redhead didn't speak, not even angry or scared at all. Life and death are destiny, and he was ready when he went to sea with Roger decades ago. Almost all of the people he knew now were almost dead, and it wasn't a big deal to die. Just a pity, he hasn't seen Luffy become king yet. He has not yet challenged the B*****D who gave him the power back then. Chapter 13. Akainu's Shot. It is worth mentioning that, although the Red Hair and Ace in the original work were both publicly executed by the World Live Broadcast, the executions were completely different. Pirate Manga executed Ace, and at least 100,000 Marine gathered at the scene. In addition, there are at least 20 Vice Admiral, 5 plus Admiral rank, and 7 Warlords of the Sea. To put it nasty, Summit War Marine played like shit. If they're serious, they'll have no problem killing the Red Hair pirates there. Of course, this is the original story. In this pirate world, there has never been a Summit War. Even Marine, who guards the naval headquarters, is less than 1/10 the size of the Summit War in the original book. It's certainly not because redheads are inferior to Ace. But the redhead is lonely after all, completely different from Ace. Naval headquarters. Sengoku asked the time again. There are 10 minutes, Momoshage said in a deep voice. Well, Sengoku pressed down his restless heart. He didn't understand why he felt uneasy. Obviously the red hair was a lesson in the urn, and no one would come to save him. Advertisement, however, that's just what he thought. The most interesting thing about this sea is the ever-changing weather and the emotions between people. Wow, the clouds in the sky seem to be broken by something. Sengoku subconsciously looked up and saw that it was a black spot. What is that? Momoshage also looked up at the sky. Her Ryotsu and Sengoku are at the same level, and what Sengoku can find, she can naturally find. But Akainu, Kizaru, and others couldn't detect it, but they were also able to realize that someone had appeared through the reactions of the two of Sengoku. After more than 10 seconds, the shadow grew bigger and bigger, fallen like a meteorite. Only then did Akainu and the others see that it was a group of people. And a bunch of acquaintances. Yes, acquaintances. Luffy was raised by a group of senior officers at naval headquarters. Zoro is the direct disciple of Koshiro, the great swordsman. Sanji is the abandoned child of the Vinsmoke family. Unbeknownst to Zoro and Sanji, when they became Luffy's crew, their intelligence was put in front of a group of marine executives. Advertisement therefore, Akainu et al. Recognized Zoro et al. At a glance. Madman. Akainu cursed coldly. Aokiji raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder, joking. Isn't it better to watch Luffy's kid grow up than to understand? He's just a muscle. Humph. Akainu snorted coldly, his temperament even colder. He also watched Luffy grow up, and because of Garp, always wanted to train Luffy to be a great marine. As a result, this B*******D turned out to be a pirate. Paluzolino. Akainu glared at Kizaru suddenly. Attack them. Send, don't you? Kizaru was a little reluctant. Mr. Zoro's close relationship with the world government, Wan Li's, is close, and it is not good for him to touch him casually. Luffy's grandfather, Garp, was staring at him, and he didn't want to offend the Marine Vice Admiral. Humph. It's fine if you don't come, I'll do it myself. Very dissatisfied with Kizaru's old fritter's character, Akainu simply stood up and punched into the air. Boom. The hot magma of at least tens of thousands of degrees turned into a meteor and blasted towards the 4 figures that fell in the air at high speed. Chapter 14. One Punch. Akainu is a jagged soldier. Whether it is in the original pirate, or this pirate, his image hasn't changed much. So, he shot. Aokiji has a good relationship with Garp and Luffy. Kizaru didn't want to offend Garp Vice Admiral for something as small as Luffy. But Akainu doesn't care. Wow, the hot magma turned into a large ocean in the air. From below, it was as if the sky had turned into lava. Many Marines who saw this scene were shocked, because the coverage of this attack has already exceeded the entire naval headquarters. 650 are also within the attack range. Is Akainu crazy? The answer is of course no. The reason why he dared to use this move at naval headquarters was because he sensed an extremely powerful aura. Akainu's current strength is at the Akakas level, and of course he knows how strong the aura is that can make him fearful. I'm afraid it's at least Vasto Lord class. Advertisement. And Akainu once felt the horror of Vasto Lord level Manos Grande in Momoshage and Sengoku, and naturally he would not let it go. Cough, magma. He's really a pretty cool guy. Yoruichi, who brought the three of Luffy to the ground, looked at the overwhelming magma with a playful expression on his face. Sanji's face was pale. Yee. Miss Yoruichi, is such a terrifying magma really okay? Zoro didn't speak, but his expression was very solemn. Obviously, he wasn't really worried at all either. This level of high-temperature magma was unheard of, and they didn't even know how to deal with it. Is this really the power of a human master like them? Only Yoruichi still looked indifferent, completely ignoring the overwhelming magma. Because it's too weak. Although Shinigami and Shu's attack forms are all kinds of strange, but as long as they don't go beyond this category, it is Ryotsu that finally shows up. In Yoruichi's perception, the Ryotsu of these magma is also a Caucasus-level top heaven. CBDD, strong. It's actually quite strong. Even in Soul Society, Akachu's level Manos Grande is stronger than most captain-level Shinigami. However, not including her, the captain of the 2nd Division. Go away for the old lady. Advertisement. With both feet on the ground, Yoruichi let out a long howl. The fist that wrapped Ryotsu slammed into the air. No Shikai or solution, no special means like Sharingan, just pure physical power plus Ryotsu. Boom. The magma ocean in the air was pierced through a gap several hundred meters in diameter, and it was spreading rapidly in all directions. Accompanied by a deafening roar, this terrifying magma ocean, which could be called the doomsday of natural disasters, was scattered and turned into sparks and meteors. Blown out with one punch, Akainu's face was not very good looking. Although he knew that the strength of the person who came was stronger than him, he was still a little unacceptable when the matter came to an end. Damn it. Even though I am so strong, I still can't defend justice. Damn it, damn it. Annoyed at his own weakness and dissatisfied with his own powerlessness, Akainu's eyes were blood red, and scorching lava erupted from his body, and he climbed again with awe. Sakazuki. Aokiji seemed to sense something and tried to stop Akainu's movements. But Akainu immediately erupted with hot magma, forcing Aokiji back. Leave me alone. Glancing at Aokiji fiercely, Akainu rushed towards Yoruichi, leaving Kizaru and Aokiji helpless. Chapter 15. I won't shoot Xia Yan, return to the blade. Akainu is not an idiot, and he fully developed his abilities while rushing towards Yoruichi. Returning to the blade, this is the means of Manos Grande. The essence of its ability is to liberate one's own power, just like Shinigami's Zanpakuto. After returning to the blade, Akainu's Ryotsu skyrocketed 8 times. Even Kizaru and Aokiji were crushed by this Ryotsu and had to free their Ryotsu to resist. The other ordinary marine officers had difficulty breathing and seemed to die at any moment. Your Majesty, the hot magma turned into a robe and wrapped around Akainu. In an instant, the temperature of the entire naval headquarters rose by at least several thousand degrees. Okay. What a horrible heat. The expressions of marine officers below the admiral level changed drastically, and the weak people below the school level were instantly evaporated from the water in their bodies and lay on the ground weakly. This is only a momentary effort. With the eruption of magma, in just a few seconds, the entire naval headquarters was turned into a dry land without water. It was almost like experiencing a drought. Advertisement. Cough. Lava? The temperature is quite strong, stronger than the Shikai of the old man. Yoruichi also showed a little interest in the face of Akainu, who was rushing towards him. The strength that Akainu has shown is enough to become a captain even in the higher level Soul Society. Too bad it's too weak. Yoruichi didn't punch this time, but moved Ryotsu on his body. That is beyond Ajuka's, and can even suppress Ryotsu of Vasto Lord level Manos Grande. The terrifying Ryotsu slammed down on Akainu like a mountain on top. Akainu, who was sprinting, didn't even react, and was slapped to the ground like a fly. Ah! Akainu's face flushed red, his veins burst, and he roared angrily. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up from the ground. Akachu's and Vasto Lord. It seems that there is only a gap of one level, but it is like a moat, which is difficult to cross. And Yoruichi didn't leave his eyes to Akainu anymore, but looked at the other two in the distance. Advertisement asked for flowers. Sengoku, peach-free. She could sense that although these two were not as strong as her, they were real Vasto Lord Manos Grande. Is this Yoruichi? Not far away. Zan also reluctantly recognized Yoruichi's identity, but he was a little unsure. There is also a Shihuan Yoruichi in the world of pirates, but it was a character summoned by Xia Yan many years ago. It belongs to the original character, and the temperament is quite different. Zero on the contrary, Momoshagi nodded and affirmed, it's really her. Humph. This Xia Yan doesn't know what conspiracy. Sengoku snorted coldly, feeling a little dissatisfied with Xia Yan in his heart. Disappeared for more than 10 years, and then let Yoruichi bring Luffy and this group of people to appear. Is this to want them to kill each other? Then again, if it's just a Shihuan Yoruichi, I won't shoot. Seemingly aware of something, Momoshagi suddenly looked at Sengoku with a very serious face. I will never do anything to little brother Xia Yan or his subordinates. Chapter 16. The protagonist who was killed in seconds. Momoshagi was reluctant to take action against Xia Yan or his subordinates. This is because Momoshagi has feelings for Xia Yan. Family, love, and the guilt of the year. Sengoku also knew the bad things of the year. Although Xia Yan did not commit a crime, she was imprisoned in the underwater prison because of Roger. Marine did not take care of this matter. Therefore, there is no way he can ask Momoshagi to do anything, and they have no such obligation. It's really 65, trouble, Sengoku sighed deeply. The other side. Luffy, Zoro and the others finally came to their senses. Being led by Yoruichi through half the world, the terrifying speed almost turned their brains into a mess. This is naval headquarters. Luffy looked around dizzily, and finally fixed his eyes on the red hair on the execution platform. Shanks, realizing that his target was on the execution platform, Luffy's brain was empty, and the power belonging to Devil Fruit began to explode in his body. Second gear. Advertisement. The speed of Luffy's sudden burst, even the battle-hardened naval headquarters vice admiral was shocked. But in an instant, Luffy rushed to the execution platform. This is the superiority of rubber fruit. This ability looks like a garbage idiot, but it is extremely malleable and has both extremely high growth and resistance. Shanks' eyes are very complicated. He knew Luffy's character very well, so he naturally guessed that the other party would come to save him. Because of this, he was both happy and annoyed. Luffy's mind didn't allow him to think so much, he only knew that the redhead had a good relationship with him, and he couldn't just watch the other person get killed. So he set out. Do not. Luffy rushed straight to the redhead, reaching for him. Well, are you ignoring me like that, little grandson of Garp Vice Admiral? Slightly stimulated by Luffy's ignoring attitude, Momoshage sneered. She didn't shoot Xia Yan and Xia Yan's subordinates, but she never said that she wouldn't shoot other people. Garp Vice Admiral's face is of course to be given, but a little guy is so presumptuous, naturally he must teach him a good lesson and let him have a longer memory. So, the long legs turned into long whips and kicked out. Advertisement. It was a kick of pure physical power, without any special means. Ha, Sister Momoshage, I'm a rubber fruit person, so I'm not afraid of using armament hockey's kicks. Naturally, Luffy didn't care about Momoshage's attack, and looked confident, even a little proud. But only to hear a loud bang, Momoshage's whip leg hit his stomach hard. Even the space is distorted and deformed. Luffy even let out a shrill scream, and the whole person was kicked thousands of meters away and fell into the sea. Spike. With Momoshage's current Vasto Lord level Manos Grande's physique, it's a dimensional blow against Luffy. Rubber fruit immune to bludgeoning? That also has to be within the power tolerance limit of 3.3. When the power is large enough, the so-called bludgeoning immunity becomes a completely useless attribute. It can also be said to be one effort to break through all methods. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji exclaimed at the same time. They thought that following Luffy to naval headquarters would be a setback this time, but they didn't expect it to be so fast. Luffy, who was more than twice as strong as the two of them, was actually killed by the young Momoshage Vice Admiral. Chapter 17. The Frog at the Bottom of the Well. After Zoro and Sanji went out to sea with Luffy, the journey was smooth sailing. They had beaten Shichibukai, beat the mighty marine, and swept all the way, leaving their contemporaries far behind. Zoro and Sanji are actually somewhat smug, even if they never say it. Satisfaction with your talent. Satisfied with my own vision, I chose the right captain. But when they really stood on the battlefield that could be called the top of the world, they realized what a frog in the well was. The frog in the well, this is a very simple truth. But most people can't read these 4 words clearly in their whole life, even those strong people who stand on the top of the world. Even Xia Yan, who has now reached the blast star level 21, dare not say that he has stood at the peak. Even Xia Yan thought that she was trapped in a bigger well at best. The simplest truth, is Whitebeard the frog in the well? Maybe many people think that using this word to evaluate Whitebeard is not accurate enough, but in fact it is. Although Whitebeard has no idea that his strength is just the bottom of the world, this is a real example of the frog in the well. Advertisement. This is not derogatory, but the limits of the world bound their vision. They simply cannot understand what the higher world is like until they see it with their own eyes. What? Just when Zoro and Sanji were in shock, someone from Marine took another shot. Mere pirates. How dare you appear in naval headquarters? Since you're here, let's go to prison for a few years. New World is still too early for you little guys. One after the other, the shots were the Rat Vice Admiral and the Huashaoshan Vice Admiral. They are all veteran Marine Vice Admiral, and they have barely evolved to the Akachu's class Manos Grande over the years. Although the strength is far less than that of Akainu and others who are also Akakas class Manos Grande, but in this pirate world, it is definitely a hegemony level existence. And now Zoro, which is only worth 60 million, can't even make it through the copy of Alabasta in the original. His, too, Marine Vice Admiral, with just a simple act, can set off a gust of wind that rips through the air. Zoro and Sanji didn't even have a chance to react, they were kicked in the head with a whip. Boom. Advertisement. There was a roar in Zoro's brains, as if they had been shaken into a pool of water. Instant kill. Zoro didn't realize this fact until he fell powerlessly to the ground and completely lost consciousness. Boom. Zoro and Sanji stared on the ground. 650. Silence. All over the world, countless spectators watching this execution fell into silence. Straw Hat Luffy is one of the most famous rookie pirates in recent years. They originally thought it would be a fiery battle, but it turned out to be an inhuman spike. Is this what Marine is doing now? This is too scary. And just when people thought that Luffy and others had failed and the execution was about to proceed normally, they were stunned to find that Marine, who had easily defeated Luffy and his party, did not show any signs of relaxation, but instead had a solemn expression on his face. Chapter 18. Yoruichi, having fun. Night. Shinigami's Yoruichi, the subordinate of Lord Xia Yan. Speaking of which, Shinigami really hasn't been seen in years, and I don't know what the situation is now. In front of the big screen, the person who appeared in naval headquarters was Yoruichi Safenjin, and anyone who knew a little about Xia Yan's comics immediately became excited. But in a world dominated by battles, there must be a being named, the strongest. Shinigami. The strongest in the world was the captain of the first team, Yamamoto Motorianai Shigekuni. As long as he unlocks it, the moisture of the entire Soul Society will be evaporated by him, which can be called a natural disaster. One Punch World, the strongest is naturally Saitama, no one knows his upper limit, except the current Xia Yan. And the world of pirates. 20 years ago, the strongest was synonymous with Whitebeard. When Xia Yan rose up, this title was taken away by him. To this day, even if Xia Yan has not appeared for more than 10 years, people who knew Xia Yan at that time still think that he is the strongest. It is worth mentioning that advertisement in the years when Xia Yan did not show up, who is the second strongest person in the pirate world, is also a hot topic. Some say ninjas, such as Uchiha Itachi, Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo, splitting mountains with one sword, once brought great shock to people in this world. Some people say that it is a heroic spirit, and the representative is Gilgamesh. The deviated star who ripped apart the world on Cake Island was also a stunning era back then. Others say it's Shinigami, because Yamamoto Uozhihua Shigekuni had a battle with Akainu, after the solution not only defeated Akainu, but also evaporated at least a few hundred kilometers of the sea, which is terrifying. Although these are the powerhouses of the first echelon, it does not mean that the second echelon is not concerned. Anyone who knows a little about Xia Yan's subordinates knows that the second-tier powerhouses under Xia Yan's command are at least 3 billion to 4 billion bounties on the ocean. In the eyes of people in the pirate world, Yoruichi is one of the popular female characters in the world of Shinigami, and is also the top powerhouse in the second echelon of this sea. However, this is not the truth. After Mo Yan and his subordinates, no one in this world knows that there is actually more than one Yoruichi in Sifeng. The one who has always been in the world of pirates is indeed a strong man who can only be ranked in the second echelon, that is, Yoruichi Safenjin in the original book. Advertisement, however, Yoruichi, who appeared in the naval headquarters, was cultivated by Xia Yan himself, a real monster. Shihuan Yoruichi, what are you going to do? On the execution stand, Sengoku glared at Yoruichi angrily. The most fearful thing about execution is accidents. He thought that no one would come to save the red hair, but he did not expect that such a thing would happen. The key is that he doesn't know whether Yoruichi represents himself, Shinigami, or Xia Yan's attitude. Yoruichi didn't think so much, Wang Li's, and responded with a big smile. Of course I'm here to play, I'm going to have some fun. What did you say? Have fun? Sengoku was stunned. Then he was D off again. He thought that Xia Yan might be returning, and that there might be some big conspiracy on Shinigami's side. However, he never thought that he would hear the words, fun, from Yoruichi's mouth. Did Captain Shinigami think he was a fool? Chapter 19. Sengoku. Eat my palm. Yoruichi of Safenjin in the original book of Shinigami is a little devil king. Yoruichi of Sifeng, who was raised by Xia Yan, is a real demon king of chaos. Even in the Shinigami world where the strong are everywhere, she is the one who can cause the most trouble. Now that she is in the lower level world of pirate world, she is naturally more unscrupulous. Taking action on the original characters is what she thinks is having fun. This is also the reason why she is not strong enough, otherwise Yoruichi will find that playing planets is more interesting than fighting with manga characters. The book is back to normal. Sengoku resents Yoruichi's unbridled behavior. He is the master of the order, martial marine. He is firm in justice, and hates those who do not follow the rules and go against justice. For example, the current Yoruichi is like this, 650. Coupled with the fact that Xia Yan has not appeared in the past few years, Sengoku's fear of Xia Yan has been reduced a lot. All things added up, and Sengoku made a decision. Advertisement: he's going to shoot Yoruichi. This is not to turn against Xia Yan, but to test Xia Yan's attitude. As for Yoruichi's strength, Sengoku really didn't care. Judging from the plot of the Shinigami manga, Yoruichi is comparable to the Vasto Lord level Manos Grande even at his peak. And the powerhouse of this level, they Marine have, CBDD, too. Thinking of this, Sengoku suddenly felt confident, stared at Yoruichi and asked loudly, Sifeng Yoruichi, are you really going to fight against Marine? Is this an order from Xia Yan? Huh, right? As if hearing a very funny joke, Shihuan Yoruichi was amused on the spot. Let's imagine. When you go out shopping, you meet a helpless baby and ask you, are you going to oppose me? A terrifying roar emanated from the mouth of the Golden Buddha, shattering the ground and walls hundreds of meters around, and also roaring the brains of countless marine powerhouses. Stunned by Yoruichi's speed, Sengoku's reaction was not fake at all. Then, his palm was wrapped in a white light curtain, and he slapped it towards Yi. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement: this is not some special energy, but an impact in a simple sense, just because the intensity is too terrifying, even the air is crazily compressed to the ultimate. With a light tone, Yoruichi's eyes had a little contempt and mockery in his eyes. The righteous father has said that they won't believe the frog in the bottom of the well if you say it, just do it and it's over. The voice fell, and Yoruichi moved. Sengoku doesn't know this. Seeing Yoruichi laughing, he was even more annoyed and couldn't help asking, "What are you laughing at?" At this moment, Yoruichi finally understood what Xia Yan had said to her about the frog at the bottom of the well. This speed. Stepping on Ryotsu, Yoruichi's figure instantly appeared on the execution stand. With a loud shout, golden light possessed his body, and Sengoku's whole body instantly swelled into a behemoth. Roar, if this blow hits the ground, at least one island can be completely destroyed. This is really a fun thing to do. Of course I'm laughing at your frog at the bottom of the well, uncle. Chapter 20. Naval Headquarters Torn Apart. Ejukas? The power of the pirate world can also evolve to this level? Or did the righteous father make it? Facing Sengoku's terrifying shockwave, Yoruichi's face was calm, and he was even distracted to tease and observe. Not to mention, it really made her see at a glance that Sengoku's strength was related to Xia Yan. Sengoku couldn't help but feel even more embarrassed. As martial marine, most of his combat power comes from enemies who oppose him, which is simply a stain on his righteous life. As a result, the power of the shockwave increased to the limit, and the mighty crushed Yoruichi. Being fished out of the sea by Marine Vice Admiral Luffy just saw this scene, and suddenly became extremely nervous. Although he had been taught a lesson by Yoruichi before, he felt that Yoruichi who brought him to naval headquarters was kind to him, and naturally he didn't want the other party to get hurt. Although he acts recklessly, Luffy is indeed a kinder protagonist. In other words, Kakuzu, the master of most juvenile jumps, is kind, and evil is an extremely rare alternative. And Yoruichi also had a good impression of Luffy because of this. Yes, a little. Seeing this kindness, she decided to save Luffy's life and not let him die easily. But, it's just an attack of this level, that kid Luffy really doesn't understand our power at all. The corners of his mouth curled up nicely, and Yoruichi shifted his focus to his lower body. Step on the ground. Power up. Advertisement. D. Any general marine who was a little stronger could feel the ground shake. Not good. Aokiji had a solemn look on his face. Realizing what was about to happen, he immediately released a large amount of ice and tried to raise the defense. Crack clap. The iceberg at least 1 kilometer high turned the entire naval headquarters into an ice fortress, greatly improving the defense resistance. Really useful. With the sound of earth-shattering explosions, the altitude of the entire island where naval headquarters is located was stepped down by Yoruichi's foot by 10 meters. The iceberg released by Chingwa was directly shattered and turned into ice crystals all over the sky. Haha. Refreshing. Yoruichi laughs and stands on top of the crumbling island under the jaw-dropping gaze of the entire world. Clenching a fist with one hand, with this momentum, a fist slammed into the shockwave of the Great Buddha in the air. Boom. The surface of the entire naval headquarters was densely packed with terrifying cracks, and it was completely split, and countless marine generals screamed and fell into the sea. For flowers. So strong, advertisement. Sengoku stared at Yoruichi solemnly, but he was extremely confused in his heart. Well, so strong, they had never seen such a powerful woman. Save people. Save people first. Sanji and Zoro, who were woken up by the shock, were even more frightened. In the distance, Luffy's eyes widened in shock. Marine generals ignored Yoruichi and went crazy to rescue Marine who fell into the water. The blow just now was a Vasto Lord class without a doubt. Is Yoruichi of Shinigami that strong? Great. After a long time, the vibration ceased. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Above the huge iceberg, Yoruichi smiled and stepped on the void. Zero with the terrifying air conditioning of Ultimate, an iceberg that was twice as big as before appeared, and naval headquarters avoided the tragic fate of sinking to the bottom of the sea. But it's not over yet. Ice Age. Opposite her, a huge golden Buddha with a height of more than 30 meters confronted her, but the right hand hidden behind her was trembling slightly. Aokiji also quickly froze the sea, forcibly freezing the torn naval headquarters into one piece. Chapter 21. Yoruichi. Is this the protagonist's halo? Sengoku discovered Yoruichi's anomaly. The other party was much stronger than what the comics showed, and even he was shocked by this power. But he couldn't figure out the reason. He could only blame Xia Yan's cultivation, which made Yoruichi rise to a higher level in a short period of time. Bang! Bang! Suddenly there were several screams in the distance. Sengoku glanced at it subconsciously, and the golden Buddha's face turned black. Luffy, who was fished out by Marine from the bottom of the sea, actually knocked off a few Marine generals next to him, and rushed towards the red-haired man on the execution platform. Is this the protagonist? Physical strength is really good. Also noticing Luffy's actions, Yoruichi couldn't help chuckling. She is very curious, if the protagonist halo, this thing really exists, how can Luffy, who is obviously not as strong as Marine's side, break the game? Can't a thunderstorm fall from the sky and split Marine apart? Thinking of this, Yoruichi suddenly moved. I saw her raising her leg high, kicking her right foot up at a high speed, and her legs showed a straight 180, which was extremely beautiful and powerful. Kick up. Advertisement. Boom. Yoruichi's right foot slammed into the belly of the golden Buddha, directly blowing the air behind him. Wow. Sengoku only felt his internal organs twitch, and his eyes were bloodshot, almost falling out. The huge golden Buddha body flew backwards uncontrollably. It is worth mentioning that the target Sengoku flew towards was Luffy, who had broken through the siege of General Marine and was rushing towards the execution platform again. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji desperately forced Marine to retreat, exclaiming in surprise. Luffy also noticed the terrifying whistling sound coming from behind him. His eyes were full of panic and helplessness, and he subconsciously released his whole body armament Haki to defend. Yoruichi kicked Sengoku on purpose. From reading Xia Yan's comics since she was a child, she found that the protagonist always turns evil into good luck when encountering difficulties, and has his own aura of the protagonist. Now that she finally sees a protagonist, she naturally wants to give it a try. In terms of classification, the limit of the powerhouse in the pirate world is only the island explosion level. Seeing that Luffy was seriously injured by Sengoku, Yoruichi's pre-face couldn't help but flash a look of speechlessness and disappointment. But the protagonist is the protagonist after all. Advertisement, Luffy. Therefore, in the face of Yoruichi, who is stronger than Byakuya, Luffy, who has only mastered some of the basic abilities of the pirate world, it is impossible to have any 3.3 fight back. In addition to their own abilities and opportunities, many of the main Kakuzu have backgrounds. Rao is that Luffy has rubber fruit and armament Haki, which are extremely resistant to fighting. They still broke several bones and fell to the ground in an extremely embarrassing manner. Instant kill. Garp fell silent as he watched Luffy vomited blood by Sengoku. Of course, this was purely her overthinking. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Boom. For example, Byakuya, after solving hundreds of millions of sakura flowers, can destroy the country with one move easily. The huge golden Buddha incarnated by Sengoku hit Luffy like a meteor, and the impact was so great that the frozen naval headquarters shook violently. Coincidentally, Garp has it too. As a marine hero, is he going to help his grandson? At this level in the Shinigami world, even a strong leader Shinigami can't beat him. She originally thought that Luffy, the protagonist, would show some miracles to make a comeback, but this is what happened. Chapter 22. Relationship exposure. In the original pirate novel, Garp did not save Ace. Because he is a marine hero, it is impossible to save a pirate. Even if Ace is his beloved grandson, he can't, so here comes the question. If the person being executed was Luffy's own grandson, would Garp take action? The answer is simple. Meeting. The 4 words of intimacy and distance are not just words. No matter how much Garp feels bad for Ace, in the end, it's just his godson, and it's not worth it for him to violate his own justice. But Luffy is the grandson of third-generation single pass. Bang. Boom. Boom. Garp tapped the ground with one foot and stepped on the ground hundreds of times in less than 0.1 seconds. At this moment, he actually broke out with a terrifying speed that is no less than the 21 Manos Grande. Not relying on Ryatsu, just relying on physical strength to achieve this level. Looking at the 2 worlds of pirates and Shinigami, few people can achieve this level. What? Everyone only felt a gust of wind howling, and their faces seemed to be cut by a knife. Advertisement. The closest marine's face was torn with blood. Hiss, the injured marines gasped in pain, but they all looked confused. What just happened? Taking a closer look, I realized that Luffy, who had been knocked out by Sengoku, was gone. Looking for it again, I saw that Luffy was being held in Garp's arms, appearing dozens of meters away. At this moment, these marine generals realized what happened to the terrible hurricane just now. Garp, Vice Admiral. The eyes of Marines generals were very complicated. Most of them grew up watching Luffy, so they know what it means when Garp saves Luffy on World Stream. It is no exaggeration to say that Garp's embrace has ruined half of his reputation for decades. At the same time, a large number of civilians around the world watching the live broadcast were indeed as sluggish and silent as the Marine generals thought. Most of the people in the pirate world are quite simple, and some things are not on the bright side, and they basically won't notice it. Like 2 similar names. Monkey D. Garp. Advertisement. Sengoku gave Garp a stern look and lowered his voice. Garp, throw Luffy away. Do you know what you're doing? Joke. Monkey D. Luffy. Most of the people are 650 with a stunned face, and haven't woken up from the shock. Anyone with a normal IQ can guess the identities of the 2 monkeys. There are actually quite a few people in the sea who know the identities of these 2 grandfathers and grandsons, but most ordinary people have never thought about it. The path he chose by Garp himself, even if there is a sea of swords and flames in front of him, will continue to walk. How can he regret it? A small number of people showed disappointment and even anger. Just like you know a thief and an official who have the same surname and are 50 or 60 years apart in age, do you think the 2 are related? But the moment Garp rescues Luffy on the battlefield, it's like a no-brainer. Obviously, the marine hero actually has a grandson of a big pirate, which is something that many civilians cannot accept. Garp's face sank, but he didn't let Luffy go at Sengoku's words, instead he hugged tighter. Well, I said that this Luffy became a big pirate at such a young age, so he is the grandson of the hero Garp? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. That is not true, is it? Naval Headquarters, Chapter 23, Injustice. Cough, the marine hero saved the pirate grandson, it's so funny. Yoruichi stood in the void with a playful expression. Having read the Pirates comics, she is very clear that Garp did not save Ace in the original book. He even watched Ace pierce his chest with lava by Kainu. Just because he is Marine Vice Admiral is Marine's face. However, in this way, he took the initiative to rescue Luffy when Luffy was not in danger. A bit of a double standard. To be honest, Yoruichi was a little disappointed with Garp. When she watched Pirates in Soul Society, she still had a good impression of Garp, an old marine who was strong and insisted on justice. Unfortunately, manga characters are very different from real people. Safenjin Yoruichi, haven't you had enough trouble? The Golden Buddha stood in the void and let out an angry roar. From Sengoku's point of view, if Yoruichi hadn't suddenly come out and made trouble, Marine would have completed his execution long ago, and Garp's impulse to rescue Luffy would not have happened. At the same time, Sengoku also cursed Garp as an idiot in his heart. He is also an elder who watched Luffy grow up. How could he really attack Luffy? Garp, the B******D, was so impulsive that Marine fell into a passive state in one fell swoop. Furious for a long time, as if hearing a very funny joke, a cold smile appeared on Yoruichi's pretty face. Advertisement. She raised her hand slowly, arranged her soft hair, and said in a cold voice, is it better to use play to evaluate? The words fall. Without giving Sengoku the slightest time to react, Yoruichi's figure disappeared. Unlike Garp's high-speed movement that relies purely on physical strength, it is not through Ryotsu. It is a simple space teleportation. In an instant, Yoruichi appeared in front of the Golden Buddha. This is. Sengoku's pupils shrank. He was taken aback by Yoruichi's speed. Daxu, who is also at the level of Vasto Lord, has the highest level of strength and vision even in the Shinigami world where the strong are like clouds. However, he failed to understand Yoruichi's speed just now. Not flesh, not Ryotsu. How is that done? Sengoku doesn't know. So he felt terrified and appalled. What is more terrifying than facing a powerful enemy? You can't even understand how the power of the enemy works. Incomprehensible means incapable of deciphering and surpassing, and it also reflects one's own weakness and unbearableness. Advertisement. Sengoku was angry at this and powerless. Sengoku only felt an indescribable force coming. Even though he defended ahead of time, his internal organs were still broken and blood spurted from his mouth. The pirate world was born with conquerors. It is a pity that any world with strong and weak points will not have absolute fairness. Unless you are the protagonist who is favored by the world. Yoruichi doesn't care what Sengoku thinks. Ryotsu rank of Shinigami world. She was born strong, and was gifted by Xia Yan to the powerful Mangekyo Sharingan at birth, and at the age of 3, she could defeat the vice-captain level Shinigami head-on. Yoruichi punched Jin Buddha in the stomach. Yoruichi actually knows that he is not the main character. Is it unfair? Under the influence of Ryotsu, he released an extremely terrifying force, and he could even tear the ground into terrifying ravines with ease. Hokage, Dragon Ball, the Magic Circuit family inheritance in the Fate world. Hard profit. It's hard to say in a more advanced world, but in the pirate world and Soul Society, she is definitely a superior existence than the protagonist. It can be said that the more advanced the world, the less there is, to be fair. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But she knows better that she, who was raised by Xia Yan, Wang Li's, is more favored than those so-called protagonists. Chapter 24. You don't need Ryotsu? Then I use it? Bang 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 bang. The huge golden Buddha was kicked out by Yoruichi, knocking down countless straight ice walls released by Aokiji along the way. It was not until after exiting several kilometers, a deep ravine several kilometers long was left on the ground that it barely stopped. Wow. Sengoku wrapped his stomach and vomited a mouthful of blood. How heavy is Yoruichi's fist? It can easily knock down a large island with one punch. Such a force hits an area as small as a fist, and the power is even more terrifying than the impact of a nuclear bomb explosion. If it weren't for Sengoku's Vasto Lord class, which is only 650 weaker than Yoruichi, Yoruichi's punch could even pierce his stomach. Damn. Seeing that Sengoku was injured, Garp's eyes turned blood red. Throwing Luffy in his arms to a safer place in the distance, Garp raised his foot and charged straight towards Yoruichi. Bang. Bang. The fist blows like a knife, and Garp's fist hits Yoruichi like a storm. His fists are powerful and can easily rip through the air. If it is real, it is not difficult to destroy a medium-sized island with one blow. Advertisement, but in Yoruichi's eyes, it's really a little weak. Yes, weak. Unlike Sengoku, Garp doesn't really like the power of the void, and just evolved to the Akakas level. To be honest, Garp is an unquestionable genius to have reached this level without relying on Ryotsu, but only with physical strength. But abandoning Ryotsu was not a smart move in Yoruichi's view. Boom. Boom. Yoruichi raised one hand and took Garp's punch with ease. Garp's pupils shrank slightly, but his fist speed increased by 3 points again, and the air was constantly bursting by him for a while. What? Yoruichi's eyes were a little surprised. Only then did she realize that she underestimated Garp, who was simply amazing. If there is no physical, CBDD, and the limit of the world, Garp can definitely soar into the sky. Thinking of the old man's plot in the pirate manga, Yoruichi even suspected that Garp was actually the protagonist of the era before the plot. I have to say, Yoruichi has a bit of the truth, Sengoku exclaimed. A gigantic pitch-black coffin was born from under Garp's feet and instantly locked him inside. Advertisement in Yoruichi has been using physical power from the beginning, not even Ryotsu. These two achievements alone are unique in the sea. Then, 1,000 arrows pierced the heart. The terrifying Ryotsu exploded. Garp. Yoruichi raised his hand to block Garp's attack, with a playful smile on his pretty face. Hado number 91 Black Coffin. Luffy, who had just woken up a little bit, was even more blood red, looking at the huge black coffin with worry. Isn't that what the protagonist is? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Of course, no matter how amazing it is absolutely brilliant, and if it is not converted into strength, it is all in vain. The sharp blade of Ryotsu turned Black Coffin into a hedgehog, which looked very miserable from a distance. Defeat rocks. Since you despise Ryotsu, sir, let me perform it for you. Chase down One Piece Roger. No matter how clueless he was, he knew that the grandfather who had just saved him was in danger at this time. Chapter 25. Spike Hado's 91 Black Coffin. Even in the Shinigami world, this is one of the top spells. Most importantly, like the ninjutsu in the Hokage world, Hado's power is directly linked to the strength of the user himself. In the original work of Shinigami, Aizen gave up his singing and used Hado, who was number 91, to kill even a captain-level dog. And Yoruichi is now stronger than Aizen in the time of the betrayal, and Garp is just in Ajuka's level court. The difference is very obvious. Under this disparity, it is self-evident what results this move will cause. Crack, huge lacquered black coffin smashed to pieces. Under the watchful eyes of the whole world, a large amount of blood was hot out of it, almost like a fountain. Seeing this scene, even if people haven't seen Garp's current state, they know it's definitely not good. After all, among the black coffins, only Garp existed. Really, after a few seconds, advertisement with a lot of blood sprayed on the ground, Garp's figure finally appeared in everyone's sight. People all over the world are breathing cold air at the same time, almost causing global warming. The illustrious hero Vice Admiral fell to the ground in tatters at this time, his body was soaked with blood, and the dense knife marks were even more terrifying, as if he had suffered inhuman torture. This scene is so shocking that some people who oppose Garp know a little bit can't get back to their senses for a while. The hero Vice Admiral was killed in seconds. Even though Yoruichi Sifeng-Yuen has a high reputation in the world of pirates, when this scene really happened in front of people's eyes, the shock it brought was still unparalleled. Seeing this scene, Luffy, who was standing in the safety zone in the distance, suddenly had blood in his eyes. Grandfather. Luffy could still tell the difference between his grandfather and the redhead, and with a roar, he rushed straight over. To be precise, it rushed towards Yoruichi. Although he had a good relationship with Yoruichi a few days ago, Luffy was still annoyed when his family members were hit hard. At the same time, his body began to expand rapidly, becoming like a tank balloon. For flowers. Fourth gear. Advertisement in the original pirate novel, Luffy can be said to be crushing Doflamingo in this state, and his strength surpasses those big pirates with a reward of 1 billion. In this pirate world, he cultivated since childhood, and he was even more powerful, rushing towards Yoruichi like an arrow from the string. But Yoruichi just smiled slightly. This is the first time I've seen this trick in the real world, it's interesting. The words fell, and the right foot quickly lifted high. Snapped. Yoruichi slapped Luffy's side face with a whip leg. Luffy, who was sprinting at full speed, turned his direction directly and was kicked into the sky over 1,000 meters. Luffy. Sengoku's face darkened, and he raised his foot to catch Luffy in midair. At the same time, Aokiji approached again. Allah, you can't let Miss Yoruichi act recklessly here. With a solemn expression, Chingshong released a lot of cold air. He didn't think he could freeze Yoruichi, just tried to suspend Yoruichi's actions. Big, Chapter 26. Hado of 99. Aokiji is actually a very good marine. In the original pirate novel, Akainu is too radical, and Kizaru is too slick. So Chingshong is stuck in the middle, and his work is more reliable. In the original Summit War, in addition to Akainu as the main combatant, Aokiji also made a lot of efforts to keep countless marines. Now that Yoruichi kills Mr. Garp, whom he respects from the bottom of his heart, he will naturally choose to shoot at 650. Whether it is for favor or for marine. Ice Age. Aokiji drank softly and opened his arms. In an instant, a terrifying chill erupted from Chingshong. The temperature is so low that even the surrounding void is frozen. In the distance, countless marines who were below the Vice Admiral level even felt their movements become stiff and sluggish. Terrible freezing ability. I'm afraid Admiral Chingshong has the hope of reaching the level of Marshal Sengoku. Looking at Aokiji's strength, many marines' eyes are full of longing and admiration. Because I can't reach this level in my life, I will have yearning. Just like Xia Yan's former traffic stars and fans who sent them out. It is precisely because they know that they will never have the chance to be star-studded in this life, they will pin everything on those stars. Advertisement The world of pirates is actually the same, but the form is not stars and fans. However, after all, longing is just an illusion, which will be broken sooner or later. Celebrities are set up, and sooner or later, they will be exposed one day. The strong have limits, and sooner or later they will be surpassed. This is the truth of the world. Is it your frost ability? It's really boring. Looking at Aokiji who was so close to him, Yoruichi finally got a little impatient look in his eyes. She's here to have fun, not to be kept looking for trouble. Especially Aokiji's strength is far inferior to her. Fighting against the opponent is like an adult bullying a baby, without even the slightest joy and satisfaction. So no more mercy. Yoruichi's body erupted with extremely terrifying ryotsu. Hado of 99, 5 swirling dragons of destruction. Drinking softly and giving up singing, Yoruichi directly released Hado, the highest number of his master. In an instant, Ryotsu, who was terrifying to the ultimate, condensed and formed, and several Ryotsu dragons descended from the sky, filling the sky of naval headquarters. Boom boom boom. Advertisement: the terrifying Ryotsu swept across the naval headquarters. The island that was originally protected by Aokiji's ice was shattered in an instant, and countless marines screamed and fell into the abyss and the sea. Damn, Aokiji's face was cold, and he was about to release the cold air again to save people. But the Ryotsu dragons had already locked him in. Roar. The giant dragon let out a terrifying roar, and the shocked Aokiji turned pale. Even if you look at the heavens and the world, the dragon is the top beast, and the giant dragon condensed by Ryotsu seems to be alive, with majestic power and vitality. Boom. Under the oppression of the Spirit 3.3 dragon, Aokiji fell into the sea like a meteor, without any resistance. In the distance, Sengoku and others have completely lost consciousness, and they do not know whether they are alive or dead. Only Momosagi, still standing firmly in the void, looked at Yoruichi, who showed Kamui with complicated eyes. With just one move, she could see the huge gap between herself and the night. Like a moat. Chapter 27. Like women, naval headquarters was destroyed. The whole world saw the naval headquarters crumbled and sunk into the sea. Even with Qingshong and others around, Marines' casualties would not be too serious, but at least they won't be able to recover for at least 10 years. Standing in the void, Momosagi looked down on everything indifferently. She didn't know what Yoruichi was thinking. Fight for Xia Yan's past grievances? Or is it just a joke? Whatever it was, she wasn't going to make a move. Although she has her own righteous heart, she will never take action against Xia Yan and his subordinates. She even felt that everything that happened now was 21 retribution, but it was just a cycle of cause and effect. Ice Age. Below, the pale Aokiji froze the sea and rescued countless marines. Momosagi breathed a sigh of relief and turned to face Yoruichi. Cough, so beautiful. Yoruichi stood opposite Momosagi, looking at the older sister that his adoptive father spoke of. The skin with no blemishes, short hair, red lips, long legs, monster spider tattoos, plus the mature and full body, even in the Shinigami world, it is definitely quite attractive. I believe it must be very smooth. Advertisement: elder sister? Shouldn't it be the love sister? Thinking of the close relationship between Xia Yan and Unohana and others, Yoruichi snorted coldly in the bottom of his heart, and looked at Momosagi with a bit of a bad look. As a great talent cultivated by Xia Yan, Yoruichi's vision and mate selection goals are quite high. She even thought that apart from her adoptive father, no man was worthy of her. After all, it has to be good-looking plus strong plus suitable personality. Seemingly simple, in fact there is no second person in the entire Soul Society who can live up to her standards. If it weren't for the fact that his relationship with Xia Yan was too close and he was too young, Yoruichi would even have the urge to eat his adoptive father. What are you staring at me for? Momosagi was a little uncomfortable with Yoruichi-cho. The other party's eyes were too straightforward, as if they were going to swallow her alive. If she hadn't already known in the Shinigami manga that Yoruichi was a woman with a normal personality, she would have been slashed with a sword. Okay. Wrong. Momosagi suddenly remembered that Yuichi's strength is completely different from Shinigami's manga. Although I don't know the specific reason, at least one conclusion can be drawn: comics are not 100% reliable. As a result, Momosagi's eyes couldn't help being vigilant, and he subconsciously raised his hand to block the two jade rabbits in Yoruichi's eyes. Advertisement: what? Seeing Momosagi's actions, Yoruichi couldn't help chuckling, and stuck out his tongue to lick the corners of his mouth. You little action, don't you think I like women? Humph. Who knows? What if you have any plans for me? Momosagi shuddered and snorted. If it wasn't there before, it is now. 650. This Yoruichi looks really wrong, completely different from the Yoruichi of Sefenjin in the manga. Not as powerful. Personality is not very similar. If it weren't for the face and ryotsu she had felt before, she would even suspect that the Yoruichi in front of her was someone else's disguise. However, Momosagi didn't know, but these words of hers piqued Yoruichi's interest. Yoruichi, who was brought up by Xia Yan, was originally a little devil, and Momosagi had a close relationship with Xia Yan, which aroused her curiosity at once. Like women? The lily in the adoptive father's mouth? Yoruichi licked the corner of his mouth again, the tip of his tongue was pink, and his eyes stared straight at Momosagi. She kind of wanted to taste this Momosagi. Chapter 28. Unbearable. Yoruichi is a lawless little devil. The origin of her bad temper is half-born. Yoruichi in the original Shinigami manga is a little wildcat who makes perfect sense. The other half was spoiled by Xia Yan. In Yoruichi's heart, Mo Yan is a big devil, and even the chief captain Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni can't get the slightest benefit in front of him. It can be said that Yoruichi inherited the unscrupulousness of Xia Yan. In the Shinigami world, there is also Xia Yan and her biological parents to suppress. When she arrived in the world of pirates, it can be said that she has completely untied the shackles. Just when Momosagi was disturbed by Yoruichi's naked gaze, Yoruichi moved. What? Ryotsu poured out, and Yoruichi's figure instantly appeared in front of Momosagi. Just a simple movement, the gust of wind whipped up a tsunami hundreds of meters high on the sea. This is the strong. Although it has not even reached planet level, Yoruichi's strength has almost surpassed the peak period of Aizen in the original work. What level is this? Simply put, at least one skyscraper can be turned into rubble with the flick of an arm. But Momosagi is not weak either. Advertisement like Sengoku, she is the only one among the Marines who can answer the Vasto Lord class Manos Grande. Ding for a long time. Zanpakuto Jinshiro collided with Yoruichi's palm. A terrifying energy erupted from between the two of them, smashing the clouds at a height of 10,000 meters and shaking the sea below. For a time, there was no cloud in the sky and the sea overturned. This is simply the best interpretation of heaven and earth. Squirt, what a monster, you can grow to this point in the pirate world. Feeling the power of Momosagi, a playful smile appeared on Yoruichi's face. Then, as if to provoke Momosagi on purpose, Yoruichi whispered in a malicious tone. I ask you, do you get this power from my foster father? What is your relationship with him? What relationship? Momosagi was lost for a moment. She really doesn't know what her relationship with Xia Yan is now. Siblings? This is pure self-deception. Lovers? Xia Yan has never revealed this relationship to her. Looking at the girl in front of her with a smirk, Momosagi got angry. Advertisement, or should I say, embarrassed. Laughed at by a pretty and wild girl who seems to have a very close relationship with Xia Yan. Can this be tolerated? Of course I can't stand it. Humph. Momosagi's eyes froze, and Conqueror's haki overflowed all over his body. There was a terrifying sound from above Jinshiro, and the sharp blade cut off the surrounding air. Ah! A serious look appeared in Yoruichi's eyes. She naturally knew that Momosagi was the same level of powerhouse as herself, completely different from Aokiji, who had been killed by herself before. But, it's only at this level, Wang Li's. A smirk appeared on her pretty face. Yoruichi ignored Momosagi's haki and threw her fists forward. Boxing. No skill, no ryotsu, just physical boxing, but like a raging storm, the air kept blowing up. Momosagi looked dignified. Observation haki locked Yoruichi's movements, and at the same time waved Kinshiro to keep defending. For a while, it seemed like a tie. Chapter 29. Return to the blade. Ding, the fist of the flesh collided with Zanpakuto Jinshiro constantly, sometimes hundreds of times a second. The terrifying sparks produced by the collision are comparable to hot magma. If a stronger person with weaker strength approaches, I am afraid that they will be burned alive by the aftermath of the battle between the two. These monsters. Standing on the surface of the frozen sea, looking up at the two people who were fighting, his expressions were complicated and extremely solemn. There is also a trace of longing and yearning. Once, Admiral was the limit Aokiji thought he was capable of. But now, seeing the higher peaks, Admiral could no longer satisfy him. Vaster 650 Germany, Aokiji, who has read Xia Yan's comics, is very clear that there are stronger levels after Vasto Lord level, and that is the power that he can't comprehend until today. But Qingshong still yearns for Vasto Lord, because this is what he can see and touch. Boom. In the air, the figures of Momosagi and Yoruichi were separated by an explosion. The terrifying airwave almost shattered Aokiji's freshly frozen sea again. Advertisement Qingshong almost fell into the sea from the moment, and quickly released the cold air again, making a huge frozen platform. Cough, your strength is really good. Yes, I am more, CBDD, interested in you. Yoruichi moved his wrists, licked the corner of his rosy mouth, and glanced at Momosagi's slender body without covering his eyes. If just now she was only interested in Momosagi because of her adoptive father Xia Yan, now she is really interested in this woman. This body is too good, cough cough, kidding. Yoruichi was simply surprised that Momosagi had reached the Vasto Lord rank. Yoruichi is very aware of her own qualifications. If she did not have her adoptive father, she would not have reached this level even in 100 years. And Momosagi achieved it, which is incredible. This woman is not only in good shape, but also in better qualifications. But even so, she still has no good feelings for Yoruichi. She is looking forward to it. If this virtual foundation is strong enough, the strength of the second rank after returning to the blade can even surpass the Captain Yamamoto Uenujai Shigekuni. Advertisement? Oh. The void returning blade? That would give you the power to approach Vasto Lord's limit in an instant, right? Interesting. So much fun. However, Momosagi did not feel proud because of Yoruichi's attention, and even looked colder and more embarrassed. The adoptive father Xia Yan even said that some Daxu can perform the second stage of returning to the blade, raising their strength to an extremely exaggerated level. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. If it was a man who did this kind of thing, Momosagi would probably fight with each other. Just when she and Yoruichi were fighting in close quarters, Yoruichi spanked her butt several times. Apparently this woman did it on purpose. Get out of here quickly. Can the elder sister of the foster father be able to return to the sword in the second stage? Moreover, it is said that the virtual return blade is similar to Shinigami's solution, and can be improved by 5 to 10 times Ryotsu. Looking at Marine, who was rescued in large numbers by Aokiji and the others below, Momosagi pointed Jinshiro's sharp blade at Yoruichi, and said coquettishly, otherwise I will be credited. Now that I can finally fight against a virtual of this level, I am naturally very happy. Fortunately, both are women. She has tossed a lot of strong people in the Shinigami world, but she has never played against the top virtual. Not being frightened by Momosagi's words, even knowing that Momosagi has a strong hole card, Yoruichi's mood is happier, and his eyes are full of anticipation. Yoruichi squinted slightly, stared at the beautiful woman like a cat, and subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. Chapter 30, Hell's Assault. Humph. Seeing that Yoruichi didn't have the slightest idea of leaving, but instead was eager to try, Momosagi finally couldn't help it. Jin Kunluo's blade seemed to be sharp again by 3 points, tearing a white cut in the air. Return to the blade. Momosagi drank coldly, and the terrifying Ryotsu burst out of her body, forming Ryotsu's condensed wings behind her. Unlike the espadas in the Shinigami manga, Momosagi's return blade does not have a liberating language, but its power is not weak at all. Even Yoruichi felt threatened. Even if the threat was only a trace, it was enough to make her excited. Humph. Thoroughly irritated by Yoruichi's attitude, Momosagi's figure turned into a streamer. The terrifying speed of near-space teleportation made Xingshang, who had reached the Ajuka's level, unable to react. Yoruichi was very excited. Come on, let me see the power of ignorance. Advertisement. With a strange scream of anticipation, Yoruichi's body surfaced with a light blue electric current that was visible to the naked eye. Thor mode. Breakthrough. Lightning that can blast an island to the sky lingers on Yoruichi's body, boosting her physical strength to ultimate. At this moment of energy fluctuations, even Momosagi, who was maintaining a forward stance, was taken aback, and a trace of disbelief appeared in her beautiful eyes. She was really frightened. Condensing the energy enough to blow up an island in a body that is 1.7 meters and less than 100 pounds, how much will the energy be compressed, and what kind of power will it produce when it explodes? With a trace of fear, Momosagi waved Jin Luo in his hand and slashed at Yoruichi. With the blessing of Ryotsu 10 times the blade, the power of this sword is so terrifying that even the space is distorted. And Yoruichi and Momosagi also took a few steps back and opened the distance between each other. Many marine officers who were rescued by him even screamed and covered their ears, spurting blood from their mouths and noses, their faces like golden paper. The violent thunder and the sharp sword pressure continued to collide and squeeze, and the terrifying burst of energy caused Aokiji below to turn pale. Advertisement. Looking at his palm without the slightest scar, Yoruichi's eyes became more excited, and Momosagi's eyes became more warlike. Having read the Hawkeye manga, she naturally knows what move Yoruichi used just now, and she also knows that this is only a low-ranking thunder-type move. However, unlike Yoruichi, Momosagi's face is not very good-looking. Although it was only the right move, she had almost figured out Momosagi's current strength. This means that Yoruichi still has a lot of cards to show. Big. It was clear that the two people in the battle had nothing to do with it, but it was the onlookers who were injured first. Yoruichi didn't have the slightest fear, instead he laughed excitedly. It's good to come. Watch my mother's hell thrusting 4 books. It's funny too. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Chucky. Still weaker than himself, but the gap has been narrowed a lot. Haha. Good. That's great. If you can return to the sword in the second stage, maybe you can really threaten me. The 4 fingers seemed to be the sharpest blades, with exaggerated penetrating power, stabbed at Momosagi's slash, making a deafening noise. Chapter 31. Yoruichi's ability. There is no doubt that Yoruichi is the powerhouse who crushed the world of Pirate World. She was cultivated by Xia Yan herself, and her strength is mainly composed of several parts. 1. The body. With Mo Yan's training and Hogyoku's upgrade, Yoruichi's physical strength is terrifying, and he can compete with the top Vasto Lord Manos Grande without Ryotsu. 2. Ryotsu. After the evolution of the 650 Jade, Yoruichi's Ryotsu is the strongest among the natives of the Soul Society, and Aizen can't even break Yoruichi's Ryotsu defense at full strength. 3. Kido. Yoruichi's talent on Kido is extremely good, and can even use Hado and Dao of number 99 without singing. Not even Yamamoto Genyazai Shigekuni could do that. 4. Lightning. Because of Zanpakuto's ability, Yoruichi can control thunder and lightning, and its form is similar to the fusion and evolution of Thunder Fruit plus Lightning style, and its power is terrifying. 5. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the baby that Xia Yan gave to Yoruichi after she was born. It has also been upgraded several times over the years, and it is Yoruichi's real trump card. With the blessing of these 5 abilities, Yoruichi can even fight against half of the Shinigami world with one person's strength if he is fully active. Advertisement. And that's when she doesn't have Bankai. Yes, there is no solution. It's unbelievable to say that in the Shinigami world is a standard ability for captains, but Yoruichi doesn't. I don't know if I can't learn it, or I don't want to learn it, or if I learn it but don't want to use it. All in all, her favorite abilities are the advanced Hado, Raiden, and the Sharingan given to her by Xia Yan. Among them, Hado and Raiden are the most commonly used moves against the enemy. Sharingan is the whole card, and the move she just fought against Momosagi is a move that belongs to Raikage in Hokage. Do you want to continue fighting? After confirming Momosagi's strength, Yoruichi's fingertips flashed with thunder, and he asked with a light smile. The second stage of the return blade opened directly, and the whole body Ryotsu skyrocketed 10 times again. Momosagi was completely annoyed, and even the tone of 3.3 became emotionless. Boom! Have you had enough trouble? Advertisement? It's just that her attitude is unusually casual, although she is obviously inviting a battle with her opponent. With Jinsila pointing directly at Yoruichi in his hand, and Ryotsu rioting all over, Momosagi shouted angrily, "Don't really think I'm afraid of you. It's like inviting honey to have afternoon tea." She also won't allow Yoruichi to make trouble here. Who knows if the next battle will affect the marine below. Yoruichi's eyes looked at Momosagi from the bottom to the top, thunder and lightning surged all over his body, and his eyes became lighter. "Since you're not afraid of me, then come and fight. What's the point of saying nothing?" "Humph. Fight. I'm afraid you won't succeed?" Even though Xia Yan is still full of nostalgia in her heart, it does not mean that Taobi will completely ignore the safety of all marines. Such a relaxed attitude naturally angered Momosagi. Second stage return. Because it's on the battlefield, and beneath their feet are the ruined naval headquarters. When Momosagi turned on this state, her Ryotsu had swelled to an extremely exaggerated level. Accompanied by a deafening roar, it was like a real spiritual rain falling from the sky. Chapter 32. Akainu, Sengoku shot, boom, boom, boom. Breakthrough, lightning and sword light flickered, almost filling the entire sky. The battle between Yoruichi and Momosagi, invariably without any skill, is completely head-to-head. Momosagi is relying on his own exaggerated Ryotsu. Yoruichi, on the other hand, relies solely on the flesh and majestic thunder energy. Marines' middle and low-level generals and soldiers have been quickly evacuated under the leadership of the high-level generals, but everyone can't help but look at the two people fighting in the air. Even though Aokiji told himself in the bottom of his heart that he didn't need to watch the battle between the two, and the top priority now should be to evacuate as soon as possible, he still couldn't help but watch. He is also eager to reach the realm of the two, trying to find the mystery of 21 Vasto Lord from Yoruichi and Momosagi. But Aokiji clearly overestimated himself. After watching a few tricks, Xingshang found helplessly that he couldn't learn a single star from Yoruichi. After all, a strong Ryotsu, physique, and the ability to control thunder and lightning are talents, not skills. Skills can be learned, but talent cannot be learned. It is everyone's life. Advertisement. This is the truth. However, just because Aokiji didn't make a move, doesn't mean no one is willing to help Momosagi. Momosagi is, after all, a very famous marine, and a very famous beauty in the army, and is the white moonlight and goddess in the eyes of countless marine generals. Therefore, seeing her fighting against others, many marine generals who had slowed down had the idea of going up to help, but they were unable to take action because they were not strong enough. Akainu and Sengoku don't have these concerns. Momosagi is the younger generation of Vice Admiral Crane as his younger sister. Vice Admiral Crane is Sengoku's close friend at the same time, and Momosagi is also the one he grew up with. Akainu and Momosagi have nothing to do with each other, but he will never give up his comrades who are firm in absolute justice. Unless this comrade in arms conflicts with his justice. After being fished out of the sea, the state of Sengoku, who had recovered a lot, turned into a giant golden Buddha again, and rushed directly to Yoruichi by stepping on the void. Momosagi didn't make a move. What are Sengoku and Akainu? Get away from the old lady. After all, Yoruichi is Xia Yan's subordinate. Advertisement. The deafening thunder and lightning made an ear-piercing hiss. The other side. Although she wanted to push Yoruichi back, she didn't want to really hurt Yoruichi. A trace of impatience flashed across her pretty face, and lightning flashed over Yoruichi's hands. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This is not because of cowardice, but as a creature's instinctive fear of powerful energy. Would you not be afraid? The reason why she fought with Dao Free was only because the other party had a close relationship with her adoptive father. Looking at the magma on his left and the golden Buddha on his right, Yoruichi felt a little uncomfortable. Just like an ordinary person seeing a nuclear bomb explode in your sight, listening to the sound of the explosion enough to deafen you, and feeling the violent shock like a big earthquake. Rao is that neither Sengoku nor Akainu is someone who fears the enemy in battle, and both feel their hearts tremble and their scalps go numb. Akainu is also covered with tens of thousands of degrees of hot magma, and his whole body is like a sea of fire, and he also rushes towards Yiju. Zetsa 650. The violent lightning energy is so huge that it can be called terrifying. Chapter 33. Chidori's terror-penetrating attributes. Zzz. The lightning energy condensed in Yoruichi's hands became more and more exaggerated, as if thousands of birds were singing. Left-handed Chidori. The right hand is consistent. Using two completely different thunder moves at the same time is not very easy for Yoruichi at this stage. But it's still enough to fight. What a strong thunder system ability. Sengoku and Akainu stared at Yoruichi with serious vigilance, and their faces were not very good. But they still didn't flinch. Instead they took up the magma and shockwaves and went straight to meet them. Boom. The magma, the shockwave and the thunder collided together, and an earth-shattering loud noise erupted. The terrifying energy shock of Ultimate directly shook the 10,000-meter Iceland made by Jishang below into powder. Even Aokiji himself, without reacting to it, became part of the powder. Crack clap. Advertisement. On the surface of the turbulent sea, a mass of ice recondensed into a human form. Aokiji looked at the three people who were still deadlocked in the air in fear, and felt very fortunate in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he was upgraded to an Ajuka's level void and evolved into an elemental ability, I'm afraid he would have been shocked to death in the aftermath of E3's battle just now. At the same time, he was also secretly grateful that he used the fastest speed to let the other Marines evacuated through the ice. Otherwise, the aftermath just now would be enough to kill 99% of Marines' powerhouses. If this happened, Qingshang would probably regret it for the rest of his life. At the same time, the collision of the three people in the air continued. No, it should be said that it was a collision between the two. Because Akainu only lasted in front of Yoruichi for less than 3 seconds, his hot magma with a temperature of at least tens of thousands of degrees was torn to pieces by Yoruichi with the thunder of thousands of birds. Yoruichi's palm is sharper than the treasure blade, into his chest. Wow! Akainu's eyes widened, blood spurting from his nose and mouth. Because it is a close and direct contact attack, not just covered by the aftermath of the battle like Aokiji. Yoruichi's Chidori even directly injured Akainu's elemental body and penetrated it completely, presenting a huge and hideous blood hole. Advertisement. In fact, this is Yoruichi's idea of not killing Akainu directly and showing mercy. Otherwise, with Chidori's terrifying penetrability that can completely penetrate a large island, killing Akainu is simply trivial, just move your fingers. Seriously injured and almost unconscious, Akainu fell towards the sea below. Momosagi hesitated for a moment and did not go down to save the person, but still prepared to use Bakudo to catch the person. After all, Akainu is a senior who watched her grow up. It's just that before she can take action, Aokiji below has released a lot of cold air. Wang Wang Jiao. Crack Kacha. An iceberg appeared out of nowhere and took over the falling Akainu. Taking a deep look at Qingshang, Momosagi once again looked at the battlefield not far from him. I saw that Sengoku and Yoruichi were still stalemate, but it was obvious that Sengoku's body surface was covered with a layer of sweat. Yoruichi, on the other hand, looked indifferent, and even had a slight smile on the corner of his mouth, which was beautiful and elegant. Chapter 34 ends. Naval headquarters destroyed. What happened after the naval headquarters was bombed, because no civilians knew about the death of the phone bug. But just a few days later, the official convened to release news enough to shock the whole world. Naval headquarters, completely destroyed. Marine, suffered heavy losses. The world is watching Marines joke, but after reading the joke, these people couldn't help but sigh. Yoruichi strongly suppressed the entire Marine, and although they were not the ones to suffer, it was inevitable that the rabbit would die. In the end, Yoruichi can suppress Marine, and naturally he can suppress them, 667 because they can't even match Marine. Not to mention the manga artist Xia Yan standing behind Yoruichi. Even if Xia Yan has not been on the sea for many years, no one thinks he has safety problems. Most people think that Xia Yan will suddenly appear at some unknown day and then suppress the whole world just like 10 years ago for another era. The pirate world says that it is not big or small, and it is even more pitiful that those who really can be called big forces. Advertisement. It is nothing more than the Pirate King, Marine, World Government, and the Revolutionary Army who have breathed a sigh of relief in recent years. This is also the reason why the situation of the naval headquarters is still spread out even though the videophone bug has already died. What's more, Marine didn't intend to hide these things. Sengoku is about to tell the whole world that Xia Yan's subordinates have reappeared, and they are still terrifyingly powerful. Do you want to be easily dealt with by Xia Yan's subordinates like Marine? Or should we hurry up and come up with a solution, report to the group to keep warm, and don't get down on Marine? I have to say, this is a conspiracy. As long as the leaders of the forces have a little brain, they understand Sengoku's plan in a very short time. But as Sengoku said on Marine's recollection, it was a conspiracy. Even if they knew that Sengoku was going to use them, they had to be willing, CBDD, to be used by Sengoku. Because Xia Yan and his group of subordinates are really too terrifying, they can't have any hope of confrontation. They can only report to the group to warm up and bring a little comfort to themselves. Kill the 4 emperors, destroy the underwater prison. Break naval headquarters in one move. Advertisement. The deeds that only exist in the legend make everyone feel scared, and the powerful moves shown in the comics even hang a sword of Damocles in everyone's mind. No one knows when Xia Yan will appear. No one knows if Yoruichi's comeback is a harbinger of the Xia Yan group's rise again. No should not say rise, but the return of the king. After all, although Xia Yan and his subordinates have not appeared for many years, they have never been in decline. New world. Whitebeard is having a feast with his sons. After Xia Yan returned to the pirate world, he also brought back all his sons. Although the Shinigami world is a more advanced world, where they can even live forever, Whitebeard still prefers the pirate world. Even if the place is low-level and chaotic, this is his home, the hometown where he was born and raised. Daddy daddy. Marco ran over with a newspaper and shouted excitedly. Miss Yoruichi has appeared and taught the Marines a hard lesson. Chapter 1. Stealing Uchiha Madara's Hashirama meat. Hashirama and Tobarama probably never thought that I could borrow Izanagi to come back to life. The price is just an eye, ahem, in a dark cave. The man named Uchiha Madara coughed violently, then spit out a piece of flesh with the breath of life from its mouth. The meat fell to the ground. The originally desolate ground instantly grew green grass seedlings. Humph! Madara snorted coldly and stepped on the fragile grass. Then smashed it a few more times. It didn't stop until it was completely crushed into mud. He was stimulated by the familiar life energy. Hiss. Dark cave. A small 3-colored snake, only 10 centimeters long, huddled in the corner. That's Hashirama's meat, and the original middle class started Rinnegan with this meat. The humanized snake eyes stared at the piece of flesh beside Uchiha Madara. The snake is secretly full of longing. Xia Yan, a cartoonist who once reached the top in the world of pirates, travels to the world of Hokage and finds that she has turned into a little snake. Xia Yan knows a lot about Hokage and has drawn Hokage comics. He has roughly judged the timeline he is in now. Young Uchiha Madara, blind in one eye, Izanagi, flesh in his mouth. Obviously, this is shortly after the battle between Madara and Hashirama in the Valley of the End. It was also the eve of the First Ninja World War. And his cheat has also changed, from a cartoonist system to a snake-eating system. What makes people depressing is that in order to open this greedy snake system, it is necessary to devour enough energy. Xia Yan originally wanted to fish in troubled waters and find the corpses of several ninjas on the battlefield. But God gave him a better chance. The dangers are higher, but the benefits are greater. Hashirama will die soon, and his body will surely be preserved by then. At that time, it will be difficult to eat the meat of the god of Ninja World. In my heart, secretly calculating the gains and losses. His eyes became firmer. Xia Yan finally made a choice. So, the snake turned around, moved quickly towards the outside of the cave. A few minutes later, Xia Yan returns to the cave. The snake held 2 lily swords in its mouth. Hey, I'm exhausted. With his current body size of 10 centimeters, it is a bit reluctant to achieve this level. Advertisement, but Xia Yan held on through gritted teeth. If it is in the ordinary modern world, that's all. He could be an animal internet celebrity and live a good life. But he's in Hokage. In this world, animals can become stronger. Animals can talk. Animals can even become godlike beings. Hope is in sight. If you give up because of danger, how can you become a strong man? Hiss. The snake's mouth bit the shuriken and hit the other shuriken. Ding. A crisp metal crash sounded in the cave. Because it is a special closed environment, there is no other sound effect. The collision sound was unusually abrupt and clear. Really? Uchiha Madara heard the abnormal sound, and the only remaining eyes suddenly widened. Crash of weapons? Is it the enemy? Or am I overthinking it? It's not that Senju Tobarama that B*****D found out about my fake death. In an instant, my mind was full of thoughts, finally. Still a little worried, he got up and walked outside to check. At the same time, a small snake, only 10 centimeters in size, the size of an earthworm, moved from the corner of the wall. Madara naturally noticed the little snake Xia Yan. But he didn't care. There are not many small things like bugs in this cave, and he has no time to pay attention to them. However, Madara looked around, but couldn't find a single enemy. Instead, the source of the metal collision sound was found. 2 lily swords. What happened? Madara's face was full of doubts. Obviously there are no enemies, for flowers. However, 2 lily swords collided. Wind blown? Or did the enemy have already left? If the enemy makes a little noise and leaves, what is his purpose? Just to scare yourself? Or by accident? Not good. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara's heart jerked. He finally remembered something very important. In this ninja world, humans are not the only enemies. How could he forget such an important thing? The body flicker technique works continuously. Uchiha Madara burst into the fastest speed of his life. Just a few seconds, he went back to the original cave. The result is seen at a glance. A small 3-colored snake is biting Hashirama's flesh in its mouth. Boldly. Shut up. Uchiha Madara let out an angry growl. I can't this split. He's going to be mad. He died once, and another Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was abolished. It's hard to get this little piece of Hashirama's meat. A beast. Even dared to guy ship. Whoosh, a shuriken hurled out of his hand. The shuriken drew a beautiful arc in midair, seemingly bursting the air. The speed is astonishingly fast. Even an ordinary jonin can't escape this casual blow from Ban. Hurry up and take a bite first. Big. The only upper body left of Xia Yan fell to the ground. Xia Yan only felt a chill on her body, but he didn't forget the precious food in his mouth. Whether he is dead or alive, it hurts lousy. Xia Yan screamed in pain. For the first time, I felt the pain of being cut in half. His snake body was cut in half. Xia Yan is no exception. Blood splattered. A asterisk is gone. It's already been like this. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The snake still had Hashirama's flesh in its mouth. It hurts so much. Wow. Crack. Chapter 2. The protagonist who still thinks of counter-killing at the juncture of life and death. Sufficient energy has been obtained. The snake system is activated. Eat Senju Hashirama's meat to gain 1 point of strength, 1 point of defense, 1 point of agility, 1 point of energy, and 10 points of experience. Awakening greedy snake bloodline. Get talent, deformation light. Acquire racial skills. Return to the city, upgrade the host level and gain 5 free attributes. Current level, 2/0/20ths. Acquire passive skills. Muji healing, level 1, acquired skills. Wood style cutting technique, level 1. Acquired skills. Strange power, level 1, as the snake body was cut off in the middle. Xia Yan's ear also sounded a system prompt, at the same time. A property panel appeared in front of Xia Yan. Name, Xia Yan. Body length. 10 centimeters, 6'7" level. 2, 0/20ths, strength. 1. Defense. 1 energy. 1 agility. 1 racial skill, return to the city. Skills. Muji healing, level 1, strange power, level 1, wood style cutting technique, level 1. Talent. Transforming light bloodline, greedy snake, infancy, level 10 advanced. Free attribute points. 5. The panel is clear and easy to understand. But Xia Yan's consciousness was a little blurry. Are you going to die? Looking at Hashirama's meat that had only been bitten by herself, Xia Yan wanted to take a few more bites. But Madara has already made great strides. Boom. Madara kicked the top half of Xia Yan's body. The whole snake of Xia Yan was like a ball, hitting the wall heavily. Huh. Fortunately it's a small snake, only bitten a little bit. Picking up Hashirama's meat and double-checking, Madara breathed a sigh of relief. But the eyes he looked at Xia Yan were still full of resentment. It's really a tiger who fell and Pingyang was bullied by a dog. Even a beast dared to attack me. Are you a summoning beast? You even know how to use your shuriken to make noises to trick me out of it. It's really incredible. If you were older, maybe you would really be able to eat up all the treasures I've worked so hard to get. While speaking coldly, Uchiha Madara walked towards Xia Yan while raising her foot. At the same time, he pulled out a sharp kunai from his pocket. Even if it's just a bean-sized piece of Hashirama meat. Advertisement, he didn't want a beast to eat it either. He's going to dig the meat out of this snake's belly. Xia Yan spat out her own snake letter. For some reason, he felt that he was no longer in pain. The wound on the cross-section even felt warm and comfortable. I am not dead. Are the wounds still healing? Realizing this, Xia Yan couldn't help being ecstatic. If he could live, he naturally didn't want to die. 18. Boom. Uchiha Madara stepped in front of Xia Yan and looked down at him condescendingly. Like a ghost. What to do? I go to this guy so pervert. They had cut him in half, and they even had to cut his belly to make up for it. Isn't this against me? During the original Ninja World War, why didn't you make up for it? If you villains can make up for the knife, won't you win the protagonist sooner? While complaining crazily in her heart, Xia Yan was also thinking crazily about the all-around solution. Wood style? No use. Weird power? No use. Back to the city? No. Huh? Xia Yan's eyes lit up. A cold light came into view. Only then did Xia Yan realize that the kunai in Madara's hand was only 10 centimeters away from him. Wait until the next second. He will be disemboweled, and he cannot die any longer. Fight. Xia Yan's eyes finally fell on transforming light. This is the talent he acquired after awakening his bloodline. Although I only glanced at the skill introduction. But if there is any skill that can help him successfully fight back, it is only it. That's right, until this moment, Xia Yan still wanted to kill Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, it was cut in half and kicked, but Uchiha Madara didn't do anything. Then he is too bad, so directly add all 5 points of free attributes to the strength. Advertisement. Look at Uchiha Madara's wrist close at hand. A beam of 3 colors suddenly shot out from Xia Yan's forehead. What? Uchiha Madara was taken aback by the colorful beams. I don't know if it was because of the injury, or because I was not alert to a small snake that had been cut in half. Madara was easily hit directly by the anamorphic light. Bang, sound. Madara turned into a fragrant chocolate chip cookie. Watch me bite this guy's throat. The strange force was activated. Xia Yan used her broken body to flick on the ground, and the whole snake flew high. But he still overestimated his current fragile body. Despite using the strange force, he still barely jumped to the shoulders. Can't reach the throat. Looking at Madara's neck that was still some distance away from her, Xia Yan was annoyed in her heart. No way. The attack direction can only be changed temporarily. Crack. The strange force is activated for the second time. Xia Yan directly turned Uchiha Madara into a biscuit's left arm and tore it off. The same moment, the wood-style cutting technique was launched through the teeth and parasitic on Madara's left arm wound. Immediately after, Xia Yan, who was holding Madara's left arm in his mouth, could not care about the broken body wound that was still spewing blood. The third magic power was activated. Boom, Madara's left shoulder was ripped open. And Xia Yan relied on the reaction force, and the whole snake flew in the direction of Hashirama's flesh. Perfect parabola. Xia Yan is holding on to the meat of Hashirama. Ah, damn you. I must smash you into pieces. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Lost left arm and fractured left shoulder. Hot flames were released from the opponent's mouth. In an instant, the temperature in the cave increased by an unknown amount. The entire cave was turned into a sea of flames. He is exhausted now. The excruciating pain almost made him lose his mind, not even caring that Hashirama's flesh and blood was by Xia Yan's side. Unprint with one hand. Because of his strength, Uchiha Madara, who had recovered from his biscuit state, roared angrily. The entire cave was swallowed up by the hot flames. But Xia Yan, who was attacked, showed a triumphant smile in her heart. Boom. Snapped. 1 deformation light, 1 cutting 3.3 meters, 3 strange powers. I won. Fire style fire extinguishing. Chapter 3. Ryuchi Cave. swallowing the flesh of Hashirama. Damn. Hashirama's meat. Seeing the cave engulfed in flames, Uchiha Madara's heart tightened. He finally regained his composure and immediately began putting out the fire. As a result, he just moved. The wound on the left arm bitten off by Xia Yan suddenly felt a sharp pain. What? Madara paled in shock, trying to stop but there was no way. He can't cut off his own body, can he? Wow, wow. 4 or 5 sharp pieces of wood pierced out of his body, tying the left half of his body into a hedgehog. Blood sprayed all over the place. Wow. Uchiha Madara vomited blood in pain. Take 2 steps back with run. His eyes were covered with shock. What happened to him? Is this wood-style cutting technique? Did the Hashirama guy still have an insurance policy on me? No, Hashirama is definitely not such a person. And this cutting technique was obviously launched from the wound on his left arm. 21. It's that little snake, Madara growled angrily. Damn it. Just ate a bite of Hashirama and woke up wood-style? That's too much nonsense. And that beast seems to have a mysterious move. Was it an illusion just now? I actually lost my perception of the outside world. Damn it. With the Mangekyo Sharingan, I can be controlled by a little snake with illusion. How is this possible? A piercing roar echoed in the cave. Ban quickly cleared his head and roughly understood what had just happened. Because of this, he was completely unacceptable. Who is he? On an equal footing with Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, one person is enough to suppress the Uchiha Madara of the ninja world. He was so powerful, how could he be so miserable by a weak and pitiful snake? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Madara gritted her teeth and stared at several wounds on her body, feeling that she had lost her dignity. A long time. Advertisement Uchiha Madara took a deep breath and calmed down. The little snake has been reduced to ashes with Hashirama's flesh and blood, and it is useless for me to be angry. It's not important. What's important is that I must be careful and vigilant in my actions in the future. In the end, there are still existences in the ninja world that I don't understand. The meat of the Hashirama I got so hard to get is gone. I have to find a way to get another piece. I'm dead? I'm not dead. I nearly killed Uchiha Madara, but only bit off his arm in the end. When I was exhausted, I activated, returned to the city. In a dark cave, Xia Yan finally regained consciousness. The 3-colored snake raised its head and looked around. In the dark and humid environment, there are walls on both sides, very unfamiliar. He came here with his racial skill, back to the city. But, what is the city? Mo Yan subconsciously looked at his attribute panel. Return to the city. The racial skill of snakes, allowing you to instantly return to Ryuchi Cave. Xia Yan. Okay, he is a snake in the world of Hokage. Going back to the city and going back to Ryuchi Cave, it's natural and reasonable. That's weird. Why Ryuchi Cave? In the original Hokage book, there is not much introduction to Ryuchi Cave. Xia Yan only knew of the White Snake Immortal and a few high rises of Ryuchi Cave. These guys eat people. Everyone eats it. Isn't a snake more dangerous? Especially his good-looking snake, who knew it was delicious at a glance, was probably even more delicious. Hiss, Xia Yan shuddered violently, but his eyes just stopped on the left arm and the meat in front of him. The left arm is that of Uchiha Madara. The meat pieces are from Senju Hashirama. If you want to live in a place like this, you must have great power. Xia Yan easily convinced herself in her heart, then. He directly consumed the stamina that had just recovered a little. Advertisement used the talent that was used against Uchiha Madara before, shape-shifting light. Deformation. Light. After hitting, it can turn people or objects into any kind of food. Note 1. If the food is not eaten, the food will return to its original appearance. The stronger the strength, the faster the recovery speed. Main 2. You cannot use the same target multiple times in a short period of time. Woo. Whoa. 2 colored light beams hit the arm and the meat block respectively. Moment. A large piece of chocolate and cream cake appeared in front of Xia Yan. This is really a good skill. Is it because I was worried that I was once a human and couldn't eat messy things? Xia Yan thanked the caring system in her heart, then dragged the tired snake body, stepped forward and began to feast. Not to mention, it was delicious. Open black lens bracket ah. Eat the cream cake Hashirama meat. Get 20 points of strength, 15 points of defense, 30 points of finesse, 667 points of strength, and 30 points of experience. Upgrade the host level and gain 5 free attributes. Current level, 3, 10/30ths. Passive skill, Muji healing, level increased to, level 2. Skill, wood style cutting technique, level increased to, level 2. Acquired skills, wood style wooden dragon jutsu, level 1. As Hashirama's piece of meat was eaten clean by Xia Yan, a system prompt sounded in his ear. At the same time, the properties panel has also changed. Level, 3, 10/30ths, strength, 26 defense, 16 energy, 31. Agility, 1 skills. Muji healing, level 2, strange power, level 1, wood style cutting technique, level 2, wood style wooden dragon jutsu, level 1. Free attribute points. 5 really. Eating a whole piece of meat and eating just a small bite will give you a completely different amount of reward. The attribute acquired this time has no agility. Is it random to get attributes, not the same every time? Think of this. Xia Yan turned her gaze to the arm of Uchiha Madara, who turned into chocolate. Try it again and you'll know. Chapter 4, Soaring Strength. Yes. Eat the chocolate Uchiha Madara left arm, to gain 200 strength, 150 defense, 100 agility, and 100 experience points. The host level is increased, and 10 points of free attributes are obtained. The current level, 5, 40/50ths. With the chocolate arm into the snake's belly, the system prompt sounds immediately. Sure enough, Xia Yan was lost in thought. He has roughly understood the mechanism of the system. The more advanced, the more things you eat, the more attributes and experience points you get. For example, the meat of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama should be of the same grade. But the attribute obtained after eating the arm Madara is a lot higher. This is because the meat of Hashirama is only a small piece. Madara, on the other hand, is a whole arm. That is the question of quantity. The habitability obtained is also completely random. For example, he gave Hashirama agility the first time, but not the second time. And when eating Uchiha Madara, there is agility, but no energy. And skills. Eat Hashirama twice, you can gain new skills and upgrade old skills. However, the strange power obtained at the beginning has not been upgraded. And, this time I ate Madara and didn't gain any skills either. That is to say, what skills you get are also completely random. Random, it's good too, after all, the upper limit of this snake system seems to be very high. Satisfied with his system, Xia Yan continued to study other functions. Body length. 10 centimeters. This doesn't matter. He has been upgraded to level 5, and his body shape has not changed, and he is still so small. Racial skill. Return to city. Return to Ryuchi Cave. A good escape skill, very useful. If it weren't for this trick, he would have died tragically at the hands of Uchiha Madara today. Bloodline. Snake-eating snake, infancy, level 10 advanced. The 3 characters of childhood remind Xia Yan of the Digimon she saw in her previous life. I don't know what effect his evolution will have, so I can only talk about it after level 10. To be honest, advertisements still feel a little pity. Ate an arm of Madara and didn't get a Sharingan, or do you have to eat your eyes? Juju. The thought of eating eyes made Xia Yan feel a little sick. So quickly divert your attention. I still have 15 free attribute points, which are free for upgrades. Xia Yan's eyes fell on the last line of the attribute panel, the free attribute point. Then think about it. 15 points of free attribute was added to his energy, reaching 46 points. And this is also its current lowest attribute, call. After doing all this, Xia Yan only felt comfortable all over. Then he was surprised to find that his body was actually better. His lower body, which was cut off by band before, had grown back at some point. Body regeneration. Xia Yan's pupils shrank. He immediately looked at the skill he was looking for. Muji Healing, level 2. Open black lens bracket Muji Healing. Senju Hashirama's body is full of vitality, and can automatically heal his injuries without the need for a seal close black lens bracket. Obviously, Xia Yan got a rather useful skill from Senju Hashirama. In a few minutes, Xia Yan researched the functions of the system. Then he began to test his current strength. What? A 10 centimeter long snake sprang out like lightning. The speed is not known how many times higher than before. Weird. Xia Yan slammed the wall with a snake's tail. Boom. A loud bang. The whole cave seemed to be shaken. On the wall, a huge and deep crack appeared. I seem to be pretty strong. Looking at the cracks she made, Xia Yan felt quite satisfied. Although I don't know how strong I am now, but this time, it shouldn't be difficult to shoot a Chunin while he's unprepared, right? Let's try Wooden Dragon Jutsu again. This is Senju Hashirama's move against tailed beasts. After trying the strange power, Xia Yan turned his attention to the next wood-style signature skill. Advertisement wood-style Wooden Dragon Jutsu. No need to seal, only need to consume chakra, energy. Ninjutsu can be activated directly. Roar. The ground shook violently, and a deafening beast roar came from the ground. The ground began to expand rapidly, as if something was about to burst out of the ground. Next second, with a bang, a loud bang, a wooden dragon, only over 1 meter long, roared out from the ground. Obviously this thing is not big, but it is very violent, rampaging in the cave. Bang. Bang. Wooden dragon's body slammed into the cave wall, and there were dense cracks and large pieces of debris. Xia Yan only felt like an earthquake, and she was about to be shaken as a snake. The power of this wooden dragon is really amazing. Seeing that wooden dragon could leave a big hole in the wall with a random collision, Xia Yan couldn't help smacking his tongue. Is it really the ninjutsu of first Hokage Senju Hashirama? Hiss, sudden. A strange sound came from the depths of the cave. Xia Yan was stunned for a moment, then the muscles of the snake's body tightened, calling wooden dragon back to her side. It was only then that he remembered that he was now in Ryuchi Cave, one of the 3 sacred places of summoning beasts. Wang Wang Jiao. And the one who made the sound was obviously a snake. Really, as the sound of steaming volume came into his ears. A figure slowly emerged from the dark cave. Hiss. The moment she saw this figure clearly, Xia Yan was taken aback. Not that he was timid or afraid, but simply never seen such a big snake. His current body length is 0.1 meters, and the big black snake that appeared in front of him was at least 10 meters long. 100 times the difference. Imagine living. A 180-meter tall giant stands in front of human beings. What an amazing visual impact. Xia Yan now is this feeling, but at the same time. There was another thought in his mind. It's too big, can I eat this guy? Chapter 5. Senju Hashirama got together with snakes? Little brat. Is it you who are fooling around here? The black snake spit out words and looked at Xia Yan contemptuously. Xia Yan didn't speak, just vomited his snake letter. Now he can't speak human language, and he can't speak the language of snakes, so of course he can't speak. But the big black snake was directly annoyed. It is common sense that the summoning beasts in Ryuchi Cave can speak. Nature. From the black snake's point of view, Xia Yan, who doesn't speak, is provoking himself. Like those rubbish humans, get into my stomach and become my food, arrogant kid. The black serpent let out a terrifying roar. The bloody mouth exuded an amazing stench, almost vomiting Xia Yan. That huge body was more like a road roller, rolling towards Xia Yan. But Xia Yan didn't panic at all. He even had time to comment in his mind. Don't say, no matter how strong or weak, a large body looks imposing. To be honest, Xia Yan is a little envious of the size of this big snake. I don't know when I will grow up. I don't even know how big my little snake will grow in the future. Wow. Facing an approaching enemy. A colored beam suddenly shot out of Xia Yan's forehead. What? What the hell is this? The black snake that was rushing forward was caught off guard and was directly hit by the beam of light. Next second, it turned into a huge snake loaf. I don't know how long I can control it, but Uchiha Madara broke free in an instant. Xia Yan wasn't ready to test the limits of her abilities. The magic power is activated directly. Then Xia Yan slammed the ground with her own tail. Boom. The ground is sunken inward and a large piece is in the shape of a spider web that is cracked on all sides. And his small body uses this terrifying reaction force. He easily jumped onto the head of the black snake. Death to the Lord, Xia Yan shouted excitedly in her heart. At the same time, his small and delicate snake tail slapped heavily towards the huge and hideous snake head below. Weird. Boom. A dull bang. The head of the black serpent was easily smashed into a big hole by Xia Yan. It's not over yet. Xia Yan's heart moved. Roar. Advertisement: the wooden dragon summoned by him just now moved into action, roaring and rushing towards the big black snake. Peefed. Most of the black snake's head was smashed by the wooden dragon. Fragile like tofu, CBDD. Finally, the finishing touches. Xia Yan followed suit, using the same combo that he used against Uchiha Madara before. Wood-style cutting technique. Wow. 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 The dense wooden thorns erupted from the inside of the black snake's head, directly piercing its huge snake body. From a distance, the big black snake seems to have turned into a wooden hedgehog, which is quite artistic. Dead can't be more thorough. I don't know whether this serpent is at the level of Chunin or Jonin compared to humans. I don't think it took any effort to clean up this big guy. Xia Yan couldn't help but have some doubts. After all, he is too strong with the talent of deforming light. Or simply this black snake is too weak. Forget it, leave him alone. The level of strength is not important, it is enough to kill the enemy. Leaving her worries behind, Xia Yan began to concentrate on the food in front of her. Go down in one bite. Well, this black snake turned bread is not good. No sugar. Deep in Ryuchi Cave, Immortal White Snake suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance in astonishment. Is something wrong? Immortal White Snake. Tianzin Shenji, the senior executive of Ryuchi Cave, looked at the White Snake Immortal in front of him with great interest. In her memory, the White Snake Immortal seemed to have not shown such an expression for many years. Something very interesting happened. The White Snake Immortal restrained the expression on his face and said calmly. What is it? Is there another human being to learn fairy magic? Tianzin Shenji asked curiously. Snake Zinzi licked the corner of his mouth. She hadn't eaten people for a while, and she was being stupid. The White Snake Immortal shook his head and said sternly. Go and bring that kid to me. Don't shoot him, and don't need to test him. Tianzin Shenji nodded, and then asked embarrassingly. Who is the kid? A small three-colored snake 10 centimeters long, the White Snake Immortal said lightly. Unexpectedly, what the White Snake Immortal cared about was actually a small snake. Tianzin Shenji felt very strange, but she respects the White Snake Fairy very much. Therefore, despite being full of doubts, Tianzin Shenji walked out quickly. Cough. What a terrible kid. It is rare in the ninja world to have such terrifying strength just after birth. Advertisement. Looking at Tianzin Shenji's back, Immortal White Snake suddenly took a deep breath. And the amazing resilience, would pass, strange power of the regeneration of severed limbs. What is the relationship between this little snake and that little devil in Senju Hashirama? Son of Senju Hashirama? No way, that Senju kid has such a strong taste? The other side, Xia Yan just ate half of the huge black snake. Honestly, he is only 10 centimeters long, but he can eat half of the body of a 10-meter snake. How weird is this? But Xia Yan didn't care, greedy snake. It's okay to eat. Xia Yan is very curious about the upper limit of her snake stomach. If there is no upper limit, wouldn't he be able to eat the entire planet into his stomach? Just thinking about it makes me feel emotional. What? Bite off the big quick black snake bread in one bite. Look at the remaining 4 meters long bread. Xia Yan estimated that she would have at least 5 to 10 minutes to finish eating this guy. I don't know how many attributes a monster with such a huge size can provide itself. Even if his strength is far inferior to Uchiha Madara, his size should make up for it a lot, right? You are the 3-colored little snake that the white snake immortal said? Suddenly, a voice came from the air. Xia Yan stopped eating and looked up. I was suddenly surprised. Tien Shin Shenji? Tien's and Shenji could only float aside and whispered unhappily. P.S. Tien Shin Shenji is the role of Ryuchi Cave in the biography of Bo Ren. There are not many scenes, only one chapter, although I don't know her specific strength, I don't think I can easily deal with it now. A subordinate of the White Snake Immortal in the original book, one of the high-level officials of Ryuchi Cave. Then, if you have the ability, you can eat all these, and I will find 2 for you when you can finish it. This stinky B********. He clearly saw me, but he ignored me? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Seeing that Xia Yan didn't even bother to give herself one, Tien's and Shenji was immediately upset. Eat, just a sample like you, I'll see how much you can eat. Then, just give up the idea of swallowing people. Xia Yan continued to whistle with the black snake bread, ignoring her existence. A monster that likes to eat people, because there is almost no description of Ryuchi Cave in Hokage's original work, a character from Boren biography is used. But the White Snake Immortal said that she was not allowed to take action. A 10-centimeter long snake eats food more than 4 meters long. It can't hold you back. Chapter 6. Die for the Lord. Xia Yan is too lazy to deal with the man-eating snake in the original work of Tien's and Shenji. He just wanted to hold the big black snake bread and feast on it. Although not tasty, but having attributes is enough. Then, under Tien's and Shenji's shocked gaze, Xia Yan ate the nearly 5-meter-long black snake bread into her stomach one bite at a time. Open black lens bracket ah. Eat the black snake bread, get 10 points of strength, 10 points of defense, and 10 points of experience. Open black lens bracket. The host level has been improved. Gain 5 free attributes. Current level, 6/0/60ths. Xia Yan was almost used to hearing the system's prompt sound when she was eating. This time the income was not as good as he imagined. There are no skills and only 2 attributes have been obtained. Among them, his strength has reached 236 points, defense is 176 points. What? How did you do it? Tien's and Shenji looked at Xia Yan in disbelief. Even if it has lived for thousands of years, it still cannot understand what it sees. Xia Yan didn't speak, just squinted at Tien's and Shenji. Tien Shin Shenji, she saw the provocation in this little snake's eyes. Ah, a gadget only 10 centimeters long. How dare you provoke her, Master Tien's and Shenji. You wait. Follow the instructions of the White Snake Immortal and do not attack Mo Yan. Tien's and Shenji said harsh words and turned to leave. Xia Yan. He just peeked at this guy just now, why did this guy leave, and let him wait? What are you waiting for? After 2 minutes, Xia Yan understood. Tien's and Shenji returned with 2 super large snakes in her hands. Each strip is at least 15 meters, it's bigger than the big black snake before. Eat me. Tien's and Shenji whispered viciously. It doesn't matter if a mortal white snake doesn't let me take action, it doesn't matter if I kill you directly, can't you blame me? Xia Yan. What is this? Send benefits, he didn't even know where the limit of his appetite was. Then, deformation rays are fired directly. 2 15-meter-long snakes turned into a large piece of cream puff and sausage pizza respectively. A bit tired. After whispering a few words in her heart, Xia Yan opened her mouth and began to enjoy the food. At least it tastes pretty good. Advertisement, humph. This kid really has an extremely terrifying mysterious ability, no wonder it is favored by the White Snake Immortal. Watching Xia Yan turn 2 big snakes into fragrant food in one fell swoop. Tien's and Shenji snorted coldly in her heart. She has lived for thousands of years, and she has not even seen immortality. Turn an item into food. While it's really novel, it's not worth the fuss. However, less than 5 minutes, out of mind Ji's face was not so calm. Hey, is there no limit to your stomach? Where does all your food go? Watch Xia Yan eat half of a 15-meter-long snake with her own eyes. Rao Shishins and Shenji had seen countless strange things for thousands of years, and his eyes widened in shock. This little snake in front of me is only 10 centimeters long. Could it have a different dimension in its stomach? Xia Yan didn't speak, and he couldn't speak either. He just eats to himself. Anyway, until now, he has not felt full at all. That's all. Another 20 minutes passed. Xia Yan finally ate the last bite of the sausage pizza. The harvest of this meal, it was no different from the big black snake before. It's just a bit bigger, 40 strength, 20 defense, 30 agility and 60 experience points. The experience value is just enough to upgrade 1 level and get 5 points of free attribute. His panel changed accordingly and his strength was further improved. Level 7/0/70ths, strength, 276 defense, 196 agility, 131. Free attribute points. 10 this time, I still didn't get the skills. I don't know if it was bad luck, or because those big snakes have no skills at all. His Xia Yan did not immediately use the free attribute. He raised the snake's head and spat out a snake letter at Tian Zinshenji. Tian Zinshenji came back to her senses, but there was still the horror in her eyes that could not be concealed. Monster. Tian Zinshenji looked at the little snake in front of her eyes, and her calmness and contempt were gone. Anyway, with a small body of 10 centimeters, it can swallow food that is 30 meters long. This in itself is a shocking thing. Let's go. Zinshenji reluctantly maintained a calm and arrogant attitude, and said lightly, the white snake immortal wants to see you. Xia Yan nodded. His own snakehead, there was a strange cold glow in the eyes of the snake. Advertisement. For flowers. This cold light was fleeting. Rao Shishan and Zinshenji didn't notice at all. The two of them walked forward. Little devil, your luck is really good. He seemed to want to regain the face he had just lost due to shock. Tian Zinshenji, who was walking in front, suddenly said, but you have to remember that this is Ryuchi Cave, and we are the highest ranking rulers under the White Snake Immortal. So, don't take yourself too seriously, understand? Xia Yan nodded casually. Tian Zinshenji chuckled in satisfaction. She just thought she was crazy. Just such a small thing, even if it is a little strange, how can it threaten the status of oneself? Maybe he can only eat, but he can't actually become a strong man? Such a little thing. You can crush him to death with just one finger. With this thought in mind, Tian Zinshenji Dun felt at ease. She didn't notice. Xia Yan, who was following behind her, was ready to start. Attack the subordinates of the White Snake Immortal. It is the result of Xia Yan's deliberation. His white snake has a little understanding of the immortal's character. He was convinced that the other party would never turn his back on him because of this. Because this is Ryuchi Cave. Garbage without qualifications and talents has no meaning in life. Countless human beings who came here to learn immortality, but were buried in the belly of snakes, were like this. Having lived for 1,000 years and eaten countless human beings, the same is true of the arrogant Tian Zinshenji. Colored deformed rays shot out from Mo Yan's forehead. Tian Zinshenji didn't expect it at all. Xia Yan was so daring enough to take action against herself, the most trusted subordinate of the White Snake Immortal, in Ryuchi Cave. Her reaction speed is also very fast. The moment she sensed the crisis, Tian Zinshenji subconsciously stretched out her tail for defense. Unexpectedly, she fell right into Xia Yan's arms. The whole snake turned into a piece of vanilla ice cream. Death to the Lord. Xia Yan has no sympathy for these snake-like creatures who like to eat live people. The strange force was activated, and the tail of the snake slammed on the ground. Boom. The gravel splashed and the earth shook. Xia Yan took advantage of this power to soar. Facing Tian Zinshenji's head, he opened his mouth with all his strength. Crack. A crisp sound. This senior of Ryuchi Cave is the most trusted subordinate of the White Snake Immortal. He was bitten off by Xia Yan in just one round. Big. Chapter 7. The Gift of the White Snake Immortal. Yes. Eat Tian Zinshenji vanilla ice cream. To gain 50 strength, 100 agility, 150 energy, 1 fairy, 100 experience points. Newness. Shanshu, officially opened. Upgrade the host level and gain 5 free attributes. Current level, 8, 30 idiots. Acquired skill. Floating, with Tian Zinshenji into the stomach. Xia Yan's strength increased again. He clearly felt that his strength and speed had improved a lot. The most obvious change, of course, is chakra. Energy directly increased from 46 points to 196 points. For a brief moment, Xia Yan's body chakra increased by at least 2 times. This time, the increase in attributes is only slightly weaker than Uchiha Madara's left arm. But, properties are not the point. Xia Yan's attention is all on new attributes, as well as new skills. Magic. Xia Yan glanced at the attribute introduction. Sure enough, just as he thought, these 6, 6, 6, 7 attributes represent the immortal chakra. Just like energy stands for chakra. The higher the stat of Shanshu, the more Shanshu chakra can be used. And now, he only has 1 point of magic attribute. If you want to use it, I am afraid it will be exhausted in 1 second. Next comes skills. Floating. From the signature ninjutsu in Ryuchi Cave, the user can move freely in the air. Xia Yan. The skill of the blogger, out of luck. In the original Hokage, few ninjas can fly. Even in the late stage of the Ninja World War, plugins are flying all over the sky. There are not many ninjas who can fly at will, visible. How precious, how rare, how useful is this skill? Good. Xia Yan is very satisfied with this harvest. Sudden. A voice sounded from the depths of the cave. Is the little guy full? Come over when you are full. Okay. Xia Yan was slightly startled. Only then did I remember that this should be the voice of the White Snake Immortal. He had seen it before. The White Snake Immortal can hear everything that happens in Ryuchi Cave. So, the White Snake Immortal already knew that he killed Tian Zinshenji and ate her? But listening to his tone, he didn't seem angry. Looks like I made the right bet. Xia Yan praised herself secretly in her heart, then a thought moved. The newly acquired skill, Float, is activated. the 10-centimeter-long three-colored snake flew like this. This skill is so useful. For the first time in the past and present, he flew with his own strength. Advertisement. A flash of excitement flashed in Xia Yan's eyes. Tried to fly a few times in other directions and made sure there was no problem. Xia Yan flew slowly towards the depths of Ryuchi Cave. Deep in Ryuchi Cave, a look of consternation, shock, and disbelief flashed across the white snake immortal's face. A long time, he sighed deeply and said to himself, so that's what happened. He already understood roughly why Xia Yan could use Senju Hashirama's ninjutsu. There is actually such a way in this world that you can gain their abilities by eating each other. Even if it lived for thousands of years, the white snake immortal was still shocked by Xia Yan's ability. How was this guy born? Is he really just an ordinary little snake? Even the nine-tailed beasts do not have such exaggerated abilities. What am I going to do with this guy? The white snake immortal fell into deep thought. Time passed little by little. The figure of Xia Yan slowly emerged from the air. You came. The white snake immortal knew that Xia Yan used floating from Tian Shin Shenji. Break. Xia Yan spat out a snake letter as an answer. Immortal white snake couldn't help but be a little confused. Can't you speak? Xia Yan nodded. He also wanted to talk like the summoning beast in Hokage, but couldn't. This is really. The white snake immortal was even more surprised. In his opinion, Xia Yan has such a terrifying talent, but can't speak. This thing is really weird enough. But it's not a big deal either. Here, learn this first. The white snake immortal took out a scroll and threw it to Xia Yan. Xia Yan opened the scroll with her tail. I don't know why, he obviously didn't learn it, but he knew the words on it. How summoning beasts communicate with ninjas. Is it a crossover benefit? Xia Yan was overjoyed and immediately began to learn the above content. Result. More than 10 minutes passed. Xia Yan raised the snake's head in confusion. What the hell is this? You know every word, but when you put it together, he can't understand it at all. But the white snake immortal didn't know why he was very confident in him. Seeing Xia Yan looking up, he asked directly, have you learned it? Xia Yan. It's embarrassing to say, not at all, but he has a way too. Advertisement. Xia Yan's snaketail suddenly used. The scroll was thrown directly to his mouth by him. A morphing ray shoots out, turning the scroll into a creamy cookie. Are you proud? Xia Yan swallowed the cream cookie in one bite. The corner of the white snake immortal's mouth twitched. But it didn't mean to stop Xia Yan. Ding! Eat! How summoning beasts communicate cookies with ninjas. Get the skill. Talking. Success? Xia Yan spoke subconsciously and made a childish voice. What? Xia Yan froze for a moment. Can I speak? Xia Yan said another sentence. No doubt, this is real. Not a dream. Listening to her own voice, Xia Yan couldn't help but be excited. Even when he ate the flesh and blood of Hashirama and initially turned into a strong man, he was not so excited. Because in Xia Yan's view, it is inevitable for him to become a strong man. At most there is only a time gap. But he never thought that he could speak normally like a human being so easily. Thank you. Xia Yan's heartfelt white snake thanked the immortal. For him, a former human, being able to speak normally is simply too important. The white snake immortal nodded lazily. Then he said with a smile, shall I give you another gift? You can leave Ryuchi Cave after that. I don't want you to eat me up here. Xia Yan was a little embarrassed. It's really embarrassing to suddenly appear in someone else's house and eat a lot and be discovered by the owner. What 3.3 gift does the white snake immortal want to give to himself? Sudden. In Xia Yan's sight, the neck of the white snake immortal suddenly stretched out. One breath. The bloody mouth and sharp snake teeth appeared in front of Xia Yan. Xia Yan's pupils shrank. Not thinking about what the white snake immortal was going to do, he subconsciously used deformed light to counterattack. But the white snake immortal was already prepared, and with a twist, he easily escaped. Wow! The colored beam hit the ground, turning a piece of ground into cream. At the same time, buzz! The fangs of the white snake immortal gnawed heavily on Xia Yan's snake neck. Take Xia Yan's skinny figure only 10 centimeters long. His snake body was almost bitten in two. Ding! Eat the white snake, Sage's magic chakra, and get. In the sound of the system prompt, Xia Yan's consciousness gradually dissipated. Damn it! Chapter 8. Encounter with Konoha Shinobi. Name, Xia Yan. Age, 0 years old, 19 years old, body length, 50 centimeters. Level, 10, 0 100ths, strength, 376 defense, 246 energy, 246. Agility, 281 immortals, 51 racial skill, return to the city. Skills. Muji healing, level 2, strange power, level 1, wood style cutting technique, level 2, wood style wooden dragon jutsu, level 1, floating, talking. Talents. Transforming light, swallowing the sky bloodline, snake, growth stage, level 30 advanced. Free attribute points. 25 p. I don't know how much time has passed. Xia Yan groaned and finally regained consciousness. Where am I? Ah? Xia Yan looked around in confusion, but was startled by her own voice. Then he remembered, He can now speak like a normal human being. I don't know what the White Snake Immortal did to him. There seemed to be a considerable change in him. Glancing at his body and attributes panel, Xia Yan was startled again. How did the body change from 3 colors to 5 colors? Why is it level 10? Growth period, 21. Wasn't he a child? Have you successfully advanced in your dreams? The body length has grown from 10 centimeters to 50 centimeters. All attributes increased by 50 points. 51 points of magic attribute, especially conspicuous. At last, Xia Yan looked at the extra talent in her talent column. Swallowing the sky. The mouth can open more than 10 times the original size, which is the natural ability of greedy snakes, which is convenient for capturing enemies and eating. Xia Yan's mouth twitched. I feel that this skill seems to be useful, but it doesn't seem to be of much use. At most, the speed of eating and swallowing is faster. Better than nothing. Soon, Xia Yan adjusted her mentality. Looking around, he found that he had left Ryuchi Cave. But he didn't know which country he was in, so I simply stopped thinking about it and started to test the ability I had. Advertisement. The first is Wooden Dragon Jutsu, Roar. With the roar and roar of the beast, a wooden dragon roared out from the ground. Without using the celestial magic chakra, the wooden dragon summoned this time is already more than 2 meters long, which is about 1 meter longer than before. The destructive power and speed of wooden dragon have also been greatly improved. Xia Yan is confident. Even if a Jonin stood here to pick up the wooden dragon, he would go straight to the King of Hell. Immediately after, cutting technique. This spell can be activated in conjunction with wooden dragon jutsu. Hey, meow, meow, as Xia Yan thought about it, in the pothole the wooden dragon knocked out just now. Dense, sharp wooden thorns grow from the inside. The originally bare ground instantly turned into a small patch of hedgehog grassland. Very nice. Whether it is density or power, it is far beyond the previous level. Xia Yan is very satisfied with the power of these moves now. This means, his trip to Ryuchi Cave was not in vain, and he gained a lot. At this time, there was a sudden sound of footsteps in the distance. Someone is coming. Xia Yan subconsciously turned her head and looked behind her. After his strength was greatly improved, he easily discovered the existence of other people. But he didn't hide. One is because you want to test your strength. The second is to ask clearly which country in the ninja world he is currently in. After half a minute, the footsteps were getting closer. 4 figures appeared in Xia Yan's sight. First look at the face, do not know. Look at the forehead protector, Konoha's. Am I in the land of fire now? Xia Yan thought to herself. In the country of fire, it's pretty good too. After all, Senju Hashirama was originally one of his targets. It is naturally a good thing to be close to the water floor. Sudden. Among the 4 Konoha shinobi, an 8 or 9-year-old boy raised his finger and pointed at Xia Yan and exclaimed, "Look, teacher, is that Lion Majesty?" Okay. Leading the team, Jonin was stunned. He glanced sideways at Xia Yan, then nodded and said, "It's colorful, it's really Lion Majesty." Look at me killing him and killing the people. I don't know if it's a sense of justice or a child's playfulness. 8 or 9-year-old Konoha Genin took out a handful of kunai and walked towards Xia Yan. Advertisement and his teacher did not stop. Teacher, wouldn't it be dangerous? One of the 3 Genin girls, looking at the lead Jonin with some worry. Don't worry, it's just a Lion Majesty, he can handle it. Jonin, the leader of the team, shook his head with a very relaxed attitude. Joke. As a well-trained Genin, if you can't even kill a Lion Majesty. Or go home early to drink milk. The other side. Poisonous, these Konoha guys. Seeing the young Genin approaching him step by step, Xia Yan was very speechless. I'm not ready to take action against you. Instead, did you strike first? It doesn't matter if you take the first shot, it's okay to send someone with strength. For the weak chicken in front of him, he has absolutely no interest in fighting. Xia Yan opened her big snake mouth and yawned. There's a flaw. The young Genin, who had been watching Xia Yan's actions, was ecstatic. What? The 8 or 9-year-old boy burst out with astonishing speed. In less than 2 seconds, he rushed in front of Xia Yan. In young Genin's view 667, Lion Majesty was completely unaware of the approaching danger at this time. This victory is already his own. Go to hell, he shouted and stabbed Kuwu in his hand. Humph. The crisp metal collision sound is very pleasant. Everyone present was dumbfounded. He rushed to Xia Yan with a body flicker technique. He picked up the young Genin with one hand, and started the body flicker technique to return to the same path. It can't even be pierced by Kuwu. Blood suddenly splattered from the neck of the young Genin, drinking the hand of Jonin, who led the team. What is the body of this snake made of? Iron. Young Konoha Genin's eyes were dull. Jonin, who led the team, stared blankly at the blood opening on the neck of the young Genin in his arms. His mind went blank. Totally don't understand what's going on. Immediately after, he stared blankly at the tiger's mouth that was shaken with blood, and the kunai that was cut off. Konoha Jonin, who led the team, finally woke up from the shock, and his face changed suddenly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Not good. Come back soon. Jonin, who led the team, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this Lion Majesty did not continue to appear. Do it all. When did that snake kill someone? The other 3 people not far behind him were also dumbfounded. Chapter 9. Highly effective defensive attributes, devouring fire dragon. Witnessed the tragic deaths of peers. 2 young genin, a man and a woman, shivered in fright. Damn it. When did this snake shoot? Jonin, who led the team, looked straight at Xia Yan angrily, his eyes almost spitting fire. He regretted it to death. Why allow his students to provoke a lion majesty? Why didn't you stop yourself just now, at this time? Xia Yan spoke. When you took him back, I killed him, it's that simple. He didn't mind explaining to Jonin, the leader of Konoha, what he had just done. After all, he was dressed as a snake. Now that I can finally speak, of course I have to say it happily. What did you say? Jonin, who led the team, suddenly widened his eyes, still in disbelief. He is Jonin, and he considers himself to be good. However, he didn't even see how Xia Yan launched the attack just now. How could this not make him horrified? Sudden, Jonin, who led the team, exclaimed again. You can talk? Are you a summoning beast? Shout, to make a fuss, it's too stupid to say that you only reacted? Xia Yan pouted and said enthusiastically, come on, I'll show you again, watch it carefully. Done. Do not wait for Konoha to lead the opposition. The snake's mouth opened slightly, and a saliva spurted out of his mouth. Whoosh! Under the wrapping of the magic chakra, the saliva turned into a water arrow. The speed at which the water arrow erupted was quite astonishing, and it shot straight towards the remaining 3 people. Damn it! I didn't expect to provoke a lion majesty at random, and the strength is so terrifying. This time, Jonin, who led the team, finally saw how Xia Yan attacked. Annoyed. At the same time, he reacted immediately, holding Kuwu in front of another boy, Genin. What? The water arrow hit Kawushang, making a crisp sound. Blocked. But there was not a hint of joy on Jonin's face. Under his astonished and disbelieving gaze, his sharp kunai was directly pierced by that small water fry. And the speed of the water arrow did not slow down in the slightest. The decoction pierced the neck of the second teenager, Genin. Blood flows like a spring. Girlfriend, the young Genin stared blankly, raised his hand and touched the blood hole on his neck. The blood was still spraying out, and it couldn't stop it. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't even raise his strength. Boom. The second Genin fell to the ground, completely losing the breath of life. What? Advertisement. The only remaining girl, Genin, let out a shrill scream. She was terrified. You run, Jonin, who led the team, shouted and shoved the girl Genin. Only then did the girl Genin react, and she used the fastest speed in her life to flee into the distance. Xia Yan did not go after him. For 4 ninjas, killing 3 is enough. He will also leave a person to tip off Konoha. Otherwise, how would Konoha know of his existence? And send more ninjas to hunt him down, waiting for the rabbit. This is the plan that Xia Yan has just drawn up. It should give him enough to eat. I'm going to kill you B********, D. I'll skin you and make you a snake soup. Sending the girl Genin away, leading the team, Jonin turned his head and glared at Xia Yan. Blue veins burst out at the temple. Hey. Xia Yan wasn't angry either, and said with a playful smile, then let's try it out and see who's serving the Huxia food. What? The moment Xia Yan's voice fell, the figure who led Jonin disappeared in place. Next second, leading the team, Jonin appeared behind Xia Yan out of thin air. Body flicker technique, and it's the body flicker technique that is super level. Leading the team, Jonin has never felt better than himself. He even felt like he had surpassed the limits of human beings. Death to me, beast. The lead Jonin roared. He took out a string of kunai connected with a detonating talisman from his arms and threw it at Xia Yan. At the same time, quickly nodded, the chest bulged high, fire-style Great Dragon fire technique. Roar. A huge fire dragon with a length of more than 10 meters roared and flew out, charging towards Xia Yan in front of him. Boom. More than a dozen detonating talismans set off a sky-high flame, which devoured Xia Yan's entire body. It was like blowing up a mountain, and the ground shook violently due to this terrifying explosion. Immediately after, the giant fire dragon immediately followed. Accompanied by a loud noise of boom, the flames soared into the sky and a firestorm erupted. In the scorching flames, everything that exists was burned to ashes. Do you died? Leading the team, Jonin stared vigilantly at the firestorm, daring not to relax at all. It was really 2 shots just now, and the sense of oppression that the snake brought to him was too strong. A long time, there was no sound from the firestorm. Finish. Jonin, who led the team, was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Abrupt mutation. A snake shadow slowly floated out of the sea of fire. The scorching flames roasted on his snakeskin, but it couldn't do any damage. How can this be? A look of disbelief appeared on Jonin's face. Especially when he sees it. The multicolored snake, which was only half a meter long, was actually swallowing the flaming dragon. He was completely desperate. Why does a snake fly? Why can't my strongest fire-style ninjutsu hurt a snake? Why can this snake eat 1,000-degree hot flame as food? Wouldn't it be hurt? Despair, regret, fear, unwillingness. Various negative emotions enveloped Jonin, the leader of the team, and almost crushed him. Thank you, the taste is good. Although I have no experience, it helped me gain a little energy. Thank you for letting me know that ninjutsu can actually be eaten. Swallow the last bite of the dragon in your stomach. Xia Yan flew in front of Jonin, who led the team, and thanked him casually. If it hadn't been for this Jonin's dedicated help, he probably wouldn't have known. His own defense has reached an astonishing level. Only, his attack attribute is obviously more than 100 points higher than his defense attribute, but the effect is far less than his defense. Also don't know why this happens. Is it because most of the ninjas in the Hokage world are attacking high and defending low? Jonin, who led the team, suddenly spoke, as if he wanted to say something. Xia Yan, however, directly one-tail threw it away. Snapped. Jonin's face was swollen by the one-tails, and his mouth was crooked. Don't speak when I don't allow you to speak. Xia Yan floated in the air, ignoring Konoha, Wang Jiao, Jonin in front of him. Duh. Jonin gritted his teeth with hatred, wishing to peel the snake in front of him for a cramp. But his life was not in his hands, and he dared not disobey Xia Yan's orders. I ask you. Xia Yan asked lightly, is this the land of fire? Yes. Jonin replied immediately, for fear that if he answered a little too slowly, Xia Yan would slap another face with his tail. But, laugh. Xia Yan's snake tail directly pierced the heart of Jonin in front of him. He doesn't even need to use magic. The body of an ordinary ninja is so fragile. You. Stay? Konoha Jonin looked at Xia Yan in disbelief, his eyes full of confusion. He didn't understand why he had been cooperating like this, why the snake had to kill him. Don't look at me like this, because the only question I want to know is this one, and you're useless. Pull out your snake tail and shake off the blood on it. Xia Yan said calmly, you guys came to provoke me first, I'm just fighting back in self-defense. Chapter 10. Eating Wooden Dragon, Senju Tobarama's Order. An encounter ends in a crushing stance. A few anamorphic rays go down. Xia Yan directly turned Konoha Jonin and the two genins into cookies and cakes. He's already used to doing this kind of thing. It tastes good, first class. After eating, sum up the harvest. Experience increased by 40 points in total. No upgrade. Strength attribute increased by 14 points, now it is 390 points. Defense attribute increased by 14 points, now it is 260 points. The energy attribute has been increased by 13 points, and it is now 260 points. Other properties are not improved, no new skills are acquired. Unfortunately, I thought I could burst into flames. That move just now was pretty good. Xia Yan somehow missed the fire dragon just now. It's not that he was attracted by the power of the fire dragon. In fact, although fire-style ninjutsu is very powerful, its appearance is also very gorgeous. But it's not as good as your own wood-style wooden dragon jutsu. Xia Yan simply missed the spicy hot pot-like taste, which reminded him of the good memories of his previous life. But, I just missed it for a moment. One cannot live in the past. Now he is a snake. Wood-style wooden dragon jutsu. Xia Yan learned the appearance of Senju Hashirama in the original book and shouted. Roar. The 2-meter-long wooden dragon roared out from the ground and surrounded Xia Yan. Don't say it, it's really cool to shout 667 power. Xia Yan couldn't help feeling a little emotional, having never felt that it was such a happy thing to be able to speak. Then, open the old one. Transform light, cook. Perhaps it is related to the bloodline of the greedy snake. No matter how much he eats, he can't get enough. What? Under the effect of talent. Swallowing heaven, Xia Yan's mouth opened 10 times. Just a moment. He swallowed the whole wooden dragon that turned into white chocolate. Open black lens bracket ah. Eat, wooden dragon white chocolate, to gain 1 defense point close black lens bracket. 1 point defense. Xia Yan looked at her panel thoughtfully. When he ate the fire dragon issued by Jonin before, he gained 1 point of strength. Obviously, like said at the beginning, the attribute increase is completely random and depends on luck. As for the experience, it will take a few more tests to come to a conclusion. Then, advertisement Xia Yan released another wooden dragon and ate it. 1 point this time. 2 more. Xia Yan continued to use wooden dragon jutsu. This time, the strength and defense are increased by 1 point each. You really have no experience. After confirming that she couldn't level up by eating ninjutsu, Xia Yan couldn't help but sighed. Honestly a little disappointed. But, eating the genin technique can increase the attributes, which is already very good. Upgrade or think of other ways to slowly come. Think so. Xia Yan continued to release wooden dragons. Before Konoha sent a ninja to give him experience, he slowly brushed his attributes. Anyway, the amount of chakra he currently has is quite large, and he can't use it up in a while. The land of fire, Konoha Village. Genin, the girl who was deliberately let go by Xia Yan, returned to Konoha Village crying. A few ninjas who guarded the gate asked a little, and they were horrified. Immediately report the information layer by layer. This period, Senju Hashirama is recovering from injury. Konoha is the one-word hall of Senju Tobarama. In just 3 minutes, Senju Tobarama already knew what had happened. It's just a beast, how could you be in such a hurry? In the conference room, Senju Tobarama folded his arms and had impatience written all over his face. Tobarama-sama. The Jonins are a little unwilling to be scolded, and want to refute a sentence or two. What, am I right? Tobarama still had the same attitude. Just for a little snake, you came to me specially? If the elder brother is not recovering, would you still look for the elder brother? Is the village's shadow and high-end combat power used to do this kind of shit? Sons? This. Several Jonin, you look at me, I look at you, very embarrassed. They had to admit that they did make a fuss about themselves and others. But it was really scary what that young woman Jenin said. At first they thought it was an invulnerable monster comparable to a tailed beast. It turned out to be just a snake. Even if the snake's skin was harder than kunai, what if it could defeat Jonin? Not to mention Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, the god of the ninja world, CBDD. Even his younger brother, Senju Tobarama. That is also a master time-space ninjutsu, a monster that can kill thousands of miles away on the battlefield. It's just a snake, it actually alarms such strong people. Indeed, we were impulsive, Tobarama-sama. After calming down and thinking about it carefully, Jonin couldn't help laughing at himself for being too impulsive just now. HMPH, that's pretty much it, Senju Tobarama snorted coldly. Then he turned his head to look at Jonin, who had been silent. Little monkey, go and deal with that snake. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked bewildered. For what? Advertisement. Tobarama laughed and scolded. I know you're distracted. It happens that you are a monkey, and that beast is a snake. You go and get rid of him, you know. Cough. I see. Sarutobi nodded helplessly. He never thought that he tried his best to reduce his sense of existence, but he was still pulled as a strong man. But, isn't a snake weaker than Jonin? Sounds like a good challenge, and he can also take the opportunity to develop a good relationship with his summoning beast. But, some people are not happy, I also need to go. Shimura Danzo, who was still very young at this time, suddenly stood up and recommended himself. Tobarama was immediately amused. What are you doing, kid? Hiruzen already has summoning beasts, but I don't have them yet, so I want to go see that snake. Danzo's eyes were full of jealousy for Sarutobi Hiruzen. But he was quite respectful to Senju Tobarama and immediately spoke his true thoughts. Everyone listens. Indeed, from the intelligence reported by Jenin. That snake probably has the strength of Jonin, and it is definitely a pretty good summoning beast. Danzo's head is spinning so fast, why didn't they think of it? Make this guy such a good summoning beast. Tobarama thought for a while, then nodded in agreement. Yes, then Danzo, you can go together. Bring a few more Chunin, and be careful on the road. He's quite optimistic about Danzo, vicious and dark enough. Although he can't be a Hokage, he can protect Konoha from the dark. It is also a good thing to let him get a better summoning beast to increase his combat power. Yes, excitement was written all over Danzo's face. He seems to have seen that he has acquired a snake-shaped summoning beast that is no weaker than Jonin. Who will Konoha send this time? Feel the increased power and speed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo quickly left Konoha Village with 10 Chunin. I don't know if it's enough for him. At the same time, Xia Yan was lying on the ground contentedly, the snake belly basking in the sun. Speak. Moving forward in time, on the eve of World War I, that is, before Senju Hashirama died, Tsunade also gambled with him, estimated to be 3 to 5 years old. At this time, third Hokage is estimated to be in his early 20s. Look at the property value of your own rising. This timeline should be fine. Wilderness. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At the beginning of the original story, third generation is 69 years old, Tsunade is about 50 years old, about 18 or 9 years old. He was restoring the chakra he had just consumed. Then, Xia Yan was suddenly curious. Chapter 11, Sarutobi and Danzo attack. I don't know if it's because of the high energy attribute. Xia Yan's chakra recovered quickly. Why haven't you come yet? Xia Yan played with her snake tail boredly and took a look at her own attributes. Strength 407 points, defense 270 points, energy 265 points, agility 285 points. It can be said, eating wooden dragon is a very safe way to get stronger though. But it's too slow and boring, Xia Yan even doubted. If I eat like this for a week, I am afraid I will suffer from anorexia. Sudden, there were several voices in the distance. Xia Yan looked up lazily, and the snake pupil looked at the direction from which the voice came. Hiruzen, is it around here? Hey, look, that piece of ashes should have been caused by Dechang Jonin's fire style. Hey, the terrifying fire style ninjutsu, you can feel the hot breath even from such a distance. Speaking of, where's Jonin? He already solved that lion majesty, or... The footsteps were more than a dozen people, there were only 2 people talking. One of them didn't say his name, another name, mantra, is quite familiar. Hiruzen. The whole Konoha, although ordinary people can't tell. But there is definitely only one ninja called Hiruzen. That is Sarutobi Hiruzen, the future third Hokage, Sanin's teacher, ninjutsu professor. Unexpectedly, Konoha sent him out. Spray, it's a little troublesome now. Xia Yan whispered, it's not that he is afraid of the opponent's strength. It's a guy like Sarutobi Hiruzen who is considered to be a good strength in the future, so it would be a pity to eat it like this. He is a greedy snake. The stronger the enemy, the more they have. When he eats the enemy, the reward will be more. Now Sarutobi should be just a Jonin. Even if you eat him, the reward is probably more than a normal Jonin, right? Such a waste. He's not short of a Jonin's reward at all. Xia Yan considers herself a smart person. Killing the chicken to get the egg is not something a smart person should do. But, it's no problem to eat the others after a good lesson. Advertisement anyway, he only needs one person to pass information to Konoha for himself. Whoa, a Konoha Chunin suddenly grabbed the weeds that were blocking his line of sight, and happened to meet Xia Yan behind the grass. Hello. Xia Yan greeted politely, with a gentle smile on the snake's mouth. The moment Chunin saw him, he shouted in horror, Sarutobi Jonin. The snake is here, I found it. What? Where? Sarutobi and the others immediately walked towards Chunin, and at the same time took up arms and seals vigilantly. Then, they also saw the existence of Xia Yan at a glance. The colorful colors, if not blocked by weeds, would be too conspicuous. Colorful skin, half a meter long, as this snake. Watching Xia Yan vigilantly, Sarutobi's heart skipped a beat. The snake is still alive. This means that Oba Jonin is likely dead. But what about corpses? Obviously the battlefield is not far away, but there are no corpses of ninjas in sight. Sarutobi couldn't help but blurt it out anxiously, where's Dechang Jonin? What's wrong with him? Dechang. San. You said that Jonin, of course you ate it. Pointing at his mouth with the tail of a snake, Xia Yan played with the taste. They came to provoke me first, and they said they would make me into a snake soup. Of course, I have to treat them well. What did you say? How bold. How dare Konoha shoot the ninja? Hearing Xia Yan's words, Sarutobi was shocked. At the same time, my heart was furious. A Jonin. This is a precious resource that the village took more than 10 years to cultivate. He didn't die on the battlefield, but was buried in the belly of a snake. How could this make Sarutobi not angry? As for what Mo Yan said, they came to provoke it first, Sarutobi didn't care at all. Not to mention whether this is true or not. Even if it were true, so what? They are Konoha shinobi, it was just a snake in front of him. Even if he can speak human words, he is still just a snake. There are many summoning beasts who can talk in the ninja world. Isn't it just right for a ninja to kill an ownerless snake? I can't stand it. Behind Sarutobi, two Chunin, who had a good relationship with the dead Oba Jonin, suddenly shot. The two Chunin shot in anger, bursting out with astonishing speed, attacking Xia Yan from the left and right sides respectively. You wait a second. Sarutobi was startled, and subconsciously wanted to stop it. But Danzo grabbed him. Be careful Sarutobi, just in time for us to see what the snake is capable of. But, Sarutobi twisted, trying to break free from Danzo. The attack of the two Chunin over there had already come to Xia Yan. Advertisement for flowers, success so easily? Looking at the snake's body so close at hand, the two Chunin were a little confused. But as a ninja instinct, they still stabbed Kuwu forcefully. As for the so-called invulnerability, in the intelligence, in their opinion, it is simply ridiculous. Can an equally sharp kunai exert the same power in the hands of Genin and Chunin? But, ding, two crisp sounds. Both kunai were broken at the same time. The two Chunin's wrists holding the kunai were injured by the force of the opposite, and blood came out. Not good. The two Chunins were shocked. One of them subconsciously wanted to retreat. The other person has already started to form seals, ready to come to a close-range high-powered ninjutsu. But Xia Yan's speed completely crushed them. Laugh. The snake tail pierced forward like a spear, directly piercing the heart of the Chunin who wanted to retreat. What? Chunin screamed and flew upside down, hitting the ground heavily. As soon as his head was tilted, he was completely silent. And Chunin, who wanted to form a seal and perform ninjutsu, naturally couldn't escape. Xia Yan moved forward like lightning, opening her bloody mouth. Crack. The neck of the second Chunin was bitten off by Xia Yan, and blood spurted out. It all happened in a flash of lightning. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But the next second, Mo Yan was very satisfied when he saw that there were 1 point of strength and 10 points of experience raised, and Snake Tong turned to look at Sarutobi and the others. Before Sarutobi, Hiruzen and the others even reacted, the two Chunin were already dead and couldn't die any longer. Murder, what's wrong? Sarutobi's face was even more ugly. You know what you're doing? Sarutobi's face was extremely ugly, and he looked directly at Xia Yan with cold eyes. What made him even more angry had only just begun. In the sight of Sarutobi and others, Xia Yan's snake mouth suddenly opened 10 times in a strange way. Swallowed Chunin into his stomach in one bite. It tastes good, strawberry. Call. Throwing Chunin, whose neck was bitten off by himself, aside, Xia Yan looked at Sarutobi in disbelief. It's clear that you guys did it first this time, don't you want to blame me? Xia Yan's snake head suddenly shot a colored light, hitting the Chunin who was bitten off his neck. I just didn't have enough to eat, thank you so much for coming. Big, Chapter 12. Snakes that will make wood style. Sarutobi was furious. Angry at Danzo. Blame him for holding him back and not letting him save people. Angry at the dead Chunin. They are all well-trained ninjas, and face the enemy surprisingly so carelessly. More angry with myself. If he hadn't underestimated Xia Yan's strength, he wouldn't have killed the two subordinates. Of course, he was most angry with the snake Xia Yan. Do you want to start? Danzo asked suddenly, honestly. He now wants to turn the snake in front of him into his summoning beast. The snake in front of me is definitely not weaker than Sarutobi's ape demon. Let's do it together. Danzo and I are fighting for you. Sarutobi gritted his teeth fiercely. Danzo, don't think about the summoning beast first. This snake is very strong, let's subdue it first. Good. Danzo nodded. 667 The Chunins also began to act. I saw that the 8 Chunins suddenly exchanged their positions quickly, and then they started to seal quickly. Multiplayer combination ninjutsu. Xia Yan saw at a glance that these ninjas were going to unite to unleash a powerful technique. Really, next second. These ninjas are finished at the same time. Wind-style Dolian Yandan technique, 8 people shouted loudly. The scorching high-temperature bullets spewed out from their mouths one after another, and there was a violent hurricane behind the flaming bullets. Wind helps fire. The densely packed high-temperature flame bombs swelled instantly when they met the wind, erupting into a sea of fire. The scorching flames were overwhelmingly pressing down on Xia Yan, and it was about to burn him to ashes. In the face of such an intensive attack, Xia Yan did not dodge. Boom! The scorching high-temperature flame bombs smashed onto his snake body, splashing a large amount of explosive flames. But Xia Yan's snake body only shook slightly, not to mention being hurt, not even a trace of burns was left. As if it was not a 1,000-degree high-temperature flame bomb, but a sandbag thrown by a child, it was relaxing and comfortable. Advertisement, how is this possible, what did he do? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock, unable to understand what he saw. How could the skin of a snake not be injured at all after being attacked by this kind of ninjutsu close to A level? The defense of this snake is too terrifying. Somehow, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered the information reported by the girl Genin. Invulnerable. Before, they all felt that the so-called invulnerability was probably just a Genin's narrow vision. Now it seems that the narrow-minded ones are clearly them. This is more than invulnerability. Ninjutsu even close to A rank can't hurt this guy. Sudden. Xia Yan, who was receiving the baptism of firebombs, moved. Facing the dense flame bombs like a meteor shower, he slowly opened his snake mouth. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw a shocking scene that will never be forgotten in a lifetime. Boom! The hurricane swept the fiery bullets and fell straight into Xia Yan's bloody mouth. First 1, then 2, 3 The 8 Chunins combined to use a compound ninjutsu, which was forcibly swallowed by Xia Yan. Relaxed and comfortable posture, as if eating a delicious meal. This. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo and others stared at Xia Yan in astonishment, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. The system prompt sounded beside Xia Yan's ear. Although no experience and skills have been gained, the attributes have gained a little bit of growth. Xia Yan is satisfied. Thank you for inviting me to dinner. The snake's tail swayed slightly, and Xia Yan chuckled playfully. I have to give you some gifts as well, out of courtesy. The voice fell. The art that was buried long before Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others came, was activated directly. Wow, 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 the dense thorns drilled out of thin air from the ground. The speed is so fast and the timing is abrupt, it is hard to prevent. The 8 Chunins who were in shock were brutally penetrated by the wooden thorns from below, before they even noticed the enemy's attack, and were held in midair. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo are both experienced and strong. The two of them used the body replacement technique for the first time, so they successfully avoided the piercing attack from below. But there was not the slightest hint of joy on their faces. Hearing the shrill screams of the 8 Chunin, watching the tragic appearance of them being penetrated on the wooden thorns like meat skewers. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo turned pale. Advertisement. They are both angry and scared. At the same time, there is a lot of happiness. Luckily I escaped. What kind of trick is this? Why so familiar? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered something, and exclaimed uncontrollably. Wood style. This snake uses wood style. Hiruzen, what did you say? Danzo's heart shuddered, and then he took a closer look at the dense puncture. Then he was surprised to find out. What Sarutobi Hiruzen said is actually true. This is actually the wood style of first Hokage-sama. How can this be? Danzo's face was full of shock and disbelief. Who in the entire ninja world doesn't know that Mutong was patented by first Hokage Senju Hashirama alone? However, now, the only patent, inexplicably, has appeared on a small snake. Damn it. Why is this? Is the secret of wood style mastered by someone? Danzo's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip, and he didn't dare to think about it. If other people can learn wood style like this snake, what a terrible disaster will happen to the ninja world. Let's do it together. This snake must be caught alive. Sarutobi Hiruzen said through gritted teeth, but how can the trap move? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. 3.3 Xia Yan laughed. There are two types of traps. What you just saw was the one that couldn't move. But it was too late. The deafening roar of the beast came from the ground, and then swept through it with a violent shock like an earthquake. It was the ape demon who had just been summoned out. Although he still didn't understand what the situation was, he reacted instantly and hugged Sarutobi and wanted to retreat. Sarutobi and Danzo looked confused and did not understand the snake in front of them. 7 or 8 hideous-looking wooden dragons were surrounding them, staring at them. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's desperate and frightened gazes. Roar. So his hands began to seal quickly, and he had to use his strongest wind-style ninjutsu. Then he directly used the summoning technique to summon the summoning beast ape demon, which he had just acquired. What did you say? Boom, traps are traps, and there are moving and immovable ones. The earth was smashed into pieces by a huge force. Danzo also knew the importance of things at this time. Chapter 13. Eating the Ape Demon, Wooden Dragon Jutsu. Looking at the 8 familiar wooden dragons around, Sarutobi Hiruzen whispered. Although Wooden Dragon is much smaller than I remembered, it is definitely Wooden Dragon. He had seen first Hokage use this trick with his own eyes. The huge wooden dragon is like a war machine on the battlefield, and can even trap tailed beasts. By comparison, the wooden dragon used by the little snake in front of him is much smaller in size and momentum. It is better to say that this is a wooden snake than a wooden dragon. It seems, things are not as bad as I thought, Sarutobi reassured Danzo. Wooden dragon is so small, its power will definitely be greatly reduced, we still have hope. Are you sure? Even if this wooden dragon isn't as big as Shodai's, he's also wood style, isn't it something we can handle? Danzo looked at Sarutobi suspiciously. Cough. The monkey demon coughed dryly, and said the first sentence after being summoned. If you can't beat it, you have to fight it. What if you beat it? Hey, you're right. Danzo nodded thoughtfully, his eyes were cold. Then let's shoot together. Good. Sarutobi complied with his mouth, flipped his hands up and down, and began to seal. Wind-style vacuum daidama, fire-style great dragon fire technique. Golden hoop wishful, 21 inches. The two roared and shot at the same time. The ape demon body also turned into a golden hoop wishful stick. A high-pressure wind ball with astonishing power as a rocket launcher, enough to shatter everything along the way. Burning raging, far more powerful and hotter than before Jonin, a fiery fire dragon capable of burning people to ashes. And the Rui stick that is indestructible like a diamond and can be stretched at will. All of them are the arts they are best at this stage, sweeping away towards the 8 wooden dragons around them. Boom! The mighty ninjutsu and wish-fulfilling sticks slammed into wooden dragon. The deafening sound of the explosion resounded throughout the world, and the terrifying impact even set off a large swath of smoke and wind. Although I couldn't see what was going on in the field. But feeling this amazing energy fluctuation, Danzo looked ecstatic. Success. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, the wooden dragon, which had been smashed in half by the high-pressure windball, suddenly emerged from the smoke and slammed into his stomach. Wow. Danzo vomited blood and flew out more than 10 meters away, and fell heavily on the ground. He only felt that all his internal organs had been knocked out of place, and the pain was terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more unlucky. Xia Yan's wood-style ninjutsu comes from Senju Hashirama. No matter how weak his wood style is, it is impossible for him to be burnt to ashes by a fire-style ninjutsu. Advertisement therefore. What was returned to Sarutobi Hiruzen were 2 wooden dragons covered in flames of thousands of degrees. Boom. The burning wooden dragon slammed into Sarutobi hard. Sarutobi Hiruzen only felt the darkness in front of him, and he flew out more than 30 meters away, and was seriously injured and fainted on the spot. Only the ape demon, relying on its indestructible body of King Kong. Even if he resisted the collision force of 5 wooden dragons, he only spit out blood in the end. Sarutobi. Danzo. Are you all right? Enduring the severe pain in his body, the ape demon changed back to its original form and eagerly shouted to the 2 teammates. However, there was only silence in response to him. Ape demon. Its teammates are resolved. Thinking of young people as powerful as Sarutobi and Danzo, they couldn't even hold a single move in the hands of the enemy. The ape demon couldn't help but feel terrified. Run. Must run quickly. The heart is not as good as the action, the escape plan is determined, and the ape demon immediately begins to seal. But in the smoke, a whistling sound suddenly sounded. Snapped. A colorful snake tail slammed heavily on the ape demon, making a loud noise. Under the blessing of level 1 strange power, the power of this blow is terrifying. What? The ape demon screamed and was directly pulled away 40 or 50 meters by this enormous force. After rolling around on the ground for a few laps, he finally stopped reluctantly. P. The ape demon lay on the ground, coughing violently, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Even if he has an indestructible body, he still can't stand the impact of this level. The one who attacked me just now was Sarutobi's enemy. Frightened by the power possessed by the enemy, the ape demon endured the severe pain and wanted to seal and escape again. But a figure slowly floated out of the smoke. Ape demon. A pirated version of Sun Wukong? Xia Yan looked at the ape demon in front of her playfully, her eyes were full of contempt and disdain. Just this stuff, it's also worthy of Ri? Seeing Xia Yan's figure, ape demon couldn't help but startled. A snake? Just kidding. The enemy is actually just a half-meter-long snake. After being summoned out just now, the ape demon's attention was all on the surrounding wooden dragon, and he didn't pay attention to the identity of the enemy at all. Seeing the existence of Xia Yan now, the ape demon only finds it inconceivable. When did a snake become so strong? When can a snake use wood style? Advertisement. Even the white snake fairy of Ryuchi Cave can't be so scary. Well, everyone is a summoning beast, you see. An ugly smile appeared on the face of the ape demon, and he wanted to use the identity of summoning beast to make friends. However, he suddenly saw a colored light beam shot from the forehead of the colorful snake in front of him. The target is yourself. What's this? The monkey demon was startled, and subconsciously raised his arm to block it. He has plenty of confidence. There are very few moves in this world that can break one's indestructible body. However, he never thought that the move Xia Yan used was not an attack. Wow! The whole monkey turned into a fragrant dark chocolate statue. HMPH, the first reaction to seeing the attack is not to hide but to block. You deserve to die early. Drifting to the side of the ape demon, Xia Yan mocked with a very vicious tongue. Then, open his bloody mouth. Just a moment. The summoning beast, who featured Kamui in the original book, was bitten off by him. It tastes good. Tasting the delicious chocolate, Xia Yan feels that her life after crossing is really quite good. Hey, your name is Danzo, right? Suddenly turning his head to look at a figure lying on the ground pretending to be dead, Xia Yan said with a smile. I heard just now, you want to catch me as a summoning beast? Danzo shuddered violently. Done. Danzo's eyes were firm, and he shouted with a straight face. I'm so lucky to be an adult snake. I will swear allegiance to you. Just when Xia Yan was full of thoughts. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. A finger-wide cave appeared on the ground. Hey? Danzo suddenly fell to his knees. I am Danzo, Shimura Danzo. Knowing that it was useless to pretend to be dead, he quickly got up from the ground and stood up straight with a stern face. Boom. Danzo was a tough guy when he was young. Boom. With this attitude and momentum, do you want to continue fighting? Xia Yan used the magic chakra and spit on Danzo. Xia Yan looked at Danzo playfully. Xia Yan, come on, I now allow you to be my snake slave, do you want to agree? Chapter 14. Ambition and the Awakening of a Broken Arm. Xia Yan was taken aback by Danzo's S***. What the hell? I'm all ready to eat a few more bites of your ninjutsu. Why did you kneel all of a sudden and pledge your allegiance? Aren't you second Hokage's escort? Are you not the leader of the future, Root? Is it really good to be so rude? While complaining frantically in her heart, Xia Yan said very calmly. Oh, is it really good to be loyal to a snake like me? Of course, no problem. Danzo's face is awe-inspiring. As the saying goes, the master is the teacher, and loyalty to a powerful person is a matter of course. Of course. The point is that he doesn't want to die. Or, even if he died, he wanted to die on the battlefield. Rather than inexplicably buried in the belly of a snake. To be honest, the death of the ape demon terrified him. Danzo never thought that such a terrible thing could exist in the world. A summoning beast with strength comparable to Jonin was bitten off by a snake and had no power to resist. He is not afraid of death, but afraid of being eaten alive. It was so miserable, so ugly, he couldn't accept it at all. Besides, my loyalty to you naturally has my purpose. Danzo said what was on his mind without any hesitation. What? Xia Yan looked at Danzo more curiously. Wooden road. Danzo said frantically. Actually there's Sharingan, I'm just an ordinary ninja, naturally guy ships these great powers. The reason why he surrendered so quickly, in addition to being afraid of death, it was mainly because he was shocked by the strength displayed by Mo Yan. Wood style. Just thinking of these two words filled Danzo's eyes with a deep frenzy. The whole ninja world knows that first Hokage Senju Hashirama is an invincible player who can fight all over the world with a single wood style. Danzo longed for that kind of power, he had no hope of learning wood style before. Now I see that a snake like Xia Yan can actually know wood style. Naturally he couldn't help but be moved. Advertisement. He even couldn't help thinking, is there a chance for someone like me to learn Shodai's ninjutsu? It turns out. Girlfriend, Xia Yan nodded thoughtfully and then said, I do have a way for you to learn wood style. What? Danzo's eyes widened suddenly, looking at Xia Yan with great surprise. Are you serious? Danzo asked cautiously, for fear that he had heard it wrong. Yeah, Xia Yan hummed softly, but don't imagine being as strong as Senju Hashirama, it's good to have him 1%. Is it only 1%? A look of disappointment flashed across Danzo's eyes. But the next second it was back to normal, 1% is 1%. Something is better than nothing, that's 1% of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Even if it is only 1% of the strength is probably far beyond that of ordinary Jonin. Enough, then. Danzo continued to kneel and respectfully said, I am willing to be your snake slave. However, in the face of the surrender of such a high-ranking person in the original work, Xia Yan shook her head and refused, I don't trust you. Danzo was speechless. Indeed, even though he was still fighting before, he suddenly said he wanted to surrender. The credibility is really not high enough. But, how do you get the other person to believe in you? Do you know how to seal? Danzo asked proactively. Will not. Xia Yan shook her head. Danzo. Fortunately, he thought that since this snake can understand wood, it should also be able to seal. What to do now? You hurry up. At this time, Xia Yan was already a little impatient. I don't have time to be here with you. Wait a minute. Danzo was frantically trying to delay a little longer, but still couldn't think of any way. At last, seeing that the patience in Xia Yan's eyes completely disappeared, Danzo gritted his teeth and suddenly took out a sharp kunai from his arms. Advertisement, what? Danzo let out a scream. The kunai in his hand was not used to attack Xia Yan. Instead, it stabbed into his left shoulder. Endured the excruciating pain. Danzo screamed and pulled kunai again, and the blood from the wound was like a spring. Boom! Danzo's entire left arm fell to the ground. He cut off his own arm. This, I honor you. Danzo was pale and gasping for breath. But his attitude was still respectful. I saw you eating the head of the ape demon just now, and I thought I was hungry. Although there are many dead genins, how can my arms be delicious? I am Jonin. Xia Yan didn't speak, just gave Danzo a deep look. Danzo held his breath, afraid to speak. He didn't even dare to look up at Xia Yan, the snake floating in the air. A long time. Take that Sarutobi and get out. Xia Yan retracted her gaze and said lightly, don't hide things from me from Konoha Shinobi, but you should understand what to say and what not to say. Send. I understand. Of course I understand. Danzo's tense face suddenly relaxed. Then I am now yours, Lord Snake. Xia Yan chuckled and said, from now on, you will be my snake slave. That's great. Danzo was ecstatic, and then asked, then, when will you help me get the qualification to learn wood style, Lord Snake, Wang Wang Zhao? When? Xia Yan's snake pupils became deeper. A long time. Xia Yan said lightly, wait until Senju Hashirama dies. This day is coming soon. This. Danzo couldn't believe Xia Yan's words. First Hokage is the strongest person in the ninja world, and just defeated the also legendary Uchiha Madara not long ago. How could such a big man die so easily? But he didn't dare to say anything to refute Xia Yan, so he could only hide his doubts in his heart, and honestly turn around and left. Just before leaving, Danzo suddenly remembered something. I'm sorry, Hiruzen. I apologized to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still in a coma. Then, Danzo suddenly took out the kunai just now and stabbed it hard on Sarutobi's right arm. Chapter 15. Target. Kakuzu. Crack. Sarutobi's right arm was severed by Danzo, and blood spurted. As if feeling the severe pain of the severed arm, Sarutobi's body suddenly began to tremble violently. Danzo, however, was prepared, and stabbed Sarutobi in the back of the neck with a knife. You are. Xia Yan looked at Danzo very differently. He didn't expect that third Hokage in the original book would turn into a one-armed hero. He also offended you, Lord Snake, and should be punished naturally. Danzo held Sarutobi Hiruzen's right arm in front of Xia Yan as if offering a treasure. Then, he continued, Mr. Snake, I will wait for your arrival in Konoha. I believe I will become your most valued subordinate sooner or later. Well, you are very sensible. Xia Yan is very satisfied with Danzo. Know how to advance and retreat, have determination, understand sacrifice, and have ambition. This kind of person, as long as you can suppress him forever. He will always be your most loyal subordinate, correct? Xia Yan suddenly remembered something and asked Danzo, is there any strong man around here? The strong one? Danzo was stunned for a moment, then replied respectfully. Lord Paoshe, there are many strong people in Konoha. Xia Yan's mouth twitched. Nonsense. Of course he knew that Konoha had strong men. The question is it possible to go anywhere? Not to mention the two monsters Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Just 8 inner gates, ghouls and other forbidden technique ultimate moves, he dare not say that he can handle 667. D. Xia Yan suddenly felt that she had received some kind of snake slave, whether it was a wrong decision. This Danzo is really not smart enough, at this time. Danzo also finally realized that he had just said the same thing. Cough cough. Enduring the severe pain of the severed arm, Danzo hurriedly changed his words. Most of the strong people in the country of fire are in Konoha Village and the daimyo. Before Hiruzen and I came, I met a ninja from another village. I don't know if the talisman matches you. Requirements. What? Xia Yan didn't expect that she just asked casually, but she actually had it. He couldn't help but say something different. Come and listen. It's a ninja from a ninja village called Kakuzu. Danzo recalled. Hiruzen and I ran into him on the way here and almost got into a fight, but he said our heads were worthless and left. Xia Yan quickly calculated the timeline in her mind. Obviously, this is quite possibly one of the most bragging things about Kakuzu's life. I was on the eve of a fight with first Hokage. I didn't expect to catch up with this drama. If you think about it right away, can you get a piece of the pie? Senju Hashirama should now be seriously injured, at the end of his life, and the remaining strength is still unknown. Advertisement if he takes advantage of the fisherman, maybe he can really take down the Senju pillar, CBDD. Okay. Such a happy decision. With some planning in mind, Xia Yan looked at Danzo again. My name is Xia Yan, remember? Yeah, I remember. Snake. Lord Xia Yan. Danzo nodded quickly, his attitude becoming more and more respectful. Xia Yan chuckled with satisfaction. Come on, tell me the location of that Kakuzu. After Danzo explained Kakuzu's position to Xia Yan, he left with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Xia Yan started to enjoy her meal today, transform light. Turning the arms of the Chunin, the ape demon, and Sarutobi Danzo into a fragrant dessert, Xia Yan began to feast on it. A few minutes later, finished meal. Xia Yan's ears kept ringing the system prompt. Open black lens bracket yes. Eat chocolate Sarutobi arm, ice cream monkey demon, spicy Tiao Zhang arm, 9 puffs Chunin, and get 140 experience points. Open black lens bracket level up, open black lens bracket acquire skills. Get passive skill, King Kong's indestructible body. Name, Xia Yan. Age, 0 years old, 19 years old, body length, 50 centimeters. Level, 11, 8100 tenths, D, 423, plus 10, defense, 280, plus 8. HT, 280, plus 12, agility, 300, plus 13, immortals, 51 racial skill, return to the city. Skills, no healing mark, level 2, strange power, level 1, wood style cutting technique, level 2, wood style wooden dragon jutsu, level 1, over 1 meter, floating, talking, indestructible King Kong, level 1. Talents, transforming light, swallowing the sky bloodline, snake, growth stage, level 30 advanced. Free attribute points, 30, shout, luck is just average. Xia Yan took a cursory glance. This time, I got 2 new active skills. One is Donzo's C-Class Airsuit, one is the C-Class Fire Style by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are 2 garbage skills. Xia Yan is not even interested in having them appear on the panel. On the contrary, the ape demon provided him with a pretty good technique. King Kong's indestructible body. Although this so-called indestructible body of King Kong is not too strong from the original work. But you know, his original defense is quite amazing. Now that there is this level of increase, it is even more powerful. I don't know what level of defense I have now, and whether I can resist the attack of the shadow class. I have to find an opportunity to test it later. Muttering to himself softly, Xia floated into the air again. Advertisement flies slowly in the direction Danzo pointed. Hours later, Xia Yan is still halfway to where Kakuzu is. Konoha Village is already frying. Sarutobi and Danzo are the people around Senju Tobarama, and their reputation in the village is naturally not low. It is no exaggeration to say that the 2 futures are destined to become big figures in the village. But now, they just made a mission and made themselves so miserable. This made everyone feel a little unbelievable. Is the strength of the enemy so terrifying? Little monkey. Danzo, what's wrong with you guys? Senju Tobarama looked at the 2 subordinates in front of him in shock and was extremely horrified. He never thought of it. All the subordinates who were intact a few hours ago are now disabled. Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed his head in shame. All 10 Chunin under his command were killed. Become disabled. Even the summoning beast and ape demon who just became him not long ago has become the meal of the snake's belly. And they couldn't even hurt the snake's skin. Shame. D. Danzo sighed deeply. Lord Tobarama, let me explain to you. What Danzo and Sarutobi went through outside, no one knows. It is said that the news was forcibly blocked by Senju Tobarama, first Hokage's younger brother. Konoha's ninjas only know. Senju Tobarama left the village alone that day, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to search for most of the day before finally stopping. Subsequently, Konoha issued a black market reward overnight. Reward target. Chase and kill a half-meter-long snake with colorful skin color. Reward amount. 30 million the night the bounty was issued. The exchange of money in the country of fire was fried. 30 million. The most outstanding ninja guards around the fire country daimyo, but it is only this price. There is no doubt that this is a huge sum of money. And Xia Yan didn't know anything about it. He had found Kakuzu overnight, and had been following around 100 meters behind Kakuzu. This distance, neither worry about losing, nor easy to find. So far, all is ready except for the opportunity. Xia Yan has everything ready. As for the upcoming fisherman's benefit, whether it can be eaten, it remains to be seen how serious Senju Hashirama's injury is. Chapter 1. The Sengoku era, Uzumaki Mito. Cough, I'll go. Was it a dream to turn into a snake before? Originally it was cool to be a greedy snake. Xia Yan ate and ate all the way, Jungyin, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself back to his original human appearance. So it's really just a dream? Or is your soul back? By the way, this is the world of Hokage? Looking around, feeling the faint scent of chakra in the air, Xia Yan's ruby-like delicate eyes flashed with anticipation and playfulness. I don't know what era this is, but it doesn't really matter. With his current strength, he doesn't even need to rely on comics to be king in a world like Hokage, which is beyond the reach of starbursts. After all, he is now a star-like existence. God-level teacher system, officially bound. Okay. Unexpectedly, when I traveled to the world of Hokage, the system actually changed another mode. Although Xia Yan thought that he had walked out of his own path and no longer needed the system, he still checked the past curiously. Seeing this, he immediately raised a lot of interest. Advertisement. The God-level teacher system, as the name suggests, is a system for accepting students. Students who train up to the standards required by the system will be rewarded with lottery prizes, which is a fairly simple and lightweight system. However, there are also requirements for the target of apprenticeship. Not all cats and dogs can be his disciples. Requirement 1. Qualification not lower than S level, above cage level. Requirement 2. Age less than 15 years old. With these 2 preconditions, it can be said that the opportunity for most people is directly denied, leaving only a very small number of geniuses who have not yet grown up. Well, Anyway, let's go and see what era this is. I'm not too concerned about the system, I just accept it when I meet it, and it doesn't matter if I don't meet it. Compared to the system accepting apprentices, he now wants to know which era of Hokage he is in and who he will meet. Kill these damn Senju bastards, for the glory of Uchiha. Blood splattered like a spring. In this Sengoku era, the Uzumaki clan is definitely a well-deserved clan. Masters with countless sealing techniques can even seal tailed beasts. They are behemoths that no clan does not want to offend easily. For flowers. Advertisement like today, Uchiha's ninjas are ambushing the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. As if it was a switch, the other Senju clan ninjas also began to retreat. If so, what else is there to say? So, over Uchiha Madara, the elders of the Uchiha clan directly sent a team of elite ninjas, in order to keep the princess of the country of Vortex on the road forever, so that the imagination of Senju's alliance with the Vortex was completely wiped out. Although the talent of the Uzumaki family withered in the late Hokage, it was because the country of the Vortex was destroyed. Laugh, most of the ninjas in the Sengoku era were accustomed to this kind of life, just like clocking in at work, there is no end, and it will stop when they die in battle. This means that Uchiha will completely lose the favor and support of the Uzumaki clan. However, the Uchiha clan attacked them without hesitation, because the Uzumaki clan wanted to marry their old enemies, the Senju clan. The roar of shouting and killing, the roar of ninjutsu, the scorching heat of the bearer, and the tongue of fire licking people's cheeks. Fire-style dragon fire technique. A ninja of the Senju clan was struck by an illusion, and then split in half by the ninja of the Uchiha clan. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Let's hit. At the back of the team, the beautiful young woman looked calm, as if the killing in front of her was not worth mentioning at all. Chapter 2. The Power of the Tailed Beast. This is the young Uzumaki Mito? It seems that I have traveled back to the Sengoku period, and now Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are at most 20 years old. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, looking down at the fiery ninjas playing below, Xia Yan's mouth raised a little mockery. It's so weak, it's like a group of kindergarten children fighting around. At least 3 or 5 flaws, 6, 7, can be seen in a single swing of the sword, and I don't know how to learn it. Is this the elite ninja of the Sengoku era in the perennial war? Is it because there is no time to learn because of the perennial war, so the ninjas' fighting skills are all self-taught on the battlefield? Shaking his head lightly, and no longer paying attention to these ninjas who were playing around, Xia Yan turned his gaze to the red-haired woman who was protected by the ninjas behind. Vortex Mito is a beauty. Excellent blood, good upbringing, and the food that ordinary people can't afford for a lifetime, is a person who is pampered like a princess, and everything is exquisite. Rao is Xia Yan, who is used to seeing beautiful women, and has to admit that although Uzumaki Mito is not the most beautiful he has ever seen, he also has a unique and attractive temperament. After all, she was the woman who could be Nine Tails Jinchuriki in the original book. I just don't know if she controlled Nine Tails by her powerful sealing technique, or influenced Nine Tails like the protagonist Naruto. Advertisement, kill her. As long as you kill her, the alliance between the Senju clan and the country of the Vortex will be over. At this time, the ninjas of Uchiha below had already taken care of Senju and Uzumaki's guards, and were staring at Uzumaki Mito. It has to be said that Pink Eye's combat effectiveness is indeed strong, and 1v2 or even 1v3 among the same level is not difficult. Unsurprisingly, Uzumaki Mito is no match for them at all. However, in the face of a group of menacing pink-eyed elite ninjas, Uzumaki Mito, the weak woman, did not have the slightest fear or panic. Should I help her? Tailed Beast Code. 3.3 should die. It's a tailed beast. How is this possible? This woman actually got the power of a tailed beast. But there is a difference between a tailed beast and a tailed beast. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Beauties can always enjoy privileges, this is their capital. Startled by the evil aura that Uzumaki Mito erupted, Uchiha's ninjas had horrified looks on their faces. Advertisement. The corners of Xia Yan's mouth were slightly raised, and she raised her hand to help her. Vortex Mito's red lips parted lightly, and the name of Nine Tails was whispered in his mouth. But, unexpectedly abrupt. Immediately, a blood-red violent chakra poured out of Uzumaki Mito's body, and quickly turned into a chakra coat. Kurama. It has to be said that Cheat, which belongs to the protagonist, is inherently stronger than other tailed beasts of the same level. Or the tailed beast chakra coat. Even with the extremely simple means of the tailed beast coat, the combined power of 1 tail to 8 tails is not necessarily comparable to 9 tails. They never thought that the woman they thought was the camp in the urn actually mastered a terrifying power that they could never touch in their entire lives. Wrapping itself with the chakra energy of the tailed beast greatly increases its strength, defense, speed and vitality. This is the basic method that all tailed beasts will use. Before Xia Yan shot, Uzumaki Mito shot himself. Chapter 3. Who are you? In the eyes of most people, Uzumaki Mito is a kind and gentle woman. After all, she was first Hokage's wife in the original book, and she also solved Uzumaki Kushina, who was in a confused period of life. But if you think about it, you know that a woman who lived from the Sengoku era to sleep in her hands and once controlled the power of the tailed beast must not be ordinary. Roar. Uzumaki Mito, who was wearing the coat of a tailed beast, let out a terrifying roar, spewing out a huge energy shock like a laser cannon, and blasted towards the Uchiha ninjas ahead. The earth was completely blasted, leaving a deep pit that was at least 10 meters wide and hundreds of meters long. The terrifying tail beast energy cannon completely devoured Uchiha's Ninja 21. Damn. Run. Tailed beast bomb. How can a woman unleash this level of attack? Be sure to defend. Earth-style earth flow wall. Not knowing that this was just a simple tail beast cannon, the ninjas in Uchiha thought it was the full power of the tail beast. Terrified, they either use the body replacement technique to escape, or use earth-style ninjutsu to create a defensive wall to try to protect themselves, just to save a life. But unfortunately, this is the power of the tail beast. Advertisement. Even the most common tailed beast code is not something that a mere group of ordinary jonin can handle. In the original Hokage novel, Naruto can even hurt Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who are far more powerful than jonin when they run wild. How exaggerated the power of the tailed beast is, this shows a Madara. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion resounded through the clouds. A large amount of smoke rising up blocked people's sight, and the ground shook like an earthquake. After a long time, the smoke dissipated. The red dress on her body was somewhat tattered, revealing a little snow-white beautiful woman, panting slightly, standing on the spot. Her forehead was covered with fine sweat. Using the power of the seal to forcibly control the tailed beast, if it weren't for the fact that she has the extremely pure Uzumaki bloodline, I am afraid that her vitality will be drained in one fell swoop. Of course, the effect is also very significant. Within 100 meters of the road in front of Uzumaki Mito, all existence has disappeared, and it has disappeared under the power of the tail beast cannon. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito tidied up his tattered clothes a little bit, and Uzumaki Mito raised his feet and prepared to continue on his way. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The sound of something falling on the ground was very obvious in this open environment. Advertisement. The ninjas of Uchiha, who were still in Kamui just now, were smashed to pieces like this, and they didn't even leave a last word. Who are you? But she had to admit that the moment she saw this man, she was uncontrollably addicted for a few seconds. Seemingly realizing that his gaze was too aggressive, Uzumaki Mito lowered his head slightly, covered his legs with red, and asked softly. Uzumaki Mito's beautiful eyes were full of apology. Noble, delicate, and perfect, it is not like a mortal artifact, just like a perfect handicraft crafted by the gods, just standing there quietly makes her feel like a quiet time. Sighing softly, a firm look appeared in Uzumaki Mito's eyes. Feel sorry. She has no extra time to waste on sentimentality, and then she must go to the Senju clan by herself to complete the marriage between the country of Vortex and Senju. She couldn't save her subordinates and the group of ninjas from the Senju clan. After all, she couldn't control the power of the tailed beast, and the first shot was a large-scale attack that could not distinguish between the enemy and the enemy. 683. Uzumaki Mito was slightly startled, then turned his head to look subconsciously. Goo. In the girl's eyes, there was a figure with a high temperament. To be honest, Uzumaki Mito believes that he is not a face control, and he appreciates the connotation and responsibility of men more. Chapter 4. Can you use the power of 9 tails? A good woman will attract a man, so insulting words like goddess and dog were born. Likewise, good men attract women. Although with Uzumaki Mito's upbringing, no matter how good a man is, it is impossible for her to do each other's dog licking, but she is still deeply attracted by Xia Yan. This is normal, compared to the somewhat raunchy ninjas of this period. If the full score of appearance is 100, then they are at most 7 or 80. And Xia Yan, with at least 300 points over the full score. Not at one level at all. Who are you? Seeing that Xia Yan didn't seem to pay attention to what he meant, Uzumaki Mito asked again. It's just that this time she has a lot of vigilant emotions in her eyes. In the end, she is the princess of the country of Vortex who was carefully cultivated, a woman who has lived with the most evil-tailed beast since she was a child. Even if she was attracted by Xia Yan's appearance, it was only temporary. It was a human biological instinct. After the instinct is over, she who can think calmly will naturally be vigilant. This is the chaotic era of Sengoku of ninjas, an era when power and power are respected, and it is very chaotic. Advertisement. And in this chaotic environment, a man whose clothes were not stained or messy and was countless times nobler than the nobles suddenly appeared. No matter how you looked at it, it was very strange. My name is Xia Yan. Looking directly at Uzumaki Mito, Xia Yan smiled and spoke very gently. But Uzumaki Mito felt goosebumps all over his body, which is the instinctive fear of life when he perceives the strong. Boom. Chakra, which belongs to the tailed beast, erupted from Uzumaki Mito's body without reservation. If the strength of the tailed beast chakra when dealing with the group of Uchiha ninjas just now was 1, it is now at least 20, the gap can be described as heaven and earth. Is Uzumaki Mito going to be the enemy of a stranger like Mo Yan? With full control of channeling his tailed beast chakra to Uzumaki Mito, 9 Tails roared like crazy. Get rid of him as soon as possible, although I don't know if this guy wants to attack you, but first. If you don't do your best, you will die miserably. A crisp sound interrupted 9 Tails' roar, otherwise, you will die. Advertisement. And that crisp sound was made by Xia Yan's palm hitting Uzumaki Mito's neck. Spin. Wang Qianhao. Vortex Mito's pretty face showed a trace of sadness. He closed his eyes uncontrollably and lost consciousness. Xia Yan smiled gently, raised her hand and gently moved, and hugged the girl's soft and boneless body in her arms. But 9 Tails clearly felt a deadly threat from Xia Yan. Smelling the good smell on the girl's body, a faint light appeared in Xia Yan's eyes. Nine Tails, no, Kurama, would you like to come out and meet me? Inside Uzumaki Mito, the hill-like Nine Tails widened his eyes like wheels, his eyes filled with horror and panic. Uzumaki Mito, you damn woman really hurt the old man. Oh, you can't let you use the power of the tailed beast casually, although it won't hurt me at all, it will hurt yourself. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It stands to reason that the tailed beast is not a living body. Even if it is killed, it will be resurrected within a few years, so there is no need to worry about its own life. No, just because of one sentence, Nine Tails felt the terror of Xia Yan, so they took the initiative to release their power. Snapped. Under the astonished gaze of Nine Tails, Xia Yan, who was still in front of him, suddenly appeared behind Uzumaki Mito out of thin air. Chapter 5. The horror of Nine Tails' strong action uses the power of the tailed beast, and when it loses control, it will only hurt others and hurt itself. This is what Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist of the original novel, has personally experienced. Therefore, in order to prevent Uzumaki Mito from getting hurt, Xia Yan decided to stun her directly and have a good talk with Nine Tails. After all, Uzumaki Mito is a target who meets the system's S-class apprenticeship standards, and it would be a pity if he missed it like this. Even if Xia Yan didn't really need the ability obtained from the system for a long time, it was too low level. But maybe he will get some conceptual abilities that can enhance his strength, such as instant death, it's really hard to say. The suction like a black hole erupted from Uzumaki Mito, and Xia Yan's consciousness was directly sucked into it. In less than a second, when she opened her eyes again, Xia Yan found herself in a dark and damp space. Xia Yan remembers that this is the place where the tailed beast is sealed, and it doesn't seem to be much different from Naruto's in the original book. Roar. A low roar sounded suddenly, and the shocked person's ears hurt. Okay. Xia Yan squinted slightly and turned to look behind. The huge fox head was only about 4 or 5 meters away from him, and even every hair was clearly visible. Advertisement: if an ordinary ninja saw this scene, I am afraid that he would be stunned on the spot. But for Xia Yan, it's not a big deal. After all, he had even blown up the planet, and even if Nine Tails' size was enlarged 10,000 times, it would still be no different from a plush toy in front of him. Boy, at this moment, Nine Tails finally spoke up. Staring at Xia Yan with eyes as big as wheels, Nine Tails' humanized expression is extremely solemn. Who are you? Even if your power is not inferior to that of Six Paths, you shouldn't exist in this world at all. Superior. How smart are you? Xia Yan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Nine Tails would be able to notice the strangeness in him for the first time. But this is also normal. The origin of the Hokage world is the Sage of Six Paths family. As a pet created by Sage of Six Paths, Nine Tails naturally understands where the limit of the ninja world, CBDD, is. Therefore, the strength of Xia Yan, who is not weaker than Six Paths, may even surpass the opponent's, seems very strange. This guy is either from another world, or is a relative of the Six Paths master, not to be underestimated. Nine Tails muttered in his heart, and the look in Xia Yan's eyes became more and more bad. As the strongest tailed beast, he still knows some secrets, such as what terrifying power the surname Otsutsuki represents. Advertisement: it is no exaggeration to say that the ninjas of the entire ninja world add up, and I am afraid that not enough Otsutsuki's strong men can be beaten with one hand. So Nine Tails subconsciously said softly, can you talk about your purpose? A strong man named Mo Yan. Purpose? Simple. Xia Yan touched her chin and smiled, I want to accept this child named Mito as my apprentice. Huh? Nine Tails stared at the boss. It thought it had heard it wrong. Apprentice. You heard right, it's just accepting apprentices, it's that simple. The gentle smile on Xia Yan's face seemed convincing. Then he looked up and looked at Nine Tails, and asked back, what else can I do? Bully girls? Forehead. The corner of Nine Tails' mouth twitched. If he could, he certainly didn't want Xia Yan to be a B******D who likes to bully girls. After all, Uzumaki Mito is now its Jinchuriki, and is closely related to it. Chapter 6. Taking apprentices. Well. The girl's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes a little confused and overwhelmed. Her memory is still stuck in the time when her master had a powerful power and the power broke out of the tailed beast chakra. After that, what happened? By the way, that handsome man who is not sure if he is the enemy. I don't know why, but Uzumaki Mito subconsciously put a handsome label on Xia Yan. The girl's palm exerted strength, stood up suddenly, and looked at the surroundings with a solemn expression. As a result, at a glance, he saw the man standing not far away, like the stars in the sky. Cough, Uzumaki Mito let out a little admiration uncontrollably. Even if it may be an enemy, she has to admit that this man's appearance is really superior, as if he was favored by God. However, she quickly calmed down and asked cautiously, why do you want to be a star? Uzumaki Mito. Advertisement: a voice interrupted Uzumaki Mito's questioning. Whirlpool Mito's beautiful eyes widened, her eyes were a little confused, she looked around, trying to see who was calling her, but she didn't see anyone. At this, Xia Yan felt helpless, raised her finger and pointed to her heart. What are you doing? Thinking that Xia Yan saw this when she wanted to be a rogue, the little princess who was pampered in the Sengoku era, her face immediately flushed. Xia Yan rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, I mean, the person who called you is inside you, silly girl. Oh. No. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Only then did Uzumaki Mido remember who the voice belonged to. The pretty little girl's face was flushed red, as if she was drunk, and she quickly immersed herself in her body. 9 Tails? In the dark and cold space that was still cold and damp, Uzumaki Mido looked at 9 Tails curiously, not knowing what this vicious-tailed beast who had always treated her very badly wanted to do. 9 Tails did not speak directly, but stared at Uzumaki Mido with complicated eyes. After dozens of seconds, Uzumaki Mido finally couldn't help it and asked curiously, what are you looking at? Am I weird? HMPH, the old man didn't see anything. Tsunere snorted coldly, and 9 Tails muttered in a low voice, it's nothing special, why can you be apprenticed by such a strong person? Advertisement. For flowers. But after all, it is his own Jinchuriki, a close relationship with himself that is both prosperous and detrimental, 9 Tails continued. What I will say next, think about it for yourself. After a few minutes, Uzumaki Mido's absent-minded eyes returned to normal. Xia Yan knew that she had finished communicating with 9 Tails. How? Xia Yan asked with a chuckle. Well, it feels a little weird. Uzumaki Mido shook his head, and the big watery eyes were still full of confusion. To be honest, she now hates the whole person. In less than 10 minutes, she experienced the siege of Uchiha, the riot of the tailed beast, and the suppression of the mysterious person Xia Yan. According to 9 Tails' words, this mysterious man with terrifying strength even accepts her as his apprentice. Ordinary people may not encounter as many things in their lifetime as she does today. But, take apprentices. Thinking of the awe and fear of Xia Yan in the words of 9 Tails, Uzumaki Mido unconsciously glanced at Xia Yan secretly, and his heart was full of thoughts. She is weighing the pros and cons. Big, Chapter 7. Things to teach Uzumaki Mido. Uzumaki Mido is the princess of the country of Vortex. She has become the container for the seal of 9 Tails at a young age. Of course, she is not stupid. In the original book, she may have really had a genuine love affair with Senju Hashirama. But now, she is marrying Senju Hashirama for profit and marriage, for the better of Uzumaki to survive in this chaotic Sengoku era. Now, another opportunity has come. How strong is the person who even 9 Tails fears and awes? I'm afraid even Senju Hashirama may not be able to compare? Senju Hashirama in the period of 683 was only in his 20s, and he was not the big man known as the god of the ninja world. Vortex Mido such a comparison, naturally easy to draw the pros and cons between the two. And Uzumaki Mido gave Xia Yan a sneak peek. It has to be said that in any world, good-looking people are always more likely to gain the favor of others. After all, the so-called first impression is nothing more than looking at the face, body, and temperament. And Xia Yan undoubtedly has the most perfect skin in the whole ninja world, like a finely crafted handicraft collected by the gods, flawless. Gollum, advertisement Vortex Mido swallowed involuntarily. She is not really a nympho, but after seeing Xia Yan's face for a long time, she is still moved. This is really normal. Compared with the rough ninjas of the Sengoku era, Xia Yan's appearance is not an exaggeration even if it is a dimensionality reduction blow. So, the girl raised her face with light makeup and asked Xia Yan softly, what can you teach me? Nice question. Xia Yan's eyes showed a look of surprise and admiration. When they meet an apprentice who has determined their strength, most people are afraid, or they are ecstatic. And Uzumaki Mido was able to ask the key question right away, what can you teach me? Maybe it sounds ridiculous, a terrifying powerhouse wants to be your teacher, and you ask people what they can teach you, don't you just learn what they teach you? In fact, of course not. A good teacher is very important. If you are good at illusion, but your teacher insists on teaching you physical art, your achievements may be greatly reduced. Speaking of which, what can I teach her? Directly interrupting Xia Yan's words, Uzumaki Mido shouted in fear. Although I can't believe it, but if what you say is true, the whole ninja world will go crazy because of this, even if I can only learn one of them, I am satisfied. Then looking at Uzumaki Mido's belly, Xia Yan chuckled. Then let's start directly, let you perfectly control the power of 9 Tails. To be honest, after completing this step, you are at least the top powerhouse in the second echelon of the ninja world, already. Not bad, Xia Yan praised without hesitation, advertisement. The attitude is quite sincere and can't pick out a single fault. Uzumaki Mido's eyes widened, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Naturally, Xia Yan noticed Uzumaki Mido's thoughts, and the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, and she continued. If you think these are not enough, I can teach you some more things. If you think it is okay, we will start immediately after you apprentice. A secret technique with dozens of times the strength? Xia Yan thought for a few seconds, and then said, the perfect way to control the tailed beast is a taijutsu skill that allows you to become the top powerhouse in the ninja world just by relying on your flesh, and you can explode 8 inner gates that instantly increases your strength dozens of times. These things, I am afraid that any one of them will make the whole ninja world go crazy, but Xia Yan said it in such an understatement? Only relying on taijutsu to become the top powerhouse in the ninja world. No, enough, quite enough. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This made Uzumaki Mido have to have an illusion. Could Xia Yan be deceiving herself because of her young age? Cough okay. Perfect control of tailed beasts. Vortex Mido did not hesitate, bent his knees, and knelt directly in front of Xia Yan. Unexpectedly, this little girl is so satisfied, Xia Yan pouted and said, then 3.3, hurry up to apprentice, there is still a sense of ritual. Yes. Chapter 8. Rewards for Apprentices, Movies for Nine Tails. Open black lens bracket ah. At the same moment when Uzumaki Mito knelt down, a system prompt sounded beside Xia Yan's ear. Apprentice. Uzumaki Mito. Open black lens bracket obtaining, the Encyclopedia of Ninja World Sealing Technique, for Uzumaki Mito only, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket obtain the blood of the Uzumaki clan, Sage Body, and Kagura Heart close black lens bracket. Obtain, Uzumaki clan blood purification potion, for Uzumaki Mito. After accepting the apprentice, there is no tail beast control method and body forging method as mentioned by Xia Yan. Obviously, the apprenticeship rewards and training props were given according to the apprenticeship goal, and what Xia Yan promised would be taught by Uzumaki Mito himself. The first step is to control the tail beast, hiss. 21 invisible momentum emerged from Xia Yan. Uzumaki Mito unconsciously took a few steps back, his pretty face full of astonishment. Especially when she saw Xia Yan turn into the eyes of Rinnegan and Tensagen, her heart was beating even more. Uzumaki Mito didn't know the existence of Rinnegan and Tensagen, but that didn't prevent her from seeing how noble and terrifying these two eyes were. That is like the real pupil power, it simply crushes the so-called Sharingan thousands of times. Worth it. Advertisement at this moment, even if he didn't get any benefit, Uzumaki Mito knew that his apprenticeship would definitely make a lot of money. Although he lost a powerful husband, this teacher is enough to shelter the country of Vortex, which is a blessing in disguise. Of course, how could Xia Yan fail her first little apprentice? The moment Rinnegan and Tensagen were turned on, Xia Yan's spiritual power once again came to the place where Nine Tails was sealed in Uzumaki Mito's body. This pair of eyes. The old man's eyes, what's the other one? In the end, it was the strongest one among the tailed beasts. Nine Tails recognized Rinnegan at a glance, and naturally knew how terrifying the power contained in these seemingly strange eyes. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the divine power that can create and destroy the world. As for the other Tensagen, Nine Tails doesn't know either. But this does not prevent it from seeing the strength and terror of Tensagen. That is not weaker than Rinnegan's terrifying pupil power. Just taking a peek at it, it feels like his head is about to be split in half, it's so terrifying. Kurama. Xia Yan whispered the name of Nine Tails. Yes. Your lord. Nine Tails subconsciously straightened his fox waist, just like military training, he didn't dare to move at all, he didn't even dare to blink. Without any hesitation, Nine Tails nodded his head. Nine Tails slowly lowered its huge head, looking at Xia Yan with more horror and awe. Advertisement. This guy is so terrifying. After a long time, the movie stopped. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Xia Yan nodded with satisfaction and said, from today, give all your power to Uzumaki Mito, understand? Good attitude. Don't dare. Starbursts with bare hands, planets explode, and the mighty power that does not belong to mortals shocked its beast view, which is a scene it has never seen before. Clear. Xia Yan smiled playfully and asked, really? You're not fighting for Yang and Yin? Xia Yan also believes this, but the so-called changeable heart is not a joke. So, Xia Yan used her pupil power to connect Nine Tails' eyes. Xia Yan commanded softly, and then played one of the things she once did in front of Nine Tails like a movie. The boss of Nine Tails stared blankly at everything in front of him. Don't resist. In human history, I don't know how many stories of those in power who were betrayed by their hearts, let alone only a mere subordinate, so they had to guard against it. Nine Tails hurriedly shook his head in denial. It really didn't dare to disobey Xia Yan's order now. Chapter 9. Are you ready to suffer? Intimidating people is always the best warning to a dishonest subordinate, especially letting the other party see the destruction of a planet with his own eyes. Although for the real powerhouse, Starburst is only the most basic small means. But for the world of Hokage, where most of the strong people can't even escape from the planet, this is already a terrible disaster comparable to the end of the world. Outside world. Uzumaki Mito only felt that he was being looked at by Xia Yan, and a warm current emerged from his body. I am. A strange look appeared on the girl's face, and she was about to check her state when a larger chakra burst out again. Buzz. The violent aura belonging to the strong emerged from Uzumaki Mito, causing the surrounding earth to shake and crack. The blood-colored chakra lingered around her body, forming a real energy like Dochi. To be honest, the current Uzumaki Mito is a bit like a Super Saiyan. And although Uzumaki Mito doesn't know Super Saiyan, she clearly feels the improvement of her strength. Advertisement 10 times? No, at least 100 times. Vortex Mito experienced the power of the tailed beast for the first time in her 20-year life. It was completely incomparable with the power brought by her forcibly controlling the tailed beast before. It was simply the difference between heaven and earth. No wonder the perfect tailed beast, Jinchuriki, can't be found in the whole ninja world. This kind of power is controlled by humans, and it is estimated that it can easily destroy a family. Sighing softly, Uzumaki Mito inevitably had worship and a trace of faith in Xia Yan in his heart. Just like people believe in God. In this Sengoku era, even the famous Uchiha and Senju have not been able to master the power of the perfect tailed beast. But Xia Yan just glanced at her casually and let her get this power. Isn't this what God is? Good strength. From today you will not be short of chakra, and the strength is barely able to rank in the first echelon of the ninja world, although it is still not comparable to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Consciousness escaped from the space that sealed Nine Tails, feeling the energy fluctuations in Uzumaki Mito's body, and a satisfied smile appeared on Xia Yan's face. Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up, his figure flashed before Xia Yan, he raised his hand to embrace his arm, and said kindly, Master, thank you. Well, the mouth is sweet, the body is also very fragrant. Advertisement. Feeling the girl's soft and boneless body, Xia Yan was even more satisfied. Just like the difference between a daughter and a son, female apprentices are indeed more cheerful than male apprentices. However, Xia Yan is not a little boy who will be confused by Wenro Township. Since he has accepted an apprentice, he has to be responsible for the other party. Thinking of this, Xia Yan looked down at Uzumaki Mito, who was almost jumping in his arms, and smiled lightly. Are you ready to suffer? Suffer? The tender body trembled. As the princess who was pampered in the country of Vortex, Uzumaki Mito inevitably had some fear of this word. But in just an instant, she was freed from this emotion. I understand. Gathering up the courage to look directly into Xia Yan's eyes, Uzumaki Mito said solemnly. For the sake of the kingdom of Vortex, Wang Qianhao is just suffering, not worth mentioning at all. Okay, good insight. A flash of admiration flashed in his eyes, and Xia Yan's face suddenly became stern. Then let's get started. As Xia Yan's voice fell, a majestic gravity that was indescribable fell from the sky. For Uzumaki Mito, this gravity was as if the sky had collapsed and it was pressing down on him. It slapped her whole body on the ground, and the bones in her body rattled. Chapter 10. Physical training that is scarier than death. What are the characteristics of a real strong man? First, the indestructible body. This way your enemies cannot destroy your body. Second, the immortal soul and spirit. This way you won't capsize in the gutter and be killed by enemies with special abilities. As for the higher level, even Xia Yan, who has transcended the constraints of the planet, has not touched it, and this is the only thing he can teach Uzumaki Mito. The first is the indestructible body. Although it may seem strange to exercise a weak girl's body to be indestructible, Xia Yan is convinced that this is the absolute most correct method. The simplest example, why does the protagonist of the Hot 683 Blood series always fight back? Life is tough. When someone hits you one punch, you lose 1/10 blood, and when you punch you, he loses 1/5. This is the advantage of blood volume in defense. Common name. Meet. Crack. Kick. Under the pressure of the gravity released by Tensagen's pupil power, the earth cracked open inch by inch, forming a spider web-shaped terrifying crack. Advertisement. What? Uzumaki Mito cried out miserably. She felt that her whole body was about to be crushed into a cake, and the bones in her body were crushed and broken, causing severe pain. Xia Yan also knew that these pains were too much for a weak girl. CBDD. So the pupil power in Rinnegan turned into life force and quickly merged into Uzumaki Mito's body. For ordinary people, this is really stupid. Consuming one's precious life force to treat a woman is simply licking a dog. But for Xia Yan, this is just a little thing. Back in the pirate world, he gained endless vitality through op fruit. Unless there is an enemy who can crush him and kill him instantly, the vitality in his body can be said to be endless, and it will never be used up. Just give Uzumaki Mito a little bit, it's not even a drop in the bucket, it's completely trivial. Crack. Kick. As Xia Yan's life force entered Vortex Mito's body, the broken bones began to be repaired continuously. But in the next second, the newly repaired bone was crushed by Xia Yan's gravity again, and Uzumaki Mito also let out an even more shrill scream. It makes sense to learn to be beaten first in a fight. Advertisement. Broken muscles and bones will become stronger and more durable after recovery, which is the so-called defense improvement. Of course, the premise is that you have to have a recuperation method that guarantees no sequelae. Otherwise, if the physical training is abolished, the strength will not only not be enhanced, but will be weakened infinitely. A long time. Uzumaki Mito's voice was hoarse, his whole body was dripping with sweat, and his whole body was covered in blood, as if he had been fished out of blood. In just over half an hour just now, her body was destroyed at least 100 times, and returned to its original state 100 times. Uzumaki Mito even felt that even if she really died now, she would not have the slightest fear. Not bad. Xia Yan nodded with satisfaction. Uzumaki Mito's character is much more determined than he expected. No wonder the original book can suppress 9 tails for many years and enlighten Kushina. The hero of the female middle school, teacher, Uzumaki Mito reluctantly opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. This is scarier than death. Haha, death is not really scary. Even if you really die, I can still bring you back to life. Xia Yan laughed twice, and there was a hint of hesitation in her eyes, but she continued. The first step is complete, you can feel how much your body has changed, and then let's go to the second step. 12 Ma Chapter 10. Physical training that is scarier than death. What are the characteristics of a real strong man? First, the indestructible body. This way your enemies cannot destroy your body. Second, the immortal soul and spirit. This way you won't capsize in the gutter and be killed by enemies with special abilities. As for the higher level, even Xia Yan, who has transcended the constraints of the planet, has not touched it, and this is the only thing he can teach Uzumaki Mito. The first is the indestructible body. Although it may seem strange to exercise a weak girl's body to be indestructible, Xia Yan is convinced that this is the absolute most correct method. The simplest example: why does the protagonist of the Hot 683 Blood series always fight back? Life is tough. When someone hits you one punch, you lose 1/10 blood, and when you punch you, he loses 1/5. This is the advantage of blood volume in defense. Common name: meet, crack, kick. Under the pressure of the gravity released by Tensagen's pupil power, the earth cracked open inch by inch, forming a spider web-shaped terrifying crack. Advertisement: what? Uzumaki Mito cried out miserably. She felt that her whole body was about to be crushed into a cake, and the bones in her body were crushed and broken, causing severe pain. Xia Yan also knew that these pains were too much for a weak girl. CBDD, so the pupil power in Rinnegan turned into life force and quickly merged into Uzumaki Mito's body. For ordinary people, this is really stupid. Consuming one's precious life force to treat a woman is simply licking a dog. But for Xia Yan, this is just a little thing. Back in the pirate world, he gained endless vitality through op fruit. Unless there is an enemy who can crush him and kill him instantly, the vitality in his body can be said to be endless, and it will never be used up. Just give Uzumaki Mito a little bit, it's not even a drop in the bucket, it's completely trivial. Crack. Kick. As Xia Yan's life force entered Vortex Mito's body, the broken bones began to be repaired continuously. But in the next second, the newly repaired bone was crushed by Xia Yan's gravity again, and Uzumaki Mito also let out an even more shrill scream. It makes sense to learn to be beaten first in a fight. Advertisement: broken muscles and bones will become stronger and more durable after recovery, which is the so-called defense improvement. Of course, the premise is that you have to have a recuperation method that guarantees no sequelae. Otherwise, if the physical training is abolished, the strength will not only not be enhanced, but will be weakened infinitely. A long time. Uzumaki Mito's voice was hoarse, his whole body was dripping with sweat, and his whole body was covered in blood, as if he had been fished out of blood. In just over half an hour just now, her body was destroyed at least 100 times, and returned to its original state 100 times. Uzumaki Mito even felt that even if she really died now, she would not have the slightest fear. Not bad. Xia Yan nodded with satisfaction. Uzumaki Mito's character is much more determined than he expected. No wonder the original book can suppress 9 tales for many years and enlighten Kushina. The hero of the female middle school, teacher. Uzumaki Mito reluctantly opened his eyes and smiled bitterly. This is scarier than death. Haha, death is not really scary. Even if you really die, I can still bring you back to life. Xia Yan laughed twice, and there was a hint of hesitation in her eyes, but she continued. The first step is complete, you can feel how much your body has changed, and then let's go to the second step. Chapter 11. Ultra Cage Level. The second step. In Xia Yan's mouth shocked Uzumaki Mito. She thought she was going to go through the pain just now. As a result, Xia Yan did not do anything terrible to her this time, but instead handed her a bottle of potion and a scroll. What is this? Uzumaki Mito asked curiously. This is the Bloodline Evolution Potion, which can evolve your Uzumaki bloodline, raise your bloodline to the level of Sage Body, and all the functions of your body will undergo earth-shaking changes. Xia Yan first explained the role of the medicine. What? So powerful? Vortex Mito widened his eyes in shock, staring blankly at the unremarkable potion that Xia Yan received. As the princess of the country of Vortex, of course she has heard of the existence of immortals. Legend has it that Sage Body can have the majestic chakra like the sea, as well as powerful strength, speed and defense, and even easily learn the magic that only exists in the legend. Uzumaki Mito never imagined that he would one day acquire such a physique that only exists in legends. Under the shocked gaze of Uzumaki Mito, Xia Yan continued. As for this scroll, it is a bonus. It has all the sealing techniques of the ninja world. I think you will be interested. Seal? Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up again. The innate abilities of the Vortex clan are far less than that of the Uchiha clan, and their physique is much worse than that of the Senju clan, and the reason why they were able to have a power in this chaotic Sengoku era is because they are good at sealing. Advertisement: store things to seal. Capture prisoners to be sealed. For the tailed beast, it is necessary to constantly seal it firmly to prevent it from escaping. Because of the existence of the sealing technique, even the arrogant Uchiha clan should treat the Uzumaki clan with courtesy. After all, there is only one Uchiha clan who can control the tailed beast with Mangekyo Sharingan. In particular, the sealing technique is different from the blood medicine. It is not used up by one person, but it can be passed down to the family for hundreds of thousands of years. Thank you, teacher. Uzumaki Mito thanked sincerely, and then took the 2 props from Xia Yan's hand. Medicine. Just drink it directly. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but groan comfortably, and then realized that it was not good for a girl to make such a sound, and her pretty face immediately turned red. For flowers, Uzumaki Mito respectfully agreed, and then raised his head to reveal a beautiful swan-like white and slender neck. Gudu. He drank the blood potion. And Xia Yan's ear finally sounded the system prompt again. Advertisement: because of so many benefits in a short period of time, Uzumaki Mito was quite convinced by Xia Yan, so he immediately absorbed it wholeheartedly. Yes. Knowing that Uzumaki Mito hadn't seen these things, Xia Yan commanded softly. After drinking, feel the changes in your body, and then see if you want to learn seal art, or whether you want to improve your spiritual power first. Well, Xia Yan shouted coldly, Stay calm, feel the transformation and evolution of this power on your body, and absorb as much energy as possible. The moment the blood medicine entered his abdomen, Uzumaki Mito felt his heart beat violently. His teacher. With the absorption and evolution of the blood energy, Uzumaki Mito's aura directly jumped in 3 steps, and even generated substantial attack power, causing the surrounding ground to crack continuously. Student Uzumaki Mito's strength reaches Super Cage level, and host gets a lottery as a reward. Big. Boom. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Buzz. 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 Then a warm current emerged from her body and melted into her limbs. Chapter 12. The Light of the Sun, Blast the Sun. Normally, there are no cage level, super cage level and other levels in the ninja world. There is a strength gap between Jonin and Yin, but the size of this gap should be specific to the individual. After all, there are Jonins like Tsunade and Jiraiya, and there are also shadows like 4th Kazekage who died at the hands of Orochimaru. But the system has its own evaluation criteria. The General Master has a special Jonin with a secret technique to be considered a strong one. Jonin is the elite in each village, and the basic, 683 books, are the mainstay. Elite Jonin is the elite of Jonin. Most of them can master an S-level forbidden technique, and can basically serve as the commander and person in charge of a small-scale war. Quan Ying and Ying are the real high-level people of the village, and sometimes they can even decide the outcome of a war. As for the higher-level super shadows, if it is in the era of the plot decades later, all of them are monsters at the level of bosses and bosses. Uzumaki Mito is such a level today. After experiencing a broken clavicle, evolution of her bloodline, and perfect control of the power of the tailed beast, she is already an unquestionable super cage level powerhouse. Even in this war-torn Sengoku era, she is an extremely rare strong person today, and few people can surpass her in strength. Seeing that Uzumaki Mito couldn't wake up for a while, Xia Yan simply turned on his own system. Advertisement, use the lottery chance, Xia Yan said casually. Now for him, the systematic lottery has been difficult to improve his strength, unless he draws something like Saiyan blood. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Obtain the Light of the Sun engine, which has automatically transformed the divine body. As the system's prompt sound fell, a whole new energy suddenly appeared in Xia Yan's body. This energy is completely different from the energy of Xia Yan's previous master, both gentle and violent, with a hot air like the sun. His body was shrouded in a golden light, and terrifying energy was released around him. If you look at it seriously, the ground beneath Xia Yan's feet has even begun to melt, while the temperature around him has hardly changed. Who, the Light of the Sun, the goddess of the super god? Taking a long breath, Xia Yan slowly opened her eyes, feeling inexplicably emotional. p. 3.3. Feeling the terrifying power in his body that seemed to blow up a mountain with one punch, Uzumaki Mito looked at Xia Yan eagerly. Master, do you have anything else to teach me? Uzumaki Mito groaned suddenly and opened his eyes. Advertisement of course, the premise is that after the sun is detonated, Xia Yan can withstand the consequences. Ninja world is the same. Of course. Xia Yan nodded, and the smile on her face became a little evil. I will teach you the last secret technique. 8 inner gates, and then I will take you to the Senju family to break off the marriage. Therefore, just listen to the bombing of the sun or something, Xia Yan can't really do such a thing. It is no exaggeration to say that with the light of the sun, although Xia Yan's strength did not increase too much, his attack power at least increased by thousands of times. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It was said before that it would be difficult for him to improve his ability with the things drawn in the lottery, but now it seems that he is too big. You must know that although they are all concepts of planet, the gap between the explosion of the Earth and the explosion of the sun is absolutely outrageous. For example, if the sun in the pirate world is detonated, the entire pirate world will be destroyed. Master. The light of his sun can drive stellar technology, can manipulate stellar energy to attack the enemy, and can detonate the sun with all his strength. The sunlight he drew was similar to the one from the super seminary, but there were some differences. Even Xia Yan himself didn't dare to say that after detonating the sun, he could still survive normally. Chapter 13. 6 Paths Level Output. Who invented the 8 Inner Gates formation in the ninja world? Xia Yan's previous life has always been different. According to Mo Yan's own guess, it should be invented by Might Dai. After all, if second Hokage Senju Tobarama invented this secret art, Might wouldn't be eligible to learn this kind of genin. Konoha is even less likely to let such a powerful secret technique go to waste, which is completely unreasonable. Therefore, the secret art of 8 Inner Gates formation that Xia Yan took out was undoubtedly the first time in this ninja world. What a powerful secret technique. Reading the arcane scroll 21 given to her by Xia Yan, Uzumaki Mito's beautiful-eyed boss. She is the princess of the country of Vortex. She has seen countless powerful ninjas and powerful secret techniques, and her vision is quite broad. But even so, she had never seen such a powerful secret technique. Is this really something a ninja can control? Try it? As if seeing what Uzumaki Mito was thinking, Xia Yan chuckled lightly. Now that you have activated the physical qualities of the Uzumaki clan's sage body, as long as you are familiar with the use of 8 inner gates, you should be able to use it immediately. Advertisement, Let me try. Uzumaki Mito was a little eager to try, and his pretty face was full of anticipation. She already knew that her current strength was considered a top powerhouse in the ninja world, and because of this, she wanted to know how strong she was in the 8 inner gates state. Om. The violent chakra emerged from Uzumaki Mito's body, and a pale green real energy lingered around the girl. Uzumaki Mito's momentum also began to rise steadily, heading towards the realm that the ninjas had not reached. That is the domain called the 6 paths level. Teacher, Uzumaki Mito suddenly asked, I should have no problem opening the 7th gate, right? No, Xia Yan shook her head with a smile, and said, even if you open the 8th gate and endanger your life, I can save you. Good. With Xia Yan's guarantee, Uzumaki Mito immediately felt relieved, and the chakra in his body erupted again. 7th. Shock the door, open. Along with the girl's light drink, an indescribable terrifying aura emerged from her. Advertisement: the original green chakra energy was dissipated, replaced by blood like red steam. This is the side effect of 8 inner gates. Too much power will cause an extremely terrifying load on the body, and even the blood will be evaporated. However, Uzumaki Mito has acquired the powerful physique of the Uzumaki clan sage body after all. Therefore, she just felt a little unaccustomed and uncomfortable, and she did not feel severe pain after opening 7th gate like Might Guy in the original book. Open black lens bracket ah. As Uzumaki Mito successfully opened the 7th shock gate in the 8 inner gates, Xia Yan's ear sounded the system prompt again. Open black lens bracket Uzumaki Mito level up to 6 paths level. Host gets a chance to draw a lottery close black lens bracket. This is the 6 paths level. It's too fast. 683. Xia Yan was a little surprised. But he also knew that the 6 paths rank that Uzumaki Mito achieved meant that she could hit the level of attack power that a 6 paths rank powerhouse could only play, not that she could really be on an equal footing with a 6 paths rank powerhouse. To put it bluntly, Uzumaki Mito is in the same state as Xia Yan now. Xia Yan, who has the sun's light engine, can drive stellar energy and destroy a galaxy at any time by blowing up the sun, but he himself does not have the strong constitution to prevent the explosion of the galaxy. The same is true for Uzumaki Mito, sage body plus tail beast power plus 8 inner gates, so that she is enough to play the output comparable to the 6 paths level powerhouse, but her own defense may be a little stronger than some super cage level powerhouses. Chapter 14, Planetary Mito Crash. Teacher, I'm going to test my strength, please wait for me for a while. Leaving such a sentence, Uzumaki Mito suddenly swept toward a distant mountain. The pretty face is full of excitement, even a little evil. This girl. Xia Yan shook her head, this girl is still a child at heart. But this is also normal. After people become stronger, they must check how strong they are. Only in this way will people have the motivation to continue climbing. Commonly known as a sense of gain or satisfaction. Looking at Uzumaki Mito's back, Xia Yan simply stood there and waited for him while connecting with the system in her heart. Lottery. This lottery chance was obtained by Uzumaki Mito, who was promoted to the 6 paths level powerhouse just now. Not surprisingly, this should be the last lottery draw from the disciple of Uzumaki Mito. After all, the 6 paths level is already the limit of the Hokage world. At this time, the system prompt sounded beside the ear. Ding. Get the ice and fire domain, girlfriend in the field of ice and fire? Advertisement. It was the first time that Xia Yan got the domain that mostly appeared in the fantasy world, and she immediately checked it out with curiosity. Talent. Field of ice and fire function 1. Release a field with a coverage range of 100 meters, all attributes, strength, defense, speed, in the field are increased by 30%, and all attributes of the enemy are reduced by 30%. Function 2. Immune to all ice and fire damage that does not exceed 5 times its own limit. Cowbee. Xia Yan's eyes widened slightly, and at this moment he just wanted to shout a cowbee. Weakening the enemy to strengthen oneself, and also immune to ice and fire, this field is simply a godlike existence. If ordinary people have this field, I am afraid that they can easily become invincible at the same level. The strong possess this field, and they could easily leapfrog counterattack. It's a genius. At this moment, a deafening explosion sounded suddenly in the distance. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The terrifying sound wave was like a substance, and it directly lifted the earth around Mo Yan, turning it into a huge wave of the land, which was very spectacular. Teacher. Advertisement. The little girl's face was flushed, and she was obviously overexcited. In Xia Yan's view, being hit by such a big pie has not swelled because of it, and it is already a rare excellent character in the world, Wang Qian Hao. In his mind, Uzumaki Mito had already flown in front of Xia Yan and threw himself into his arms. Xia Yan looked up in the direction where the voice came from, and found that Uzumaki Mito really made it. As a human being, the requirements are too high to be a bit harsh. Even Xia Yan himself can't be completely indifferent, and he will not use this standard to demand others. Destroy the existence of a small planet. At this time, a shadowy figure flew in the sky at high speed. This is normal, as if an ordinary worker one day suddenly became the ruler of a powerful country, the richest man in the world. It can be said that this tens of thousands of meters of land has become a barren wasteland from today, and it is impossible for it to recover after more than 10 years. Teacher. That girl was driving 9 tails chakra mode plus 7th gate, and punched a 1,000-meter-long mountain with one punch, completely dislodging the surrounding land within tens of thousands of meters. After a long distance, Uzumaki Mito raised his hand and greeted Xia Yan. Boom. and just excited. However, Uzumaki Mito was not used to the sudden powerful power, so much that she forgot that she was a 6 pads level powerhouse with a physique type. Chapter 15, Shock Mito. Boom. The vortex Mito slammed into Xia Yan's arms, with such a force that Xia Yan could even discern the fragrance belonging to a girl. But what followed was the terrifying flying sand and rocks, and the terrifying airwaves rammed like a mountain. In just a few seconds, the earth within 10,000 meters behind Xia Yan was swept away by this airwave, leaving only a canyon-like ravine. However, Xia Yan stood there and did not move, but her robes danced wildly in the wind. P.S. 0%. Uzumaki Mito kept coughing and looked at Xia Yan innocently with wet eyes like a deer. I'm sorry, I didn't hurt you, teacher. No, Xia Yan smiled lightly. You are at most at the level of a star now, it's too early to hurt me. Planetary level. When Uzumaki Mito heard the word for the first time, he couldn't help showing a curious expression. This is my division of strength. Personally, I think it is much more reliable than the division of Jonin Genin. Xia Yan smiled mildly and briefly explained his division of strength to Uzumaki Mito. Advertisement. So, the indigenous little princess who lived in the ninja world for more than 10 years, knew the world outside the ninja world for the first time in her life. This is real? Uzumaki Mito's eyes were dull and looked very cute. Xia Yan chuckled and nodded. Otherwise, impressive? He subconsciously hugged Xia Yan in front of him, as if this would give him some sense of security. Uzumaki Mito was shocked for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. Universe, planet, starburst, all kinds of new words that she has never heard of, are really too exciting for her. However, Uzumaki Mito is a noble princess raised by the country of Vortex. Even if the worldview was forcibly expanded by Xia Yan, she quickly calmed down after 10 minutes. It's just that the way she looked at Xia Yan changed from reverence and admiration just now to gratitude now. Yes, be grateful. Just like an ordinary person living in a real city, suddenly one day an immortal descends. Not only did he tell him that the immortal realm really existed, but he also taught him to cultivate immortals by hand, so as to gain powerful strength and eternal life. For flowers, advertisement, but anyone with a normal view will definitely be grateful for it. How should I repay the teacher? Uzumaki Mito gave Xia Yan a sneak peek and couldn't help being a little fascinated. Xia Yan's appearance is too perfect, but it is difficult for anyone with normal aesthetics to feel bad about him. Especially when the other party is so capable and treats him so well. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito subconsciously raised his hand to hug Xia Yan's arm. Huh? Xia Yan looked at her strangely. Uzumaki Mito blushed, bowed his head slightly, and said in a thin voice, Didn't you say you're going to break the marriage for me? Let's go quickly. Good. Xia Yan couldn't figure out what Uzumaki Mito thought about him, but since the other party took the initiative, he naturally wouldn't push the other party away. He wrapped Mito's slender and soft waist with one hand, and Xia Yan's foot lightly tapped. Air, space, and time seemed to be distorting. Under Mito's astonished gaze, in just a blink of an eye, she and Xia Yan appeared in a whole new environment. Big, Chapter 16, Terrifying Space Teleportation. Here it is, Uzumaki Mito looked around subconsciously, and then his body trembled. In the distance, a faint trace of the smoke rising from the mountain she destroyed could still be seen. As a good ninja, Uzumaki Mito judged how far he was from there in just a few seconds. About 1 million meter or so. It was only later that Hu realized that he had moved to 683, 1 million meter away in less than 1 second. The speed is terrifying. Looking up at Xia Yan's perfect facial features, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help being a little addicted. Strong strength, good to himself, good temper, very gentle, completely different from those guys in the ninja world who only think about war and plunder all day long. It can be said that Xia Yan refreshed Uzumaki Mito's cognition of ninjas, and also made her have a greater affection for the profession of ninjas. Of course, Xia Yan herself did not know this. Although he also sensed Uzumaki Mito's feelings for him, he didn't care. Good people are more likely to be admired by others, which is normal in any world. Advertisement. It is also impossible for Xia Yan to respond to everyone, he is not a stallion. Of course, no one can say for sure, maybe he and Uzumaki Mito will fall in love for a long time. Thinking of this, Xia Yan glanced down at Uzumaki Mito, which happened to meet her. The girl's eyes were filled with autumnal waves, as if covered with a cloud of mist, which made people curious and wanted to find out the expression hidden under the mist. Noticing that Xia Yan was staring at her, the girl's face suddenly flushed red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. She didn't dare to look at Xia Yan for fear of revealing her thoughts. The Hokage world is also said to be ethical, although in order to preserve pure blood between families, most of them marry close relatives and have children, but it is also a taboo for masters and students to be together. Therefore, after realizing his possible feelings, Vortex Mito only felt terrified. She worried that others knew what she thought, and then she despised herself, and even insulted the teacher's reputation. I am more worried that the teacher will hate me because of this. Mr. Xia Yan, Uzumaki Mito whispered Xia Yan's name. Huh? Xia Yan looked at her curiously. What's wrong? No, nothing. Advertisement. Shaking his head gently, Uzumaki Mito raised his head and forced a smile. You can take me to the Senju clan sooner, my body can handle it. Okay. Xia Yan nodded. He also knew that Uzumaki Mito's strength is very strong now, so he won't be able to keep up with his own space teleportation. What's more, he has already tested it just now. The teleport of 1,000,000 meters has no effect on Uzumaki Mito's body. The girl's body strength is estimated to be no problem to resist the explosion of a small planet. He doesn't need to care at all. So the thought moved, and the pupil power poured out. Space teleportation is activated again. Uzumaki Mito is now very strong, and she can be regarded as a strong man who truly stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Even so, she still feels uncomfortable for a while. Looking around, relying on his familiarity with the ninja world, Uzumaki Mito was shocked to find that the Senju clan was actually in front of him. If the long-distance space teleportation mentioned earlier only made her feel terrified and unbelievable, then now it is a real shock. This is fixed-point space teleport 3.3. Since Xia Yan can instantly arrive at the Senju family's residence, doesn't that mean that he can instantly reach any place in the ninja world that he knows? Uzumaki Mito, who was born in a ninja family, immediately thought of many terrifying means of assassination, and looked at Xia Yan with more and more admiration and longing. In her opinion, even if Xia Yan doesn't have the terrifying strength, just relying on this space teleportation technique is enough to dominate the entire world. Chapter 17. Isn't this the patriarch's fiancé? Every family in the ninja world has their own sealing techniques and patrols, otherwise, with the ninja's strange methods, it is easy to be exterminated by the enemy. Therefore, on the premise that Xia Yan did not deliberately hide himself, he and Mito were discovered the moment they appeared outside the Senju clan's residence. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! An unknown enemy appeared in the garrison. Quick! Don't let the enemy hurt women and children. Sensing that there was an enemy in the family, the ninjas of the Senju clan immediately became extremely nervous. 21. This is very normal. Many ninja families have been killed because of their carelessness. Such terrible things happen almost every day in this Sengoku era. There is no law, no order, only insidious and cunning killing. With the sharp sound of breaking the air, figures appeared around Xia Yan and Mito, completely surrounding them both. And women? Red hair? Advertisement? Could it be the Uzumaki clan? The ninjas of the Senju clan looked at each other. They have heard that the princesses of the Uzumaki family are coming to marry recently, but there are too few people? Just 2 people? And the relationship between the two seems to be unusual. Seeing Mito hugging Xia Yan's arm like a close lover, the Senju clan's ninjas wondered if the head of the patriarch was green. At this time, Xia Yan took the initiative to speak. Let me introduce, this is the princess of the country of Vortex, Miss Uzumaki Mito. Raising a finger to Uzumaki Mito next to him, Xia Yan said gently, and I'm his teacher. Saying that, he blinked and motioned for Mito to show the proof. Mito also understood these etiquette, and immediately took out his identity certificate, and the official document of the country of the Vortex. After taking the certificate and the official document and confirming the identity of Uzumaki Mito, the corners of the mouths of the Senju clan ninjas twitched. Hey, what are you kidding me? Advertisement, the princess of the country of Vortex? Isn't that the fiancé of the head of my family? Since she is the fiancé of the head of my family, why does she hug you so intimately? Sure enough, my family head was wearing a green hat. Thinking of this, the Senju ninjas looked at Mo Yan and Mito with unkind eyes. However, they did not turn their faces on the spot, but said solemnly, the two of you please go in first, and we will inform the patriarch. Although the Senju family is one of the best ninja families in Sengoku, they are not prosperous, and even feel a little poor. 683's years of fighting are like a bottomless pit, and his family wealth has been consumed long ago. Senju Hashirama, the patriarch of the Senju clan, is another good-natured man who strictly prohibits clan ninjas from raiding commoners like other ninja clans. In contrast, Uchiha Madara, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, did not like to bully the weak, but he did not stop the ninjas under his command from burning, killing and looting, so Uchiha was much richer than Senju. The two of you will rest in this hall for a while, our patriarch will be here soon. Taking Xia Yan and Mito into the parlor, Senju's ninja quickly left. However, in the perception of Xia Yan and Mito, it is obvious that these ninjas have not left. Chapter 18. Breaking the Marriage, 3, 5, 12. A hint of coldness flashed in Mito's beautiful eyes. I've already confirmed my identity, but there is still such a large surveillance force? Xia Yan. Should it be said that the little girl is too simple, or is she bloated? You are the nominal fiancé of the patriarch of the family, and then you hug the arm of this strange man the whole time. It would be strange if they didn't monitor you. However, even though she thought so in her heart, Xia Yan didn't say it. There are distances between people, Mito is his disciple, and of course he is towards Mito. Which green onion is the Senju family? Thinking of this, Xia Yan suddenly looked behind him. He could feel the space fluctuating, as if something was coming out. Mito! Xia Yan shouted softly. His teacher. With Mito's current strength, she was naturally aware of the spatial fluctuations over there. Advertisement. As soon as the shadow moved, Mito's figure instantly appeared in front of the fluctuating space. Then she saw her raised her hand and grabbed it, her slender palm as sharp as a steel knife hovering in midair. Until then, the fluctuation of the space finally subsided, and a figure emerged from it. You. Send. Girlfriend. The gray-haired young man wearing blue ninja armor originally had doubts written all over his face, but he disappeared in an instant, completely covered in shock. I saw the girl's white tender and slender palms stuck on his neck. It was as if he could break his neck with a single pinch. Senju Tobarama's staring boss, He has lived for more than 20 years, even in the most brutal battle against Uchiha Izuna's life and death, he has never been in such close contact with death. Guru, what are you doing? Senju Toburama swallowed his saliva involuntarily, his eyes were clearly frightened, and even his voice trembled. Mito. Xia Yan called softly. Mito understood, let go of the right hand that caught Toburama's neck, and said lightly, I'm Uzumaki Mito. Well, I know you, the princess of the Vortex country, the elder brother's marriage partner. Advertisement as the person with the highest IQ in the Senju family. Senju Toburama quickly calmed down and said in a deep voice, I heard from my subordinates just now that you were hugging with other men. This. Mito first glanced at Mo Yan with a blushing face, and then said confidently, I'm here to break off the marriage. What did you say? Senju Toburama's eyes widened. Why, can we be neighbors? Mito didn't feel that he had the slightest reason to break off the marriage, because the marriage between the country of the Vortex and the Senju family was originally a political marriage. The Senju clan need the seal of the Vortex and gain an ally. And the country of the Vortex needs the protection of the Senju clan. Under the premise of the exchange of interests, there is no problem with Vortex Mito choosing to break off the marriage. Wang Qianhao, after all, she didn't take advantage of the Senju family. But Senju Toburama quit. A school-age woman like Uzumaki Mito who is worthy of his elder brother in ability, status, and status is very rare in the ninja world, and the marriage with the country of the Vortex is even more important to the Senju family. How can they break off the marriage casually? So he immediately shouted with a cold face. Marriage is something that Senju and the country of Vortex have decided together. Please allow me to reject your unreasonable request, Princess of the country of Vortex. Chapter 19. Flying Thunder God. Senju Toburama was furious. He respects his brother very much, and hopes to help him find a suitable other half, share his worries and make him happier. Uzumaki Mito was chosen by him from the ninjas of the ninja world, and can be regarded as an excellent woman who is most suitable to be the mistress of the Senju family. And now, this excellent woman is actually going to break off the marriage. Insult. This is an insult to Big Brother and the entire Senju clan. Senju Toburama is undoubtedly a radical. In the original book, it was only because of his fear and vigilance against Uchiha that Uchiha's life had been abnormally unhappy for decades. This is also the reason why Uchiha rebelled. Anyone who has been born and died for the village for decades is still regarded as an outsider. I am afraid that 683 will not accept it. So, Senju Toburama got his hands on it. Boy, go to hell. Thinking that Xia Yan, who was being held by Uzumaki Mito, was the main reason for Uzumaki Mito's divorce, Senju Toburama shouted angrily and decided to solve the problem directly. What? A handful of kunai came out of Toburama's hands. Even though he knew that Xia Yan's strength was definitely stronger than Senju Toburama, Mito was still taken aback. He subconsciously raised his slender palm and grabbed towards kunai who was shooting at extreme speed. Advertisement, boom. Kunai was caught loosely by Uzumaki Mito, CBDD. Senju Toburama's pupils shrank. Although it was not unacceptable for the princess of the kingdom of Vortex to catch kunai, he still felt that the speed of the opponent's shot was not right. It's too fast, however, the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Although it is not Xia Yan who catches the kunai, the effect is the same. Fluctuations in space. At the same moment, Senju Toburama's figure appeared out of thin air in front of Mito and Mo Yan. So far, time has not passed even 0.1 seconds. It's, sure enough, Mito's eyes widened. Although she had already experienced Toburama's space teleportation just now, it was far less clear than this time. Only then did she know that Senju Toburama actually mastered the time-space ninjutsu that only existed in legends. Go to hell. Boy. Advertisement. Senju Toburama waved his hand and stabbed Mo Yan's exposed neck. He is very confident, because in this Sengoku era, time and space ninjutsu still exists only in legends. Not to mention learning how to use it, not many people have even heard of this terrifying ninjutsu. His elder brother Senju Hashirama even commented that even a pinnacle figure in the ninja world like Uchiha Madara would suffer a big loss when facing this trick for the first time. Therefore, Senju Toburama was confident that Xia Yan could not dodge this blow that spanned time and space. Ding! Kunwu stabbed Xia Yan's neck heavily, making a crisp metal collision sound. Senju Toburama's eyes shrank suddenly, and subconsciously exclaimed, Impossible! How is this possible? I saw that the sharpness of the kunai's front end had been completely shattered, and blood was constantly flowing between Senju Toburama's palms due to the excessive force. Feeling the tingling pain in his palm, Senju Toburama's face turned blue and white, and he looked at Xia Yan with disbelief. Why is a human body so hard? Okay. Being in a state of shock, Senju Toburama suddenly noticed that Xia Yan moved. Chapter 20. Begging for mercy. Even though it was a simple gesture like raising his right hand, Senju Toburama was still taken aback. Damn it. The ghost knows what kind of weird tricks this guy who can fight hard against kunai will have. He must withdraw first. With this thought in mind, Senju Tabiri immediately launched the Flying Thunder God technique again, trying to withdraw from Xia Yan's attack range. But Xia Yan has already made a move. There is no blood following secret techniques, and there is no mysterious and powerful ninjutsu. Just raise your hand and grab it lightly, crack, kick. Under Senju Toburama's horrified gaze, the space in front of him cracked inch by inch, taking on a weird and terrifying form like a spider's web. Even time seems to be distorted, many times slower. Senju Toburama can see clearly. Feel this. Fear. Am I going to die here today? Under the extreme fear, Senju Toburama even forgot that he was a strong man who was invincible on the battlefield, and did not even dare to raise his heart of resistance, and watched Xia Yan's palm pat him. Advertisement. Snapped. Xia Yan's palm fell heavily on Senju Toburama's right shoulder. Crack. The clear bone fragmentation sounded unusually crisp. Senju Toburama only felt a sharp pain in his shoulders, and then an irresistible force came from above, bending his knees directly. Boom. Senju Toburama was forced to kneel on the ground by Xia Yan's palm. The knees were in close contact with the ground, and the blood they hit was blurred, already broken. Even the bones in the shoulders were shattered by Xia Yan's whole body, and were pulled unnaturally by the condom. But Senju Toburama didn't have time to feel anger and pain, but was extremely happy. Survived. He is not dead. I thought I would be killed mercilessly, but I didn't expect that I was only broken a few bones. In Senju Toburama's view, this was already a fortune among misfortunes. Advertisement. But this guy's strength is too terrifying. Tearing space with his bare hands, distorting time, and the flying thunder god technique he is proud of is like a child's trick in front of him. When did such a terrifying powerhouse appear in the ninja world? Enduring the severe pain of the broken bone, Senju Toburama raised his head and struggled to look at Xia Yan, with regret and fear in his eyes. For flowers. Regret is because he should not be so impulsive that he almost killed himself, and now even if his strength can be restored, I am afraid it will be greatly reduced. The fear is that he almost implicates the entire Senju family because of himself. For Senju Toburama, who is desperate to carry forward the family, this is simply the most intolerable mistake. Sorry, I was wrong. I apologize to you, please accept my most sincere apology. Enduring the severe pain, Senju Toburama's face was contorted with pain, and he said in a deep voice, looking at the fact that the country of the vortex was originally going to marry the Senju family, please don't do anything to the Senju family. Huh? Xia Yan sneered. Just now, you took action against us first, and now you're starting to play emotional cards? You? No, it's not the emotional card. I'm not an idiot, how could I still play the emotional card at such a time? Senju Toburama was afraid that Xia Yan would misunderstand him, so he shook his head quickly, regardless of the increasingly painful broken bone, and gritted his teeth. We will try our best to make amends. No matter what you want, as long as it exists in the ninja world, the Senju family will I can make it up to you. Chapter 23. Mito, give him a show. Beg for mercy. Probably since human beings have fought, the frequency of this word has begun to increase significantly. The two fought and asked for forgiveness when they lost, all in order to let the other side beat him less, or even not kill him. This is especially true of wars between forces. If the loser wants not to be exterminated, they can only make sacrifices and ask for forgiveness, and even more, they have to sacrifice their wives and daughters. To put it nicely, it is a marriage, and to say it badly is to sell a wife and daughter to seek security. Of course, the Senju clan and Senju Toburama would not do such a thing. Even if Senju Toburama's life is now in the hands of Master Xia Yan, he never thought of giving up the family's women. He'd rather die than do something humiliating like that. He is the deputy chief of the Senju clan. Compensation? Interesting. Xia Yan is not a butcher who likes to kill as much as possible, so she casually sat on the stool in the reception room, resting her chin with her palm, and said lightly, tell me, what compensation can you give me? My ninjutsu scroll, money, these are the only things the Senju clan have. Kneeling down on one knee and gasping for breath, Senju Toburama stated the range of compensation he could accept. Xia Yan nodded slightly, then shook her head again. Not enough. Not enough? Senju Toburama's eyes widened in astonishment. Advertisement in his opinion, although he offended Xia Yan, his secret ninjutsu scroll and money are already quite rich. You know, that's his Senju Toburama's esoteric scroll. S-rank ninjutsu, self-created secret techniques. It is no exaggeration to say that if the Uchiha clan gets his secret technique scroll, then the strength of the Uchiha clan can at least double. But that's not enough. Why? Senju Toburama gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice. My esoteric scroll is already one of the most precious things in the Senju clan. That is, the value of the eldest brother's esoteric scroll can be higher, but the eldest brother's esoteric technique, do you not? You may learn it. You don't have the sage body and wood style of the Senju family. Shout. Really a frog at the bottom of the well. Facing Senju Toburama's question, Mo Yan pouted contemptuously. He wasn't angry though, because he knew that Senju Toburama wasn't deliberately offending himself, but that his vision was too narrow, that's all. He shouldn't blame each other. So, Xia Yan turned to Mito, who was on the side, and said softly, good boy, show your ability to Deputy Chief Toburama. Disciple. Uzumaki Mito blushed a little at the affectionate name, and at the same time was a little disappointed. The relationship between master and apprentice, although there are also close relatives getting married in the ninja world, but it is not a very pleasant thing. Senju Toburama was stunned for a moment before he remembered that the Whirlpool Mito had said from the beginning that she and Xia Yan had a master-disciple relationship. It's just that these two people are so close, is it really just a master-disciple relationship? Advertisement. Thinking of what his subordinates said, Uzumaki Mito walked into the Senju clan's residence with Xia Yan's arm. Senju Toburama's mouth twitched. A special relationship? These two are pretty good at playing. Mito didn't know what Senju Toburama was thinking about, otherwise she would have slapped him in shame. After all, she hasn't pierced the window paper yet, nor has she established a relationship with Xia Yan. But, show ability. Although I don't understand what Xia Yan's intention is, Uzumaki Mito has 100% trust in Xia Yan, and naturally he will not have the slightest concern. But, which ability to show, Tailed Beast, or Ceiling, 3.3? Forget it, come one by one. Mito, who suffered from difficulty in choosing, took a deep breath, and an evil and violent chakra energy slowly emerged from his body. This is. Toburama's pupils narrowed to pinpoints. As the deputy chief of the Senju clan, a well-known top powerhouse in the ninja world, he is very familiar with this energy. This is. The Power of the Tail Beast, Chapter 24, Shocked Senju Toburama. The number of chapters was wrong before, skipping 21 and 22, but it's okay. Text. If it is in the ninja world decades later, I am afraid that even many big people have not seen the real power of tailed beasts. Even if you see it, you probably won't care much. Just like the Akatsuki organization in the original book, they were just a group of S-rank rebels, and they dared to catch the tailed beast Jinchuriki in groups of 3 or 2. And let them succeed so easily. Even the perfect tailed beast Jinchuriki, 8 Tails Killer Bee, they didn't have the slightest fear. It can be seen that although the power of the tail beast is still terrifying in the ninja world decades later, it is no longer regarded by the second-rate powerhouses, let alone the powerhouses standing at the peak. But, that's decades later. Decades later, the ninja world has experienced the first, second, and third ninja world wars, and how many stragglers have been eliminated before the real powerhouses are sharpened. They traverse the battlefield and regard death as their home. They who are not afraid of death are naturally not afraid of the so-called tailed beast. Of course. The most important point is that the existence of the tailed beast has changed from a wild boss to a nuclear deterrent. Because there are basically tailed beasts in the great ninja village, there are very few perfect Jinchuriki, and it is extremely difficult to cultivate them, so they are almost never put on the battlefield. And now, the first ninja war has not erupted, the tailed beast is simply a terrifying existence. Advertisement, Roar, Mito, covered in blood-red chakra, let out a sharp growl. It took time, a sound wave that seemed to be a substance slammed into all directions with her as the center, destroying all the existences along the way. In the blink of an eye, the originally prosperous reception room of the Senju family turned into a pile of ruins. Senju Toburama stood among the ruins, shivering. It's not the power of his fear-tailed beast. In fact, master of the Flying Thunder God technique and Senju Toburama of countless secret techniques, can easily win 9 tails alone. But even so, he still has the power of the tailed beast. Because during the period of taking his 9 tails, the tailed beast can easily destroy most of the Senju clan. Where are you, big brother? Why haven't you come yet? Seeing Uzumaki Mito, whose aura was getting higher and higher and berserk, Senju Toburama groaned inwardly. He didn't understand that he was talking about compensation. Why did Uzumaki Mito show himself the power of the tailed beast? So he had to shout. Please stop. 2, I have seen your power. Call. Uzumaki Mito, who was shrouded in the tailed beast chakra, let out a breath of heat and turned his head to look at Xia Yan. Although she didn't speak, it was obvious that she was waiting for Xia Yan's decision. Advertisement Mito's power all comes from Xia Yan, and it is Xia Yan who gives her the ability to control her own destiny, without being forced to promote the friendly alliance between the two forces. It is no exaggeration to say that Xia Yan is now the only god in Uzumaki Mito's heart. At this moment, Xia Yan spoke up. Show the power of the 8 inner gates to Deputy Chief Toburama, dear apprentice. With a little smile on Xia Yan's face, against the background of his impossibly perfect face, he is very gentle and kind, and it is easy to make people feel good. Uzumaki Mito was stunned for a moment. Senju Toburama shuddered, raising the level of Xia Yan's danger and terror by another level 683 times. At the same time, he was extremely confused. 8 inner gates? This seems to be a bit similar to the move he's been researching recently. P.S. As for who invented the 8 inner gates formation, I thought it was Might Die. But he's just a genin, inventing powers that are infinitely close to 6 paths is a piece of crap. So thinking about it now, if it is more reasonable, Senju Toburama first developed a framework. After being killed, this technique was not developed again, so it was abandoned, and finally perfected by Might Die. This also explains why Might wears a genin to learn this kind of secret art, because it is not an important sorcerer before it is completed, and it is very difficult to practice. Chapter 25. Arrival of Senju Hashirama Mito didn't know that 8 inner gates formation was the art that Senju Toburama was creating. Of course, even if she knew, she probably wouldn't care. Just kidding, my teacher has taught me this secret technique completely, and then you say this is what you are studying? And you haven't researched it yet. In fact, Senju Toburama thought so too. Seeing the familiar secret technique of 8 inner gates formation, Senju Toburama subconsciously thought that his secret technique was stolen by someone. But in just a few seconds, Senju Toburama rejected the idea. He also only studied the 8 inner gates formation to the 3rd gate, and it was only a basic framework, which could not be used at all. Therefore, he came to a conclusion in an instant. Uzumaki Mito, or Mr. Uzumaki Mito's, has probably completed the full 8 inner gates formation. Simply terrifying. Thinking of this, Senju Toburama glanced at Xia Yan involuntarily. A trace of fear and deep curiosity flashed in his eyes. He remembered that Uzumaki Mito had said that this man was her master. That is, the 8 inner gates formation was taught to her by this man? At this time, the momentum of Uzumaki Mito broke out again. Advertisement as if the real chakra energy and blood lingered around her, like a terrifying arrogance. Boom! The reception room of the Senju clan was completely split from the middle, as if it had been slashed by a huge blade. Senju Toburama can even see the sky clearly. Cough. That's scary. Is this the power of the 8 inner gates formation? Under the pressure that belonged to Mito, Senju Toburama gritted his teeth. At the same time as he was shocked, he was also extremely excited. The power of 8 inner gates is so terrifying, doesn't it mean that there is no problem with his research direction? For Senju Toburama, whose heart is developing mysteries, this is the greatest encouragement to him. However, we still have to overcome this difficulty first. Seeing Uzumaki Mito, who was surrounded by arrogance and mighty haki like a goddess of war, Senju Toburama sighed deeply and smiled bitterly. Enough, I understand what Mr. Xia Yan just said, indeed, you don't need Senju clan at all. Scroll of mystery. Xia Yan smiled, did not speak, and gestured Mito with her eyes. Mito understood, and with a thought, the momentum and arrogance all over his body dissipated. In an instant, the mighty haki goddess of war turned into a delicate and graceful beautiful woman. Even Senju Toburama couldn't help but take a second glance and sighed inwardly, but also felt very pity. Advertisement such an excellent and outstanding woman almost became his sister-in-law, and she also brought a special force like the Kingdom of Vortex that was good at sealing. Pity. What a shame, at this time. A powerful and vital breath suddenly appeared in the distance, which caught the attention of both Xia Yan and Mito. Of course, this power is a neighbor based on the strong ninja world. In today's Uzumaki Mito's view, this breath is like that of a child. Although it has far surpassed the concept of super shadow, it is still very far from the existence of the 6 paths level. What? A cracking sound rang out. A young man in red ninja armor appeared in front of everyone. Haha. Are you guys fighting here? The visitor looked around, not angry because the reception room was destroyed, but rubbed his head with a smirk. This look made Xia Yan think of an acquaintance. The protagonist of the Pirates, the Rubberman Monkey D. Luffy. Chapter 26. Senju Hashirama. How could there be such a beautiful man in time? Whether Senju Hashirama is an idiot or a wise man has been debated by Hokage fans. You say he is wise but stupid, he can come up with a brainless strategy of distributing tailed beasts. You call him an idiot, but he has indeed kept the ninja world stable for many years. In Mo Yan's opinion, Senju Hashirama is not a good enough ruler. The history of Daxia has proved that the unification is the most correct decision. Senju Hashirama has the ability to forcibly unite the entire ninja world, just like Qin Shi Huang, but he gave up for peace. The result is that after Senju Hashirama's death to the birth of the protagonist, the ninja world has experienced 3 whole ninja world wars, with countless casualties and devastated life. It can be seen that the benevolence of women in power is really a matter of endless misfortune. Senju Hashirama is indeed not a fool, otherwise he would not have rushed to the scene at the first time of the accident. He's still a pretty smart guy, and he's already discovered a lot of problems in just a few seconds. His genius brother Toburama actually ate it. The strength of this beautiful woman seems to be very strong, and there is a terrifying energy fluctuation in her body that makes him feel trembling. And that man. Senju Hashirama glanced at Xia Yan out of the corner of his eyes flickering uncertainly. Advertisement from his point of view, Xia Yan is really weird. It seems weak, but it seems to be integrated with this world, and there is no dissonance at all. Perhaps this is not a great thing in the eyes of most people, but in the eyes of people like Senju Hashirama who are good at celestial arts, it is extremely terrifying. Because he can't even do it himself, but can't perceive any energy fluctuations at all. What a strange person. Senju Hashirama looked at Xia Yan suspiciously, and Jing couldn't tell the difference. Is this a strong man, or a weakling with a unique temperament? At this time, it was Senju Toburama who helped him. Big brother. Senju Toburama pulled Senju Hashirama back, alerted him, and told him everything that happened here. What? Real? Hush, so scary. Advertisement, CBDD. Senju Hashirama kept making childish exclamations and kept turning his head to look at Uzumaki Mito and Xia Yan. But more to see Xia Yan. Even though he had already learned from his younger brother that Mito, this wonderful and beautiful woman, was his fiancée, he never got more attention from him. Even a beauty can't compare in attractiveness to a mysterious person who he can't even see through. What's more, Xia Yan's appearance is not bad as Uzumaki Mito. No, it should be said that Xia Yan's appearance is crushed by Uzumaki Mito. Senju Hashirama's face suddenly became a little weird. If he hadn't been quite sure that he liked women, I'm afraid he would have immediately doubted his sexuality. But the truth is such an exaggeration. If Uzumaki Mito is one of the most beautiful women in the ninja world, then Xia Yan is not even a human being. Because it is impossible for human beings to grow so perfect. The facial features and skin are all exquisite, as if the great being with divine power has spent countless minds crafting jade, and there is no single flaw to be seen. Senju Hashirama even felt that if Xia Yan were a woman, he would never be able to fall in love with anyone else in his life. But Xia Yan is not a woman, and their relationship is not very good. Taking a look at the reception room that had been reduced to ruins, Senju Hashirama sighed lightly and said, Mr. Xia Yan, what do you want? As long as my Senju clan has it, I will do my best to satisfy you. Chapter 27. How strong is it? Although he is usually the same as a second fool, he even often does some mindless things. But Senju Hashirama is actually a much better leader than Senju Toburama. Although he missed the chance to unify the ninja world, he did make the ninja world a short-term peace during his survival. It can be said that he is the founder of a peaceful era. And Senju Toburama is the keeper. Most of his achievements in this life are in the aspect of studying ninjutsu, and he has not done much in terms of political power. Even Senju Toburama has been discriminated against and excluded from the Uchiha family, which has led to the continuous suppression of the Uchiha family. In the end, the Uchiha clan's rebellion failed, leaving a tragic ending of genocide. In the process, the Uchiha family was certainly at fault. But Senju Toburama et al. Are not at all faulty. Uchiha Madara turned his face and defected, but the Uchiha family did not follow. In the Great Ninja World War, the Uchiha clan also helped Konoha to fight the South and the North. Of the obligations that other ninja clans should pay, the Uchiha clan basically did not miss any of them, and they sacrificed an unknown number of ninjas. It's all like this. Senju Toburama is still making things difficult and guarding others. It's nothing. Cough cough. A bit off topic. Advertisement all in all, Senju Hashirama is better at politics than Senju Toburama because he advocates peace for everyone, and it doesn't even matter if he suffers. To the people of Senju and Konoha, he seems to be the enemy of capital by doing so. To his enemies, however, Senju Hashirama was a great, good man. Then, Xia Yan received from Senju Hashirama the tax of the Senju family for a year, as well as all the esoteric scrolls of the entire Senju family, including Senju Toburama's various secret arts, and Senju Hashirama's wood-style secret arts. This is all the Senju family can give, and Xia Yan doesn't look down on other things. During the compensation period, Senju Toburama's eyes were blood red, and he could not wait to go up and fight with Xia Yan. This is not because he is willing to sacrifice his life, but Senju Hashirama has almost handed over the foundation of the Senju clan's foothold in the ninja world. How to endure this? This is to break the roots of the Senju family. Big brother. Senju Toburama couldn't help crying. Anxiety was written all over his face. It's okay. Senju Hashirama shook his head calmly. Then he looked at Xia Yan and asked respectfully but not flatteringly, "Is Mr. Xia Yan satisfied?" Xia Yan nodded casually, then threw all the Senju clan's secret magic scrolls to Uzumaki Mito. "Well, I'm quite satisfied. Advertisement, is it because of Yangdan?" Very magical. Although chakra itself can be transformed into various forms, whether it is wind, thunder, water or fire, it is a dead thing without life. The casual gesture, as if throwing a pile of useless garbage, makes Senju Toburama feel distressed. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Touching his head and showing a smirk like the original protagonist Naruto, Senju Hashirama went to Xia Yan and asked with a smile. That, although it seems a little bad to ask so directly. At this time, Senju Hashirama spoke again, "Ask for flowers." Wood style, however, seems to be alive. Xia Yan intends to study it, and with his energy and vitality reserves, maybe he can create a planet-level wood-style creature. Excuse me. Can you satisfy my curiosity, Mr. Xia Yan? How strong are you? Duh. In Xia Yan's eyes, Senju Toburama's secret art is just a kindergarten level, and at most it is enlightenment. This is the baby he is afraid of melting in his hands. But Senju Toburama's wood style is really interesting. Xia Yan didn't do it on purpose, but he really didn't like these things. Chapter 28. The gap of vision. Except for a very few who were born as gods, most of the strong climbed hard. Senju pillars are no exception. Don't look at this guy being stupid, thinking that he has no desire for great strength. In fact, influenced by Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama's studies in ninjutsu are no less than Senju Toburama. Otherwise, Senju Hashirama would not have become the strongest in the ninja world at a young age, and he could even control his own sage body, 683, perfectly, and developed a series of fairy jutsu and wood-style ninjutsu. Senju Hashirama thought that he and Uchiha Madara would be rivals for life. Even if he was stronger than the other party, he would not crush him. But he never thought that he would meet such an existence as Xia Yan. How strong is Xia Yan? Has his strength surpassed himself and Uchiha Madara? Feeling the terrifying intimidation looming from Uzumaki Mito, Senju Hashirama believed that his judgment was absolutely correct. Xia Yan is undoubtedly a strong man who surpasses himself. How strong am I? Interesting question. Xia Yan was actually quite interested in Senju Hashirama's doubts and did not feel offended. Just be honest. Advertisement showing strength to Senju Hashirama is kind of troublesome. After thinking about it, Xia Yan asked casually, "How strong do you think I am?" Huh? Senju Hashirama froze in place. Obviously, he didn't expect Xia Yan to throw this question to himself. But, guess the strength? Seems quite interesting. Supporting his chin with one hand, Senju Hashirama pondered for more than 10 seconds, and then asked uncertainly, "The level of the legendary sage of 6 paths?" Xia Yan. Peeved. Uzumaki Mito laughed outright. Don't get me wrong, this beautiful maiden is not mocking Senju Hashirama. She was laughing more at herself. Just a day ago, she was thinking of using Senju Hashirama's power to protect the country of the vortex. But now he found out that the limit of Senju Hashirama's vision is only the height that his teacher can quickly achieve in one day. The difference between them is really embarrassing. This. Am I guessing wrong? Advertisement. Seeing Uzumaki Mito's smile, Senju Hashirama unconsciously touched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. It's true that I guessed wrong, but it's normal, and it's not your problem. Xia Yan shook her head helplessly and said, your aptitude is actually very good, but your vision is limited by the world view. 6 paths is already the limit you can understand, so naturally it is impossible to guess. Ah? Senju Hashirama was taken aback, a little confused. Vision? Yes, vision. Xia Yan chuckled. If the power of existence in Sage of 6 Paths is a kunai, then the current Uzumaki Mito is this level. Kunai? Senju Hashirama glanced at Uzumaki Mito subconsciously. He could roughly sense the hidden energy in Uzumaki Mito's body, and there was no doubt that it was far beyond his own power. Well, kunai, you can probably understand it more easily if you use the units you are familiar with to convert strength. After giving Senju Hashirama a little explanation, Xia Yan smiled and said 3.3. Let's just treat the 6 paths level kunai as the basic unit, then the small planet level, or moon level, 1 level above, you can use the ninja sword 7. To describe it as a ninja sword among the crowd. Ninja sword. Senju Hashirama bowed his head slightly, thoughtfully. Indeed, using that ninja sword to describe his strength, he immediately understood the huge gap between the so-called moon level and the 6 paths. Horrible. Could it be that Xia Yan is a powerhouse of this level? Chapter 29. Incomprehensible, strong. For the first time in his life, Senju Hashirama was extremely excited when he learned that there is a stronger existence outside of Sage of 6 Paths. He couldn't even wait to feel how powerful it was. So looking at Xia Yan expectantly, Senju Hashirama said eagerly, let me feel your power, Mr. Xia Yan. Sir, Senju Tobarama's mouth twitched again. The Senju family suffered heavy losses because of Xia Yan, and they may not be able to recover for a few years. Since the stupid big brother of the 21 family still treats Xia Yan so respectfully, he is speechless to the extreme. However, the form is stronger than the human being. Their Senju clan really can't provoke Xia Yan now. On the other hand, Senju Tobarama is also curious about how strong Master Xia Yan's power is. That might be the hope for his own family and his eldest brother's strength to rise to a higher level. I don't know, Xia Yan's face is also a little strange. In his opinion, Senju Hashirama is just scratching the surface. He can feel the energy contained in Uzumaki Mito's body, but he can't feel his own. Hasn't he figured out why until now? If Senju Hashirama has the ability to sense his strength, he doesn't need to release it, he can feel it. Advertisement. And since Senju Hashirama doesn't have the ability to perceive, then even if Xia Yan releases his power, Senju Hashirama can only feel strong and can't perceive anything else. So, Xia Yan fully released his abilities. For an instant, the planet on which the Hokage world was located seemed to tremble. The neighboring planets around the planet are even more affected by this, and even the speed of rotation is much slower. Senju Hashirama finally sensed Xia Yan's strength. But just as Xia Yan thought, Senju Hashirama only perceives the concept of strong, and he can't even understand where Xia Yan's strong is. Mr. Xia Yan Senju Tobarama was sitting on the ground with a weak body and a cold sweat with his heart almost jumping out of his chest. At this moment, Senju Tobarama was extremely grateful that he had not offended Xia Yan too much before, otherwise the Senju family might have suffered a catastrophe today. Xia Yan smiled helplessly. Senju Hashirama was startled, as if realizing something. This is something Senju Hashirama is extremely puzzled about. Advertisement. It stands to reason that even if it is a planet level beyond the 6 paths level, he should be able to measure the gap between himself and this level. No, it's still possible, but you can't perceive it all. Xia Yan smiled. All? Senju Hashirama didn't think so much. He looked at Xia Yan eagerly and continued to ask, Mr. Xia Yan, why can't I measure your strength? Senju Hashirama, who was shivering on the ground, felt a little aggrieved. Senju Hashirama's mouth twitched as he said disappointedly, then I can't perceive your power, Mr. Xia Yan? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Measuring. 0.700. Shaking her head gently, Xia Yan said lightly, you misunderstood one of the most basic things. What? Senju Hashirama was startled. Xia Yan smiled and said, it's like a drop of water in a river. You can't feel how big the river is when you blend into it. You can only have the concept of big, so you can't understand my power at all. This gap seems to be huge, but in fact, if it is shown in data, it should be very intuitive. After all, it is nothing more than a difference of several times to hundreds of times. Chapter 30. Chao Wen Dao, you can die in the evening. It sounds ridiculous, even the concept of powerful can't be perceived. This is the difference in level. It's like two parallel lines that never intersect. Conservatively, there is a gap of at least 7 or 8 parallel lines between Xia Yan and Senju Hashirama. Not at the same level at all. However, they all agreed to Senju Hashirama, and Xia Yan naturally would not let him down. After all, although he despised those treasures of the Senju clan. But for the Senju clan, it was a bloodbath. It's really troublesome. Complaining softly, Xia Yan blocked 90% of her revealed strength. With Xia Yan's current strength, this 90% strength is enough to shatter a medium-sized planet. Killing trillions of lives would take at most a second or two. But even so, Senju Hashirama frowned. He still couldn't perceive Xia Yan's specific strength, and could only perceive the concept of strong. Isn't it okay, girlfriend? Advertisement curling her lips, Xia Yan blocked her strength by 90% again. At this moment, Xia Yan's strength was only 1% of its original strength. But even if it is only 1% of its strength, the energy fluctuations it emits can still destroy a small planet, far exceeding the existence of the Six Paths level. After all, in the original Hokage book, the most exaggerated performance of the Six Paths level powerhouse was just cutting the moon. This kind of strength does not even have the ability to destroy the Earth, it can only be said to be a starburst. However, this time it finally succeeded. Beyond the strength of Six Paths, but not too exaggerated, Senju Hashirama finally clearly perceives the strength of Xia Yan. For a moment, Senju Hashirama felt as if he was in the deep sea, but the chakra in his body was completely unable to mobilize. In the blink of an eye, his whole person had a strong sense of breath, and his vision even became blurred. To die? Me? Senju Hashirama's mind went blank, full of disbelief. He couldn't believe it, he just wanted to see such trivial things as Xia Yan's strength, but he was going to die because of it. Well, he's a good guy. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I finally felt the specific strength of Xia Yan, but it was like a mote, even reaching out to touch it was an extravagant hope. Advertisement so, think about it. Before dying, he at least saw the scenery that he had never seen in his life. But even so, Senju Hashirama is very grateful to Xia Yan. Really strong. Looking at his current state, his whole body seemed to be dehydrated and his whole body was soaked with cold sweat. Senju Hashirama couldn't help showing a bitter smile. He has already ruined his marriage, and he has also taken away the roots of the Senju family. If he kills Senju Hashirama again, he will be too bad. Although this should be a parallel world, anyway, it's half my own. But, before he died, he really felt the strength of Xia Yan. As the saying goes, if you hear the Tao in the morning, you can die in the evening. The energy fluctuations like the ocean of Wangyang dissipated from Xia Yan. However, Xia Yan is not such a bad person. Zhao Senju Hashirama only felt his body loosen, and the pressure on his body and the feeling of breathing disappeared instantly, which made him breathe a long sigh of relief and open his eyes tiredly. What's more, Senju Hashirama is also his subordinate in the pirate world. Senju Hashirama had this realization. Instead of feeling the slightest fear of death, Senju Hashirama was extremely excited. Chapter 31. Uzumaki Mito. Here I come. Once you have seen the light, you can no longer accept the darkness. For a strong ninja standing at the top of the ninja world, having seen a wider sky, he can't go back to his original life. Six Paths. Planet. These words, which were originally meaningless, now represent the division of power among the Senju pillars. Mr. Xia Yan is really amazing. Looking forward to these unknown realms, Senju Hashirama looked at Xia Yan enviously and couldn't help asking, Mr. Xia Yan, how much strength did you just show? 1%. Xia Yan said a number flatly. He didn't deliberately deceive Senju Hashirama, it didn't make any sense, and he didn't bother to do it. But even so, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were shocked by 700. Is it just 1% of the power? Recalling the terrifying power that would almost kill him just now, Senju Tobarama was secretly shocked, again shocked by Xia Yan's terrifying power. Senju Hashirama was even more excited. 1% power is so terrifying, isn't 100% 100 times more terrifying? Advertisement at this moment, even though he was unable to perceive Xia Yan's full strength due to the limitation of his strength, Senju Hashirama finally understood what kind of strength it was through data. However, these understandings are only the most superficial. CBDD, it would be better if you could experience it for yourself. Senju Hashirama had such a thought in his mind, and his eyes lit up. The first Hokage in the original Hokage book is a straightforward escapist, basically doing whatever he wants. So Senju Hashirama walked up to Xia Yan and said respectfully, Mr. Xia Yan, could you please give me some pointers? Point? Xia Yan's face was a little weird. Yes, point. Senju Hashirama nodded, eager to try, and said, I hope you can meet my small request. I really want to see the scenery from high places. Xia Yan nodded. Is that so? Didn't ask. Wait a moment. A clear female voice interrupted Xia Yan's words. Xia Yan looked sideways and found that it was Mito. What's wrong? Advertisement not caring about Mito's interruption, Mo Yan asked gently, does little Mito have other ideas? Mito nodded. There was a hint of hesitation on his pretty face, but he still whispered. Can I replace you and fight against the Senju Patriarch? Huh? Xia Yan was a little surprised. Senju Hashirama looked at this beautiful woman who almost became his fiancée in surprise, but there was no anger in his eyes. Unlike Xia Yan, Uzumaki Mito's 6 paths level is only one level stronger than Senju Hashirama. Therefore, Senju Hashirama knew from the beginning that Uzumaki Mito was far superior to himself, but far inferior to Xia Yan. In this way, it seems that Uzumaki Mito is more suitable for pointing himself? Senju Hashirama's eyes flickered. Xia Yan's strength is too strong. I am afraid that even if he only uses 1% of his strength, he cannot compete with him now. In this way, he won't learn anything at all. Fu, okay. I agree with Miss Mito's proposal, and I hope you can meet my little request, Mr. Xia Yan. Taking a long breath, Senju Hashirama looked at Uzumaki Mito eagerly. Feeling the aura of a strong man above him, he felt that his chakra was boiling with joy. This kind of small animal has not encountered the oppression of natural enemies for several years since he completely mastered it. Chapter 32. Silly, teacher. Just let me do it. After I became stronger, I have never played against anyone. Uzumaki Mito looked at Xia Yan with wet eyes like a deer, and his tone was like a joke. It has to be said that beauty is an advantage. If this gesture was made by a man, Xia Yan would slap it mercilessly. But when Uzumaki Mito made it, Xia Yan was rarely moved. This is not a double standard, but a human yearning for beauty and instinct. By the way, the concept of beauty is gender neutral, but men are definitely more disadvantaged than women. For example, out of 10 points, Uzumaki Mito can have 9 points, and Senju Hashirama can get 5 points at most. On the contrary, most of the Uchiha family are handsome, and Uchiha Madara also has a good face. For the time being, I can give an 8. As for Xia Yan, at least 20 points. This is not narcissism, but a fairly fair assessment. Xia Yan's body was tempered countless times by the energies of various worlds. If this is the system of cultivating immortals, I am afraid that his body is a supreme treasure worthy of the cultivator's desperate struggle. The so-called finely carved jade carving is a word specially used to describe his body. This is also the main reason why Uzumaki Mito has such a high favorability rating even though he didn't know him for a day. Just like men like noble queens who are beautiful, temperamental and powerful. Women also like warm men with good looks, good temperament and strong strength. Advertisement is Xia Yan a Hawkeye? Hard to say. But in the eyes of Uzumaki Mito, he is definitely a well-deserved war man. After all, heroes save beauty, donate secret techniques, accept apprentices, help break off marriages, shelter families. From Uzumaki Mito's point of view, men in the ninja world don't spend as much effort as Xia Yan, even when it comes to chasing their beloved women. Teacher, teacher? The girl's voice was still ringing. Xia Yan's pupils shrank slightly, only then did she notice that Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were looking at him with strange expressions. Cough cough. Sorry, lost my mind. Realizing that she was distracted, Xia Yan coughed awkwardly, and then said lightly, okay, I agree. You can fight Hashirama and let him see the scenery from high places. Good. Uzumaki Mito suddenly became excited, suppressed his excitement, and raised his foot to Senju Hashirama. She is a woman who is good at sealing, and actually doesn't like to fight like the men in the ninja world. But even so, after being taught by Xia Yan to become a strong person, she still wanted to show her strength. For flowers. One is to experience what it is like to control a powerful force, so that so many people in the ninja world sacrifice their lives and pursue their lives desperately. The second is an old saying. Advertisement the strength of this woman. Really scary, big. Even the immortals and saints in Xia Yan's past life myths were not able to transcend the so-called desire. A dazzling aura like the stars erupted from Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito is nowhere near his level at the moment, but even so, Senju Hashirama is still a formidable enemy. Senju Tobarama groaned, pointed to his chest and backed up again and again, widening his eyes in horror. If he unleashed his aura recklessly, he could even shatter a planet from within. Rich and noble do not return home, such as brocade clothing at night. Senju Hashirama's expression was solemn, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Vanity is an emotion everyone has, and Uzumaki Mito is no exception. Uzumaki Mito takes a step towards Senju Hashirama. Like Xia Yan's aura, it has long since merged with Conqueror's Haki and Ryotsu to form a new energy. Besides, let alone Uzumaki Mito, this is not a bad thing. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Well, the strong have their own aura. Chapter 33. Seal the Wooden Dragon. Come on. Stopping in front of Senju Hashirama, Uzumaki Mito pursed his red lips, eager to try. Senju Hashirama did not have time to observe the beauty of the woman in front of him. His eyes were vigilant and solemn, and the chakra in his body began to boil. Then it's up to me, Miss Mito, wood-style Mulong technique. It was just a discussion and advice. Senju Hashirama didn't think desperately, and reminded Uzumaki Mito before he started. Geya 700. Asa, it was as if the roar of a beast from ancient times sounded from the ground, like thunder. The whole earth was shaking violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. Boom. With an earth-shattering loud noise, a giant wooden dragon with a length of 2 to 30 meters drilled out from the ground, swept the wind and clouds, and looked down at Uzumaki Mito condescendingly. The surface of wooden dragon's body is covered with a shell that is harder than steel, and there are a lot of sharp spikes on it, like a torture tool, which makes people shudder. Watch out, Miss Mito. Reminding Uzumaki Mito again, Senju Hashirama had a solemn expression and slapped his eyes hard. Snapped. Chakra surges. Roar. Advertisement. The wooden dragon let out a ferocious roar, as if it had been given life by God, circling from the sky and smashing at Mito. Is this the wood style that shocked the ninja world? Really? Watching the wooden dragon that was getting closer and closer to him, the expression on Uzumaki Mito's pretty face was a little weird. How to say? A little weak. Yes, weak, not strong. Uzumaki Mito was very longing for the wooden road before, because Senju Hashirama used this secret technique to shock the ninja world, and even played the name of a god of the ninja world. The result is this? To be honest, a little disappointed. But Uzumaki Mito also knows that this is definitely not Senju Hashirama's full strength. She remembered that there was a document recorded in the country of Vortex that Senju Hashirama's strongest move was called True Several Thousand Hands. Uchiha Madara, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, who was famous in the ninja world, was defeated by this move. In comparison, the wooden dragon can only be considered an appetizer at best. He was very familiar with his abilities, and at a glance he could see that the 10-centimeter wooden statue was the wooden dragon that he had summoned. So, Uzumaki Mito didn't use the power of 9 tails and 8 inner gates, but slowly made a few seals. Advertisement immediately afterwards, a flash of light flashed, and the tens of meters of giant dragons that hit the face were swallowed by this flash of light. What kind of sealing technique is this? Senju Hashirama couldn't help asking, his eyes were full of amazement. The wooden dragon, which was as huge as a small hill, has completely disappeared, as if it never existed. He lost control of the wood energy. The next second, Senju Hashirama's eyes widened in astonishment. This is not reasonable. At this time, the light in the sky dissipated. This is. Senju Hashirama's eyes narrowed. A wonderful pattern emerges from the palm of Uzumaki Mito's palm, and chakra begins to evaporate rapidly. It was the first time he had seen such a magical sealing technique, and he could actually seal his wooden dragon directly. Best of all, the Vortex Mito doesn't seem to consume much chakra. On the other hand, Uzumaki Mito has a wooden carved dragon between his palms, which is about 10 centimeters, very delicate and delicate. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Yin Yang Ju Ji Sealing Techniques. Thinking of Uzumaki Mito's sealing technique just now, how could Senju Hashirama still not know what happened to 3.3 Shiro? Chapter 34. Sealing is my worst skill, as we all know. Powerful techniques consume a lot of chakra, which is the main reason why many excellent jonin can't use too many advanced ninjutsu. Because chakra's reserves are not enough. Even Senju Hashirama himself consumes an extremely exaggerated number of chakra when using celestial magic. To be honest, if his sage body hadn't been able to continuously provide chakra and vitality, he would have already pumped himself into adulthood. But the chakra consumed by Uzumaki Mito when he sealed his wooden dragon with the sealing technique was not worth mentioning at all, not even 1% of the amount he consumed when he summoned the wooden dragon. What an amazingly low consumption. 21 is not reasonable at all. But Senju Hashirama wasn't a mess, and even if he thought it was weird, he didn't ask any questions, but secretly calculated how far Uzumaki Mito's sealing technique could go. The result was even more shocking to him. 1% ultra-low consumption. Doesn't this mean that even if he uses wooden golem jutsu, or even true several thousand hands, Uzumaki Mito can use ultra-low chakra consumption to seal? In theory she could do it. Senju Tobarama at the rear was even more startled and dumbfounded, unable to utter a complete sentence. Senju Hashirama's expression gradually became solemn, and he looked at the Whirlpool Mito with envy. Miss Mito, is this your power? It's really scary. Advertisement M. No. Strictly speaking, sealing is only my weakest ability right now. Hearing the praise of Senju Hashirama, a well-known person in the ninja world, Uzumaki Mito's face couldn't help but turn a little weird. This kind of feeling is as if Xia Yan, the richest man in the world who often appeared on TV and news in his previous life, said to you, "Is this your financial resources? I am really ashamed." What? Hearing Mito's reply, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but be shocked. As the princess of the country of Vortex, what you are best at is not sealing. Duh. Vortex Mito blushed and nodded. Well, although the teacher has given me a lot of sealing secrets, what I am best at is combat ability. Although sealing is good, it is far from keeping up with my rapid expansion. Strength. Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama took 700 deep breaths and slapped his hands hard. Thinking about those cute and docile-tailed beasts who were once slapped by himself and had no temper, like pets, Senju Hashirama looked at Uzumaki Mito tentatively. Then I continued to shoot? He couldn't understand Uzumaki Mito's words. Come on, Fatty Whirlpool Water lit up, his eyes full of anticipation. Advertisement. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. The ground was surging, and the ruins of the broken walls were completely turned over again. Call, in the next second, an incomparably huge palm stretched out from the ground and grabbed the ground hard. Boom, in the end, what appeared in front of everyone was a behemoth with a height of at least 40 or 50 meters and a body like a small hill. Chakra burned at an extreme speed, turning into the purest energy, and the earth trembled again, much more intense than before. 9 tails? From his perspective, he only knew that Uzumaki Mito's strength was terrifying, but he didn't know what the opponent's abilities were. Then, a larger volume is drilled out of the ground little by little. Boom. But the power of 9 tails is not so strong. Chapter 35. Wooden Golem, Jealousy Wood Style, Wooden Golem Jutsu. Except for the true several thousand hands, which is as high as a mountain, and the Buddha on the top, this is the most terrifying move of Senju Hashirama. How powerful is this move? Able to fight with the powerful suit, Susanoo, and take over the existence of Tailed Beast Bomb with bare hands. Although for Xia Yan, this level is no different from fighting with children. But for the ninja world, this is already as powerful as a hang-up. Roar, Wooden Golem let out a shrill scream that was not like a human being, and it could easily take the huge palm of Tailed Beast Bomb, and grabbed hard at Uzumaki Mito. Wooden Golem's palm is huge and fast, and the simple action of grasping it can cause a hurricane as sharp as a steel knife. But Uzumaki Mito, who was standing below, was not afraid at all, and even her pretty little face flashed a strong excitement. Kurama. Uzumaki Mito shouted the name of Nine Tails in his heart. Nine Tails blushed and became angry. Damn stupid woman, don't call this old man by this name for a long time. But this fox is hard-mouthed and soft-hearted, especially the A** that was frightened by Xia Yan before, and now he dares not defy Uzumaki Mito's will, even if he transmits all his chakra. Advertisement. Well, Uzumaki Mito groaned, and a large number of violent-tailed beasts, chakra, emerged from his body. But these chakras not only won't hurt her body, but are opening up her meridians, which is equivalent to enhancing her potential. Teacher, Uzumaki Mito whispered. She knew that the reason why Nine Tails consumed her chakra to help her was because of her teacher, Xia Yan. Otherwise, Nine Tails' temperament would have been brutally torn apart the moment she called out the 3 words, Kurama. This is Nine Tails. Senju Hashirama was equally astonished, feeling the energy fluctuations in Uzumaki Mito. He did not expect that this most rebellious-tailed beast would surrender to a human being. But this thought only lasted for a moment and then completely disappeared. Thinking of Xia Yan's horror and Uzumaki Mito's current strength, Senju Hashirama understands that Nine Tails just made the most sensible decision. With the strength of Mr. Xia Yan, I am afraid that even the power of the nine-tailed beasts cannot be resisted at all. Of course, that was Xia Yan's power, not Uzumaki Mito's power. Although Senju Hashirama knows that Uzumaki Mito's strength is far superior to him, but based on his perception, if he gathers the power of the nine-tailed beasts, he can still be compared with Uzumaki Mito. Advertisement. Boom. In his mind, the giant wooden golem's fist that hit Mito was only a few meters away from Mito, and the terrifying wind pressure had completely overturned the ground, forming a terrifying deep pit with a range of hundreds of meters. Well, so strong. Is this the power of Big Brother? Senju Tobarama covered his head with his hands, the boss with his eyes wide open, his whole body was constantly pulled back by the hurricane. What? Uzumaki Mito drank sweetly in his mouth, exerted force under his feet, and his right fist wrapped the chakra energy of the tailed beast upwards. Boom. Wooden Golem's meteor-sized fist collided with Uzumaki Mito's Zhao class's fist, almost like a giant and a dwarf fighting each other. The deafening roar caused Senju Tobarama's eardrums to throb with pain, almost bleeding, and he couldn't help but retreat a few dozen meters away. And Uzumaki Mito, under this power, did not even take a step back. This power, Senju Tobarama's wide eyes were full of astonishment, and even a trace of envy and jealousy flashed. How can a weak woman have such power? Chapter 36, The Immortal. It's normal for Senju Tobarama to feel jealous, because in the original Hokage book, he was not an open-minded person. The brainless and crazy targeting of the Uchiha family is the best proof. Had it not been for the persecution of Senju Tobarama, the Uchiha clan would not have embarked on the path of rebellion. Seeing the big from the small, Senju Tobarama's lifelong achievements are mainly those powerful secret arts, and there is hardly any political. Visible Amadara. But, even so, Senju Tobarama is rarely jealous. Because he is the deputy chief of the Senju clan, the strongest family in the ninja world, and his elder brother is truly standing on the top of the ninja world. To put it bluntly, he was jealous of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna's Mangekyo Sharingan. You don't need to study hard, you don't need to work hard, you only need to feel 700 emotions to be able to wake up, but it is still terrible. What a joke. Why is the ability that can only be awakened by a madman so strong? This is Senju Tobarama's true thoughts. The Uchiha clan who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan must have experienced ultimate grief, so that they are just like lunatics, and it is very easy to go to extremes. Commonly known as an out-of-control beast who can't control his emotions. Uzumaki Mito, who had become a master at such a young age, had difficulty understanding the power of his powers was also included in this list. After all, Senju Tobarama had never heard that the princess of the Uzumaki country was a ninjutsu genius. Advertisement. Where does this power come from? Senju Tobarama looked at Xia Yan, who was standing in the gust of wind with an indignant expression. His eyes were full of dissatisfaction and jealousy. Why should such a powerful force be taught to a woman? Aren't he and his eldest brother more qualified than this woman? Why? Crack. There was a sudden violent vibration and explosion in the air. Under Senju Tobarama's envious gaze, the incomparably huge wooden golem had completely shattered into pieces and scattered everywhere like a pile of rubbish. Brother. Senju Tobarama, who finally came to his senses, looked at Senju Hashirama worriedly. Hashirama had no time to take care of his younger brother, but stared at Uzumaki Mito with a solemn expression. To be honest, he actually thought that the people he called would be easily dealt with. After all, it is a bit reluctant to use CBDD against Uchiha Madara, let alone Uzumaki Mito, who is still stronger than Uchiha Madara. But he didn't expect it to be so easy. It's simply crushing. Advertisement. Is this the power of the tail beast? I didn't feel that it was so strong before. Muttering in a low voice, Senju Hashirama's eyes narrowed and his hands clapped. Snapped. A crisp and loud clapping sounded in the air. After that, strange and gorgeous patterns began to slowly appear on Senju Hashirama's face, and even his eyes were covered with a layer of eyeshadow. This is. Senju Tobarama is overjoyed. He knew it was Sage Mode. Even in the Sengoku ninja world, Where there are so many powerful people, there are no more than 3 ninjas who can master Shienjutsu. And there are very few people who have trained the immortal to the ultimate, and probably only Senju Hashirama can do it in the entire ninja world. In other words, this is the power of Senju Hashirama alone. Come on, Miss Mito. With hair fluttering, Senju Hashirama looked down at Uzumaki Mito condescendingly, his chakra consumed like crazy. This move will be his final blow. Chapter 37, Senju Buddha. Sage Art. In addition to the power of the tail beast, the power of 6 paths, the power of 8 inner gates and other pure plug-in methods, this is already the strongest method in the ninja world. And under Senju Hashirama, the power of this celestial art is 3 points stronger. Wood style true several thousand hands. Become a Buddha on the top. With a forceful slap with both hands, Senju Hashirama recklessly consumed the huge chakra in his body. To be honest, with this consumption, 10 Kakashi can be drained in the original. And this is also an important reason why Senju Hashirama can traverse the ninja world. Even if ordinary people control wood style, they can only create some ordinary wood at most, and cannot form mass destruction at all. For example, Yamato, who also mastered wood style in the original work, seems to be building a house with the largest technique. Compared with Senju Hashirama, it is like a college student and an elementary school student, and the gap is astonishingly large. Boom! The deafening roar sounded again. The scale of this shock was countless times larger than several times before, and it could even be said that it was not at the same level at all. Countless Senju clan ninjas were forced to stay away from the Senju clan's station, looking at the center of the shock in horror. I saw a behemoth slowly rising from the ground, straight into the sky. Advertisement: if the giant wooden golem that was dozens of meters high before was just like a small hill, now this giant is a real mountain. Thousands of meters high and thousands of meters wide, the ninja world can't even find a few peaks that are more magnificent than this. Even many of the Senju clan ninjas with excellent eyesight could not see the scenery at the top of the mountain. Of course, if it was just a high mountain, it would be shocking, but not scary. And it's not just a mountain. On the top of the mountain, the giant Buddha is like an angry Vajra, surrounded by dense giant arms and palms. At first glance, there are at least thousands of them. This is the Senju Buddha that is enough to wipe out a ninjutsu village with one move, the strongest move in Senju Hashirama wood-style ninjutsu. Looking at the behemoth that almost covered the sky, Uzumaki Mito already felt a strong visual shock even though he knew that this thing could not hurt him at all. Even with her current strength, to be honest, she can't create such a thing. Wood style is indeed quite magical. Watch out, Miss Mito. Standing on the 1,000-meter high Senju Buddha, Senju Hashirama's mind moved, and the chakra in his body burned again at a high speed. Because he is Sage Body, other people have already sucked himself up. For flowers, advertisement however, the benefits of consuming chakra in such a large amount are also very obvious. Under the catalysis and strengthening of chakra, the 1,000-meter Buddha seemed to have a soul and life, and began to wave his 1,000 fists. The fist speed was extremely fast, and it even turned into a dense afterimage. Even the surrounding air was shaken away, forming a so-called sonic boom. It is conceivable what terrifying consequences these fists can cause if they hit a person. 0 Even Uzumaki Mito's beautiful face showed a solemn expression, ready to take a serious shot. Yes, seriously, not full force. Buzz! A violent chakra energy emerged from Uzumaki Mito's body, and quickly overwhelmed the power and momentum of the 9 tails chakra. 8 inner gates formation, 6th inner gates formation, open. In the green and violent chakra energy, Uzumaki Mito's red hair danced wildly in the wind, and the ground beneath his feet began to crack. Above the Buddha, Senju Hashirama's expression became more solemn, but there was also a hint of doubt. The power that Uzumaki Mito is showing so far doesn't seem to be as strong as he imagined. Big. Chapter 38. The power of 8 inner gates. Senju Hashirama's perception is naturally not wrong. The full power he felt from Uzumaki Mito was the effect of the complete liberation of the 8 inner gates formation. However, even if Uzumaki Mito has the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan, he cannot open the door of death. In the entire Hokage world, only Xia Yan, who has been operated on without age, can consume his own vitality unscrupulously. However, 700, to deal with wood-style ninjutsu of this scale, driving to the 6th gate is completely enough. Probably comparing the strength of the two in their respective states, Xia Yan casually suggested to Mito. You can try to hit the air with fast punches, which can rub the fire. Friction to make a fire. I get it. Uzumaki Mito's eyes lit up, and his delicate and tender white fists swung forward. Wow. Meow. Meow. The speed of the punches was terrifyingly fast, even leaving thousands of afterimages in the air. Afterwards, dense flames erupted from those fist shadows, forming a large-scale meteor shower, as if the Logia fruit power user in the pirate world had made a big move. Advertisement: only the likes of Senju Hashirama and Xia Yan knew that it was because Uzumaki Mito punched so fast that the air was lit. Undoubtedly, this is Might Guy's signature move in the original Hokage book, facing the peacock. However, although the moves are the same, there is a huge gap in the power. 8 inner gates is a powerful secret technique that increases one's own attributes in all aspects. It can be said that how powerful this move can be depends on how strong the person who casts this secret technique is. But Uzumaki Mito, who was playing very refreshingly, didn't care about so many 3.3s. The first time he noticed the situation below, Senju Hashirama was startled and screamed badly. Impulsive. He actually killed his own clan. Boom. 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 The air wave generated by the explosion swept across the earth, and completely lifted the Senju tribe within a range of tens of thousands of meters, leaving nothing behind. Dangerous. Uzumaki Mito is the master of Nine Tails energy, and the starting point is more than 99.9 ninjas. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Might Dai is just a genin of taijutsu, so even if he opens the final death door and beats the shit out of the 7 people with ninja swords, he still has more than enough energy and let go half of it. Go on. Shout. Looking at the still dense wooden fist in the air, Mito suddenly let out a roar and a low growl like a beast, and a purplish-red violent chakra energy condensed in his mouth. Not to mention other weaker Senju clansmen, even Senju Tobarama, who was standing in the top seat of the ninja, was caught off guard by this airwave and flew hundreds of meters away. The ground rolled dozens of laps before barely stopping. Oops. Senju Hashirama, who had wanted to hurry to save people, had his hair standing on end, but his back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. The dense flaming fists collided with the overwhelming wooden golem fists, causing waves of terrifying violent explosions. Under such a high starting point, even if only the 6th gate is opened, it can achieve an effect far exceeding the Might Guy gate and infinitely close to the 8th gate. The other Senju clansmen were even more miserable. Although they weren't torn to pieces, they were still bloodied by the fierce wind like steel knives, and numerous wounds appeared on their bodies. Might Guy is a taijutsu jonin, who can shake 6 paths Madara when he opens the door of death, and can even hit him hard. Chapter 39. A self-happy woman. Senju Hashirama felt as if he had seen the word, death. Without time to hesitate, or even to think, Senju Hashirama relied entirely on biological instinct to defend back, mobilizing all the remaining fists of the Senju Buddha in front of him. The thickness of a fist can easily stop tailed beast bomb. And a tailed beast bomb has the power to flatten a mountain. Now that hundreds of fists are stacked together to form a thick shield like a mountain, Senju Hashirama even feels that even if the legendary Sage of 6 Paths comes, he can block its attacks. Boom. Tailed beast bomb explodes around Senju Buddha's palm. It takes time, and the space at the center of the explosion is rapidly distorted. Immediately afterwards, the clouds in the sky at a height of 21 meters were instantly blown away, and there was nothing left. Below, terrifying airwaves and shockwaves ripped apart the earth, overturning the ground that had long since turned into ruins. Countless Senju clan members didn't even have time to hide, and they lost consciousness under this terrifying explosion. Only Senju Tobarama was alone, lying on the ground in a state of embarrassment, gasping for breath. After a long time, the shock subsided. Advertisement. The smoke and dust that covered the sky were blown away by the hurricane, revealing the figure of the behemoth hidden behind it. Senju Hashirama did not take any damage, and his Senju Buddha perfectly blocked a tailed beast bomb from Uzumaki Mito in 6th gate form. I have to say, it's a miracle. The power of Vortex Mito's cannon is infinitely close to the 6 paths level, and it stands to reason that it can kill any strong man in the ninja world at will. Because this is not a level of power at all, it can be said to be completely crushed. But Senju Hashirama just blocked it. Although hundreds of layers of wooden golem giant hand was blown through 9 times out of 10, almost completely pierced, but he blocked it. With a single super shadow, he can block attacks that are infinitely close to the first level of 6 paths. With this alone, Senju Hashirama has surpassed 99.9% of the people in the Hokage world. Senju Hashirama relies on self 700? Uzumaki Mito was equally astonished. If this is an immortal cultivation web article that relies on hard work, it is enough to say this. Knowing about his family, Uzumaki Mito knows very well how his strength came from. The Hokage world is undoubtedly a blood supremacy world, and Senju Hashirama has the Senju family's sage body, which ranks first among countless plugins, and the strongest wood style except for the 6 paths level powerhouse. Advertisement maybe, but at least 70% are innate. But this is Hokage. In Xia Yan's view, it is nothing more than that some people are born with their own plugins, and some people wake up when they grow up with plugins. No wonder Uchiha Madara can't beat this guy. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But it's that simple. Therefore, she actually admires a strong man like Senju who has come this far on his own. Looking at the 1,000-meter Buddha that, although broken, had already guarded Senju Hashirama like a door god, Uzumaki Mito's beautiful eyes flashed with shock. It is no exaggeration to say that even the 9 tails that were in her body from the very beginning, it was only through Mo Yan's methods that she became a force under her control. Is this Senju Hashirama's effort? Therefore, Uzumaki Mito's self-effacing is not necessary at all. However, what Uzumaki Mito didn't know was that if Xia Yan knew what she was thinking, it would be very funny. It's amazing. It's actually blocked. Chapter 40. Teacher, I want to eat soft rice. Slam dunk to kneel and cry. I lost. With no intention of continuing the fight, Senju Hashirama directly lifted the broken Senju Buddha. Such a gesture made Uzumaki Mito frown slightly, and at the same time, he was inevitably a little unhappy. I'm ready to open the 7th gate to fight with you, but you actually withered? However, Uzumaki Mito is not someone who likes chasing and fighting. She has almost tested her strength and is very satisfied with the result. Besides, Uzumaki Mito looked around subconsciously. The originally prosperous Senju family has now turned into a broken wall. At a cursory glance, not even a piece of intact land can be seen, and it is completely devastated. The ninjas of the Senju clan were even more miserable, with heavy casualties, not even a single one kept awake. It is no exaggeration to say that if Uzumaki Mito and Senju Hashirama continue to fight, I am afraid that the entire Senju clan will disappear and completely disappear from the ninja world. This wasn't what Uzumaki Mito wanted to see, and she wasn't that cruel either. Long time. Uzumaki Mito thought about it, and the terrifying momentum around him dissipated at the same time as the majestic chakra in the deep sea. Advertisement in an instant, she changed from the mighty Haki goddess of war to a beautiful and delicate little woman. But Senju Tobarama in the distance was not deceived by her appearance. Damn, Senju Tobarama looked at Uzumaki Mito as if he was looking at a vicious demon, and he wanted to rush up and bite him to death. Looking at this fragmented old nest, even if he conservatively estimates, it will take at least a few years for the Senju family to recover from this loss. If the Uchiha clan goes to war with the Senju clan at this time, the Senju clan even has a huge risk of being wiped out. How could this not make him angry? Not to mention, his jealousy of Uzumaki Mito hasn't completely dissipated yet. What's the matter? Deputy Chief Tobarama, do you want to ask me for advice like Chief Hashirama? Aware of the maliciousness hidden in Tobarama's eyes, Uzumaki Mito was not used to the other party, and Meimu went dark. She remembered very clearly that when Senju Tobarama brought someone to propose marriage in the country of Vortex, his attitude was quite arrogant, with an expression that your country of Vortex took a lot of advantage. To be honest, Vortex Mito actually understands him. Before she met Xia Yan, the teacher, the Senju family was the strongest force in the ninja world, and their marriage was indeed the country of the Vortex taking advantage of it. Advertisement commonly known as, eat soft rice. Senju Tobarama also has a position and has the right to look down on the country of the Vortex. However, the development of things in this world is so wonderful. In just one day, the position was completely reversed. If Uzumaki Mito's strength is exposed, he will definitely become the first princess of the ninja world in an instant. Now if the country of the Vortex marries the Senju clan again, the Senju clan will take advantage. Of course, apart from saying that Senju Hashirama wouldn't do such a thing at all. As far as Zhao's Senju clan really want to eat soft rice, Uzumaki Mito can't give them another chance. Who doesn't know that soft rice is delicious? She still wants to eat soft rice. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Mito glanced at Xia Yan involuntarily, and his face turned red again, making the already beautiful face even more charming. Senju Tobarama. He was about to say two cruel words without fear. Why did this woman blush? You blushed like a bubble teapot. Chapter 41. Touching the head. Senju Tobarama was not able to put up harsh words in the end, and was not able to fight Uzumaki Mito. After all, Senju Hashirama is neither an idiot nor a fighting lunatic, and he knows very well what kind of terrifying loss it will cause to the Senju clan if Uzumaki Mito continues to fight here. The Senju clan might really be wiped out, teacher. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama went to save their own family. Uzumaki Mito quickly ran to Xia Yan, raised his head, and stared at his face like stars. Xia Yan was slightly startled. Although Uzumaki Mito's gesture is very cute, he doesn't understand what the girl is going to do. With a thought, Observation Haki released it. Xia Yan has rarely used this ability since his strength surpassed that of pirates and Hokage by 700 times. But that doesn't mean rusty. In fact, it only took Xia Yan less than a second to integrate this ability that had not been used for a long time. What is convergence? Anticipate attacks, predict the future, perceive everything within a range of thousands of miles, listen to the voice of all things, and read minds. Advertisement. No matter what Observation Haki could do or what Observation Haki could not do, Xia Yan can easily do it. To be humble, this is not how talented Xia Yan is, but that his strength has completely crushed the world of pirates, CBDD. If he wanted to, he could even simulate devil fruits abilities at will, not to mention the simpler Observation Haki. Totally trivial. And after reading her mind like this, Xia Yan understood what Uzumaki Mito was thinking. The little girl is asking for compliments. Just like children and pets, they hope to be recognized and praised by others when they do something. This is actually the instinct and nature of human beings or creatures. Xia Yan was not stingy with these little things, so he slowly reached out and stroked Uzumaki Mito's small head, stroking gently. 1, 2, 3. The girl's hair was exceptionally soft, her skin was as bright as blood, and her skin was as white as milk. By the way, is Uzumaki Mito so beautiful in the original book? Looking at Uzumaki Mito, who was squinting comfortably because he was rubbing his head and looked like a cute little animal, Xia Yan couldn't help but get distracted. Uzumaki Mito didn't notice this. She had an inexplicable affection for Xia Yan, and she just wanted to enjoy Xia Yan's closeness to herself. Advertisement. After all, she can't guarantee how long she can hide her feelings, and she doesn't know how Xia Yan will treat her when these feelings erupt in the future. She just wished time could stop at this moment. Hey! A man's suppressed dissatisfaction suddenly came from a distance. Uzumaki Mito woke up like a dream, and he retreated in panic, escaped from Mo Yan's head-touching behavior, and his face was red as if on fire. Looking at the direction from which the shouting came from, Senju Tobarama had a dark face and shouted in dissatisfaction. Can you two flirt with the Senju clan? My eldest brother and I are saving people, and we don't have time to entertain them. You two are here. Call, Uzumaki Mito pouted. Because of Senju Tobarama's terrible attitude, the little girl's affection for the Senju family dropped by 2 points. But she also knows that the current situation of the Senju clan is because of her, so she did not quarrel with Senju Tobarama. VD. Going straight to Xia Yan, he picked up Xia Yan's arm. Uzumaki Mito gave Senju Tobarama a proud look, and deliberately said, "The marriage has been cancelled, the ceremony has been taken, the Senju family is useless, can we go back? Already?" Chapter 42. Shocking the Ninja World, Madara's movements. After Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito left the ruined Senju clan, the foreign ninjas from outside the Senju clan who came to check the situation finally arrived. Seeing that the Senju clan had vanished and turned into a rubble, whether it was a friend of the Senju clan or an enemy of the Senju clan, they all gasped involuntarily. What's going on here? The Senju family was destroyed. Was it a natural disaster, or a man-made disaster? Look at that huge fist mark and mark. It should be Senju Hashirama's wood style. So it was Senju Hashirama who fought with people among the Senju clan, and that destroyed the Senju clan like this? How terrifying the enemy's strength is. Even that Senju Hashirama is unable to move the battlefield. It's terrible. I have to go back as soon as possible and tell the patriarch that the world of ninja is going to change. Because the Senju clan of the ninja world is a super clan, the people who can be dispatched to investigate the information here are basically the elites of the intelligence ninjas, so that they quickly figure out what happened. That's why they were so terrified. Who is the strongest in the ninja world today? If this question was left to the Uchiha clan to answer, they would definitely say Uchiha Madara. But if it were given to other ninjas, the answer to that would be Senju Hashirama. This is not who is complimenting who, but Senju Hashirama's own reputation through battles. Advertisement otherwise, why is no one calling Uchiha Madara the god of ninja? As a result, the news quickly spread throughout the country in just one day through the special means of this group of intelligence ninjas. What? It's not true, is it? Terrible. Terrifying. Quickly send a message and refuse all outings for a short period of time. The family will be temporarily secluded from today. This monster. Why does such a terrible guy appear in the ninja world? Nara, Akamichi, etc. are close to the Senju clan, and even the family that is vaguely dominated by the Senju clan, when they heard the news, their first reaction was disbelief. But when the news was confirmed, their faces changed drastically and they responded immediately. Hide away. He didn't fall for the Senju family's disaster, and he wasn't ready to rush to help when the situation was unknown. For the younger brothers of the Senju clan, waiting quietly for the news of the boss is the best choice. For flowers. Has the boss slowed down? Then they go out to support. Is the boss completely screwed? Then they parted ways? Advertisement. It's that simple. Other ninja families are more complicated. Is it the Senju clan who attacked the Senju family at this time, trying to earn the first biggest profit? Or wait and see and risk missing the first bowl of broth? 0-0. This decision seems simple, but it is actually very difficult to make. Because the Senju clan used to be the most powerful clan in the ninja world, no one knows if they will explode with amazing power even if they encounter a great disaster now. What if stealing chickens doesn't turn out to be rice? If Senju Hashirama doesn't die, what if they turn them around in one go? Thinking of the big guy who once used the power of one person to coerce the entire ninja world, the ninjas who had ideas about the Senju clan instantly wilted. Let's just wait and see. With this thought in mind, the ninja world was so peaceful for 3 days. 3 days later, a piece of news brought a big earthquake to the just calmed ninja world again. Uchiha Madara, the head of the Uchiha clan, is on his way to the Senju clan's quarters. Great. Chapter 43. Izuna's plan. Hashirama. How could you be defeated? No, I would never agree that you were defeated by someone other than me. Wait for me. I don't believe this can happen. Without even bothering to speak to the other members of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara embarked on a journey to the Senju clan alone. Soon, the ninja world boiled. Uchiha Madara is going to shoot? Is it going to kill the Senju clan, or go to 7-0 to challenge the terrifying existence that defeated his old rival Senju Hashirama? I don't think Uchiha Madara is the opponent of the terrorist monster. All forces in the ninja world basically have their own ideas about Uchiha Madara going to the Senju clan. In this chaotic Sengoku era, if anyone is qualified to take the lead with Senju Hashirama, there is only one Uchiha Madara left. Third Tsuchikage, famous in the original Hokage, is still a young man, and he doesn't even have the courage to look up in front of Uchiha Madara. If Senju Hashirama is the first in the ninja world, then Uchiha Madara is undoubtedly the second in the ninja world. Advertisement. This made many people start to look forward to a collision between Uchiha Madara and the powerful being who destroyed the Senju clan. In fact, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have similar positioning. They are the highest fighting power in their respective families, but they are not the smartest. For example, the smartest member of the Senju family is actually the deputy chief Senju Tobarama. The smartest member of the Uchiha clan is actually the deputy chief Uchiha Izuna. Did the eldest brother go to the Senju clan? With the character of the eldest brother, he is definitely not going to get in trouble, but to challenge the mysterious existence who defeated Senju Hashirama. Unlike Uchiha Madara, who went directly to the Senju clan to question Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Izuna immediately found several reliable routes to leave the Senju clan by calculating the map of the ninja world. Fortunately, I have Mangekyo Sharingan's time-space ninjutsu, which is very convenient to use to find people on the road, Even if the other party is malicious to me, I can escape at any time. Speaking confidently to himself, Uchiha Izuna's figure gradually blurred, and was finally swallowed by a huge mouth that seemed to not exist. Not on this route. Not on this route either. This is the only one left, but this is the route to the country of Vortex. Why did the people who defeated the Senju clan go to the country of Vortex? The reason why Uchiha Izuna came alone to find the mysterious man who defeated the Senju clan was because he was worried that his eldest brother's reckless personality would bring danger to him. Advertisement yes, he wants to personally test the details of the mysterious powerhouse that destroyed the Senju family before his eldest brother. It's just, the more you search, the more wrong Uchiha Izuna feels. Why is the only way to leave the Senju clan is to go to the land of Vortex? Could it be that these people have peculiar means similar to their own time-space ninjutsu? Or are they able to fly? With this thought in mind, Uchiha Izuna quickly headed to the last route to the country of Vortex. Then, he finally found the trail he was looking for. There are two people with 3.3 feet printed on them. According to the size, they should be an adult man and a woman, or maybe a child. They have no plans to hide their whereabouts at all. One of the earliest trainings of ninjas in the ninja world was to hide all their whereabouts, so Senju Toburama felt a little weird. Aren't these two ninjas? Or are they conceited that no one is their opponent, so naturally they don't need to hide their whereabouts? Chapter 44. Madara, Hashirama and Toburama. Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. Across the distance, Uchiha saw the ruins of the Madara Senju clan and began to shout. Madara. Senju Hashirama, who had already rescued most of the people with wood-style ninjutsu, turned his head and looked at Uchiha Madara, obviously not expecting his old enemy and best friend to appear at this time. On the other side, seeing Senju Hashirama intact, Uchiha Madara was instantly relieved. Then he immediately put on a frightened face and shouted, Hashirama, who the hell beat you? Tell me, I must avenge you. Senju Hashirama twitched the corners of his mouth, opened his mouth, and said nothing. On the other hand, Senju Toburama had a cold face, but he joked, anyway, Uzumaki Mito has no eyeballs and broke off the marriage. If you are not a big brother, you will just do it and get together with Uchiha Madara. Toburama. Senju Hashirama glared at Senju Toburama with a black face, and said angrily, how can a man and a man be together? Besides, there is nothing unreasonable about Miss Uzumaki Mito's divorce, people just don't like me. Call, Senju Toburama pouted, his expression a little gloomy. He didn't like Uzumaki Mito very much, not only because the other party broke off the eldest brother he respected the most, but also because the other party was just a woman, but the master was far more powerful than himself. This makes Senju Toburama, who is somewhat macho, somewhat unacceptable. Advertisement at this time, Uchiha Madara was annoyed. Damn. What nonsense are you talking about? Uchiha Madara only cared about Senju Hashirama, not Senju Toburama at all. When he heard someone he didn't like arranging himself like this, he was even annoyed and scolded. If you don't have a clear mind, go out and fight with lousy. What? Senju Toburama's face darkened. With his eldest brother by his side, he wanted to turn against Uchiha Madara, but thinking of the current state of the Senju family, he still snorted to express his dissatisfaction. Humph. Uchiha Madara also snorted disdainfully. If it weren't for Senju Hashirama, he wouldn't even bother to say a word to Toburama. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Madara looked at Hashirama and asked in a solemn voice, who made the Senju clan like this? This. Senju Hashirama looked a little embarrassed. I go. Uchiha Madara widened his eyes and said in amazement, you are actually embarrassed? The sun is really coming out of the west? Hashirama coughed awkwardly and said speechlessly, it's a woman. What? Advertisement. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened. Woman? Hashirama, are you kidding me? It's just a woman, and a B****** D who just broke off with his eldest brother. Senju Toburama disliked others questioning his eldest brother the most, so he interjected again and provocatively said, that guy might be better than you, Madara. What did you say? Uchiha Madara's eyes narrowed slightly, and her mood instantly became extremely unhappy. The people of the Uchiha family are born very proud. In fact, this is normal, and 700 is not a brainless performance. After all, Sharingan is one of the biggest hacks in the ninja world. He was born with such an amazing talent, and from the moment he was born, he was almost certain that he would be a superior person in this life, and his potential was far beyond that of other ordinary people. Over time, it is against common sense to not expand. So, even knowing that Senju Toburama was deliberately provoking himself, Uchiha Madara still fell for it. Most importantly, Hashirama didn't deny it, he was actually beaten by a woman. Feeling that his blood was boiling and burning, Uchiha Madara grabbed Hashirama and shouted in a deep voice, take me to find that woman. I must completely defeat her who defeated you. Only in this way can I truly prove that I am far superior to you. Chapter 45. The shock of Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Madara doesn't actually believe that Senju Hashirama can be defeated by a woman. Because he still has self-awareness, he fought Senju Hashirama with all his strength several times, and the final result was his own defeat. If Senju Hashirama will be defeated by a woman, doesn't it mean that Uchiha Madara, who is in the world of ninja, can't even compare to a woman? Can't stand it. Therefore, after confirming the real situation of Uzumaki Mito from Hashirama and Toburama, Ben didn't even bother to talk to Hashirama, his old rival, and rushed straight towards the country of Vortex. At the same time, Uchiha Izuna, who possesses Mangekyo Sharingan time-space ninjutsu, has already found his goal of this trip one step ahead of Uchiha Madara. Somewhere the space suddenly warped into a Uzumaki shape, just like Uchiha Obito's Kamui in the original. Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito, who were walking on the road to the country of Vortex, froze at the same time, and then looked at each other with some amusing. At their level, if you want to perceive this kind of spatial fluctuation, you don't agree too much, but the people who come here feel that they are well hidden. I don't know who it is. Are there people in the ninja world who can master time and space ninjutsu at this time? Senju Tobarama's flying thunder god technique? Or did the Otsutsuki clan come early? Xia Yan didn't look back, but observation haki was released unknowingly, covering the entire ninja world in an instant. Yes, the whole ninja world. Advertisement. It doesn't even refer to the continent where the ninja world is located, but the entire planet in the true sense. Once in the world of pirates, this was simply unimaginable. Even the strongest who are best at haki in the pirate world can't do it to this extent. But for Xia Yan, whose own strength has far surpassed that of a small planet like Earth, this is just a little trick that is not worth mentioning, nothing more. After a few seconds, the fluctuation of space finally dissipated. A figure slowly emerged from it. Catch? Xia Yan's face rarely showed a bit of surprise. The visitor was neither Uchiha Madara nor the so-called Otsutsuki clan, but a complete stranger. No, it seems a bit reluctant to call it a stranger. After all, this man with black hair and handsome face was carved out of the same mold as Uchiha Madara, and anyone could see the intimacy between them. What's wrong? Aware of Xia Yan's strangeness, Uzumaki Mito asked curiously. Advertisement. It's okay, just a little surprise. Xia Yan shook her head and said lightly, I didn't expect it to be him. Who? Uzumaki Mito was even more curious. Without observation haki, she couldn't clearly see the appearance of the person behind her, so she turned her head and looked back without any hesitation. She really doesn't need to worry about anything. If it is the previous Uzumaki Mito, although it is considered to be the top female ninja in the ninja world, it is still a lot worse than those male ninjas who really stand at the top. But now, 8 inner gates, the power of 9 tails, powerful and mysterious, can even seal the seal of Senju Hashirama wood-style ninjutsu. It can be said that in the world of ninja, the current Uzumaki Mito has completely grown into an excellent ninja who can stand alone. Zhao. Even without the help of Xia Yan, she has no problem. And it was at this turn that Uzumaki Mito and Izuna looked at each other. I go. Uchiha Izuna uttered foul language directly, which was completely inconsistent with his gentle appearance. Because he now doubts whether he is with the wrong person. Isn't this the princess of the country of Vortex, Vortex Mito, who was reported to be marrying Senju Hashirama, the head of the Senju clan? How could this woman have the power to defeat the Senju clan? Chapter 46. Uchiha's pride. The Uchiha family is arrogant. This arrogance is not superficial, but the glory and superiority that a family has inherited for many years. Uchiha Izuna is actually a person with very good character in the Uchiha family. Even so, he inevitably retains some of the vices of the big family. Such as pride, such as machismo, such as impulse. Another example is to regard the honor of family and elder brother above everything else. Well, I was so excited just now that I didn't notice it, but now I take a closer look, the breath of these two is so strong. When I first saw the 700 figures of Uzumaki Mito and the two of them, Uchiha Izuna couldn't believe it. But when he calmed down and observed carefully, he found the difference between Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito. No, it should be said that all he found was something extraordinary about Uzumaki Mito. As for Xia Yan, it was probably because of the huge personality gap between the two. Uchiha Izuna just felt that this man seemed to be strong, but he didn't know where he was strong or why he was strong. But Uzumaki Mito, just like Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama can discover her strength, Uchiha Izuna who awakened Mangekyo Sharingan can also discover her terrifying power. Advertisement. Well, Uchiha Izuna suddenly raised his hand to cover his eyes and groaned in pain. A few seconds later, a line of blood and tears flowed down his fingers, looking very scary. A long time. Uchiha Izuna finally recovered almost, wiped the blood off his face, and looked at Uzumaki Mito in surprise. Damn, this woman's strength is too terrifying. Having completely ignored Xia Yan, Uchiha Izuna looked at Uzumaki Mito as if he were looking at a real monster. Just now, he turned on the Mangekyo Sharingan to observe Uzumaki Mito carefully, but he was bitten back so that his eyes were almost blinded. Sky. He is Mangekyo Sharingan. The girl's laughter is like a silver bell, without the slightest malice, making people want to indulge in it. Following the example of his elder brother Uchiha Madara, stepping on the stone with one foot, Uchiha Izuna smiled evilly. Is that the shit you beat the Senju clan? I was found? Without the slightest hesitation, Uchiha Izuna directly mobilized the power of Mangekyo Sharingan and appeared in front of Xia Yan and the two of them out of thin air from a different dimension. Advertisement. It wasn't because he was seduced by Uzumaki Mito, but he was very keenly aware that Uzumaki Mito was laughing at himself. Besides, what if it was discovered? The eye of God, which can even be manipulated by a tailed beast, was almost blinded just because of probing a woman's CBDD strength? This is too scary. Just then, Uzumaki Mito suddenly laughed softly. Kiss, you too. But Uchiha Izuna was struck by lightning, and his whole body trembled violently. The strange pattern in the blood pupil slowly turned. Although Uchiha Izuna felt that his strength was no match for the red-haired girl, it was very simple to be invincible. Let me test for big brother, just how strong you are. With such a terrifying existence, it would be ridiculous if he couldn't even find out what he didn't deliberately hide. Uchiha Izuna paled in shock, but thinking that Uzumaki Mito's strength far surpassed himself in his perception, he immediately let go. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Chapter 47. Why don't you go together? Uchiha's arrogance made Uchiha Izuna make the wrong choice. Of course, it was definitely not his fault. This is the limitation of the concept of ninja itself. After all, even the time-space ninjutsu is a master. How could Uchiha Izuna know that the powerful time-space ninjutsu is not something that can make him unscrupulous? The Uchiha clan. Vortex Mito looked at Uchiha Izuna strangely. She thought that she would become famous, and that she would be approached by others, but she did not expect that the first people to come would be the Uchiha family. These guys don't seem to have any connection with the country of the Vortex, right? Uchiha Izuna didn't think so much. Under the protection of Uchiha Madara, he still has a childish temperament. He directly ignored Xia Yan, who was beside him, and looked directly at Uzumaki Mito and asked, "You defeated Senju Hashirama?" "Well, it's me." Uzumaki Mito hesitated for a moment, then admitted it frankly. In her opinion, having a strong strength is not a shameful thing, and there is no need to hide it. It is indeed her. In the ninja world, there really is a powerful woman who can defeat Senju Hashirama. She looks so young and beautiful. Advertisement. It's just, is that man her relative, or a husband and wife? Uchiha Izuna looked at Uzumaki Mito with a lot of admiration, but looked at Xia Yan with a lot of hostility. It's not that Uchiha Izuna fell in love with Uzumaki Mito at first sight, but a single man's biological instincts of jealousy and envy when he sees a wonderful woman belonging to someone else. This is normal. Uchiha Izuna also quickly adjusted his mood and chuckled. Would you like to fight with me? I also want to experience the terrifying power that can defeat that Senju Hashirama. Do you want to fight again? Uzumaki Mito was a little helpless and a little depressed. To be honest, she doesn't really like fighting, and the previous battle with Senju Hashirama was just a test of her strength. So, she tentatively looked at Xia Yan. Teacher, why don't you come? Teacher? Uchiha Izuna looked at Xia Yan in disbelief, but there was a rumbling in his heart. As the deputy chief of the Uchiha clan, he naturally understood what the word teacher meant. It is no exaggeration to say that the master and apprentice in the ninja world are not much different from father and son, and the relationship is quite close. For flowers. Of course, that's not the point. Advertisement. The point is, under most normal circumstances, the strength of the master must be far superior to the disciple, otherwise how can he teach the other party? This man. Uchiha Izuna couldn't help but glanced at the seemingly ordinary Xia Yan again, and felt the terrifying power hidden in Uzumaki Mito's body, but he was even more confused. .00 Could it be that he was wrong, that the master-disciple relationship between this man and this woman has nothing to do with strength? No matter how you look at it, this man is just an ordinary person. On the other hand, Xia Yan was also a little confused. Am I going? Xia Yan raised a finger and pointed at herself with a look of astonishment. Could it be that Uzumaki Mito has a grudge against Uchiha Izuna? Otherwise why would she want to FK herself? Well, I also want to see the teacher show his strength. Making a playful and cute gesture of a little girl, Uzumaki Mito hugged Xia Yan's arm with a very intimate attitude. Hey! Uchiha Izuna, who had been watching the two of them, finally couldn't bear it anymore, and interjected dissatisfiedly. You two are ignoring me too much. We are discussing who is going to fight with me here. Why don't you just go ahead and go directly together? Big. Chapter 48. Seconds. Hearing the words, let's go together, Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito fell silent at the same time. The two of them looked at Uchiha Izuna with odd eyes, as if to see where the man had the guts to say such a big thing. Are they going together? Just kidding. Senju Hashirama dare not say such big words? To be honest, Uzumaki Mito actually feels slightly better. After all, she doesn't understand Uchiha Izuna's character and methods, but she just thinks that this 7-0 Uchiha clan boy is probably quite strong, and maybe he has magical powers that she doesn't understand. And Xia Yan really wanted to laugh. Who is Uchiha Izuna? Shinobu Uchiha Madara's favorite younger brother. It can be said that more than half of the reason why Hokage's original middle class made infinite Tsukuyomi is for his younger brother. How did Uchiha Izuna die? Killed on the battlefield by Senju Toburama. Although he was caught off guard by the time-space ninjutsu such as Flying Thunder God technique, but now it seems that Uchiha Izuna can also use time-space ninjutsu. It can only be said that he is not good at learning. So how did Senju Toburama die? Killed by Golden Horn and Silver Horn with a group of their subordinates. Advertisement after the resurrection of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn. Who solved it? Your product. You are fine. How many dishes are Uchiha Izuna? Ahem, a little off topic. In fact, this can't blame Uchiha Izuna, except for a small number of ninjas who are good at defense. Most of the ninjas themselves are typical examples of high attack and low defense, and even a small kunai can easily break defense. Therefore, even a powerful being like Senju Hashirama with the body of a fairy would be stabbed through his body with a sword. Therefore, it is actually very normal for a strong person to be killed by a sneak attack on the battlefield, not to mention the time-space ninjutsu that exceeds the limit of ninja reaction. Of course, that still doesn't hide the fact that Uchiha Izuna is a rookie. Take Xia Yan as an example. His own strength has surpassed the limit of the planet. Even if 100 Senju Tobiramas attack him with time and space ninjutsu, even if he stands in place and does not defend, he will never suffer even the slightest damage. Therefore, although these words are not pleasant enough, they are the same as the so-called loyal words against the ears, and they are similar. Whether Uzumaki Mito bullied or he bullied, it didn't make any difference. Although in his opinion, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Izuna are just bullying children's games, but as a teacher, elder and man, how can he let Uzumaki Mito rush to the front in everything? Uchiha Izuna didn't even realize what happened. The whole body was slapped to the ground by this Ryotsu, and his internal organs were completely shattered in an instant, turning into a pile of powder. Advertisement Ryotsu from Xia Yan broke out with a merciless bang. People love to hear lies. How arrogant, you be ******D. What's more, it's just a game of bullying children. Good. Although he also knows that Xia Yan, as Uzumaki Mito's teacher, is not weak, he is also very strong. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Xia 3.3 Yan tilted his head, but Izuna didn't expect that Izuna would ask him to shoot first. Mangekyo Sharingan exudes powerful pupil power. Uchiha Izuna stares fiercely at Xia Yan. His eyes are full of dissatisfaction and anger of being underestimated. You do it first, otherwise, don't say I bullied you. But Uchiha Izuna didn't know that, and, children? That being the case, he doesn't need to be polite. Mo Yan chuckled and rejected Uchiha Izuna's crazy 2-on-1 idea, walked out slowly, and blocked in front of Uzumaki Mito. Forget it, let me do it. It's too much of a bully for the two of them to go on together. Chapter 49. Blinding you for your own good. Ryotsu. These two simple words represent the essence of a world. It can be said that the world of Shinigami is the world of Ryotsu. After abandoning a very small number of plug-in players, Ryotsu's strength can even directly determine the strength of his strength. In addition to the specific application of Ryotsu in Kido, slashing, etc., there is also a simpler and more convenient usage. That is putting it on other people. It's a bit like the momentum in fantasy novels, and it's also a bit like Conqueror's Haki in the world of pirates, but the actual effect is completely different. Even the red-haired Haki, who can be called the limit of the pirate world, is difficult to cause too much damage to the human body, and can only destroy the human spirit at most. Ryotsu, on the other hand, does not crush the enemy's spirit, but suppresses the soul and body, making people unable to move. It is worth mentioning that, if it was a normal Ryotsu, at most it would hurt his self-esteem, and it was unlikely that he would suffer any damage. But if it was Xia Yan's Ryotsu, it would be completely different. It's like the difference between 1 and 10,000, advertisement. A knife inserted into a person's body will at most cause a blood opening, unless the critical part of the barrel is in the barrel, at most, it will result in a minor injury to a serious injury. And what about 10,000 knives stuck in people? It's that simple. Boom. The ground beneath Uchiha Izuna was crushed by Xia Yan's Ryotsu, showing dense terrifying cracks that spread rapidly in all directions. The air even formed a substantial Ryotsu rain visible to the naked eye, a terrible consequence of Xia Yan Ryotsu. What? Uchiha Izuna's face was flushed, and he wanted to resist, but he couldn't even do something as simple as standing up. Feeling the terrifying aura on his body that almost crushed his entire body, Uchiha Izuna felt extremely horrified. Xia Yan just moved this time forward by a few years. I'm such a good and kind person. Uchiha Izuna did not speak. Mangekyo Sharingan itself has a limit of wear and tear. Unless it evolves into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it will be completely blinded by overuse sooner or later. Advertisement rounding up, Xia Yan saved his life quite by coincidence. At this juncture, if this guy's eyes are abolished, he will naturally not have to go to the battlefield. He praised himself without a trace in his heart. Xia Yan looked at Uchiha Izuna, who was pressed to the ground by his Ryotsu, and said indifferently, "How, from the Uchiha family, do you still want to continue testing my strength? Of course, even if you don't become blind, you're almost there." But looking at his eyes, he knew that he was unwilling, and he was not frightened by Xia Yan's strength at all. Besides, it was almost 2 years in the original work. Uchiha Izuna was going to die under the hands of the 1,700 hands Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. Puff, the Mangekyo Sharingan's technique was forcibly broken, and it directly devoured his eyes. If it wasn't that the Mangekyo Sharingan owned by Uchiha Izuna was indeed a high-end product, I'm afraid he would have already become a blind man. However, it failed, and the all-pervasive Ryotsu directly shattered his spells completely. He was forced to understand the fact that this guy named Xia Yan was outrageous. Uchiha Izuna roared and released his pupil power, trying to use the time and space pupil technique to evade Xia Yan's Ryotsu suppression. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Flash Goddess. Uchiha Izuna spat out a mouthful of blood, tears streaming down his eyes, and he couldn't help but scream in pain. Chapter 50. Angry Madara in Xia Yan's view, the ninjas in the ninja world are like being brainwashed. Most of them are willing to pay for the village, and they are not even afraid of death. You can say that this is for the honor of the family and the country, but the truth is that what the Jonin do is assassination, robbery and other bad things, and even the war is only a waste of money and people, and they have hardly gained any land after fighting for decades. Uchiha Izuna is like that. He was instilled with serious war thoughts from a young age, and Uchiha's pride was deeply rooted in his heart. So in Uchiha Izuna's heart, dignity is more precious than life. So even if he couldn't bear Ryotsu who replied, he had no intention of surrendering. Isn't it death at most? Is death a big deal for ninjas? It's really tough. Tang Yin looked at Izuna lying on the ground very differently. He didn't expect that the cannon fodder who died in the hands of Senju Tobirama Flying Thunder God technique in the original work was so tough. Is it really worthy of being Uchiha Madara's younger brother? Although the strength is a lot worse than the top powerhouses like Madara and Hashirama, this arrogance is really learned by 10%, and it is not bad at all. Advertisement. But there is no arrogance that matches the strength, it is an extremely stupid act. Xia Yan smiled indifferently, then raised her Ryotsu one level again. Wow, girlfriend. Uchiha Izuna let out a painful wailing sound, and the blood spit out from his mouth could even clearly see the existence of internal organs. Teacher, Uzumaki Mito's expression was a little unbearable. She has a kind heart, and as the princess of the kingdom of Vortex, she has never experienced the darkness of the ninja world. Although she has gained powerful strength, she is still a relatively innocent little girl in the end. Xia Yan didn't even think about killing the original character of Uchiha Izuna like this. At this level, even if he wants to destroy the planet where the ninja world is located, it is just a thought. Although extremely arrogant, Uchiha Madara is not an idiot. From Senju Hashirama's mouth, he knew that Tang Yin were terrifying, so he made a move with all his strength. Behind him, Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama looked at each other, then stopped very tacitly. Izuna. If it is to deal with the villain, even if the enemy is strong, Senju Hashirama will definitely go up to help. Susanoo. Advertisement. But Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito are not big villains, and even the destroyed Senju clan's residence was caused by their initiative to challenge. That's all. Now he's still here to bully my dearest brother? Zhao, s. Roar. But in the eyes of Uchiha Madara, Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito are very hateful. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Although he didn't have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan yet, he had to say that the difference in aptitude was the difference in aptitude. As soon as Ban opened Susanoo, the terrifying behemoth dozens of meters high stood on the spot. Boom, department. At this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the distance. How dare he defeat his nemesis and good friend Hashirama? Can't stand it. Doesn't this mean that you are much stronger than me? Court death. Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan is still very strong, and seeing Uchiha Izuna lying on the ground and vomiting blood from a distance, he was immediately annoyed, and his black hair danced wildly. Chapter 51. A little thumb. Uchiha Madara is strong. Even if there is no eternal Mangekyo, his strength is far beyond the powerhouse of the future Five Shadows. Under the incomplete body Susanoo, he can step on a hill that is dozens of meters high with just 1 foot, and even a single sword can split a mountain that is hundreds of meters high in half. Even the simple action of running can cause violent vibrations like an earthquake. Should I say Uchiha Madara? One of the most popular villain bosses in the original book? Seeing the behemoth rushing towards him like a giant, Xia Yan couldn't see the slightest bit of fear on his face, but more of admiration and satisfaction. This aptitude, even in the ninja world, which has been amazing for decades, is considered to be the top. But Uchiha Madara doesn't know that. 700 Looking at the flat expression on Xia Yan's face even with a hint of a smile from a distance, Uchiha Madara could only feel the blood rushing up, and his whole body was about to explode. You are bold. It's really courting death. With a roar, Susanoo, who was tens of meters high under his control, blasted Xia Yan with his huge arm. I have to say that this Susa giant is indeed one of the strongest and coolest ninjutsu in the Hokage world. Just waving the wind pressure of the arm has already crushed the surrounding large tracts of ground, forming a terrifying scene of collapse and fragmentation. Even Senju Hashirama thinks that Xia Yan can't be easily blocked now, right? CBDD, advertisement. However, he was wrong again. Facing this giant slash that seemed like a hill smashed by himself, Xia Yan just slowly raised his right arm. Then, under the shocked gazes of the Senju brothers and the furious gazes of the Uchiha brothers, Xia Yan slowly stretched out a finger. Even the little finger. Insanity. Uchiha blushed. He was going to be mad. Uchiha Izuna was also very angry. You have to pay for your arrogance. In the chaos, the great sword in Susanoo's hand slashed hard on Xia Yan's pinky finger. Boom. The ground beneath Xia Yan's feet cracked in an instant, showing a spiderweb-like crack that spread rapidly in all directions, forming a rift valley that was hundreds of meters long in the blink of an eye. Although Uchiha, the Madara sword, failed to hit the ground, the impact and wind pressure alone were enough to do so. However, then, the crack grew rapidly and began to spread rapidly. Let alone with one finger. Advertisement. This must be some kind of trick, an illusion. Not far behind Xia Yan, Uzumaki Mito looked at Xia Yan with shining eyes. His face was as rosy as an apple, and his eyes were full of admiration and longing. This. Uchiha Madara was even more dreamy, completely unable to understand why this happened. No, not possible, to be honest. Completely forgot that he owns Mangekyo Sharingan. Theoretically it is impossible to be an illusion, but Uchiha Madara completely forgot at this time. In the end, like the ground beneath Xia Yan's feet, it shattered completely. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama's eyes were wide open, and their mouths could not close. A crack appeared on the surface of the huge Susanoo sword. This is the power of a teacher. He was just running away. He wanted to find a reason to prove that he was not crushed by Xia Yan. A little finger that shattered his Susanoo sword, which was at least 30 meters long. A little finger, shattering his Susanoo sword, which can split mountains. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Even with the help of Xia Yan, his strength has reached the limit of the ninja world. Uzumaki Mito dare not say that he can take the slash of the Susanoo giant with his bare hands. Chapter 52. Mangekyo Sharingan is also divided into levels? Uchiha Madara is a strong man, and a rather proud strong man. So when he faced Guy Yi, he would say, "I admit that you are the strongest in physique." But that's when he's about to win. Now that Susanoo was beaten with a pinky finger by Xia Yan, can Uchiha Madara say something similar? Of course not possible. Uchiha Madara is not that big either. Boy, I don't believe it. Do it again if you have the skills. Unable to accept that Susanoo was defeated by Xia Yan with one finger, Uchiha Madara growled angrily and wanted to swing Susanoo's huge arm again. Is it unacceptable? Yes, after all, this is a super event that breaks the world view. It would be really strange if it was accepted easily. Xia Yan knew that Uchiha Madara could not blame Uchiha Madara for his narrow vision. After all, he had been a top ninja in the ninja world for many years. It's as if you always thought you were the richest man in the world, but one day you suddenly realize that the world you live in is actually just a poor village. And your so-called richest man in the world is actually worse than a little finger under his command. The gap is so big that it can drive people crazy. Advertisement thinking about it this way, can you understand Uchiha Madara's disbelief and anger? Of course, understanding comes from understanding, but Xia Yan is not a virgin and has no intention of enlightening him. However, it is still possible to wake him up, and Xia Yan is not stingy with that little bit of physical strength. Then let you see what Susanoo is in the real sense. A playful smile flashed in his eyes, and Xia Yan's originally pitch-black pupils suddenly burst into a strange blood red, just like Doflamingo. What is that? Pupilism. The Senju Hashirama brothers who were watching from a distance immediately noticed the abnormality in Xia Yan's eyes, and then exclaimed at the same time. This is not to say how rare the pupil technique is. In fact, although there are not many pupils in the ninja world, there are two big families, Sharingan and Beian, so they are quite common. Pupil power. Even many ninjas from big families have long been accustomed to fighting with Hitomitsu ninjas. It's just that compared to Senju Tobarama's panic, Senju Hashirama's face is more solemn and serious. Although it should be Mangekyo Sharingan, this is by no means an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, but a higher level than Madara's eyes. So much existence. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement. Senju Tobarama stood by, looking at his elder brother in disbelief. Mangekyo Sharingan still has a hierarchy? Seeming to realize something, Senju Tobarama subconsciously looked into Xia Yan's eyes, trying to perceive it with his own mental power. What? Senju Tobarama, who released his spiritual power, let out a shrill scream and closed his eyes in pain, but a line of blood and tears still flowed out from between his fingers. Big. Senju Tobarama exclaimed again, pointing at Xia Yan's eyes and shouting. Big brother, look, it's the same Mangekyo Sharingan as Ban. Could he be from the Uchiha clan? With such a big change in his eyes, Senju Hashirama could see clearly. I don't know either, never heard of it. What? Well, I saw that too, for flowers, 00. Hashirama nodded first, then shook his head again, and said, but the difference in pupil strength is obvious. Ban's pupil strength can't even friend me, and this Mr. Xia Yan's pupil strength. But, Fu Yan's eyes are not ordinary pupils, isn't this Mangekyo Sharingan? Chapter 53 to 50x Chakra Consumption. Is there a pupil power level in pupil surgery? Of course there is. Ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, Tenseigan. Every powerful pupil technique has a so-called pupil power level. The ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan is undoubtedly the bottom of the pupil power. If he fights with other pupil techniques, he will probably be killed in an instant. This is the crushing of pupil power, and here has to kick up another topic. That is, July 13th, do ordinary people have pupil power? The answer is yes. Especially for the strong in the ninja world, it is very normal to have pupil power. But under normal circumstances, the pupil power level of these people is pitifully low. I generally don't use pupil technique, so I don't know that I have pupil power all my life. However, when these people play against people with huge pupil power, these drawbacks will be exposed immediately. For example, when Senju Tobarama tried to detect Xia Yan with his mental power just now, his pupil power was directly shattered by Xia Yan, causing his eyes to bleed, which was very miserable. The other side. Advertisement. Even Senju Hashirama recognized Xia Yan's eyes, and as the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara could not possibly fail to recognize it. Because of this, he felt even more shocked and incredible. This Sharingan? Impossible. But Sharingan can be turned off and on normally, so it's definitely not a transplant. Are you from the Uchiha family? How can this be? Uchiha Madara was dumbfounded. He never thought that Xia Yan would be involved with the Uchiha clan, and he, the Uchiha clan's patriarch, had never even heard of this person's existence. The most important thing is, this guy's pupil power is too exaggerated. Compared with Senju Hashirama, who does not know much about Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Madara, who is the head of the Uchiha clan, obviously knows more about Mangekyo Sharingan. This also made it easier for him than Senju Hashirama to spot the exaggerated pupil power in Xia Yan's eyes. How can this be? How can it be so strong? Everyone is Mangekyo Sharingan, how can your pupil power crush me? With doubts, dissatisfaction, unhappiness, jealousy and envy in his heart, Uchiha Madara's pupils poured out like a tide. Crack. Kick. With a roar like a long howl, Uchiha Madara frantically consumed his pupil strength and chakra. Advertisement: the ninja world will eventually remember the fear and humiliation brought to them by the giants. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This alone makes him the most talented Uchiha has ever been in a century. Madara is clearly very happy with her Susanoo. Uchiha Madara may have the talent to surpass the world of Hokage, but in front of Xia Yan, who has already surpassed the limit of the ninja world, he is weak and pitiful. In fact, he is indeed gifted with Yibin, and can drive Susanoo to an infinitely close to perfect state at a young age, and he himself does not even have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. If you use the internet feed to describe, Uchiha Madara consumes 1 yuan per second on average, while 3.3 Xia Yan consumes at least 50 yuan per second. However, talent does not equal strength. The effect is also very significant. Susanoo, who was already huge enough, became more solid, and suddenly soared to a height of 7 or 80 meters. Even the muscles and armor on his body grew out, and he already had half the appearance of a real giant. Under the shocking gaze of brothers Uchiha and Senju, a blood-red chakra giant slowly rose from the feet of Xia Yan. Saying this, the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern in Xia Yan's eyes began to rotate rapidly, and the pupils burned extremely fast as if they didn't need money. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, how is it? My Susanoo is strong. Then let you experience the true power, don't get carried away, boy. This 50 times consumption gap, converted to the use of chakra, is a full 50 times. And the final result showed, Chapter 54, Xia Yan's Susanoo. I really miss it, I haven't used this trick for a long time. Looking at the blood-red energy bone armor slowly rising from her body, Xia Yan couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Back then, when he was not very strong, he was imprisoned by Marine in a dark undersea prison. Escaping from that place, Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo did a lot. It was only later that he had more and stronger moves, so that Mangekyo Sharingan gradually became useless. Especially since he has Rinnegan and Tenseigan, Golden Wheel Blast, Shinra Tianjung, and even the 6 pads level Truth-Seeking Ball. These are all moves that completely crush Susanoo. Not to mention that Xia Yan's own physical strength has already exceeded the limit of the planet, Susanoo's so-called invincible defense. Xia Yan can easily break 21 with only one pinky finger. However, this didn't stop him from liking Susanoo's move. Because giants step on villains, it's really fun. A long howl. The blood-red bones on Xia Yan's body began to swell at an extreme speed, and exceeded 100 meters in one breath. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara exclaimed, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. Advertisement: Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama also stared at the blood-red giant dumbfounded. Yes, giant. Both of them are very familiar with Uchiha Madara's Susanoo and naturally know what the other Susanoo is like. In the first stage, a height of 10 meters is almost the same. If you don't care about consumption, the final stage can be dozens or even hundreds of meters high. But what about Xia Yan? The first stage is hundreds of meters high. Hey, don't be so surprised, Hashirama. Between Susanoo's eyebrows, Xia Yan spit out Hashirama playfully. Your Senju Buddha is over 1,000 meters tall. Ah, is that so? Ha ha ha, sorry, I forgot. Hearing Xia Yan's words, Hashirama laughed like a fool, with a simple and honest look. Uchiha Madara was immediately annoyed, and yelled at Xia Yan. Boy, your opponent is me now. You are distracted in the battle? What a courtship. After shouting, Uchiha Madara directly controlled Susanoo to wave its incomparably huge fist and slammed towards Mo Yan. Boom. Madara Susanoo's fist hit Mo Yan's Susanoo, making an earth-shattering explosion. I have to say, it was huge. Advertisement, but the result was completely different from what Ben had expected. Crack. Layers of clear, cobweb-like cracks appeared on Susanoo's surface. But the crack is not on Xia Yan's Susanoo, but on Madara as the attacker. How can this be? Ban's pupils shrank suddenly. He doesn't know how many times in his life he has used Susanoo to fight with others, and even smashed Senju Hashirama's wooden pass, but he has never encountered such a thing. He attacked Xia Yan by himself, but Xia Yan didn't take any damage, but instead, his Susanoo was shattered. How hard is this guy's Susanoo? Most importantly, Xia Yan is only the first stage of Susanoo. Under the shocking gaze of Uchiha Madara, the Susanoo around Xia Yan swelled in volume again, and quickly covered a layer of meridians and flesh. Clothes and armor followed, and with every extra step, the Susanoo's volume became a lot bigger. When this Susanoo completely transformed into a normal giant, Uchiha Madara suddenly realized how big this thing was. Looking at the behemoth that shot straight into the sky, piercing the clouds in the sky, and looking at Susanoo, who was only 100 meters tall at most, Uchiha Madara opened his mouth, but for a while he couldn't say a word. Chapter 55. The Kick of the 5,000-meter Giant. How tall is Xia Yan's Susanoo? Many years ago in the world of pirates, it was as high as a few hundred meters. Now Xia Yan's own strength has already surpassed the limit of the planet. Although his pupil strength has not evolved along with it, it is not comparable to a mere Uchiha Madara. To put it nasty, in the world of pirates, the full Uchiha Madara was just a little brother of his subordinates. Now this Uchiha Madara, who doesn't even have the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, is like a toy in Xia Yan's eyes, without any threat. However, just like flies and mosquitoes, even if there is no threat, they will upset people. At this time, they need to be taught a lesson. Standing between Susanoo's eyebrows, Xia Yan smiled playfully, her pupil power pouring out like a galloping sea. Crack. Kick. As if the bones were broken and reorganized, Xia Yan's Susanoo, who had already shot straight into the sky, rose again and headed for 5,000 meters. What is the concept of 5,000 meters? Xia Yan's previous life, Mount Everest, the highest peak in the world, was only more than 8,000 meters. In the relatively barren ninja world, a 1,000-meter mountain is enough to outshine the heroes and become a rare high-altitude place. Even the most common 10-meter level Susanoo was shocked when exposed to the eyes of a shadow-level powerhouse like 5. Advertisement: the 100-meter Susanoo can frighten 99.9% of ninjas. What about the 5,000-meter Susanoo? So big, long time. Looking up at the huge Susanoo who was soaring into the sky, he couldn't even see the other's face. The boss of Senju Hashirama's open mouth couldn't close. Even someone like Senju Hashirama who can summon a 1,000-meter high Senju Buddha is still like this, let alone others. The likes of Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna were already sitting on the ground with their knees weak. Giant fear. Strictly speaking, this is not a disease, but a biological instinct. It is as if there is a 5,000-meter high monster standing in front of you, and he only needs to poke it with one finger, and your house will turn into a pile of ruins. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama were directly blown away by this gust of wind and had no power to resist. Uchiha Madara is no exception, and at this time, he opened his mouth to you and became your enemy. Advertisement: Madara is a fighting lunatic with an extremely arrogant personality. That kind of physical fear is hard to get rid of. It is no exaggeration to say that this scene is like a baby picking a strong man next to it, which is very funny. Looking at his 100-meter Susanoo and Xia Yan's 5,000-meter Susanoo, even if he is an idiot, he can see how big the gap is. Boom. Pupil poured out. Uchiha Madara controlled Susanoo and rushed towards Xia Yan. So even if he knew that he was being crushed by Xia Yan in terms of hard power, he still wanted to rush up to fight Xia Yan desperately and have a showdown. And Uchiha Madara, who was at the center of the explosion, was even more miserable. Susanoo, who was close to the complete body, was directly kicked into pieces. Shin. At 5,000 meters high, Susanoo's legs are about 3,000 meters long. He himself was seriously injured by the explosion, and he was dying, with only his last breath left. This kick hit Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, and, Jiao Dahao, like a nuclear bomb exploded, setting off extremely terrifying winds and shocks. And Xia Yan didn't let him down either, controlling Susanoo with a light kick. Even a large area of the earth behind them burst open under his foot, forming a bottomless deep canyon. Chapter 56. The Unwilling Madara, One Finger. Instant kill. Uchiha Madara was instantly killed by Xia Yan. Look at the mountain range that was kicked to pieces, and the 100-meter Susanoo that was kicked to pieces. Senju Hashirama and the other two fell into a long silence. Fear. Shock. Susanoo is already a shocking move. In the ninja world, it is something that 99.9% of ninjas never want to encounter in their lifetime. And it was such a powerful move that Tang Yin gave him a kick. Fear. Madara isn't going to die, is she? Better dead. The Senju family just has one less competitor. Damn. 713. Senju Tobarama UB******D. Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna quarreled on the spot on the topic of whether to die or not, and their faces turned red. In the end, Hashirama hugged the two of them in his arms, which made them stop. I have to say that the relationship between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan is really strange. You say they are friends. Tobarama killed Izuna, Madara killed Hashirama. You say they are the enemy. Advertisement: they can fight like a happy foe. After all, it is a relationship of friend and foe. Boom. In the distance, a piece of ruins suddenly exploded. The figure of Dao, protected by the blue bone armor, appeared in everyone's sight. Uchiha Izuna was overjoyed. Big brother, I knew you were fine. No, it's not okay. Senju Hashirama's expression was solemn. Madara is injured, and her injuries are serious. What? Uchiha Izuna took a closer look and realized that what Hashirama said was actually true. At this time, Madara's chest was sunken, and there was a penetrating wound on her stomach that was bleeding continuously. Compared to these injuries, the blue nose and swollen face on his face are not even minor injuries. Big brother. Aware of Uchiha Madara's poor state, Izuna suddenly shouted, "Let's stop fighting. Hurry home. You are no match for this monster." Roar. Not listening to Izuna's words at all, Uchiha Madara let out a roar, his arrogance soaring. Crack. Crack. CBDD. With the explosion of chakra and pupil power, Susanoo on Uchiha appeared again. Advertisement: the Sharingan is the eye of emotions, manifesting when experiencing major emotional changes. Although the current anger is not enough to make Uchiha Madara evolve, it is enough to make his pupil power rise at an unbelievable speed. Susanoo easily exceeds 100 meters. Obviously there's no eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but the size of Susanoo is infinitely close to the complete Susanoo. This is a miracle created by Uchiha Madara. Even Senju Hashirama, who was watching the battlefield from afar, couldn't help but admire Uchiha Madara. Pity. There is a famous saying of Shengyu and Yi Shengliang in the heaven. Senju Hashirama didn't know about the three kingdoms, but at this moment he had a similar emotion. Since Laotian has produced a genius like Uchiha Madara, why let Mo Yan appear? Was it simply used to fight Uchiha Madara? In Senju Hashirama's emotional voice, Xia Yan moved. The 5,000-meter high terrifying giant Susanoo stepped on a 100-meter high mountain with just one step, raising it to the ground. Then, it leaned down slightly, stretched out a finger, and flicked lightly at Uchiha Madara, who was rushing towards it. Boom! The fingers of the 5,000-meter Susa giant collided with Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo collapsed directly, and the ground behind him was torn apart by the hurricane, revealing dense terrifying cracks. And Uchiha Madara also screamed and flew out, and finally fell to the ground, completely incapacitated. Chapter 57. So we are frogs in the well? Losing. Seeing Uchiha Madara flying out miserably, Senju Hashirama sighed helplessly. Of course. Senju Tobarama interjected with a cold face. The strength of that woman is beyond the concept of a ninja, not to mention that the man is her teacher. These two are invincible monsters. Asterisk. Uchiha Izuna clenched his fists and regretted his actions to provoke Xia Yan. But it was more than he thought. Even if he doesn't come to provoke Xia Yan, Uchiha Madara will definitely come. Just because Xia Yan defeated Senju Hashirama, boom. The ruins in the distance were suddenly pushed away. A figure crawled out of it, covered in blood, very embarrassed. Big brother, Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, his eyes filled with the ecstasy of the rest of his life. Senju Hashirama was also relieved that as a friend he did not want Uchiha Madara to die. Only Senju Tobarama pouted, looking unhappy. Advertisement. He was definitely the one who hated the Uchiha clan the most among the Senju clan, and wished that Uchiha Madara would die at the hands of that Xia Yan. Pity. Cough cough. Uchiha Madara coughed violently and walked up to Xia Yan, looking at him with complicated eyes. Who are you? Uchiha Madara asked suddenly. Xia Yan. Xia Yan frowned. Are you related to the Uchiha clan? Hearing the unfamiliar name, Xia Yan? Uchiha Madara couldn't help frowning and changed the way of asking. The relationship is not big and there are still things to say. Yan did not lie and said frankly, I come from another world. Mangekyo Sharingan is the ability I awakened when I was young, and I do have several subordinates of the Uchiha clan, and this is all my relationship with the Uchiha clan. Another world? Madara looked at Xia Yan blankly. Oh, it's really hard to understand. Knowing that for a person who has not even surpassed the planet, the concept of other worlds seems to be a bit out of line. Xia Yan sighed and explained this knowledge to Uchiha Madara succinctly. All worlds. Planet. Advertisement parallel world theory. Senju Hashirama, Tobarama, and Uchiha Izuna also came over at some point, staring at Xia Yan with either shocked or bewildered eyes, their eyes full of amazement. For flowers, Uzumaki Mito is not interested in these, but she likes to see Xia Yan being sought after, as if she is honored. After all, Xia Yan is her teacher. A long time. That's it, you understand? Xia Yan paused and asked how many people in front of her. Understood. Unbelievable. The ninja world is not as big as a grain of sand in the desert in the universe, and the universe is just as small in the heavens and the world. No wonder you are so strong. Think that you have surpassed the limits of the planet and the world? The four people, including Uchiha Madara, said every word, and looked at Mo Yan with amazed eyes and infinite pride in their hearts. They always thought that the ninja world was everything in this world. Now that the three views have been reshaped, they realized that their previous dreams and pursuits were so insignificant. Okay, it's decided. Uchiha Madara suddenly shouted with a frenzied look. Set a small goal first, and first go beyond the planetary level. Chapter 58. The teacher. Hey, Xia Yan was almost spurted out by Uchiha Madara. Is the planetary level so easy to surpass? The limit of the ninja world is almost at this level, and it is still the lowest and most reluctant kind. To be honest, if Uchiha Madara wants to rely on his own power to surpass the planet level, it is absolutely impossible for Xia Yan. Unless he takes the path in the original book, becomes the villain, and controls the power of the six paths step by step. Of course, he can also directly inherit the plug-in of Sage of Six Paths like the future Sasuke. In the same way, Senju Hashirama can do the same, directly inheriting the plug-in inherited by Naruto in the future. They are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura anyway. As for whether they can inherit it, that's none of Xia Yan's business. They are not their own disciples, Mr. Xia Yan. Suddenly, Uchiha Izuna's knees softened and he knelt down in front of Xia Yan. The deputy chief of the Uchiha clan shouted respectfully, Mr. Xia Yan, please accept the four of us as disciples. What? Xia Yan was taken aback. He didn't expect that Uchiha Izuna would suddenly come up with such a method. Advertisement joining if you can't beat it is indeed a fairly old-fashioned strategy. But very effective. However, Xia Yan did not want to take apprentices. Although he got a new system in the ninja world, he can get rewards by accepting apprentices and training apprentices, but these people do not meet the conditions. Since even the system's admission requirements are not met, what else is there to say? You are not beautiful. Goodbye. Xia Yan grabbed the slender palm of Uzumaki Mito and launched Shunpo directly. In the blink of an eye, the whole person completely disappeared in front of the four of them. Gone. Gone. Alas, if we miss this opportunity, we will never know in this lifetime whether we will have the opportunity to surpass the limits of this planet. Seeing that Xia Yan had just left, Senju Tobirama, Hashirama and Madara were okay. Uchiha Izuna was completely disappointed. He was keenly aware that if the four of them worshipped Xia Yan together, it would definitely benefit a lot. For example, Senju and Uchiha will become brothers and sisters, and they will have a close relationship with each other, and there will be no more wars. For example, they will no longer have any bottlenecks and detours on the road of cultivation, and Xia Yan will help them solve everything. $0. All in all, so many benefits. Advertisement. Sadly, it's all gone now. Uchiha Izuna sighed deeply, his eyes filled with regret. He couldn't help thinking, if the eldest brother and the Senju brothers knelt down to apprentice together just now, would it be successful? Unfortunately, it's all just speculation. The fact is, Xia Yan has already left, and they completely missed this opportunity. Moreover, the so-called four-person apprenticeship is just a fantasy. Uchiha Izuna knows the personalities of the other three very well. My eldest brother Uchiha Madara, proud, a typical example of my eldest brother. Senju Tobirama, although far less powerful than Uchiha Madara, is still arrogant and terrifying, and is quite corrupt and does not know how to adapt. 3.3 It is impossible for them to worship others as teachers, and they cannot keep their heads down. That is to say, Senju Hashirama has a better temper, and there is a possibility of apprenticeship. Unfortunately, Senju Hashirama has a bad mind. As the patriarch of the Senju clan, the other party seems to have not discovered the benefits of taking Mo Yan as a teacher until now. Duh. Uchiha Izuna couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He is so hard. Chapter 59. Jump to the country of Vortex? Let's make an alliance. Missing the apprenticeship, Uchiha Izuna, who quickly cleared his mind, looked up at Senju Hashirama. What? Senju Tobirama rolled his eyes and said, what nonsense are you talking about, idiot? I'm not talking nonsense. Uchiha Izuna rolled his eyes at Senju Tobirama and said coldly, with such a big man in the ninja world, it is estimated that the entire ninja world will be reshuffled soon. You are sure that Senju and Uchiha will continue to fight, not unite to deal with it? Changing times? Unnecessary. 21 Before the Senju brothers said anything, Uchiha Madara was the first to say no to Izuna's proposal. Brother, calm down first. Izuna looked at her brother helplessly. Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, then glared at Senju Tobirama. As long as this guy is around, the Senju clan and I will never cooperate. After speaking, without waiting for her younger brother to reply, Madara flashed directly into the distance and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. I think, we can have a good talk about cooperation and keep in touch. Advertisement. Compared with Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama's temper is much better, leaving this sentence to Izuna before turning around and leaving. Senju Tobirama, imitating Uchiha Madara's appearance, gave Uchiha Izuna a stern look. As long as your idiot brother is around, our Senju clan will never cooperate with the Uchiha clan. After finishing speaking, a flying thunder god technique disappeared in front of Uchiha Izuna. He was so angry that he completely forgot to hide the fact that he would use chronospace ninjutsu. Time and space ninjutsu. Sure enough, Izuna saw the secret of flying thunder god technique at a glance, and couldn't help feeling extremely surprised and shocked. You know, his time-space ninjutsu comes from the Mangekyo Sharingan, while Senju Tobirama does not have this bloodline power. In other words, Senju Tobirama himself developed time-space ninjutsu? Izuna sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but feel scared for a while. Fortunately, Senju Tobirama accidentally exposed this matter to his eyes, otherwise if he was caught off guard on the battlefield in the future, I am afraid that he would really die on the spot. After leaving Uchiha Madara's group, Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito embarked on a journey to the land of vortexes. It's so slow, so far. Uzumaki Mito complained suddenly. She didn't know what was wrong with herself. It stands to reason that with her character, she couldn't complain about this way. Advertisement. But she just wants to act like a spoiled child in front of Xia Yan. Xia Yan didn't care about this either, patted her little head lightly, and said with a chuckle, tired? Uzumaki Mito nodded. Alright. Xia Yan said decisively. Do you want to go to the country of vortex with a or to the country of 713 vortex with a bang? Huh? What do you mean? Vortex. Mito looked at Xia Yan with a bewildered expression. The sound of is the time and space method, and it is very easy to reach the country of the vortex in an instant. Xia Yan explained. Bang, should be slower, I jumped directly with you. Jump over. Because he was so shocked that he didn't even pay attention to such a point, Uzumaki Mito looked at Xia Yan in disbelief. Does your teacher know what he is talking about? Across the continent, jump from here to the country of the vortex? What a mighty force that must be. Chapter 60. A shocking continental plate. Uzumaki Mito's strength increased too fast, therefore, although her vision has also been greatly improved, it is still too narrow after all. Just like now Tang Yin said that she was going to jump to the country of vortex, she was shocked. Is this actually a great thing? After the body surpasses the planet, Tang Yin can even smash the planet with one punch. What is it like to jump for such a short distance? Come on, Pretty face flushed red, Uzumaki Mito reached out to catch Xia Yan's arm. Xia Yan hugged her with one hand, and then jumped lightly with both feet on the ground. Boom! The vast world within a range of hundreds of thousands of meters collapsed directly, and most of the ninja continent trembled violently. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and the others who were planning to go back to their respective homes were overtaken by one and almost fell to the ground in embarrassment. Most of the people on the continent looked at the direction of the shock in shock, their faces filled with horror. What's going on here? Earthquake, or the destruction of the world? Advertisement. Uzumaki Mito, who is the party involved, is definitely the most qualified to say what he has seen and heard. With her current strength, she could clearly see that Tang Yin's kick shook the continental plate. What terrifying physical power is this? In the air, the two flew forward at a terrifying speed that was countless times faster than the speed of sound. Uzumaki Mito was horrified to find that with her current strength, if she did not use chakra to protect herself, she would be torn apart by this hurricane. What an exaggerated speed, hard for a long time. I don't know how long it took. Xia Yan landed smoothly. This is of course his intentional control. If it falls on the ground completely uncontrollably, the destructive force produced by his landing may be more exaggerated than a meteorite with a size of 10 million meters, and the country of Vortex can be destroyed in an instant. Hey, it's here. Xia Yan lowered her head and chuckled to remind Uzumaki Mito, who was still holding her tightly. What? Vortex Mito was stunned for a moment, then blushed, and quickly let go of Fu Yan's arm. This matter is indeed not a trivial matter. Soon, the current daimyo of the Kingdom of Vortex rushed to the scene in a hurry, surrounded by a dozen ninjas. Mito. What the hell is going on here? Zhao Dahao. Advertisement. This is the princess? At this time, someone around finally discovered the existence of Xia Yan. Who knows? Hurry up and report to the big name. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. All the people in the country of the Vortex know that they are going to marry the famous Senju clan in the ninja world. What? Didn't the princess go to the Senju clan to marry? But what happened when the princess came back? This made Xia Yan very satisfied, and Uzumaki Mito breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Uzumaki Mito appear, anyone with a brain can sense something is wrong. Glancing at Xia Yan first, the daimyo of the Kingdom of Vortex looked at Mito eagerly. Didn't you say that you were going to marry? What about the people who protected you? Could it be that the Uchiha clan is in the way? Or did the Senju clan repent and bully you? Vortex Mito looked at his father respectfully, with some emotion in his heart. Uzumaki Mito is still more concerned about Uzumaki Mito, not the kind of ruthless person who sells women for glory. Father. The marriage between the Vortex clan and the Senju clan has recently been so hot that even the Uchiha clan knew about it and set up an ambush on the way to try to destroy the marriage. It's only been a day's work, her father hasn't changed at all, but she is completely different from the inside out. It must be said that Shin can be heard from this long speech. Chapter 61. The establishment of Shinobi Village. With Uzumaki Mito's explanation, Daimyo finally knew how much the outside world had changed in just one day. At first he still couldn't believe it, but with Uzumaki Mito blowing a mountain with one punch, no matter how unwilling he is to believe it, he can only face the reality calmly. Unbelievable. It's incredible. The famous name of the Kingdom of Vortex looked at Xia Yan with shining eyes. Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly turned around and announced, "Quick, set up a banquet. The highest standard. I want to entertain Mr. Mo Yan. The hospitality of the country of the Vortex is very good. Wine, food." The original 713 should have been beautiful, but Uzumaki Mito drove all those women away. This made the keen daimyo of the country of the Vortex aware that her baby daughter's feelings for the teacher Xia Yan seemed to be unusual. But that's okay. He even felt fine. After all, from his daughter's mouth, he already knew how great and terrifying the teacher Xia Yan was. As for whether her daughter is deceiving herself for the person she likes, daimyo of the Kingdom of Vortex has not considered this idiot question at all. Advertisement. How poisonous do people have to be to tell lies that can be pierced by just checking? CBDD. Come on, Mr. Xia Yan, let's have a good drink. Holding the wine glass in front of Xia Yan, the great name of the Kingdom of Vortex said earnestly, "My daughter, I will leave it to you to take care of me." Okay. Tang Yin didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. Isn't he taking care of his disciples? The ninja world is now in the Sengoku era, and the days of the Vortex country are actually very boring. After all, as the only country that is good at sealing, the country of the Vortex is not threatening in the eyes of most forces, but is a rather good helper and tool. Therefore, almost no force will take the initiative to provoke the country of Vortex. However, as the news spread throughout the ninja world within a few days, the country of the Vortex, which had always been calm, finally became agitated. The marriage between the Senju clan and the country of the Vortex failed. Princess Uzumaki of the land of Vortex is married and apprenticed. People in the ninja world found that a bunch of inexplicable news suddenly flooded their lives, which made them very upset. It must be fake. Do you know who Senju Hashirama is? The god of the ninja world. Will he be defeated by a young woman in her 20s? Get the hell out of here. Advertisement. Everyone realizes that the world of ninja is about to change. In the original book, 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi, who was very good, could even stand in shock in front of them. As more and more information spreads throughout the ninja world, especially Senju Hashirama himself speaks to prove the truth of the matter. The entire ninja world was in an uproar. Princess Uzumaki defeated Senju Hashirama, the head of the Senju clan, with her own hands. Countless small families are even more anxious to connect with each other. Princess Uzumaki's teacher defeated Uchiha Madara. In the end, they decided to find the largest force nearby to form a more powerful force. However, this is the truth. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. So when someone said they were beaten, everyone's first reaction was, false. In this era, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara represent the limits of ninjas. How could such a powerful and terrifying existence be defeated? What a joke. You idiots. That's right, Uchiha Madara is as famous as Senju Hashirama. How could he be defeated by an unknown guy? The establishment of Ninja Village was advanced because of Xia Yan, Chapter 62, Madara's departure, teaching Mito. As the head of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama soon received invitations from the Hyuga, Inuya, Akamichi, Nara and other families. Or request. Just like the later Shao Ninja Village and Danin Village, Shao Nin Village needs the protection of Danin Village to survive. Even more so in this chaotic Sengoku era. Because of the appearance of Xia Yan, many small forces understand that if they do not rely on a powerful enough force, they will be wiped out one day sooner or later. Senju Hashirama is very happy about it. It's not because his power has grown bigger, but because the peace he's looking forward to has finally come. Uchiha Madara rarely resisted. The strength shown by Xia Yan really scared him so much that he doesn't even bother to fight Senju Hashirama now. Become stronger. Get stronger, beyond the limits of ninjas. Beyond that Xia Yan. That's all Uchiha Madara is thinking right now. I'm leaving, Uchiha Madara said to his younger brother. Uchiha Izuna was taken aback. What? He didn't understand what his brother meant. Advertisement Uchiha Madara didn't explain it either, just picked up the salute and planned to leave. Big brother, Uchiha Izuna couldn't help but exclaimed, where are you going? The ends of the earth, beyond the planet. The voice of Uchiha Madara came from a distance, and the whole person had disappeared in place. Uchiha Izuna's face was solemn, with tears in the corners of his eyes. When the eldest brother comes back, I must let the eldest brother see you as a stronger Uchiha clan. Blink. Days later, after showing off her abilities casually, Xia Yan became the famous name of the land of Vortex. Enjoying the best food and wine, with Uzumaki Mito, the first beauty in the country of Vortex, Xia Yan was a little unhappy in her small days in the country of Vortex. But he didn't forget to teach Uzumaki Mito. At this stage, Uzumaki Mito's strength mainly relies on 9 tails chakra and 8 inner gates formation. Her own combat power is actually not very good. Boom. At the private ninja training ground in the country of Vortex, Uzumaki Mito was knocked out by Mo Yan with a punch. Oh, it hurts? Uzumaki Mito grinned in pain and looked at Xia Yan very aggrieved. Teacher, you are too cruel. I am a girl. For flowers, advertisement. Xia Yan rolled her eyes. Do you still want to become stronger? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Boom. Xia Yan appeared in front of Mito in a flash and punched her stomach. This is really the best move for Uzumaki Mito. Cough, your combat experience is too bad. Just from this battle experience, Uzumaki Mito's victory over Senju Hashirama is a total crushing of hard power. Big. If Xia Yan hits hard, Uzumaki Mito can be smashed to shreds in one go. Like basic physical fitness, hockey is an ability that improves as the owner becomes stronger. Uzumaki Mito raised his chest and raised his head. Then go on. Think, of course it's under control. But instead of killing him, he wanted to teach Uzumaki Mito armament hockey and observation hockey. Seeing how frustrating Mito's combat experience was, Xia Yan couldn't help shaking her head. That is to say, even an explosive star powerhouse can raise armament hockey's defense to the same level. Uzumaki Mito couldn't dodge, and was thrown away with another punch. I really feel bad for Senju Hashirama before. Yes, Xia Yan is teaching her the use of hockey. Chapter 63, The Cold Teacher. No pain no gain. For most people, this statement is absolutely true. Even someone like Xia Yan, who was a cheater, worked hard for a while in the undersea prison at first. Although later he found out that the open hanging is really fragrant. Cough cough. In short, Xia Yan has to cultivate Uzumaki Mito well, and naturally he will not show mercy to her. Beauty. Climb. Now that I have accepted apprentices, I will train on July 13th. Boom. Xia Yan kicks Uzumaki Mito. Even if he has sealed more than 99% of his strength, the speed of this kick still blows the air out. Uzumaki Mito's heart shuddered. He seemed to sense something, and his body was very sensitive to hide to one side. Buzz. Tang Yin's feet brushed past Uzumaki Mito's body. Dodged. The first time to dodge Xia Yan's attack, Uzumaki Mito was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. She couldn't wait to look at Xia Yan and asked, Teacher, have I learned the observation hockey you said? Xia Yan. Teacher, why don't you speak? Shui said strangely, looking at Xia Yan. Advertisement. Boom. Ouch. Xia Yan suddenly raised his hand and tapped Mito's head. Mito couldn't help but scream. Look, I can hit you easily. You want to learn observation hockey? Xia Yan looked at Uzumaki Mito angrily. Uzumaki Mito was a little unconvinced. I'm not ready. Prepare? Xia Yan shook her head and chuckled. Then are you ready now? Alright. Uzumaki Mito's pretty face was dignified, staring at Xia Yan intently. What? Xia Yan moved suddenly. Like the previous action, it was still a bland kick. But the extent of the airburst is even worse than before. This means that Xia Yan's kick is faster than before. Not the slightest surprise. Boom! Uzumaki Mito was directly kicked in the abdomen by Xia Yan, and the whole person turned into a shrimp-like shape and flew more than 10 meters away. Wow! Uzumaki Mito widened his beautiful eyes, leaning over and retching. Although he didn't vomit blood, he also vomited a lot of sour water. Advertisement, humph. Xia Yan crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Do you still think you have learned it now? It seems that your strength has been improved so quickly that you have become a little arrogant? Sorry, teacher. Pain relief. Uzumaki Mito looked at Xia Yan with a pale face, his eyes full of guilt. Obviously, Xia Yan's kick finally woke her up. Good. Xia Yan nodded with satisfaction. If he can wake up in time, Uzumaki Mito can be regarded as a child to teach. Woo, come again. Taking a deep breath, Uzumaki Mito posed again. Xia Yan also continued her practical teaching, at the same time. Senju Clan. It is said that it is a clan land, but it is actually a remote place that has been temporarily built. The former Senju clan has been completely destroyed in the Battle of Uzumaki Mito. It's unbelievable. Who would have thought that the Senju family would be beaten by -3.3 young women? Seeing that the surrounding Senju clan was not as prosperous as before, the current patriarch of the Nara clan couldn't help but let out a sigh. The other patriarchs also nodded in agreement with solemn expressions. They were also frightened by the situation of the Senju family, so they wanted to cooperate and form a ninja village. As long as a bunch of forces are combined, it should be enough to deal with any unexpected situation, right? Chapter 64. Raikage. Which tailed beast to catch first? With Senju Hashirama, the top boss, the union of Shinobi Village becomes very easy. Whether it's for the development of the family or for his own future safety, it is a good thing to recognize Senju Hashirama as the eldest. What? You're saying Senju Hashirama was defeated fiasco by a woman? So what? What does it have to do with them? Normal people can distinguish the stakes. Even if Senju Hashirama really lost to others, it has nothing to do with them. Because they still can't beat Senju Hashirama, they must rely on the strength of Senju Hashirama. As for finding the master and apprentice of the mysterious woman who defeated Senju Hashirama, 21. It's just a fantasy. Not to mention whether people want you or not, whether you can find someone or not is a problem. In these days, it's not so easy to kneel down and become a dog. There's a lot of knowledge here. Thinking of those small clan ninjas who were not even qualified to attend this meeting, the Nara clan chief could not help but sigh. To be a dog, you have to be someone with strength and status like them to be qualified. Similar to what happened to the Senju clan, it is actually happening in several other countries in the ninja world. Advertisement. It's just that compared to Senju Hashirama, which is powerful enough to suppress all Gyuki snake gods, the other forces are basically in a state of disobedience. Xia Yan of the Land of Vortex also ignored the disturbance of these people and was still teaching Uzumaki Mito. However, he doesn't cause trouble, which doesn't mean other people won't provoke him either. As details of Mito's fight with Hashirama, Ban, and others that day spread, someone finally got over their fears and got his idea. Especially coupled with the identity of Uzumaki Mito Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the two of them are even more popular. A month later, the 5 major ninja villages under the command of the 5 major countries were established one after another. Although it hasn't completely transformed into the ninja village in the original book, it is still decent and basically stabilized. This stability, they want to find something to do. After all, Ninja Village is built to be strong and to obtain more resources. How to get it? Grab. War. That's what ninjas do before they're officially recognized by the state. After being recognized by the state, the meaning of the existence of ninjas has completely turned into a tool of war. So, who to snatch becomes a very serious question. Rob other ninja villages? Advertisement? Then 3 tails? Lightning style works really well with waterways. It was as if no matter which tailed beast it was, they could easily catch it. If you control a tailed beast, you can even attack those small and medium-sized ninja forces without using a single soldier. It can be called a master nuclear weapon, tailed beast. First generation Lei Yin was also very satisfied with his genius proposal, so he continued to ask, who is our first target? Hearing this plan, everyone's eyes lit up, including the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder. Too far away, too much loss. No, one tail is a tailed beast that is good at sand ability, and it doesn't quite match with Raikage-sama. The people at Cloud Shinobi Village, the Land of Thunder, had a heated discussion about the first tailed beast to be caught. Indeed, as a tailed beast that can be called a nuclear bomb in the ninja world, it is undoubtedly a very important war resource. Rob Shounen Village? First Raikage made a decision, first rushing beast. One tail. I heard that the lower the ranking of the tailed beast, the weaker its strength. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It is no exaggeration to say 713 pieces. I was already poor, and I couldn't grab anything. So, the gentleman thought about it. Chapter 65. The choice of each village, Mito's achievements. Intense discussion about tailed beasts. Not only the Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village is paying attention, but also other shinobi villages. Because everyone knows that this is a big killer comparable to a battlefield meat grinder. Owning a tail beast of your own is extremely important to the future and development of Shinobi Village. If you don't have your own tail beast, you are destined to fall behind and be beaten. As a result, each ninja village quickly booked the first target they wanted to arrest. Iwagakure intends to catch 5 tails first. The lava ability is well suited to the terrain of their Earthland. Sanagakure intends to catch 1 tail for the same reason as Iwagakure. 3 tails on Kirigakure Cho. Konoha eyed 9 tails. That's right, Konoha has his eye on 9 tails. Senju Tobarama believes that 9 tails is the strongest among the 9 tails, and if he controls 9 tails, Konoha can become a super strong existence in the real ninja world. But Senju Hashirama directly rejected his crazy idea. Joke. The current 9 tails Jinchuriki is Uzumaki Mito. If you want to grab Jinchuriki's tailed beast, isn't that forcing Jinchuriki to fight with you? Advertisement. Senju Hashirama shuddered at the thought of his defeat at the hands of Uzumaki Mito before. Too horrible. So, Konoha Village finally settled on 8 tails. Second only to the existence of 9 tails, it is enough. But, Konoha didn't dare to attack 9 tails, but that didn't mean that others didn't dare to attack 9 tails either. The interests of the tailed beast are too huge, so even if you know it is desperate, it is still exciting. That's it, catch 9 tails first, take the lead. Without encountering the tragic scene where the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were hanged and beaten, First Raikage directly set the first target to be captured by Cloud Shinobi Village. 9 tails. As for the princess of the country of Vortex and the latest rumors? Whoever believes is insane. This can actually be seen from the original book. Kakuzu claims to have fought first Hokage without dying, but how many people would believe this kind of nonsense? A few days later, country of Vortex, bang, bang, bang. The speed of Xia Yan's footing is getting faster and faster, far exceeding the initial time. Advertisement. As a student of Xia Yan, Uzumaki Mito is well aware of the terrifying power Shin wielded by Xia Yan. It can be said that he can bully whoever he wants, and he doesn't need to use this kind of trick to bully girls at all. Vortex Mito's face was flushed, tired, but more joyful and satisfied. If at the beginning, she still had complaints about Xia Yan's devil training, now those emotions are gone. Using observation haki to perceive every plant and tree within a huge range of hundreds of miles, Uzumaki Mito looked at Xia Yan with very gentle eyes, just like he was looking at his father. It can be seen from this that her observation haki is already a big success, and what she has to do is to continue to improve until she can predict the actions of an enemy as strong as herself. Xia Yan is for her good. Xia Yan praised without hesitation. If Xia Yan is not for her good, why, Zhao Dahao, spend so much time training with her personally? Although this may sound a little strange, as unreasonable as parents are for the good of their children, but it is actually the case. Is teacher, nice. Very nice, no kidding. Not only did she completely keep up with Xia Yan's kicking speed, she even dodged all of them. In contrast, Uzumaki Mito's dodging moves are getting faster and faster. Could it be to bully weak women? Chapter 66. What should I do if I have too much ability to remember? It is often said that power comes from the barrel of a gun, and dutiful sons come from a stick. Although this is not entirely true, it does make some sense. Is it good for you when your parents beat you and force you to study? Definitely is. As for whether this practice is useful, and whether there are other selfish intentions in it, it is hard to say. But Xia Yan dared to pat his chest and promise that he had absolutely no selfishness in his rigorous training of Uzumaki Mito. In the words of Uzumaki Mito, who is he? Xia Yan. Even if he wants any woman in the ninja world, he can easily get it, so where does he need to do these boring little tricks? Training apprentices and cultivating cute apprentices into talents is his only goal. Well, as for the rewards from the new 713 system, it's a bonus. Just kidding, he's ready to explode stars now. The rewards of this garbage system have completely failed to keep up with the progress of his strength. How can I keep getting stronger? Xia Yan couldn't help falling into contemplation. The first way to become stronger is to get stronger abilities, and then convert them into your own strength. This can only be achieved by the system, but now the rewards of the system are completely unable to keep up with the speed of his strength improvement. Advertisement. Chicken ribs. Therefore, we can only rely on the second way to become stronger and comprehend by ourselves. It's also troublesome, Xia Yan muttered to herself. As a powerhouse of the system flow, although his strength is strong, it is too complicated. To put it simply, although it is powerful, it is complex and not refined. To put it absurdly, chakra, ryatsu, haki, fruit ability, swordsmanship, eye technique, special ability, bloodline. Xia Yan can't even remember the countless abilities he has accumulated over the years. Teacher. Seeing that Xia Yan seemed to be in a daze, Uzumaki Mito looked at him curiously. What are you thinking? Think about my own abilities. Gently patted Uzumaki Mito's little head, Xia Yan said softly. Your ability? Uzumaki Mito was even more curious when he heard the words. Although she knew that Xia Yan was strong and terrifying, she really didn't know much about her teacher's abilities. Is such that. Xia Yan hesitated for a moment, and told the Uzumaki Water, CBDD, household what she was thinking about. He also wanted to see what advice the rather wise woman in the original Hokage book would give him. Advertisement. But when you think about it, it's actually quite normal. Well, that's a real headache. The Sharingan of the Uchiha family claims to be able to copy all ninjutsu. According to legend, Uchiha Madara copied at least thousands of ninjutsu. After all, he didn't rely on Ryotsu, nor his pupil technique, but his physical strength. Unexpectedly, I could hear an unheard term from Xia Yan's mouth, and a trace of curiosity flashed in Uzumaki Mito's beautiful eyes. But he then added, "There is also the magic eye of direct death. This ability should also be one of my strongest abilities." Unlike Xia Yan, every time he kills an enemy, he spends 10,000ths of a second thinking about which ability he should use. This was the first time she had heard of such a thing, a person with so many abilities that she couldn't even remember herself. Madara is stronger than Xia Yan in one point. Xia Yan thought about it and came to this conclusion. It is estimated that Uchiha Madara, like Xia Yan, can't even remember which moves he has. The Devil's Eye of Death. What is that? After listening to Xia Yan's speech, Uzumaki Mito felt a lot of headaches, but also a little dumbfounded. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The strongest. That should be the body. Thinking like this, Uzumaki Mito looked at Xia Yan with jealousy and sympathy, and asked, "Teacher, think carefully about what your strongest move is." That is, at least he knows that his strongest move is Mangekyo Sharingan. Of course. Chapter 67, Attack, Speed, Defense, Spirit. The Eye of Death. As the name suggests, this is a pair of magical eyes that can see the death of all things. Its display form is the dead line and the dead point, which can easily cut off the life of all things and reach the end. To put it simply, it is a conceptual attack, and even defense cannot do it. This is the ability that Xia Yan obtained when he serialized the Xingyue Worldview manga. The power of its effect is completely improved with the change of strength. Even if Xia Yan can now blast stars with one hand, she can still use the ability of direct death to see the dead center of a planet. In this situation, he could completely destroy the planet with just a single poking with a finger. This is the horror of direct death, probably so. Xia Yan introduced the concept of straight to death to Uzumaki Mito. Impressive. The boss of Uzumaki Mito's beautiful eyes stared at Xia Yan with admiration and envy in his eyes. She never thought that Xia Yan just mentioned an ability casually, and its effect was so terrifying. Are the abilities of your own teachers also terrifying? Thinking of this, she immediately understood Xia Yan. Advertisement. No wonder the other party will say, "Every time you make a move, you have to think about which move you use," this kind of thing. Because every move and ability is very strong, cough cough. Aware of the hidden meaning in Uzumaki Mito's eyes, Xia Yan could not help but cough twice in embarrassment. In fact, even among his countless abilities, the Demon Eye of Immediate Death is one of the top. This involves the problem of growth. Like Rinnegan, even if these eyes evolve to the limit, they are only at the level of splitting the moon, and the upper limit is too low. The 8 Inner Gates formation, which liberates one's body energy, and the Devil's Eye of Death, which can still take effect as the strength increases, have become the most powerful skills. Sure enough, it's still ultimate speed plus crushing attack plus invincible defense, right? It's even better if you add the mental aspect. Uzumaki Mito said suddenly. What? Xia Yan patted the little girl's head lightly. Aren't you talking nonsense? Shout. That's all I can think of. Uzumaki Mito pouted cutely. This is indeed the best answer she can think of at the moment. After all, she has just gained power not long ago. For flowers. Advertisement. Xia Yan naturally wouldn't be embarrassed by Mito, a woman. Besides, his answer was actually the same as Uzumaki Mito. Ultimate speed, space teleportation. The attack that crushes everything, the Eye of Death. Powerful explosiveness, 8 Inner Gates formation. Invincible defense, space teleportation, Demon Eye of Immediate Death, 8 Inner Gates formation. These are Tang Yin's most useful moves at present. As for the invincible defense, his physical defenses are tough against planetary explosions. His eyes activated the pupil technique that could bring him back to life. In the world of pirates, he even used the magical ageless surgery to transform his body, allowing himself to gain eternal vitality. It can be said that Xia Yan is also amazing enough in defense, although he can't make King Kong not bad. As for the spirit, with both Rinnegan and Tensagen at the same time, he doesn't need to think about mental issues at all. Looking at the worlds of Shinigami, Hokage, and pirates, there is absolutely no existence that can mentally hurt him. Great. Chapter 68. The arrogant first Raikage. After talking with Uzumaki Mito, although he still did not come to any conclusion, Xia Yan has temporarily determined the route he wants to develop. That is the magic Eye of Death plus strength plus burst plus speed. Perfect. There are simply no weaknesses. At this time, a figure walked slowly into the training ground. Mito-sama, go take a look. The country of the Vortex has been attacked. The visitor seemed to be a ninja from the country of Vortex, and as soon as he entered the door, July 13th, hurriedly stated his intention. What? Hearing this news, Mito couldn't help but be surprised. She hurriedly asked. What's the matter? Tell me about it in detail. Is such that. The ninja of the country of Vortex made some words and told Uzumaki Mito what happened outside. In fact, it's not a big deal at all. Cloud Shinobi Village, which was just established not long after its establishment, wanted to force the country of Vortex to hand over Nine Tails Jinchuriki. As for whether to enslave the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and turn him into his own after surrendering the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, or to forcibly extract the tailed beast, it is unknown. After hearing the ninja's report, Uzumaki Mito's face froze, and he couldn't help but scolded. What a presumptuous advertisement. It's just a group of small characters. Xia Yan chuckled aside. Would you like me to help you clean them up? No, how can such a little thing trouble you, teacher? Uzumaki Mito was very moved that Xia Yan still wanted to help and take care of herself at this time, but she still refused without hesitation. Cloud Shinobi Village attacked the country of Vortex to ask for her 9 tails Jinchuriki, obviously not taking the country of Vortex in their eyes. This is normal. Compared with the Land of Thunder, which has a large population and land area, the Land of Vortex is simply a small village, and there is no threat at all. Therefore, Cloud Shinobi Village did not hesitate to come to the door even though he knew that it was impossible for the country of Vortex to send 9 tails Jinchuriki out. They must be made to pay. They must be deeply realized that the country of Vortex is not a weak country that can be needed by others. So Uzumaki Mito is going to do it herself, at the same time. The border of the country of Vortex, reflow burst. Boom. What? The Jonins of the Uzumaki clan who wanted to rush up to save people were stunned, but they were also knocked back by this huge impact, and their throats were sweet. Advertisement. Yaoi-sama's lightning-style ninjutsu is simply superb. With one move to defeat a group of Jonin from the Land of Vortex, First Raikage 3.3 folded his arms, his face was arrogant, and his tone was disdainful. No matter when, the loser's confidence is always much lighter, and even a loud refutation is not enough. Not far away, looking at Daxian Kamui's First Raikage, the eyes of hundreds of Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas are full of envy, longing and respect. This kind of amazing big man will lead them to continue to walk to the peak of the ninja world. This is their shadow. The furious thunder destroyed his chest, leaving a black hole. The shrill screams were mixed with First Raikage's violent shouts, and First Raikage's arm covered with violent thunder and lightning slammed into the chest of a Vortex country, Jonin. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The Jonins in the Kingdom of Vortex felt aggrieved in their hearts, but in the end they didn't say anything. As expected of the First Raikage chosen by everyone. But the youngest ninja in the country of Vortex still stalked his neck and shouted, "You just wash your neck and wait. When Mito-sama arrives, you will feel better. So strong, humph. There's no one who can fight." Its strength was so great that it directly sunk a large piece of the dent in Jonin's chest. Kato, Chapter 69. Defense? Little devil, you really need Zhang? Unexpectedly, a ninja from a small country would dare to ridicule himself. Pile up. A pale blue electric current visible to the naked eye flickers and pulses through First Raikage. At this moment, his whole person seemed to be transformed into thunder and lightning, bursting out with extremely amazing speed. In an instant, the figure of First Raikage appeared in front of the shouting ninja of the Land of Vortex. Mr. Looking at the tall, dark figure standing in front of him, the ninja's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously waved the kunai in his hand to counterattack. But First Raikage's action is much faster, and it can even be said to be completely 21 crushed. He snorted coldly, and the arm wrapped around the violent thunder mercilessly smashed it towards the head of the Vortex country ninja. If this is true, the ninja of the country of Vortex will definitely die tragically on the spot. The surrounding ninjas of the Land of Vortex, who had been repelled before, were stunned, but they were powerless to stop them. In the nick of time, a hurricane's whistling sound suddenly sounded beside First Raikage's ears, and it swept like a gust of wind. S-class wind? No, it's a gust of wind from moving at high speed. Advertisement as someone who also has the ability to move at a high speed, First Raikage is familiar with what it feels like. Because of this, a look of shock appeared on his face. So fast? How can it be so fast? The thunder armor. Hell stab one stop. Without the slightest hesitation, he gave up attacking the Uzumaki clan ninjas in front of him. First Raikage directly squeezed his abilities to the limit and used his strongest attacking move to cut in the direction of the hurricane. The air around him exploded with his fingers. You can see how strong he is. First Raikage even has enough confidence that his finger can easily pierce the defense of the tailed beast. However, although the incoming person is not a tailed beast, it is a powerful life form that is much more advanced than the existence of the tailed beast. Lay down, and then the tip attack. The weakest should be the 4 fingers. As soon as it came up, he used the strongest blow on me. It seems that your vision is indeed very good. In the face of First Raikage's consistent hand, Uzumaki Mito praised without hesitation, but there was a hint of contempt and disdain in his eyes. It's not that she looks down on people, rather, it is simply the crushing of realm and strength. Having been beaten for so long in Xia Yan's training, Uzumaki Mito's observation haki has even touched the brink of foreseeing the future. Advertisement so, the figure twisted slightly in mid-air. Under First Raikage's astonished gaze, his lightning-quick jab was easily dodged by Uzumaki Mito's playful gesture. How can this be? First Raikage exclaimed, his eyes staring at the boss. He can't accept this kind of thing, it's not scientific at all. What responded to him was not Uzumaki Mito's explanation, but the girl's slender, white palm. This palm looks very fragile, as if it has no strength. But First Raikage was like a big enemy, and the whole person's complexion changed. Lightning-style armor, almost roaring, First Raikage erupted with a terrifying thunderbolt that had never been seen before. Under the shocked gaze of hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas, his strong arms were directly in front of him. This action caused the hearts of all the ninjas present to tremble violently. Because it means defense. Faced with a seemingly frivolous attack from a young woman, First Raikage actually chose to defend. Are they crazy? Or is First Raikage crazy? Chapter 70. Shocked, Raikage's counterattack. First Raikage makes defensive moves instead of attacking moves, something that neither the ninja of the land of Vortex nor the ninja of Cloud Shinobi Village thought of. What surprised them even more was the next scene. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Uzumaki Mito's slender palm slapped directly on First Raikage's arm. The slender woman who was more than 1.6 meters tall and the muscular man who was more than 2 meters tall, this scene looks very incongruous. And under such a big visual gap, Uzumaki Mito's pretty face was full of indifference. Crack. The crisp voice sounded again. First Raikage's face changed drastically. It was as if he was hit by a meteorite. With the sound of this cracking sound, his hardened arm was directly broken, and even pale bones were exposed. What? First Raikage let out a scream, and the whole person fell into the distance like a shooting star. It wasn't until after flying over 100 meters that it landed on the ground with a bang, splashing a large amount of dust and sand. This. Lord First Raikage was slapped by this woman for a long time? Impossible. That's Raikage, advertisement, am I dreaming? Seeing that First Raikage was actually slapped by a young woman, the hundreds of Cloud Shinobi ninjas present all showed horrified expressions, and the boss opened his mouth. Even the ninjas of the Vortex who were bullied by First Raikage before were shocked. They only knew that their princess was a genius and became a jonin at a young age, but they never thought that the other party would possess such terrifying power. That's influence. Not long ago, the era of Sengoku came to an end. The 5 powers elected the strongest and most prestigious beings under their influence to become the shadow of a village. This means that Shadow is a strong man standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. And such a strong man was slapped flying by a young woman around 20 years old in front of their eyes. Simply stunning, far away. After rolling dozens of times on the ground, First Raikage finally stood up, but several mouthfuls of blood spurted out of his mouth. Ahem, damn it, what a powerful force, is that woman a tailed beast? Looking at his broken arms, First Raikage's expression was equally astonished and extremely solemn. The violent lightning surges all over his body, and First Raikage stomped his feet on the ground. Advertisement, 9 Tails Human Pillar, Jiao Dahao, Power. Challenging the strong is the eternal wish of my Yaoi clan. Because of this, my Yaoi clan can continue to become stronger and surpass everything. Roar. Hey. The corners of his mouth raised a nice arc, and Uzumaki Mito looked at First Raikage playfully. Didn't that palm just make you realize the huge gap between you and me, Shin? A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and blue-white thunderlight emerged from his body. He realized that he had made a foolish move. The answer to Uzumaki Mito was more speed, with a flying kick wrapped around a raging thunder. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The earth collapsed suddenly, showing a small hill that was more than 10 meters high and fell backwards. First Raikage did not speak. Boom! First Raikage himself seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning, and shot towards Uzumaki Mito's direction with extreme speed. But, so what? First Raikage roared at Uzumaki Mito. Vortex Mito shook his head helplessly, and slapped it. The 9 Tails Jinchuriki of this country of vortices is really not an ordinary person. Chapter 71. Didn't you mean to catch 9 Tails Jinchuriki? Huh? Snapped. Like a fly, First Raikage was once again slapped by Uzumaki Mito and flew a few hundred meters away. Sir Raikage. Many Cloud Shinobi ninjas can't bear to watch them all. This is too tragic. Roar. With another roar, First Raikage burst out of the rubble. Pile up. A blue electric current emerged from his body, much more violent than before. In the original Hokage book, even Might who wears that level of power can learn the powerful Northern Gate Dunjia formation. How could the Raikage Yaoi clan, who are good at ninjutsu, not have their own explosive means? Lightning-style armor. Thor mode. Stimulates the meridians and internal organs in his body through extremely violent thunder and lightning. Squeezes his potential to the limit of 713, and erupts with unparalleled strength and speed. Like the 8 inner gates formation, it's an injury for injury desperate play. But First Raikage doesn't care. Advertisement from the day he became a ninja at the age of 5, he had already made up his mind. Isn't it just death? His father, mother, elder brother and even younger brother died long ago in the war in the Sengoku era of the ninja world. One more of him is not too much. Boom. First Raikage stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the surrounding 100-meter ground collapsed. He himself burst out with a speed that far surpassed the previous shock, CBDD, and rushed towards Uzumaki Mito, rushing in front of her in an instant. Hell, assault. Ben Guanshu. It was still the move that was easily deciphered by Uzumaki Mito just now, which was already his strongest ninjutsu. But the power of the 2 times is not the same. The power of his blow is far superior to that of ninjutsu, and it is even close to the category of fairy jutsu. This qualification is simply amazing. A hint of exclamation flashed in Xia Yan's eyes, who was watching this scene in secret. Although First Raikage is a weak explosion in his eyes, this qualification is really excellent. You must know that he is neither the reincarnation of a big boss, nor the innate bloodline inherited from his ancestors, nor is he valued by the summoning Holy Land to teach immortal arts. Even so, he still vaguely mastered a bit of power that belonged to immortality. Advertisement. It is no exaggeration to say that if he were given a few more decades, maybe First Raikage could really develop a power no weaker than Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. You must know that he is just an ordinary person with a good talent. On the court, Uzumaki Mito was also surprised. So, she, who originally planned to kill First Raikage with one blow, decided to show mercy. It would be too wasteful to kill such an outstanding person simply. Two huge-tailed beast chakra arms suddenly emerged from Uzumaki Mito's body, like the palms of a giant, and slapped the First Raikage who was rushing towards him. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the ground trembled. Just like swatting a fly, First Raikage was directly slapped into the ground by the arm of Uzumaki Mito's tailed beast, chakra, for a three-pointer. The spectators, the Cloud Shinobi ninjas, swallowed their saliva, their eyes filled with incredible shock. Especially when Uzumaki Mito looked at them sideways, their faces even showed panic and subconsciously took 2 steps back. What? With a snort like a mockery, Uzumaki Mito looked at the group of Cloud Shinobi ninjas like frightened birds with a playful look. You guys are so brave. Didn't you mean to catch Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Huh? Chapter 72. Raikage's jealousy. No more arrests. In the face of Uzumaki Mito's ridicule, First Raikage, who was photographed in the ground covered in blood, quickly shook his head, his eyes full of fear. Death does not matter, the fate of the ninja is to die on the battlefield. But if it was killed inexplicably, it would be disgusting. He is the shadow chosen by the village. He has a glorious mission to carry forward the Cloud Shinobi Village. How could he just die in such a place? Sir Raikage. The Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas on the side were dumbfounded. Is this surrender? Won't you hold on for a while longer? It only took less than a minute in total. The ninjas of the country of the Vortex finally reacted, with expressions of ecstasy on their faces. Long live the princess. To beat First Raikage, isn't that terrifying power? If I remember correctly, Princess is only 20 years old now? Advertisement. Hi, this aptitude is terrifying. Even compared to the legendary god of Ninja World, it's not bad at all. For the ninjas of the country of Vortex, the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who almost became the prince-in-law of the country of Vortex, is an unimaginably powerful existence. In their eyes, Uzumaki Mito is no worse than Senju Hashirama now, which shows how high Mito has reached in their eyes. Of course, their field of vision is actually very narrow. It's just that you can't blame them either. The whole world that the frog in the well sees is just the mouth of the well. This is the limitation of his own ability. Can you say that this is his fault? Of course not. Therefore, Uzumaki Mito didn't feel any chagrin even when he heard the surrounding subordinates compare him with Senju Hashirama, who was completely inferior to him. The other side. The Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas have come to the First Raikage for a simple healing. Now is the timeline at the end of the Sengoku era. Although there is no complete system of medical ninja in the ninja world, there are many similar healing ninjutsu, and the effect is quite good. Soon, First Raikage recovered from the injury he was hit by Uzumaki Mito. You're good. Pushing aside the ninja who wanted to help him further, First Raikage walked up to Uzumaki Mito and looked at her with a complicated expression. Advertisement for flowers. Honestly, some of it was unacceptable to him until now. How could a tough guy like me be defeated by a delicate woman in her 20s? This is too nonsense. How can you be so strong? First Raikage couldn't help but ask, is it because of the 9 tails in you? Is the power of the tail beast really that terrifying? 7. Uzumaki Mito shook his head and said, actually, I have a good teacher. Teacher? First Raikage was startled. Yes, my teacher, Xia Yan. The real strongest being in the ninja world. When it comes to Xia Yan, Uzumaki Mito's beautiful eyes are shining, and his eyes are full of admiration and longing. Such an expression even made First Raikage feel jealous uncontrollably. Yes, jealous. Although he didn't like Uzumaki Mito, First Raikage inevitably felt a bit of physical discomfort seeing such a beautiful, powerful goddess filled with other men. Damn it. Although what kind of teacher, but this guy named Xia Yan can be liked by such a powerful 9 tails Jinchuriki, it's so cool. Big. Chapter 73. I hope to fight with you, country of Vortex. Daming house. First Raikage sat upright below, looking at the two people in front of him with a serious look. A young woman with a beautiful face and femininity is Uzumaki Mito, who just defeated him. The handsome young man who does not look like a mortal and completely crushes himself is Xia Yan. That is, the teacher in the mouth of Uzumaki Mito. Seriously. Looking at Xia Yan's youthful face that was not, July 13th, First Raikage's face was very tangled. On the one hand he felt that Uzumaki Mito didn't need to deceive himself at all. On the other hand, he felt that Xia Yan could not be stronger than Uzumaki Mito. This is obviously just a young man who is at most 20 years old. At this age, even if you start practicing chakra from your mother's womb, you can't be so strong, right? Not to mention, from First Raikage's point of view, Uzumaki Mito's strength comes from 9 tails, which is completely different from that of ordinary ninjas. In other words, advertisement. Even if Xia Yan is really her teacher, it is very likely that she is only teaching the other party how to control the power of 9 tails. This means that Xia Yan definitely has something special, but it is very likely that he is not a strong person. At this time, Xia Yan suddenly looked at First Raikage and said indifferently, Raikage is quite interested. Cloud Shinobi Village should have been established less than a month ago. Is it planning to start expanding? Cough cough. Accident, it's an accident. First Raikage coughed twice and nervously added, actually, several other ninja villages are also catching tailed beasts. This is not my decision alone, everyone does it. Everyone? Instead of being angry, Xia Yan laughed and said, everyone is going to kill people together, don't you count as a crime? Huh? First Raikage was silent. Xia Yan broke his sophistry in one sentence, and he was speechless. At this time, the big name of the country of Vortex opened his mouth. It's better to make compensation. Domingo of the Kingdom of Vortex said tentatively. After all, everyone is a neighbor, as long as compensation is fine. Compensation. Well, I agree. Raikage hesitated for a moment, then nodded vigorously. For Shinobu, failure is not a big deal, and compensation is normal. Advertisement not to mention Cloud Shinobi Village, which was just established and still a little chaotic, even the mighty Uchiha clan, who have been fighting for supremacy with the Senju clan, have experienced several times of reparations after the war. This is normal. But Xia Yan did not agree. Just compensation? This is too light, right? This is aggression. Xia Yan interjected with a displeased expression. First Raikage's face sank. What aggression? Mr. Xia Yan said too much. Isn't this a normal war? The ninja world has been doing this for decades. Humph. War. Xia Yan sneered. Then do you want me to take someone to your Cloud Shinobi village to let you experience what war is? Huh? First Raikage's face darkened. Being provoked repeatedly by Xia Yan, he couldn't even think about whether Xia Yan was really strong or 3.3 was a fake strong. He stood up and shouted sharply. I heard that Mr. Xia Yan is the teacher of Princess Uzumaki Mito. I don't know about you. Can you enlighten me, this Raikage, to open my eyes? Huh? Do you want to fight? Xia Yan looked at First Raikage playfully, her eyes full of mockery. First Raikage's face darkened, his shoulders trembled slightly. But he still nodded vigorously and said, yes, I hope to fight with you. Chapter 74. Second's first generation Rei isn't actually a fool. It seems that he was provoked by Xia Yan, but in fact he was deliberately using the theme to play. He has two purposes. 1. Check how strong Xia Yan is. 2. Get more benefits for Cloud Shinobi Village, so he needs to fight Xia Yan, Uzumaki Mito's titular teacher. Winning is the best. In this way, even if he, the first Raikage, was defeated by Uzumaki Mito, he would have a reason to win more face and benefits for Cloud Shinobi Village and less compensation. If you lose, 21-0. Gambling, who can guarantee that they will win? Besides, it was originally meant to be compensated, and if you lose, you will at most be compensated more. No matter what it is, it's okay. So, First Raikage stood up decisively and asked Xia Yan to fight. You fight me? The expression on Xia Yan's face was a little strange. First generation Lei nodded his head and deliberately provoked. You shouldn't dare? Presumptuous. Xia Yan didn't say anything yet, but Uzumaki Mito was directly annoyed. Advertisement. The pretty girl in her early 20s stood up straight, glared at First Raikage and snarled. Mr. Xia Yan is much stronger than me. You can't even beat me. What qualifications do you have to challenge the teacher? First Raikage was unmoved, but said indifferently. This is just my personal challenge. Even if I refuse, it's nothing. We, the rough guys in Cloud Shinobi Village, are good-natured. I hope you don't blame us. Father. Vortex's shadow appeared on Mito's face, subconsciously clenched his fists, and a terrifying aura loomed from her. Really? Noticing Uzumaki Mito's small movements, First Raikage's heart was overjoyed. The woman's excited attitude made him realize that Xia Yan was most likely really not strong. Otherwise, why is she angry? So ignoring Uzumaki Mito's terrifying aura, First Raikage looked at Xia Yan again and said solemnly, how about it, do you want to try it? Okay. Stopping Uzumaki Mito, who wanted to stop him, Xia Yan chuckled, you go first. Good. Happy. A flash of fighting intent flashed in his eyes, and a violent thunderbolt chakra suddenly erupted from First Raikage's body, quickly forming a layer of armor visible to the naked eye. Lightning-style chakra mode. At the same time, it has the defense, speed and strength of ultimate, and it can be said that this is the best move of First Raikage. Even if Uzumaki Mito beat him to no avail, he still thinks it's his best move. However, the next second, the mutation suddenly occurred. Xia Yan's figure suddenly disappeared in front of First Raikage. Advertisement, okay. First Raikage was stunned for half a second, then quickly looked around with vigilance. But at the same moment, a hand had grabbed the back of his head from behind. Boom. First Raikage was hit hard by Xia Yan with one hand on the back of the head, and his face was in close contact with the ground. What? First Raikage let out a pained cry, but in lightning-style chakra mode 713, this blow only made him feel pain, not even a minor injury, so he immediately planned to attack and counterattack. But Xia Yan's palm grabbing the back of his head suddenly exerted force. Crack. A crisp bone crack sounded. Wait. With a flash of panic in his eyes, First Raikage shouted. I give up. I give up. This, admitted defeat? Xia Yan looked at him playfully. Yes, it is. Feeling the dizziness and pain in his head, First Raikage nodded quickly, his eyes full of shock and wonder. This is lightning-style chakra mode. His defense was broken. Chapter 75. Compensation? Seize the land. Looking at Xia Yan's young and handsome face, First Raikage's eyes flashed with intense fear and awe. Too strong. When facing Uzumaki Mito, First Raikage could barely perceive how much stronger the opponent was than him. But facing Xia Yan, he didn't even have the power to fight back. It can be described as a real spike. What? She flashed back to her seat. Xia Yan took a sip of the drink that the maid poured, and said in a flat tone. How about the movie? Have you thought about it now? Think about it, think about it. First Rakage nodded hurriedly, looking terrified, completely lost his previous high spirits. As the saying goes, the person who knows the current affairs is Genji. If First Rakage was an idiot without turning his head, he would not have been elected as the first Rakage of Cloud Shinobi Village. Isn't it just soft? When the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan crossed the ninja world before, it was not like they never gave in. Cough cough. That. Electrical influence. The famous name of the country of the vortex coughed twice and interjected. Since you have considered it, then it is up to you to make the conditions yourself? What? First Rakage looked bewildered. I think it's a good idea. Uzumaki Mito smirked and made up the knife. Xia Yan also nodded and smiled in agreement. Indeed. Advertisement, are these guys playing with him? Does the defeated party take the initiative to give its own compensation standard? You know, this is definitely not an easy thing. If you give less, the other party will not only not agree, but also think that you do not have enough sincerity. If you give too much, the other party directly agrees, which directly makes you lose the right to bargain. Trouble. What a bunch of shrewd guys. A trace of unhappiness flashed in his eyes, but First Rakage immediately thought. The war in the ninja world has been going on for many years, and it can be said that there is a general system for compensation. In general, nothing more than the old ones: money, grain, equipment, ninjutsu scroll, land. There is no doubt that Cloud Shinobi Village will bleed a lot this time, and all 5 will be compensated. But how much to lose is a very serious question. A long time. First Rakage spoke slowly and said, I think about it. Advertisement. Xia Yan raised her brows. I would like to hear the details. First of all, in terms of money, we will compensate 10 billion taels first. What do you guys think? First Rakage first stated the amount of compensation in monetary terms. 10 billion. Okay. Xia Yan nodded slightly. Based on his knowledge of the ninja world, 10 billion taels is roughly equivalent to 5 billion yuan in his previous life Daxia. As a war, the money does not seem to be much. However, if you think about the poor population of the ninja world, you can understand that the compensation of 10 billion taels is already an astronomical sum. It can also be seen from this that First Rakage is really making compensation seriously, rather than being clever and acting against the yin. Uzumaki Mito was also satisfied with the amount, nodded and said, let's continue. Cover up the land. We are willing to compensate Nodding Town outside Cloud Shinobi Village to the country of Vortex. When First Rakage said his second compensation measure, Zhao Dahao flashed a hint of imperceptible pride in his eyes. This time, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help frowning. Compensation for ceding land is indeed a common occurrence in the ninja world, and it is normal for losers to cede land. But, there's something wrong with this place. First Rakage cut. Outside of Cloud Shinobi Village, what a joke. The periphery of Cloud Shinobi Village is equivalent to the hinterland of the Land of Thunder. If it becomes the territory of the country of Vortex, wouldn't it be enemies on all sides, going deep into the tiger's den? Chapter 76. Benevolence and Righteousness. The land is ceded to pay indemnity, but it is his own hinterland. This seems to be a good thing, but it is actually a hidden evil. No, that's a bit too much to say. He should just simply want to discuss the country of the Vortex. Aren't you going to cut the land? Then you send the guards out? But the country of Vortex itself is a small country. How many troops can be sent? At that time, various public security and political management will still have to rely on Cloud Shinobi Village to help. So what's the difference between ceding land and not zoning out? It can be said that this is the conspiracy of First Rakage. Accept it calmly, it is equivalent to being calculated. If you don't accept it, everyone will cede the land. If you don't accept it, it's too disrespectful. Teacher. Vortex Mito looked at Shaw 713 for help. Xia Yan nodded and said, the conditions for ceding the land are also acceptable. I agree with the Kingdom of Vortex. This. First Rakage was taken aback. Uzumaki Mito and the daimyo of the Uzumaki country were also stunned. Neither of them could understand why Xia Yan agreed to such conditions, which were clearly in the country of the Vortex of disgust. Advertisement, but neither raised any objections. The big name of the country of the Vortex dare not. After seeing Xia Yan's extremely terrifying strength, he understood. Xia Yan is definitely the golden thigh that he and the Kingdom of Vortex must desperately hug. Best hold for a lifetime. What Xia Yan said, it was too late for him to agree, so how could he object? And Uzumaki Mito is pure respect, admiration and worship of Xia Yan. So what Xia Yan said, she didn't even need to think about right or wrong, and she would choose to agree without hesitation. This is probably also because of Xia Yan's personal charm. After all, he's a powerhouse beyond the limits of Hokage's world. Uzumaki Mito knew this, and naturally knew that Xia Yan would never take First Rakage's tricks in his eyes. Nasty country. Let's see who hates who then. With a contemptuous chuckle in her heart, Xia Yan looked at First Rakage again and said casually, go on, First Rakage. Well, good. First Rakage was puzzled, feeling as though something was out of his control. But after thinking about it, he didn't find anything wrong, CBDD, so he could only honestly follow his original plan. War reparations. Advertisement. It can be said that Cloud Shinobi Village is bleeding heavily this time. Children are brainwashed and then trained to be dead soldiers and sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. After paying these indemnities, Cloud Shinobi Village estimates that it will be impossible to recover completely within 3 to 5 years. Cloud Shinobi Village will also provide enough food for 5,000 people for 1 year, ninja equipment for 1,000 ninjas for 1 year, and more than 100 A, B, and C level ninjutsu that the country of Vortex does not have. But Uzumaki Mido didn't hold back. Comments become slaves. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This is war. Compensation for cessation of land. Imagine what would happen to them if the country of the Vortex was defeated by Cloud Shinobi Village. After these two, it is food, ninjutsu and equipment. Even for the backer of Cloud Shinobi Village, the Land of Thunder, this is a very painful resource. Women become reproductive tools. Such is the tragic fate of the loser. In contrast, the country of the Vortex only asked Cloud Shinobi Village for the most basic war reparations, which is already quite benevolent. Having already cheated the kingdom of Vortex in the compensation for the land ceding, First Raikage naturally did not dare to ask for any more tricks, and immediately stated all his compensation conditions. The ninja world has been fighting for many years, and there are many families and forces with such a fate. Except for the 10 billion war reparations and the ceding of Notting Town. Chapter 77. 5 Shadow Talks. First Raikage thought he was disgusting Xia Yan. He didn't know that Mo Yan wanted to create a strong man capable of traversing the world of ninja, but it was actually a very simple matter. Are there few geniuses in the ninja world? Of course a lot. Ninjas who can become elite jonin at the age of 2 or 30 are basically gifted. And there are many reasons why they failed to get further opportunities. For example, if you don't work hard enough, you just get by. For example, there are not enough excellent teachers to teach, take the wrong path, and the vision is too narrow. For example, if you cannot learn more advanced ninjutsu, the reason is the same as above. In short, there are definitely many geniuses in the ninja world. But they either die young or do nothing. If it is other people, I am afraid it is difficult to select these outstanding talents from the thousands of people. In the original work, even the shadows of each village can do it all. But for Xia Yan, who has obtained the god-level teacher system, this is a simple matter. Scan is done. So soon. Advertisement on the day First Raikage was temporarily imprisoned in the kingdom of Vortex. Xia Yan picked out a fairly outstanding talent. Vortex Guard. A 33-year-old elite jonin who is far less qualified than Uzumaki Mido, but the most suitable target. He has a general talent in ninjutsu and specializes in the flesh, similar to Might Guy and Might Die. Xia Yan didn't teach him much, just one thing: 8 inner gates formation. In this original book, Elite Jonin Guy is a powerful secret art that can confront 6 paths Madara in a short time after it is fully released. I believe that after Uzumaki's defense is used, even if it can't compare to Might Guy who has been studying for many years, it is more than enough to play 2 or 3 cage-level powerhouses. First Raikage thought that he had succeeded in disgusting the country of the Vortex. Xia Yan just wanted to say no one is stationed, the country of the Vortex must rely on the military power of Cloud Shinobi Village? Do not make jokes. Today, I will show you what it means to defend a city with the power of one person. In the blink of an eye, it is half a month later. Just when First Raikage was about to get moldy in the Vortex country prison, the messenger of Cloud Shinobi Village and the Land of Thunder finally arrived. Form is stronger than man. After all, First Raikage is the strongest of their forces and the boss of the Night Moon clan. Advertisement. Although he was extremely unhappy, the envoy of the Kingdom of Thunder still forced a smile and looked at Xia Yan and the others respectfully. If they give up First Raikage, they will not only lose a top combat power, but may even cause dissatisfaction and rebellion of the Night Moon clan. Obviously, neither Cloud Shinobi Village nor the Land of Thunder want to give up First Raikage. However, Xia Yan and the Kingdom of Vortex did not continue to embarrass them. After confirming that the delivered materials were no problem, they put the First Raikage back. After decades of war in the ninja world, people have long been accustomed to the strong and domineering, and the losers groveling. For flowers, this is something that neither the Land of Thunder nor Cloud Shinobi Village can accept. Before leaving with First Raikage, the Cloud Shinobi Village messenger told Xia Yan a few things. So no matter the cost, they must save First Raikage. In this way, Cloud Shinobi Village will inevitably suffer heavy losses, and may even be directly kicked out of the top forces in the ninja world. Not only did they bring the cession agreement from Notting Town, but they also prepared all the other materials promised by First Raikage, which were sealed in the ninjutsu scroll. First Hokage Senju Hashirama sent an invitation to Cloud Shinobi Village to open the first 5 shadow talks. This is the truth. Thanks to the great name of the country of the Vortex, and thanks to Mr. Xia Yan. Chapter 78. Not the 5 shadows, but the notary, 5 shadow talks? Uzumaki Mido is a little different. Xia Yan also didn't expect that even if he labeled Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara like that, the 5 shadow talks in the original book would still start normally. However, Cloud Shinobi Ninja said again. The so-called 5 shadows are fog, wood, cloud, sand and rock, and the country of Vortex is not included. Without us, Uzumaki Mido couldn't help but sneer. Whether you go or not is a matter of July 13th, and whether you are invited or not is another matter. Knowing that she and her teacher are in the country of Vortex, such a powerful force exists in the ninja world, why did they not invite them? Xia Yan was also a little surprised. Even he couldn't figure out what Senju Hashirama was thinking. Knowing the existence of him and Uzumaki Mito, but still initiated the Five Shadows talks like in the original book, is this not taking him and Uzumaki Mito in the eye? Is Senju Hashirama stupid? As it turns out, Senju Hashirama is not stupid. Or even if this first Hokage is really stupid, his dear brother Senju Tobarama will pull his stupid brother back on track. Advertisement after Senju and Uchiha were beaten by Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito, Senju Tobarama wanted to make Xia Yan his own all the time. How could he forget to invite Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito? On the afternoon of the day when the envoys from the Kingdom of Thunder took first Reikage away, Xia Yan received an invitation from the Senju clan. The invitation is very simple, and it is specially marked to invite both Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito at the same time. As for identity, it is indeed not the Five Shadows in the Five Shadows talk. But it is the most important position, notary public. Notaries, also known as witnesses. Generally, this kind of person is needed for some major events that need to be witnessed. Generally speaking, notaries need to have a very high social status, and they must be recognized by all forces from their hearts. In the ninja world decades later in the original book, the role is played by Admiral Mifune of the Iron Country. This is not because the Iron Country is strong enough, his strength is actually far less than that of the 5 great ninja villages. However, the strength of the Iron Country far exceeds all the other small ninja villages, and there are no ninjas, so it is completely neutral. Because of this, the Kingdom of Iron, which is not a top-level force, is doing quite well in the ninja world. Even the several large-scale ninja wars in the original book did not involve the Kingdom of Iron. After all, the ninja war, advertisement the Iron Country does not even have ninjas, and it is normal not to participate in the ninja war. It is precisely because of this that they can be recognized by the 5 great ninja villages and become witnesses. Of course, now they don't have that chance. With the presence of Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito, the country of the Vortex has jumped from a small remote country to the strongest country in the ninja world. Such a powerful country of Vortex is indeed qualified to serve as a notary for the 5 Shadows talks. Are we going, teacher? Vortex Mito looked at Xia Yan curiously, eager to try. Go with. Xia Yan nodded and said with a chuckle, how can I miss such an interesting event of the 5 Shadows conference? Interesting. Uzumaki Mito was stunned for a moment, then a playful smile appeared on 3.3 feet's pretty little face. Indeed, interesting. Seeing the country of the Vortex come to be a notary, those shinobi villages who don't know the truth should be very dissatisfied, and even conflict with us. Senju Pillar. No, he doesn't have the brain. Senju Tobarama should be looking forward to seeing such a scene. Judging that this should be Senju Tobarama's decision, Uzumaki Mito and Xia Yan can both see his thoughts. Chapter 79. Thoughts of the First Generation Movies. I don't know who let out the news of the 5 Shadows talks, which made the whole ninja world uproar. Most of the small ninja villages are envious and very jealous. Because they are not even qualified to sit in on the meeting, let alone share the benefits. A few great ninja villages didn't care at all. The 5 Shadows talk itself was for the purpose of distributing benefits, and it would be a good thing to let more people know about it. After all, wealth and honor do not return home, such as walking in brocade clothing at night. If you don't let others know how strong you are, how can you have enough prestige and commission? Where do you make money without commission? So 21, these Da-nin villages not only don't care, but want to add fuel to the flames and make this matter even bigger. Blink, days later. In the entire ninja world, even the illiterate old farmers in the mountain villages knew what the 5 Shadows were in the 5 Shadow talks. It was also known that the notary for the 5 Shadows talk was the Uzumoshi ninja village in the land of Vortex. How can this be? When they first heard the news, most of the senior officials of Shinobi Village were dumbfounded. In such an important meeting, why would the little-known small country of the Vortex be the notary? Shouldn't it be a powerful force whose national strength is second only to the 5 major countries? Advertisement for this point, the reaction of the big countries and the big ninja villages is even stronger. Land of the Earth, Iwagakure. The country of the Vortex? Humph. First Tsuchikage looked at the document information in his hand with disdain on his face. On the side, the future second Tsuchikage stooped and asked respectfully, should I stop them? To let such a small village serve as the notary of the 5 Shadows talks will bring down the style of all the participants? Unnecessary. After hesitating for a moment, First Tsuchikage finally rejected Wu's idea. Ignoring the sky outside the window, First Tsuchikage said indifferently, it is estimated that it is for the sealing technique of the country of Vortex, so it seems that they are indeed qualified to participate, but there will definitely be conflicts at that time. Conflict? Wu Yi was taken aback, a little puzzled. You are still too young. Raising his hand and patting Wu's shoulder, First Tsuchikage reminded with a chuckle, tail beast. Boom. Wu's head buzzed, and couldn't help scolding himself for dereliction of duty in his heart. He actually forgot about such an important thing as the tail beast. For the ninja world, tail beasts are nuclear bombs. As strong as Cloud Shinobi Village, it cannot perfectly control a tailed beast. Advertisement in the ninja world, it is not strong, and even the country of the Vortex is weak, but it has a powerful sealing technique that is enough to suppress the tailed beast. The kingdom of Vortex is simply a great treasure waiting for them to loot. It's no wonder that Konoha invited the country of the Vortex to be a notary. The brothers of the Senju clan really had a good plan. Although he knew that he and the others would definitely attack the country of the Vortex, this did not prevent him from ignoring Senju Tobarama and the others. Knowing how to calculate people all day long is really insidious and cunning. At the same time, Kirigakure First Mizukage and Sanagakure First Kazekage are also discussing this topic with their close subordinates. There are no idiots who can become the first generation, and naturally they have analyzed the connection between the 713 seal technique of the country of Vortex and the tail beast. Sanagakure's first Kazekage is very satisfied. They are currently working on the idea of one-tailed beast, and they are in need of the sealing technique of the country of Vortex, which is simply delivered to the door. First Mizukage has a good character and is very disdain for this kind of robbery. But for the sake of the village, he ultimately did not express any objections. Anyway, it was Konoha's invitation, so he just went with the flow. They didn't expect that Konoha didn't want to rob the country of Vortex at all, but wanted to hug the thigh of the country of Vortex. I wonder if this Mr. Xia Yan can accept me as a disciple? Inside the Konoha training ground, a sweaty Senju Tobarama was lying on the ground, his eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 80. First Tsuchikage, 2 more. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. The enthusiasm of the Five Shadows talks not only did not dissipate, but intensified. Even the commoners who don't know much about ninjas are eager to know what the outcome of the Five Shadows talks will be. After all, the tailed beast is comparable to a natural disaster, and it is a meat grinder of war. This is something everyone knows. Before the establishment of the major forces in the ninja world has always been in constant war, and the forces of all parties have no time to catch the tail beast. Now that peace has begun to arrive, anyone with a little war literacy understands that the number and strength of the tailed beasts will determine the status among the Daenon villages. The village that controls many tailed beasts must be the strongest. On the contrary, the village must have insufficient strength, otherwise it will not lose to other villages in the competition for tail beasts. But don't underestimate this position. In addition to the war, the resources of the ninja basically depend on the task. When your status is high, others have tasks for you. If your status is not high enough, why should people look for you? When you are poor, go beg for food. So, Kirigakure, Sanagakure, and Iwagakure are all eager to compete. At least grab 2 tailed beasts. Advertisement instead, it was Cloud Shinobi Village, the most violent character, who did not respond to it. Tail beast. First Raikage said, grab a fart. It is impossible for a tail-grabbing beast to rob them. As long as they can gain a little benefit, it would be great if they could hug the thighs of Mo Yan in the Kingdom of Vortex. He was beaten by Xia Yan and Uzumaki Mito, and paid a lot of money and war resources. First Raikage not only did not have the slightest resentment towards Xia Yan, but was even more in awe of Xia Yan. That's a god. Xia Yan is the hope for the rise of Cloud Shinobi Village. A few days later, the Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Meeting room. Xia Yan was sitting in the middle, with the graceful Uzumaki Mito standing behind him. On the left he is First Mizukage and First Raikage, behind them are the current Shadow Guards, the future second-generation Shadow. On the right are First Tsuchikage, Hokage and Kaze, and behind them are the future second-generation actors. Except for Mo Yan and Uzumaki Mito, everyone had solemn expressions. Advertisement. Even Senju Hashirama, a guy with a problem in his head, was not smiling at this time. It stands to reason that the 5 Shadow Talks should be the 5 ninja villages to go to the notary country. This is not only to give face to the notary country, but also to prevent people from entering the sphere of influence of other big countries from being ambushed and attacked. But because the country of Vortex is too remote and too small, in the end I chose the country of fire. It is also because of First Hokage Senju Hashirama's good reputation that everyone is willing to trust him. If First Hokage is not Senju Hashirama but Uchiha Madara, I am afraid things will not be so easy. Everyone in the ninja world knows that Uchiha Madara is a war madman. Fortunately, the guy didn't come to participate in the 5 Shadow Talks. First Hokage is still very good at doing things. Boasting Senju Hashirama without a trace in his heart, First Kazekage took the initiative to say, "Can we start?" The crowd didn't answer, but looked at Senju Hashirama. As the god of the ninja world, even if there was a fiasco in the hands of others before the news of Zhao Hao, Senju Hashirama's reputation is still amazingly high. Senju Hashirama subconsciously looked at Xia Yan, the monster-level powerhouse who had beaten him. "Hey, Hokage." First Tsuchikage couldn't help but ask. "This time it's the 5 Shadows Talks, the country of the Vortex is just a notary, what do you think they do?" After finishing speaking, without waiting for Hashirama to reply, he immediately looked at Xia Yan and said coldly, "Land of the Vortex, have you brought the sealing technique against the tailed beast? The old man is waiting for your filial piety." Chapter 81. Are you 9 tails Jinchuriki? 3 more? This Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama's mouth Kakuzu, who was standing behind him, twitched when they heard that First Tsuchikage actually made a rude remark to Mo Yan. First Raikage on the side looked at First Tsuchikage with the look of a warrior. "How dare you openly provoke this monster? First Tsuchikage is really a strong man." The First Tsuchikage was completely unaware of the secret. Noticing the strange eyes and small movements of several people, he couldn't help showing a strange expression. "What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like this?" "It's nothing, I just thought of something happy. First Tsuchikage is really a warrior and deserves my admiration." Senju Tobarama and First Raikage said inexplicable words, but their movements were not slow at all, and they quickly distanced themselves from First Tsuchikage. This time, anyone with a normal IQ would notice that something was wrong, let alone this group of people. But before they could ponder what was going on, Xia Yan spoke up. You want to rob the country of the vortex? Xia Yan looked directly at First Tsuchikage and asked in a flat tone. Advertisement First Tsuchikage was stunned for a moment, nodded subconsciously, then immediately shook his head and chuckled. How can you say robbery is so rude? We are to provide the country of Vortex with a higher status and prestige, so as to obtain the kingdom of Vortex. Sealing is a collaboration. Ah, isn't it just robbery? The country of the Vortex still needs you to help us raise our profile? Before Xia Yan could reply, CBDD, Uzumaki Mito, who was standing behind him, snorted coldly and spoke his thoughts in a contemptuous manner. This. Nonsense. What nonsense? Unexpectedly, he would be endured by a young woman. First Tsuchikage couldn't help turning red. He looked at Xia Yan angrily and shouted in a low voice, this one, don't you care about your subordinates? At least let the young people know that the sky is high, right? The sky is high? The smile on Xia Yan's face was odd. First Reikage and Senju Togurama also smiled tacitly. First Tsuchikage felt inexplicably uneasy, but still insisted on asking, what do you mean? It doesn't make any sense. Xia Yan shook her head gently and said, I just think you are really noisy and annoying. I saw that at the same time as he formed a seal with one hand, his rock-hard right fist had already smashed into Xia Yan's head, creating an amazing effect that was infinitely close to Muji ninjutsu. First Tsuchikage gave an order. Yes, in front of so many shadows, if he is humiliated by a guy from a small country, how can he be a Tsuchikage? How can he establish the majesty of Uozhihua? Advertisement The future second Tsuchikage standing behind him looked cold, and a body flicker technique appeared directly beside Xia Yan. It was not Xia Yan who blocked the punch, but a huge chakra arm that shone with gold. None, have to say, no wonder this guy could be second Tsuchikage in the future. Looking at the charming and beautiful young girl with a strong aura, First Tsuchikage's expression became a little dignified. Are you the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the legendary country of Vortex? Hearing that a guy like Xia Yan from a small country dared to speak to himself in such a tone, First Tsuchikage finally broke out. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Presumptuous, unbearable, no need to endure, and the owner of this chakra arm. There was a loud bang, as if the entire conference room shook violently. Boom. Everyone present narrowed their eyes. Wu's stone fist hovered in midair and was blocked. Chapter 82. Envy, Jealousy, Hate. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Is it so young? Looking at Uzumaki Mito's delicate face like a teenage girl, First Tsuchikage had to admit that he was sour. It's not that silly girls are pretty, but the tailed beast is already difficult to catch, and it is even more difficult to let Jinchuriki control the tailed beast. Over the years, it is not that Jinchuriki has not been able to control the power of the tailed beast in the ninja world, some go crazy, and some die tragically. Even in the original timeline of Hokage decades later, many shinobi villages have not been able to solve these problems and cannot have their own Jinchuriki. From this, it can be seen how precious a Jinchuriki who is obedient and can control the power of the tailed beast is. It's just a gem of a pearl. How did it appear in the small country of the Vortex country? Why didn't he appear in their land of the land, Uozhihua? First Tsuchikage's eyes were red, and his eyes were full of envy and jealousy for Xia Yan and the country of the Vortex. At this time, a strange sound struck. Crack. The sound was like a broken bone, and it sounded from the fist that was caught by the arm of Chakra, the tailless beast. Without a grunt, his face turned pale. Smear of blood slowly flowed out along the seam of his fist. Advertisement, no. First Tsuchikage's pupils shrank. He immediately looked at Xia Yan and shouted sharply, let this woman let go of Wu. Oh, are you ordering me? Frowning lightly, Xia Yan felt a little uncomfortable with First Tsuchikage's tone. First Tsuchikage doesn't care about Xia Yan's feelings. It's madness. Seeing that Xia Yan seemed unwilling to let Uzumaki Mito let go of Wu, he was immediately annoyed. If it was someone else who was caught, it would be fine, but no one was his appointed next Tsuchikage, which was very important. Besides, Xia Yan didn't come from any big power, just a powerhouse in such a small country as the land of Vortex. What if the country of Vortex has an obedient tailed beast, Jinchuriki? Could it be that a single tailed beast, Jinchuriki, can outsmart tens of thousands of ninjas in Uozhihua? With the confidence that belongs to the strong, First Tsuchikage takes action. Body flicker technique. In an instant, First Tsuchikage appeared in front of Xia Yan. Zero advertisement. Instead of the cool feeling of being a pig and eating a tiger, Xia Yan felt humiliated instead. This is normal. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Even if it is inconvenient to use a wide range of powerful ninjutsu because you are in a conference room, you shouldn't use this kind of trick against yourself, right? But looking at Xia Yan's palm in midair, you can probably guess that Xia Yan made the attack. Big. What? Under everyone's gaze, a white light suddenly flashed in front of Xia Yan, just past First Tsuchikage's neck. After all, he is a strong man who exists in the same timeline as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. If the first-generation movies were really average, they would have been torn apart by Uchiha Madara long ago. Watching First Tsuchikage swing his petrified fist towards him, Xia Yan's face was a little weird. Although it is not space-time ninjutsu, but the form of presentation is almost the same, I am happy to see how amazing First Tsuchikage's accomplishments in ninjutsu are. It's really frustrating. Many of the strong men in the ninja world present were all stunned, completely unable to see what happened just now. But that's too confident, isn't it? To actually want to attack him with such a low-level move is simply an insult to his personality. Sigh. Chapter 83. Seconds shocked the audience. However, even though they guessed that Xia Yan had attacked, they were still puzzled. A slash with fingers. Does it really work? Under the suspicious gaze of everyone, first Tsuchikage, who was throwing his fist at Mo Yan, suddenly stopped and stood stiffly in place. It was as if time had stopped. What happened? First Kazekage couldn't stand the eerie silence, and couldn't help asking, 730. I don't know, but what should he do to Tsuchikage? Is it an illusion? First Mizukage shook his head and made his guess. At this moment, first Tsuchikage's body suddenly swayed. A red bloodline appeared from his neck. This. Everyone present was shocked. Wu Zi, who was grasped by Nine Tails Chakra's arm, exclaimed, Lord Tsuchikage. This exclamation was like a flare, and as Wu's exclamation fell, the bloodline on first Tsuchikage's neck completely burst. Laugh. Advertisement. The blood was like a spring, spilling all over the place, and even splashed on a few people except Xia Yan. It's not that they can't escape, in fact, the speed of blood splatter can't even match the sea-level water-style ninjutsu. But everyone present was completely dumbfounded, and no one expected that first Tsuchikage, who was still arrogant just now, would suddenly spurt blood. And the location of this big blood spurt, hiss. Isn't that exactly where Xia Yan's finger just cut? Boom. His heart stopped, and the lifeless first Tsuchikage fell heavily to the ground, making a muffled sound. This time, it finally woke everyone present from the shock. Those like Senju Hashirama and first Raikage who already knew Xia Yan's terrifying strength were better. They already knew that first Tsuchikage could not be Xia Yan's opponent. So they were surprised that Xia Yan actually killed a shadow without saying a lot of nonsense. However, people such as first Mizukage and first Kazekage who didn't know Xia Yan's strength were really dumbfounded, and for a while they even forgot how human beings can breathe normally. What the hell? A shadow as powerful as them died in such an understatement, without even the slightest power to fight back. Hiss. Fear. Advertisement. Just terrifying. At this moment, first Kazekage and first Mizukage are extremely grateful that they and others did not take the initiative to provoke Xia Yan. Otherwise, they are probably the ones who have lost their lives in a pool of blood now, right? At this time, Wuya, who was controlled by Uzumaki Mito, finally recovered. Lord Tsuchikage. A shrill scream came out of his mouth, and Wu's eyes stared at the boss, almost falling out of his eye sockets. He never imagined that the one who respected his teacher so much would end up in such a miserable end. Let go of me. A-hole. You let me go. Not caring about his fist crushed by the arm of the tailed beast chakra, Wu struggled desperately, trying to escape from Uzumaki Mito's hands. It's a pity that he was not even a shadow in this period. He couldn't even beat a tailed beast, not to mention Uzumaki Mito, who was 3.3 times stronger than the tailed beast. Teacher? Feeling the increasing strength without struggle, Uzumaki Mito frowned slightly and looked at Xia Yan inquiringly. It's not because she can't hold it anymore, but because she asks Xia Yan what to do with the Wu in her hand. Even if she becomes a strong person, everything still respects her teacher's decision. If she could, she even wanted to be Xia Yan's disciple all her life. Chapter 84. The first Hokage who gives up dignity. Cough. Mr. Xia Yan. Noticing Uzumaki Mito's small movements, Senju Hashirama coughed dryly and said, let's just let him go, otherwise, Iwagakure will be in a mess. Big brother. Senju Toburama looked at his eldest brother with shock and excitement. In his opinion, the more miserable Iwagakure has been, the better, which means that other shinobi villages can get all the resources that originally belonged to them. This is a great thing. So why stop it? But Senju Hashirama is not such a person. He, who yearns for peace, hopes that everyone will sit down and have a good talk, instead of doing it directly. Xia Yan looked at Senju Hashirama playfully. Are you asking me at 21, or are you begging me? This. Senju Hashirama was startled. Because of his strength, few people in the ninja world dared to talk to him like this, so that he didn't respond for a while. But Senju Hashirama is a benevolent man after all. So without thinking much, he immediately got up and knelt down in front of Xia Yan. Advertisement. Big brother. Senju Toburama exclaimed, obviously not expecting that his eldest brother would do such a thing that humiliates his own dignity. Senju Hashirama is very helpless. As long as his strength is stronger than Xia Yan, he will not make such a thing as begging people to bow down. After all, he, the so-called god of ninja world, couldn't let everyone give him face with just one sentence. As for why one should sacrifice dignity to keep it person, Senju Hashirama's thoughts are very benevolent. First Tsuchikage had already died tragically under Xia Yan's hands. If even this nurtured future second Tsuchikage died, then Iwagakure would really be in chaos. At that time, without the protection of Shadow, Iwagakure, who has fallen into civil strife, will inevitably become the fat meat of other shinobi villages. The ninja world, which has been in peace for 2 months, is bound to stir up disputes again. I don't know how many people will die because of this, and how many people will be destroyed. This is not something Senju Hashirama wants to see. So even if he gave up his dignity and knelt down to Mo Yan, he would still prevent Mo Yan from killing the future second Tsuchikage. No. Please. Senju Hashirama pleaded again, all right. Xia Yan waved his hand nonchalantly, signaling Uzumaki Mito to let go of, no. Advertisement Vortex Mito listened to Mo Yan's words the most, and immediately retracted the arm of Chakra, the tailed beast. Lord Tsuchikage. The body was finally free, and without a shrill cry, he rushed forward and picked up first Tsuchikage's body. Looking at the dead body, he raised his head suddenly and stared at Xia Yan with blood-red eyes. Why, want to take revenge on me? Come on, I'm right here. 730 Xia Yan sneered and looked at the future second Tsuchikage playfully. Crunch. There was a sound of crunching bones from the clenched fist, and blood was flowing down his fingertips, showing how angry he was now. But Wu still didn't lose his mind, hugged his teacher's body, turned around and left without hesitation. Going against Xia Yan equals death, he still understands such a simple thing. Laugh, Xia Yan curled her lips contemptuously, her eyes full of disdain. He didn't even have the courage to give up everything, so this second Tsuchikage was just like that.